Chapter 1, Scary Introductions. Chapter Text. Harry's First Year, Part 1. Draco Malfoy stood in front of Harry and Ron, a snide expression on his face. "I'd be careful if I were you, Potter," he said slowly. "Unless you're a bit politer you'll go the same way as your parents." They didn't know what was good for them, either. "You hang around with riffraff like ow." Harry hid a smile as Draco Malfoy was smacked upside the head so hard he let out a little whimper. Ron was not nearly so subtle and released a snort that earned him a glare from Draco before the blonde boy turned around to face whoever hit him. Whoever it was, Draco was clearly familiar with them, as he immediately scowled. "I'm telling Father," he said, rubbing the back of his head. "That you made fun of Harry's dead parents the first day of Hogwarts," said the girl who had hit him. She had the same white blonde hair as Draco, but down past her shoulders, and her eyes were pale blue instead of grey. One of the Dudley-like boys stepped up to her, but faltered in the presence of another student, dressed in the same blue-trimmed robes as the girl. He seemed to enjoy watching misfortune befall Draco. "Careful, Crab," she said, "you know playing with fire is a bad idea." "Bugger off, Lyra," hissed Draco, ignoring her friend. "This is none of your business." "Nonsense," said Lyra. "He's James Potter's kid. I gotta make sure I don't have any competition as the Ravenclaw Seeker, don't I?" Harry blinked in surprise. "You know about my dad," he said, cutting off Draco's next words. "He's famous too, you know." Lyra grabbed Draco by the arm and pulled him roughly out of the compartment. His two goons followed him as he squawked in indignation. Then she shut the door in their faces, including the other Ravenclaw boy. "Thanks," said the muffled voice from the other side. Lyra ignored him. "So, Harry Ronald," she added with a nod. "Don't mind that little demon. He's my brother. I'm trying to keep him out of trouble, but I think he's feeling a bit superior after he found himself two minions. I'm Lyra by the way." "Hold on," said Ron. "Lyra yet, I've heard of you. Fred and George have talked about you sometimes." He couldn't quite hold back his grimace. "Didn't know you were a Malfoy, though." Lyra gave a light shrug. "I didn't ask to be born. I'm quite displeased about it, actually." Ron and Harry glanced at each other and decided to ignore that comment. "I'm Harry," said Harry, giving an awkward smile. "Cool," said Lyra, and that was that. She took him in, but it wasn't in the way others did when they were being amazed at his name and scar. She seemed fascinated in a different way, and not just regarding him, Harry, but also Ron. "So Seeker?" Ron asked, an excited light in his eyes. "You've flown against my brothers, then?" "The twins, yet." Lyra hummed, then scowled. "And Charlie?" "Ugh." Ron nudged Harry with a proud grin on his face. He was the best Seeker Gryffindor's ever seen. And he could play as Chaser if they were missing one, too. Harry had no idea what the significance of that was, but Ron did seem proud of his brother and not wanting to take away from that. He put on a smile and nodded. Lyra shook her head. "I could never beat him." She clapped her hands together then. "But he's gone now. That makes me the best Seeker in Hogwarts HA." Then she looked at Harry, her excitement fading. "Hey, Harry, if my brother challenges you to something with a broom, don't." The door was thrown open to reveal Hermione again, dragging the Ravenclaw boy in from earlier. "Oh, how exciting," said Hermione. "Ravenclaw is a really attractive choice, isn't it? Part of me's hoping to be sorted into Gryffindor. I read in Hogwarts, a history that the headmaster was sorted there. I really wish I had gone there. Then I wouldn't have to spend so much time around this one," said the boy, jerking a thumb at Lyra. Lyra waved a dismissive hand hard at the Ravenclaw. "Gryffindor is full of loud idiots. Ravenclaw is bliss." She threw an arm around Hermione's shoulder. The smell of books from the library in the common room itself, the quiet, the other studious students. "With my tutelage you could. But Gryffindor is where the headmaster comes from," the boy insisted. "And he could wipe the floor with the entire school." Lyra threw her other arm out in bewilderment. "What are you doing, man?" She looked back at Hermione. "Don't listen to James. I can teach you great magic, Hermione. And you wouldn't have all your hard-earned points taken away by some Gryffindor idiots who decided catnip was a good gift for Professor McGonagall." "That was you," said James. "You just framed the twins. And of course you'd measure the value of a human being by their ability to get some arbitrary approval points." Lyra frowned. "What else would I measure a person by?" Hermione squirmed under the older girl's half-embrace, clearly no longer comfortable, and Lyra let her go with an apology. "Their capital, for one," said James. "Their talent at tax evasion. Their faith in God." Lyra crossed her arms. "What God in particular, James?" "Satan." "Okay," said Hermione, looking at Harry with an amazed look. "Very nice to meet you too, but I will be on my way." I'll see you two at the sorting, I presume, she added to Harry and Ron. We best get going too, said James. He glanced at Ron. Good luck with the troll. What? Breathed Ron, turning pale. Fred and George weren't lying. Hermione opened her mouth, looking incredulously at James, but James cast some spell on the girl to make no words come out of her mouth, and gently guided her out of the compartment as her lips opened and closed in outrage. Lyra followed, telling Hermione about all the magic she could teach her, including how to non-verbally cast the counter to the silencing charm. Ron filled in the silence after. How the bloody hell are we supposed to fight a troll before we learn any magic? Some months later, Ron and Harry found themselves in an old classroom full of dusty desks and chairs, and a rather fascinating mirror. Do you think it shows the future? Asked Ron, eyes shining with excitement in the dark. How can it? All my family are dead, let me have another look. Their whispered conversation was suddenly interrupted by the doors creaking, and they froze. In a moment of panic, Harry threw the cloak over the pair of them and they scrambled under the retired desks as footsteps, two pairs of them, made their way to the mirror. The mirror of Erised, a familiar female voice said, in a satisfied tone. Finally. You know, it wasn't here last week. God, it's ugly, a more masculine voice said. Well, it better be worth scouring the entire castle from top to bottom. You're sure no one's around? Dumbledore's in his office and Harry was in his dorm like 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago? It's fine. Look. Hominum revelio. Doesn't the cloak protect against that? Nope. I don't think so. Probably not. Maybe. Whatever. It's fine. The two fell into bickering. Harry had not heard these voices in some time, and it took him a moment to recall. The first was the girl that had confronted him on the train, Malfoy's sister if he remembered correctly. The second was her friend, also in Ravenclaw. He had seen them around since then, but the two had spent more time talking to Hermione than to both he and Ron combined. And it seemed like Lyra Malfoy knew he had been visiting the mirror. What do you see? James asked. Harry and Ron's view was blocked by two pairs of legs standing in between them and the mirror. The desk they had taken refuge under creaked dangerously as they leaned on its edge. Lyra. God herself. James snorted. I think I can guess who you're talking about. Lyra hummed in agreement. I see her and me on a beach. I'm older. And hotter. God, I look good. You have issues. It's some tropical place, continued Lyra. Huge mountains behind us, a beautiful house, a dog, oh yeah, 2 dogs. I think I see a magical garden back there too. Yeah, and a hippogriff. 2 of them, actually. Oh, and other creatures. And your family doesn't factor into this at all, said James. Narcissa would be shocked, truly. Maybe she'll need me to comfort her if she found out about this. You know, people say I'm prettier than she was at my age, said Lyra, so every time you make some joke about fucking my mother, you're more or less inflating my ego. Ron and Harry glanced at each other awkwardly. Who would ever say you're prettier than Narcissa except Narcissa? There was a pause. People. Another small stretch of silence. Shut up, James. James chuckled. Bet you have a magical hemp farm too. Probably, said Lyra, seriously. I can't wait to try magical drugs. Can't believe I let you talk me out of it. At least wait till you're older, she said in a mocking tone. You'll be interfering with your growth. You'll thank me when you don't end up with anger issues and memory problems, James said, before softening his tone. I hope you can find this island. I'd like to visit someday. Lyra made a noise of non-commitment. You can have the other side of the island. What about you? What do you see? James shifted. Me? I see myself holding up a pair of heavy woolen socks. Lyra made a disgusted sound. You need them thicker to absorb all your... James smacked Lyra on her arm and Ron stifled his mouth with his hands. Harry hoped he wasn't choking on anything. Promise not to judge, said James. No, Lyra waited a beat. All right, I promise. I'm successful, James said. Looks like I've written some books, based on my own little adventures, and I'm quietly living off the money I got. I'm not lacking anything. It looks like a mountaintop cabin, with a fireplace near the center and a bed with lots of knitted quilts on it in the corner. There's someone sleeping underneath the covers, but I can't make out who. Could only be a hag. Wait, no. She's got blonde hair, bit darker than yours, and blue eyes, she kinda looks like you, actually. There was a sudden choking sound, and Harry was sure Lyra was attempting to strangle James. Through the wheezing Harry could hear James' laughter and Lyra's curses. Harry and Ron looked at each other again, this time with wide eyes. Should we do something? Ron mouthed. I'm going to kill you, hissed Lyra. Lay a finger on my mother, and no one will ever find your body, I swear to God. Mummy dearest would be so upset if you did, choked out James through his laughter. Ugh. Lyra panted for a moment, then it seemed as if she slapped James on the back of his head. It's disgusting that I'm the one viewed as the bigger asshole of the two of us. One of the two coughed, probably James, and then Lyra said, still can't believe we got this lucky. I mean, I miss my friends and family, but man, this place is great. Especially if all that in the mirror can come true. One day, James said. We have magic, after all. Yeah, said Lyra, sounding unsure. What's bothering you? The desk above them creaked again as James turned to face Lyra fully. Oh, please don't tell me you're brooding on that again. There was a beat of silence. Lyra. It's fine, said Lyra, sounding a bit defensive. I don't want to talk about it now. You're certainly thinking about it, at least, James said with a sigh. Well, no one can hear my thoughts, can they? Except, you know who. Which is exactly why we should avoid him, said Lyra in the same tone Ron used when he said checkmate, light yet firm. I don't want to talk about it now, James mocked. You always do this. I've repeatedly told you that I disagree with you. I've repeatedly listed out the reasons why. The only reason you don't want to talk about it is because you know I'm right. No, said Lyra, drawing the word out. You just want to take the comfortable, easy route. We can save everyone while still getting what we want. Dumbledore would be able to solve almost everything with minimal risk, James said in a long-suffering tone. Where's the guarantee that we'd succeed in his place? I'm not trying to deny you your ideal future, Lyra, but I'm not going to potentially risk innocence for it. Harry jerked, having until then been paying only half attention underneath the surprisingly soft fabric of the invisibility cloak. He accidentally elbowed Ron in the ribs, which caused him to flinch as well. They held their breaths in silence, hoping their error went unheard. Lyra took a deep breath and said carefully, we don't need to risk innocence. We can play it smart, if you would just trust me. In one fell swoop, I took out 3 years of problems. No rat, no dementors, no resurrection, no bitch in pink. She accentuated each one with a hard tap on the table. If we tell Dumbledore and he decides to read my mind, I might as well declare myself the Dark Lady in the Great Hall. After Grindelwald and Riddle, do you really think he'll give me the benefit of the doubt? Me, the daughter of Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy. Harry's surprise rapidly gave way to a mixture of anger and fear. Was Lyra being serious? And if she was she powerful enough, skilled enough, to find him even under this cloak? Beside him, Ron's eyes were wide. Then don't call yourself a Dark Lady, James said dryly. If I don't play it carefully, they'll call me that anyway, said Lyra seriously, and I'll lose all support before I even get a chance to gain any. We're talking about changing the world, James. You're talking about changing the world, James said. I am talking about playing it safe, making minimal changes so we can accurately predict the future. My plans don't involve complete upheavals that actively risk innocence. Oh, come on, James, she said. Don't tell me we just got lucky. There has to be a reason for this all. And I don't believe it's to live a normal life. It's not like we were saints before and all this is our reward. Maybe I just got hit by a truck and all this is a fever dream. Okay, said Lyra shortly. Then you shouldn't have a problem with whatever I do, if it's all fake. She threw her arms out to the side in exasperation. Seriously, man? Yeah, you're right, it's risky and stupid and we're both kind of morons so it could all go horribly wrong, but we're not talking about risk for no reward. The reward would be saving countless innocents. Are you really going to claim the moral high ground while ignoring the good we could do, the innocent lives we could save? There was a long moment of silence. Harry had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. Was there some magical threat out there he hadn't heard about, something as bad as Voldemort? Then Lyra sighed. Look. Either we take the easy route, save some few hundred or thousand by telling Dumbledore, or we take the riskier route and possibly save millions. Billions, maybe, if the reports on climate change are accurate. We force change, she said vehemently. Stop pollution, end world hunger, prevent wars. Lyra, interrupted James. We can do both, you know. We can let Dumbledore handle the immediate problems. We can do what you're proposing when we're older, more experienced. With Dumbledore watching my every move, said Lyra with some small disbelief. I'll admit he seems a little too satisfied with maintaining the status quo, but... And by the time I can do anything if I wait, countless will have died in Muggle wars and poverty, and don't even get me started on climate change. And it's not like I can do anything now anyway, I have to wait a few years and do you have any idea how hard that is already? Right now Yugoslavia is being torn apart. My old grandpa was a part of that, and I'm supposed to just do nothing. And you've never considered the possibility you might make things worse, said James. That maybe mediocre talent in magic might not make up for our lack of experience and wisdom? I don't think you understand the sheer complexity of what you want to undertake. I understand fine, snapped Lyra. I'm not saying I need to go do something now. I know I'm not good enough yet. But I'm not waiting until I'm 30, and I'm not going to risk having Dumbledore stick his ridiculous nose into my brain. She sighed. Just look. Look into the mirror. Do I have to remind you what you saw? How much further do you think this adventuring career of yours will go, if your first entanglement was with the legendary monster of Slytherin? Or to do with Nicholas Flamel's famous stone? James snorted. You're manipulating me, he said blandly. Yeah, said Lyra shamelessly. Are you happy in that mirror? You could have that, you know. So could I. We could be happy. That would be our reward for making the world happy. She took a deep breath again. I'm willing to take that gamble. Gamble what, even? Wormtail being out of the picture throws the whole plot out the window. We probably don't even have to do anything. Harry's curiosity burned so hot against his chest he had to bite his fist to stop himself from yelling out questions at the both of them. All right, said James at length. Fine. I'll go along. I can see I'm not going to change your mind anyway. But if the future is even slightly worse from what it needs to be, we should be getting Dumbledore's help. I refuse to sacrifice lives or livelihoods for the greater good if we could have avoided it. And without another word, he turned on his heel and made for the door. But then Lyra called after him, a desperation in her voice. It can't be for nothing, James. He stopped in the doorway and said nothing. If it was meant to be your way, she said, then why am I here? James remained silent for another moment. If something thought to bring you here, for whatever reason, he said finally, I hope you won't ruin the opportunity by being reckless. The door creaked as James exited, and it shut softly with a thump. Well, I'm definitely incapable of that, Lyra muttered to herself. Then she sighed and stood there for a moment. Harry wasn't sure if she was looking into the mirror. Eventually, though, she left too. As soon as the door fell shut with a soft click, Harry and Ron finally took in deep breaths. Their conversation had been long, but also highly enlightening. Lyra's plan for the future was too much to process right now, but he hadn't missed the use of Nicholas Flamel's name. But even that seemed too much to process with everything that had been said. Bloody hell, Ron muttered. What was all that about? I didn't understand half of it. And would it have killed them to finish quicker? Harry could only hum in response, thinking of something else. Lyra had referred to herself as a dark lady, and was avoiding Dumbledore. That alone was something that should prove her untrustworthiness in his eyes, and yet, her fiery passion about saving innocence was not something an evil witch would have cared about. Her main goal seemed to be saving lives, but perhaps in a manner that Dumbledore would disagree with, certainly in a way James disagreed with. But why would Dumbledore disagree with it? What did Lyra mean? Who did Lyra think brought her here, and where was here in the first place? Who was what was it, worm something? There was so much said in the conversation that Harry couldn't even remember half of it already. Should we tell someone about it? Harry said finally. I think we should, said Ron seriously. Maybe Hermione. What about Dumbledore? I don't know, Harry, said Ron. I'm not sure what they were talking about, really. And Malfoy Lyra, that is, she doesn't seem bad. What if Dumbledore doesn't take us seriously, or it's not serious, and then she curses us or something? Fred and George said she's ruthless whenever they annoy her too much. That doesn't really help, said Harry slowly. Ron shrugged and gave an uneasy smile. We can just ask Hermione. She spends a lot of time with her, teaching Hermione magic and whatnot. And Hermione's Muggleborn, mate. And James is too. And you've seen how the Slytherin Malfoy looks at both of them. Yeah, Harry muttered. I don't know. She's still hiding stuff from Dumbledore. And she knows about Nicholas Flamel. And my cloak. And that we might be here tonight. He frowned, unable to think of any possible explanations for any of this, except for some unknown dark magic. Ron shook his head slowly. My brain hurts. Ron, said Harry, you don't know if there's a way to tell the future, do you? He frowned. You mean like divination? Mum's been trying for years to convince Ginny that it's not real. They stared at each other for a moment. But there was no point wondering now, they just didn't know enough. They'd have to talk to Hermione if they wanted to get anywhere. Harry crawled out from under the desk, his knees creaking a bit, and they shuffled back to Gryffindor Tower. Chapter 2, Dark Lady Lyra. Chapter text. Harry's first year, part 2. Albus pretended he didn't know there weren't 5 students just around the corner of the corridor he walked. Plenty of students snuck out after curfew and he wouldn't begrudge them a moment of fun. But then they stepped out in front of him, all 5 of them, staring him down like gunmen in a Western movie. Good evening, he said, smiling. How may I help you 5? We challenge you to a duel, Headmaster Dumbledore, said James Stark. Oh. said Albus. It seemed they weren't hiding from him at all. Shall we step outside into the snow again? I did enjoy our last magical snow battle, I admit. No snow, said Lyra Malfoy seriously, taking out her wand, white wood with veins of gold running across it. It's nothing personal, headmaster, just business. Albus hummed. Lyra Malfoy was one of the more entertaining students in Hogwarts these days, up there with Fred and George Weasley, who were two of the five. She was quite the breath of fresh air when it came to Malfoys. He was still a bit mystified with her. And I suppose I cannot convince you to simply let me pass, he said eventually. There's no walking out of this, headmaster, said James. If you don't knock us down several dozen pegs, we'll get cocky in our youthful exuberance and personally challenge Lord Voldemort to a duel. Albus raised his eyebrows and stroked his beard. Indeed. But we would like you not to hold back, if possible, said Cedric. James said that we should understand just how powerful Voldemort was, back in his prime, so that we understand the danger if he ever comes back. That's their reasoning, said Lyra, her chin high and eyes cold. Personally, I need to know what it takes to defeat you for when I declare myself the Witch Queen and take over the galaxy. And there, said Albus, you have made your first mistake. Why would I now give you any idea of what I can do? A curious look of amusement flickered in Lyra's eyes, as if she thought she had gotten one up on him. He found that amusing. She's just that cocky, said James, sounding hollow. Please put her in her place. Very well, children, Albus said, drawing the elder wand. If you'd draw your wands. We're so buggered, muttered Fred Weasley. We're here to learn just how buggered we are, said George. As one, the students went to grab their wands, only to find none. Even Lyra seemed unable to find the wand in her own hand. What the? Said Cedric, checking all of his pockets. He patted over right where his wand lay, but the confundus charm he had set over them all did its work and none of their minds registered their own wands. Albus waited a heartbeat, and then he casually flicked his wand in their direction. The students suddenly found themselves immobilized, everything frozen save their eyes. James and Lyra, he was pleased to see, were in the process of diving to the side, in a vain attempt to get away from his line of attack. But they would need to be miles away to be safe from him, and even then, only for a moment. Now, Albus was mildly surprised by the weak banishing charm sent at his feet, though he didn't even need his wand to dissipate the magic. He turned to James Stark, whose fingers were flexing at a glacial pace, so slow one could barely even tell they were moving. Ah, wandless magic, Albus said. The youth never fail to impress, do they? Nobody replied, not that they could. He supposed he shouldn't be surprised. The best students of their year were the members of this very group. Though they were all below average in homework, with the exception of Cedric, they were all exceptional in both theoretical understanding and practical displays of magic, particularly James and Lyra. The two vaguely reminded him of James Potter and Sirius Black, frighteningly talented but holding little regard for schoolwork or rules. Though he dared say the two Ravenclaws showed more promise than even those two. But not so much as to be a challenge to him. Voldemort, I dare say, was more powerful than I am, he said finally. And consider how little I needed to do to subdue all of you. While expressions of worry and disquiet greeted him, he noted that Lyra appeared more unsettled by him than the thought of Voldemort. He wondered if she still held a seed of doubt for him, planted there likely by her parents. Grown witches and wizards have lasted scant moments against him, Albus said solemnly. Shopkeep or Auror, it made barely a difference. I would advise all of you against challenging him, should he ever return. They all stumbled as they were released from Albus's body bind. They found that their wands had inexplicably been returned to their pockets. Lyra blinked down at hers in her hand. The other four glanced at each other, then at Albus. Despite himself, he was pleased to see some newfound respect in their expressions. As far as most of the school knew, Albus was an old, barmy figure he would know, he had cultivated that image himself. To see these 5 students, all of them bright and gifted, look up to him was something he would not get tired of. Would you? James Stark began, though he did not finish his sentence, considering whether or not to say the next words in his mind. Help is always available at Hogwarts, Albus said, to those who ask for it. James Stark sucked in a breath and pulled on an air of confidence. Will you teach us how to fight? Albus considered this request, even as Cedric, Fred, and George stepped up beside him, evidently interested in the same thing. It was a strange thing to realize that no other students had asked for something like this before. Most did not approach him for his supposed power and prestige, despite his intentional appearances to the contrary. Some did not approach, correctly assuming that Albus was incredibly busy, not wishing to burden their headmaster. I understand you're busy, James said. So I won't ask for much. Tell us what to do, so that we might last a little longer against you in a year's time. Unlimited restricted section passes. Fred said with an attempt at a winning smile. No detentions. George said hopefully. So that we can, spend more time bettering ourselves. If you spent more time bettering yourself, Mr. Weasley, said Albus, you wouldn't be in detention so often. Cedric turned to Lyra as the twins both faked expressions of embarrassment. You're pretty good at dueling among us, anyway, he said. How did you learn? Whatever learning method you used, can we do that in Hogwarts? Lyra shrugged. Mum used to duel. She taught me some elegant form of it after I bullied her into it. Our mum never taught us to duel, Fred grumbled. It's so she keeps winning, George said. It's the only way she can keep us in check at this point. Headmaster, said James, interrupting the conversation. I know there are some names that float around, respected and even a little feared by most. Bartmeus Crouch. Bellatrix Lestrange. Alastor Moody. And, of course, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Lyra rolled her eyes so hard it likely hurt a little, but James ignored her. We might never reach your level. But if that's the case, it won't be because of a lack of effort on our part. I'm afraid I am indeed quite busy, as you say, Albus said. But I can give you a tip. Magical law enforcement around the world including our Aurors prioritize a small but well-rehearsed repertoire of combat spells. Don't try to learn hundreds of spells, instead, master 10. With this, Albus retreated from their sight, though not before sticking an eavesdropping charm on the hem of Cedric's robes. He was quite interested to hear what they might come up with in response to his words. Useless, said Lyra as soon as he turned the corner. I've already done that. Cedric sighed. It's a bit unfair, coming from the headmaster. He's advanced far enough that the entire field of transfiguration might as well be a single spell for him, while we have to learn separate incantations and motions for different spells. Speak for yourself. What spells have you mastered, Lyra? Said Fred, asking Albus's own question too. Not stuff like reparo, but dueling spells. Truly mastered. Said Lyra. Well, none, really. I'm still always improving on my best, but my best would be Shield Charm, Banishing Charm, Summoning Charm, the Stunner and the Cheering Charm, which I cast on myself liberally. Is that why you are always so happy? Said George in wonder. I don't think that's a dueling spell either, said Fred. I'm still working on some others to get them up there, said Lyra, ignoring them. The Disillusionment Charm and Patroness Charm are both still giving me trouble. George whistled. That's NEWT stuff right there. You'd be right there with me if you began studying magic before you could walk, said Lyra. Mate, that's impossible, said Cedric. Nat, I remember Mum telling us about how Dad got in trouble for slapping Lucius Malfoy in the face with a stack of paperwork because he wouldn't stop bragging about his daughter, said Fred. Well, bragging more than usual, that is. Really, said Lyra, voicing Albus' thoughts. I'll have to make fun of him for that. Please do, said George. I can't seem to really master any decent spells though, said Lyra. And I mean mastering them so their use becomes very versatile, you know? Like, my Patroness is barely corporeal and I can't seem to get it to send messages like I want. Said Albus out loud. Curious that she was already experimenting with magic already to craft unconventional uses for spells, and it was greatly interesting that she wished to use the Patroness charm in a way he already knew to. She and James would surely become some of the best students Hogwarts has seen. And my disillusionment charm only works well enough when I'm still, Lyra continued. James can't get it either. And legilimency is just a bitch. So is the confundus charm. The human mind doesn't make any damn sense. Quite impressive, said Albus to himself as he finally made it to his office's entrance. You two don't do things simple, do you? Said Fred, presumably to both Lyra and James. Any other amazing magic you want to master? Obliviation, said Lyra. And every other mind magic. Animagus, said James. Or flight without a broom. Fuck brooms. Fidelius charm, said Lyra. Bunch of healing spells, said James. And? All right, laughed Cedric, we get it. Killing curse, said James. Albus cancelled the charm, feeling a mixture of amusement and resignation. He did wish James and Lyra would take things a bit more seriously, but alas, they were children. He'd have to keep an eye on them. She said people would think she was a dark lady if they knew her true thoughts. Said Harry. Hermione had managed to restrain a sigh the 3 times before, but this time she indulged herself with a deep, slow exhale. You must have just misheard, Harry, she said. You said yourself that you were tired then. She paused. You realize that Lyra jokes about becoming a dark lady all the time, right? Maybe she's not joking, Harry said seriously, and Hermione placed her face in her hands. Maybe she pretends to joke about it to, you know, get everybody off guard. I'm not saying she's evil, but she's up to something that I think a lot of people, including Dumbledore, wouldn't like. First Professor Snape, now a third year," said Hermione, exasperated. "Really, Harry? Snape is up to something." Hermione snapped her book shut. "I'm going to the library, where I'll be meeting Dark Lady Lyra herself." She made air quotes around the title with her fingers. "You're welcome to come along if you want, you know. She's very helpful." Ron and Harry looked at each other, and then Ron shrugged and said, "Sure." Harry looked at his mate as if he had lost his mind. "You're going to go straight to them? I'm pleased to see you're interested in studying for once, Ron," said Hermione. "And that you're not swayed by these conspiracy theories." "Mate," said Ron with the air of someone who thought Harry was being rather stupid. "What's she going to do? Kill us in the library?" Harry stood up. "Fine. I'll come with. You'll both need someone to protect you if something goes wrong." Hermione sighed again, this time even louder. The journey was perilous with all the books they were bringing along. At one point, Harry accidentally bumped into Ron on the great staircase, sending his books toppling 3 floors and almost landing on a poor Ravenclaw's head, something that would have undoubtedly sent the student to the hospital wing if they had not heard the trio's shouted warnings at the last second. It was a shame bags with undetectable extension charms placed upon them were so expensive. When Hermione stepped into the library, she relished the scent of centuries-old parchment, preserved through magic. It was her favorite section of Hogwarts. It boasted the biggest archive of magical knowledge, both modern and ancient. Its ceiling was only barely lower than that of the Great Hall, and bookshelves were piled high atop each other, stretching to the dark ceiling decorated with twinkling stars. The artificial life breathed into these books formed a microcosm of paper and ink, as enchanted books flapped around the higher shelves like birds, diving down to students that called for them. It was so large, in fact, that Hermione could sometimes call out to Lyra without fear of being accosted by that foul woman Pants. She found the 2 Ravenclaws, and a Hufflepuff, in one of the 17 corners of the library. Lyra had her feet kicked up on the window ledge, her chair leaning back. Hermione had to hold back a comment. "Hermione," said James, taking out his wand to summon extra chairs. "I see you've brought guests." Lyra, James, and Cedric sat around a table with a neatly stacked pile of books in the center. Cedric greeted Hermione distractedly before going back to staring at his latest report while tapping his quill against his jaw. James appeared to be doodling on his potions essay. Lyra was using her wand to float balls of some sort of slime high into the air and over rows of books, only to let it go above other unseen students. "Who keeps throwing slime?" shouted a student from 20 feet away. "No shouting in the library!" Pants screeched from afar. Hermione sat down between Lyra and Cedric, and Ron dropped his pile on the table with an impressive bang, prompting a few raised eyebrows from the rest of the table. Harry eventually sat down beside Cedric, opposite the table from the 2 Ravenclaws, and stared at them with barely concealed suspicion. "So, how does this work?" Ron asked Hermione. "It's mostly self-study." Hermione shrugged. "But they're willing to proofread essays and clarify points we don't understand." Lyra scowled, seeming to vehemently disagree, but Hermione knew she'd do it if asked kindly. And thus the table descended into companionable silence. Hermione flipped through the pages of her Transfiguration textbook, taking notes of important points in preparation for the essay that her class would be assigned tomorrow in the morning. Ron seemed a bit lost on where to start, considering how much material he'd brought. "Whatever," James muttered, putting his potions essay aside. As Hermione had discovered, James had been honing his artistic talent with 3 years' worth of potions essays and history of magic reports. This essay had a rather horrifying tentacled eldritch planet being bombarded by star destroyers. "How does this look?" Cedric asked, putting down his quill and holding up his essay on cheering charms. James leaned over and schemed over the words. "Word choice here," James said, jabbing his finger at the parchment. "And this is spelled with an S, not a C." "Thanks," Cedric said, moving to correct his mistakes. "Though I don't know why you spend more time helping me than doing your own homework." James shrugged and Cedric shook his head. "So, Lyra," Ron spoke up. "What's your favorite subject?" Hermione's eyebrows slowly ascended her forehead as Ron's voice cracked at a most inopportune moment and his face turned beet red. Lyra Malfoy slowly turned to face Ron, and she stared for a good 3 seconds. "The dark arts," she said seriously. Ron gave a weak smile. "Defense against the dark arts?" "No," said Lyra. "The dark arts." Hermione felt Harry's stare without seeing it. "Oh," said Ron. That's nice." "She also likes to torture puppies and kittens in her spare time," James said helpfully. Lyra's face twisted. "I would never," she said. "I'd only ever torture people, particularly redheads." Ron's weak smile disappeared and he looked at Hermione as if in question, then at Harry as if in request of help. Ron," said Harry quickly. "I forgot I had Quidditch practice. And you promised to come watch, remember?" "Right. In his enthusiasm to get away from the Dark Lady Lyra, Ron stood up and knocked over his pile of books. He hastily gathered his material and followed Harry out of the library at a power walk. Both of them carried the distinct air of people who didn't want to appear in a hurry. "He doesn't have Quidditch practice today," said Hermione. "What's wrong with them?" Cedric asked. Harry and Ron apparently heard Lyra talk about becoming a Dark Lady in a room where that mirror of Erised was. James frowned and Lyra blinked hard. She seemed to have trouble with speaking for a moment, but then she let out a small laugh. James shot her a glare, then sighed. "Yeah," she said, amused, and looked at Hermione. "Did they think I didn't know they were under that invisibility cloak?" "You knew," said Hermione, torn between amusement and disapproval. "Hermione, I declared myself a Dark Lady to Dumbledore yesterday," said Lyra with a quick roll of her eyes. "Professor Dumbledore." Lyra waved a hand. "They're free to take it to Professor Dumbledore if they want. Tell them I said that. The headmaster ought to know a 13-year-old witch is planning on usurping him." Hermione giggled. "I imagine that's exactly what they're going to do right now," James said, leaning back in his chair. "I wonder how he'll respond." "Professor Dumbledore!" Harry shouted, and the headmaster stopped walking to wait for the students to catch up. "Lyra Malfoy. We overheard her. She called herself a Dark Lady, or that you'd call her that, but she was talking about taking over the world and a bunch of other stuff. And she said she was going to torture me," said Ron. "I think that bit was a joke," said Harry, "but she did say her favorite subject was the dark arts twice." "Is that so?" said Dumbledore, his beard twitching and eyes crinkling. Was he also not taking them seriously? "Well, then let me deal with her. I shall talk to her and sway her from her perilous path. I dare say it is time for that madwoman to learn fear." Harry hesitated. He really couldn't tell if Dumbledore was being serious. "I don't mean she's evil, necessarily," he said weakly. "But misguided, maybe. Well, I don't know." Harry grimaced at the word vomit. "And maybe James Stark too," said Ron, chewing his lip. He and Lyra didn't sound like they were seeing eye to eye, so maybe he's all right. "Of course," said Dumbledore, smiling. "Now, off you go. I have some work to finish, and I believe you should have some too." "So," James said idly. "Who wants to have a paper airplane race?" A flick of his wand transfigured his charm's homework into an intricately detailed model aircraft. Another twirl of his wand had it float into the air. "The homework was on cheering charms," Cedric said, even as James began to cast a repertoire of charms to enchant his plane. "Flitwick doesn't care about my homework," James said. "That's why he's my favorite teacher. And he loves seeing me show off. Besides, didn't I tell you he gave me full marks for the rest of the year after our snowman war?" "Only a dozen times," Cedric said, while Hermione leaned forward and asked, "How did you do that?" "Oh no," sighed Cedric. "Well," said James, with a dramatic pause belonging to someone who told this story plenty of times before, "I was once frolicking in the snow one fine winter afternoon, when everyone's gone home during Christmas break, and I decided to build a snowman. Then I built lots of tiny snowmen. Then I built them a little village made of igloos, then built another village about 30 meters away, then gave them icicle weapons and beasts of war, and then I made battle. I got bored of fighting myself, though, so I called Lyra out. It was actually great," said Lyra. "A commander of an army in a gruesome battle without any guilt." "Yeah, until you enchanted them to scream in agony," said Cedric. James rubbed his hands gleefully. "And pray to God they lived before the cavalry charge hit them, or beg for their mothers as they died. Very immersive." Hermione looked at him and Lyra in horror, wondering yet again what was wrong with them. "Anyway," said James, "Lyra and I were warring with each other. Then Flitwick came up to us, and he began building his own fortress city, manned by hundreds of snowmen about a foot high." He leaned forward. "And I, not jealous at all because Flitwick's castle wasn't that good looking anyway, made a truce with Lyra and put the castle under siege. Then Flitwick created a line of snow knights and trampled my infantry from the flank, and Lyra's shitty Roman legion ran away." He glared at Lyra. "Please," scoffed Lyra. "Your precious pike and shot formation did nothing but die. I called a tactical retreat." "Excuse me? You call that tactical?" James said indignantly. "Your troops broke formation as they ran. In fact, I'm pretty sure I heard one of your captains say 'fuck this shit, I'm out' before running off into the forbidden forest." "You were hearing things," said Lyra, but it was clear from the grin on her face that she had certainly enchanted them to say such vulgar things. "Anyway, since Lyra abandoned my rear flank, I decided to put the corpses to good use," said James. "I had the remaining snowmen use the corpses to perform an eldritch ritual, and created a snow kraken that snagged the riders and their mounts and dragged them below the snow into their cold, icy deaths." "And did they scream as they die?" Hermione said blandly. "No." James gave a grim smile. "Nobody can hear you scream in the depths of hell. Yeah, then Flitwick made a snow dragon that breathed literal fire down on it, said Lyra, laughing. It was amazing. Little bastard, said James. Then I had an idea, said Lyra, sharing an excited glance with James. As Flitwick built his dragon bigger and bigger, I created a great shipping islet and James filled it with soldiers. And cast down was the dragon, Ankalagan. Actually, it destroyed your ship and killed the rest of your snowmen, said Cedric. That's why Lyra calls Flitwick the Dark Lord. He and Hermione both rolled their eyes. So we called Dumbledore to help, said James, continuing the story. Hermione had to admit it was quite intriguing. And Dumbledore came, said James darkly. And he came bearing gifts. 100 knights on the fleetest mounts, and 10 elephants encased in steel. So we accepted his gifts, none the wiser. Instead of a losing battle, we managed to squeeze a stalemate out of the Dark Lord Flitwick. Then, he betrayed us, Lyra said, slamming a fist on the table. When both our forces met under a white flag and discussed an armistice, he reanimated every single corpse on the battlefield and sent them to raise both our castles. You know what he said? He said, I've always wanted to try being a necromancer. That's a real quote. Then he laughed, said James, his voice hollow. As we fell to our knees and watched our homelands burn, he simply laughed. He seated himself upon a throne made of ice that doesn't melt, sorting hat on his brow and the sword of Gryffindor upon his lap, and demanded we kneel before the one true Lord of Hogwarts. Lyra made a face. What? No, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't say or do any of that, said Cedric. He still gave off that vibe, said James. You just don't take defeat well, said Lyra. Says the girl that entered the battlefield herself screaming her head off, said James. Cedric laughed out loud. And she lost. Against snowmen. They were Dumbledore's snowmen. Snarled Lyra. Hermione stared at them, unsure what to say. You two made all that up, right? Some of it, said Lyra without shame. Hermione shook her head. Honestly. Most of it happened, said Cedric. I was watching. And that is how you get full marks for the rest of the year, James said. I'm assuming that's the part you were most interested in, anyway. Hermione blushed a little. I'm not that bad. James nodded in a very slow and exaggerated motion until Lyra punched him in the shoulder. Don't listen to him, she said. Do whatever makes you happy. I am doing things that make me happy, said Hermione. And you study ahead too. Not anymore, said Lyra with a look of disgust at the books near her. Honestly, if I have to learn about one more abstract idea to better understand the conceptual effect of a spell that can only be cast with the knowledge of how half a dozen other spells work, I'll kill James and Cedric and then myself. Why us? Cedric said in wonder. You're nearest. Have you ever thought about playing an instrument or something? Said James. Or you could join our morning workouts. They're morning workouts, said Lyra. I'll kill anybody who wakes me up before class to exercise. Dueling is fun too, said James, or maybe that's just me since I get to routinely humble Lyra. Lyra frowned. Did I give you one too many concussions? They can't even duel too well with their wands sharing cores, said Cedric. Oh, you should play Quidditch with Lyra and Cedric, said James. Hermione felt nauseated by the mere mention of the sport. Thank you, but no, she said. It's okay, really. I enjoy studying, and learning about magic. It's just so fascinating. We know, James said. I'm just saying. Isn't it, kind of stressful, constantly pursuing knowledge? Hermione made to reply about how ridiculous that sounded, that she relaxed plenty with good fiction books, but she paused. She knew the heart attack part was a joke, but it was stirring up a strange mixture of emotions. Was this, an intervention? Was Hermione Granger, the best student of her year, being intervened for? Leave her alone, James, said Lyra. I wasn't intending to be rude, James said quickly, glancing at Hermione in apology. I'm just saying, it must get exhausting at some point. Hermione couldn't stop her mind from wandering. She already sometimes worried that Lyra found her annoying, being the sardonic girl she was, but did James think so too? Did both of them find her annoying? Did Cedric? Were they too kind to say snide things to her face, like many other students did? Harry and Ron had been that way. Parvati and Lavender were still that way. Faye and her friend Sophie remained dismissive of her. Any prefect who wasn't Percy didn't seem to share her concerns or were too busy to deal with her problems. Lyra rolled her eyes so hard Hermione thought they might fall out of her head. James, you're an asshole, she said, and then turned to Hermione. He's just incapable of basic empathy, don't mind him. That's rich, said James. Didn't you make Penelope Clearwater cry only a week ago? A great point, said Lyra with a small nod. So why would I hang out with someone I didn't like? I don't know, said Hermione uncertainly. I don't know either, said Lyra in an almost offhand manner. So why do I think you look like you think we look like we think you're annoying? Hermione tried not to shrink in on herself as she shrugged weakly. What? Said Cedric. Yeah, said James, that didn't make any. It made perfect sense, said Lyra, holding up a finger to them. And since I do let you hang around, clearly there is something special about you. Last time a first year tried to waste my time, I dangled him off the astronomy tower by his ankles. That's just Lyra's way of pretending she's not a huge softie on the inside and doesn't help every first year that asks her, said Cedric. Hermione, James said, slowly, consciously choosing his words as he went. I'm wondering if there's something about your past that makes you uncomfortable with people your own age. I'm not going to downplay the negative experiences you've had, but not everything is as you think. You're a good kid, and you deserve what good there is in this world. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Yeah, sure, whatever he said Lyra. Had it been anyone else, Hermione would have been put down by the indifference in her tone, but Lyra was just mean like that. You're smart, your heart is in the right place, and you're a good friend, all great reasons for why I must radicalize you. And, she continued as if this was a normal comment to make, you're much more mature than the average 11-year-old. So mature, in fact, that I wouldn't be surprised if you were actually a time traveler stuck inside the body of a child. Like me and James. You two aren't time travelers, drawled Cedric. Cedric, if you don't shut up, I'm going to let you die again, said Lyra, sounding a little too serious. Dysentery is a poor way to go, Cedric, James said. He turned back to Hermione. But seriously. We care about you. We promise. He drew his wand. I swear this on my magic. So mote it be. Lyra punched him in the throat. Chapter 3, Two-Faced. Chapter text. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were gathered around Hagrid's table, trying once again to convince him to get rid of the dragon egg. But Hagrid seemed intent on dismissing their claims. Hermione was just about to launch into another tirade about the lunacy of keeping a dragon in a wooden hut when someone knocked on the door. Oh, might be Dumbledore, said Hagrid, pushing past Hermione as though she was a ghost. He opened the door to reveal, indeed, it was Albus Dumbledore. His eyes swept the room, crinkling with pleasure as they spotted the trio. Ah, it seems you have a few guests already, he said. Good day, you three. Sorry, yeah three, Hagrid said. But me and the professor need to talk about some things. Hermione turned to Dumbledore, ignoring him. Professor, will you tell Hagrid not to keep a dragon egg in his wooden home? What was visible of Hagrid's cheeks turned bright pink as Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. I shall see what I can do, he said, no small amount of amusement in his voice. But yes, Hagrid and I do indeed have things to talk about, important matters. Yeah, there's been killings in the forest lately. Hagrid. Ah, right, sorry, Professor, said Hagrid, turning even pinker. Killings, said Harry. Nothing to worry about, said Dumbledore, smiling. But we shall be off for some time now, so best get back to the castle. I do apologize about interrupting your evening. It's quite all right, Professor, Hermione said, seeming satisfied. Come on, you two. The change from Hagrid's sweltering home was a massive change from the slightly chilly early spring evening that they stepped out into. Harry shivered for a moment as they made their way back to the castle proper. Halfway up, Harry decided to speak his mind. What do you think that was about? He said. The killings. Who knows, said Ron. But it's the Forbidden Forest. Probably lots of killings in there. Hermione made to interject, but then they heard someone from above come barreling down toward them. Before Harry could fully register who it was, they slammed into him, sending them flying into the ground. Ow, whimpered Lyra Malfoy. Harry grunted, picking himself off the ground. The collision had been hard, and he turned, finding Lyra also pulling herself to her feet. Whatever annoyance he had melted at her appearance. She had dark spots under her eyes, and her hair was a mess. And not the usual, deliberate mess she often kept it in, but in complete disarray. Sorry, she said distractedly, and made to leave without some cutting parting remark. Wait. Hermione said, clutching her arm. What's wrong? Lyra's eyes darted between the three of them, and then she glanced around, as if checking for eavesdroppers. Have you seen James? She asked. It's important. No, but maybe we can help, whatever it is, Hermione said. What's going on? Lyra hesitated, her hand brushing against one of her pockets seemingly subconsciously. I need to speak to Professor Dumbledore, she said. Professor McGonagall said he was heading this way. He's not there anymore, said Hermione. Yeah, he just went into the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid, said Ron. Those two always were a bit barmy. This seemed to be terrible news. Lyra's eyes and mouth opened in horror, and Harry was sure she would have paled if her face wasn't red from exertion. He's in the forest. She breathed. Fuck. Hermione's cheek twitched but she ignored the language. Lyra, what happened? He's going after the stone, said Lyra, grabbing fistfuls of her hair. God damn it, I should have known. She trailed off, muttering to herself, looking wildly around as if Dumbledore would drop down from the sky. Harry felt like he was being doused with cold water. Hermione's eyes widened and she let go of Lyra in her surprise. You know about the stone? Hermione whispered. Lyra rubbed her face with her hands. How do you two even know about it? She said, more to herself than them. James, damn him, the moment I need him he disappears. We'll help, Ron said suddenly, and Lyra's gaze snapped onto him. He squirmed a little, but didn't back down. We have to. Otherwise, it means you know who gets the stone, right? We need to stop Snape. She stared at him for a long moment, her features unreadable. Though he never wanted to ally with Lyra Malfoy. Harry found himself agreeing with Ron's sentiment. And a witch of Lyra's caliber would surely be helpful if they ever had to fight Snape. Another shot of cold ran down his spine at the thought. Snape had never liked any of his students and he especially didn't like Harry. If Snape got the stone and had nothing left to lose, what would he do to Harry? You're 11, said Lyra finally. And you're 13, said Hermione. 14, said Lyra, sighing and running a palm down her face again. And it's not Snape. It's Quirrell. What? Said Harry, speaking up for the first time. No, it's Snape. He cursed my broom. Lyra shook her head hard enough that her hair flew about. No, Quirrell cursed your broom. And she pushed past them, walking swiftly back to the castle. They ran after her. But I saw him muttering something under his breath, said Hermione, panting as she was forced to run slightly to keep up with Lyra's longer strides. A counter curse, said Lyra with a dismissive wave of her hand. I set him on fire and it stopped. And who was right behind Snape? Hermione, said Lyra. Look, I heard him. I heard Quirrell muttering to himself about going after the stone. I heard him muttering about his master, the Dark Lord. No. She snapped when all three of them opened their mouths to protest. I didn't mishear. It's him. I'm not arguing about it. He cursed your broom. He let in that troll. It's him. God, I can't believe I didn't see it before. The three slowed down, struggling to process this. Lyra seemed to notice and turned around, throwing her hands out in question. Well. There was a moment of silence where Harry, Ron, and Hermione traded looks. Then Hermione looked at Lyra. We'll come, she said in a small voice. We'll help. Lyra stared at them, then gave a curt nod. Keep up, then. I won't be coming back for you if you get lost. What about a teacher? Said Hermione, rushing up to meet Lyra's pace again. Already told 3, said Lyra, sounding annoyed. None took me seriously. After all, she said mockingly, how could poor, stuttering Quirrell be evil? Lyra occasionally checked some sort of map as she walked, while she seemed to be taking random turns. Harry realized they were getting closer and closer to the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. It was during one of these turns that she almost walked into James Stark. Lyra. James said, and he blinked as Lyra grabbed him by the wrist and began dragging him along. What's this? He's making his move, Lyra hissed. Quirrell. Really? James made a rare show of alarm. Now. Soon, she said. In an hour or two, it sounded like. But we should get to it before him. Are you sure? What about Dumbledore? Why are we taking these 3? They found me and I couldn't find you, said Lyra irritably. They already knew about the stone as well. And Dumbledore's gone into the woods for some unfathomable reason. None of the other teachers took me seriously. James glanced at Harry, his face smoothed over once more. Harry looked away after a moment, shielding his own eyes from James' cold gaze. James turned back to Lyra. Still should have told them no, he said. It won't be all sunshine and rainbows. Are you going to be helpful at all, James? Lyra said, frustrated, and James went silent. They're not completely worthless. They arrived in front of the forbidden corridor. The door was closed, but Lyra pushed it, and it opened without needing to be unlocked. Harry felt a ball of lead forming in his stomach. Did this mean someone had already gone through? Were they too late? Fluffy raised one of its 3 heads sleepily, staring at the intruders. Lyra produced a tiny harp and tossed it towards Fluffy. Finite incantatum, she said with a flick of 2 fingers, and the tiny harp returned to its ordinary size, clanging loudly against the stone floor. The other 2 heads woke to the sound it made, and Lyra cast a second spell with her wand that made the harp begin playing. Harry blinked in surprise as Fluffy's eyelids began to droop once more. It shuffled its front legs and laid its heads on top of them. The trapdoor was exposed. Lyra slowly made her way to the other end of the corridor, wary of the guard dog waking up again. When she placed her hand on the trapdoor, Fluffy still didn't wake. The harp continued to play on its own, and Lyra yanked it open. Hagrid said music soothes the little hellhound to sleep, said Lyra idly, looking into the hole, but it's not all music. Yeah, we tested some Muggle music before, said James. You should see what Fluffy does when you play Finnish death metal. And N.W.A, said Lyra. What's N.W.A? Said Ron. Lyra opened her mouth but James elbowed her in the ribs. Don't say it, he said. You're not allowed to say it. It means began Lyra, but James put his hand on her back and shoved her into the hole. She had only a split second to yelp before she hit her head on the stone edge of the trapdoor and fell down silently. Hermione gasped. There was a thud below before an echoing screech reached them. James! Screamed Lyra. I'm going to kill you. You cocksucking son of a... But then James leapt in, and there was another thud, cutting Lyra off, being likely landed on by him. Hermione made another noise of horror. Don't worry, said Ron. Witches are tough. And he jumped into the hole, likely on top of James judging by the distant colorful swearing. Harry and Hermione glanced at each other, then followed suit. They jumped more to the side, avoiding the pile of Lyra, James, and Ron, and after a frightful moment of weightless falling they landed on something soft. It's dark down here, Ron said, peering around. Lumos Maxima, James said, and a bright white light erupted from his wand. He flicked the tip of his wand, and the orb of light flew into the darkness, illuminating the room and torching the plants around them. Hermione gasped when she saw a mass of plant matter scramble back from the light, untangling itself from their limbs. Devil's snare, said Lyra, getting up and hurrying toward a stone passageway. The trio scrambled up and pulled their wands out. It doesn't like light or heat, Hermione said, testing the plants with a foot and then glancing at James as if for approval. Correct, said James. 10 points to Gryffindor. Though the room was dark even with James' intervention, Harry could see Hermione preen slightly. Come on, you four, said Lyra from beyond the passageway, and they dashed after her. Then they heard her shout, Oxio. They came out of the passageway into a brightly lit chamber, where Lyra stood staring up at the high arching ceiling. There were birds flying about, dozens of them. They're keys, said Lyra. I think we need one to unlock the next door. She jerked a thumb at the wall across the room, where a wooden door stood, presumably locked. Summoning charm doesn't work. Summoning charm, said Hermione, in a tone that suggested she had forgotten why they were down here. I read about those. They seem very useful. We'll help you with that later, said James, but now we need to hurry. Harry peered at the lock. A big, heavy silver lock embedded into an equally heavy-looking wooden door. He glanced up at the flying keys, many of which were gold or black, fluttering about at speed with wings of every color of the rainbow. His gaze fell to the broomsticks lying against the corner of the room. We're supposed to catch it, Harry said. Like a snitch. Well, what are we waiting for? Ron was the first to reach for a broom. James held out an arm, pausing Ron in his tracks. James raised his wand. Aguamenti. It was as if a portal had opened to a raging, rushing river. Torrents of water burst into the air from nothing, twisting itself into a large sphere with the help of Lyra's wand. It grew to the size of a large pool, sucking in the flying keys as they ran out of room to fly around in. That's good, said Lyra, sounding as though she did this every day. Glacis. A pale blue light shot from her wand into the ball, turning it all into ice instantly. Then the whole thing fell, shattering against the ground and spraying chips of ice in every direction. Harry flinched, but the ice smacked against some invisible shield James had conjured. Don't want to give you another scar, said James. Harry smiled tightly. Hermione stepped forward to search for the correct key amongst all that lay on the ground, unable to fly with heavy ice attached to them. Harry and Ron joined her wordlessly. Harry peered into the chunks of ice, the trapped keys distorted in shape and size. With the four of them, they quickly found the right one. The next room lit up as soon as they stepped inside. They were at the edge of a huge chessboard, behind the black chessmen. Facing them, way across the chamber, were the white pieces. Looks like it's your time to shine, James said, glancing at Ron. Meanwhile, Ron looked like he had just won the Quidditch captaincy. Lyra, always seeming one to ignore the rules, held her wand high above her head. Expulso. The door behind the white pieces shattered inward. By some unspoken command, the black pieces turned around to face them. The pawns raised their swords and shields, the knights their lances, and Harry swallowed and took a step back as the dark warriors loomed over them, casting their shadows far. But then, as if the pieces heard something they didn't, they straightened and turned around. From beyond the door across the chessboard there came a lumbering sound, heavy and with something dragging across the stone floor. And through the doorway, ducking to get through, came a troll. It released an unintelligible roar that nonetheless had the room shake and the five of them pinching their noses. Some of the white pieces rallied and made to attack the troll. Its tough hide reduced even the most damaging strikes to nothing more than scrapes and nicks on its skin. Its club was as large as the pawns entirely, and the pieces were thrown aside with its swipes though not broken. Harry's head was forced down by James, who cast a shield charm in front of them, blocking a pawn. The shield shattered like golden glass, though thankfully the projectile had been robbed of its momentum. Jesus, James muttered. Shall we go around him? Wow, your shield charms are terrible, said Lyra. Fuck off, James grumbled. I didn't have time to brace. Lyra flicked her wand as a queen went flying right toward her head. James tackled her to the ground just in time to avoid the piece utterly obliterating her face as it shattered right through her shield. What the hell? She said, spitting hair out of her mouth. The pieces are reinforced with magic, said James. Right, grumbled Lyra, picking herself up and being forced to drop again as a knight skipped across the floor and just barely over her, smashing into the wall with a tremendous bang. Didn't take that into account. It's probably McGonagall's magic too. Come on, little ones, James said, ushering Ron and Hermione forward. No time to be standing around frozen in mortal terror. Can't you do something about the troll? Harry gasped, ducking behind a stone pillar for his protection. Sure, but we're lucky the troll and the chessmen seem to be infatuated with each other, James said. If we can go through and lock the door behind us, then we'd have killed two birds with one stone. God, I'm a genius, said Lyra, and with a leap she sprinted toward the other side, throwing up shield charms and using banishing charms against the pieces. Then she shot a red jet of light at the troll's face, seemingly blinding it for a moment as she slid between its legs and to the door. James waited a moment until the troll smacked a few more chess pieces around to shove Harry forward. A black pawn picked itself up and threw itself in Harry's direction, but James cast a triple-layered shield over him that managed to deflect it. Harry managed to get through the doorway after he made it through. Hermione and Ron crashed into his back. James was the last in, and he immediately turned the doorway into smooth stone. Lyra, said James, brushing some dust from his sleeves, you are an idiot. Genius, repeated Lyra, panting and smiling. Do you know how long a chess game would have lasted? With this kid, not that long, James said, clamping his hand on Ron's shoulder. Ron started at that. Fred and George liked to wax poetry about his prodigal talent. Harry saw Ron's expression become one of pleasant surprise, and no small amount of pride. Lyra waved a hand. I'm better. We can figure that out later, said James, nodding toward the other end of the passageway. The next room was empty, the troll having left it. The only thing left was a horrid smell. They moved swiftly through and into the next room, where there was only a table with 7 differently shaped bottles upon it. A parchment lay there too. As soon as they stepped fully through, flames sprung up at both entrance and exit. This is definitely Snape's handwriting, James said, poking the parchment with his wand. He's written so many scathing reviews on my essays that I'd recognize it anywhere. Really? Said Lyra. He's never left anything like that on mine. She gave a small self-satisfied smirk. That's because he's still lusting after your mother, James said dismissively. Ron gagged. The smirk vanished. She snatched the parchment and read it. Blah blah blah, 3 will kill us, blah blah blah, neither at the ends will get us through, this is dumb. And easy. It's the smallest vial. Hermione grabbed the parchment next and scanned it quickly. It took her a moment, but she eventually agreed with Lyra. But there's only enough for one of us, said Harry. 2, said Lyra, pulling out a similar vial from a pocket. I always knew this anti-flame potion would come in useful. What? James said flatly. Lyra uncorked it and downed it, looking at him. What? She said after she swallowed. You didn't bring any for the rest of us? Asked Ron. Why would I? Why do you even have an anti-flame potion in your pocket? Said James. Why do you not? James sighed, palming his face. Guess the other potion is for you, chosen one, James said, nudging Harry in that direction. Remember, if you encounter the Quirrell, you don't need to be faster than him. You just need to be faster than Lyra. Blow out her kneecaps. Why, Harry? Hermione interjected, and James froze. Wouldn't it be better if you went? They, cloak. James said. He turned to Harry. You have it, don't you? No. Said Harry. You take that shit everywhere, James said incredulously. And the one time you don't have it is when we might be going up against some deranged motherfucker. James, Hermione said, frowning. It honestly doesn't matter, said Lyra, picking up the right vial from the table and holding it up. Who's going with? James should stay here to guard the entrance. The trio traded glances. Fine, she sighed. I'll go by myself. No, said Harry suddenly. I'll go. Harry, are you sure? Said Hermione. Yeah, mate, it'll be dangerous. And you know. Ron glanced at Lyra with the subtlety of an explosive spell. Yeah, said Lyra, this might all be a plan for me to get you alone so I can kill you and steal the Philosopher's Stone for myself. She is the kind of person to do that, James said. We're wasting time, said Lyra. I'm going with James or one of you three. She gestured at the trio, annoyed. You can stay here to guard the way and maybe find yourself against a grown dark wizard, or you can have James. I'll go, said Harry again, more resolutely this time. I'll come with. Lyra tossed him the vial before he finished speaking. He opened it, traded one last look with Hermione and Ron, both of whom gave him uneasy smiles, and drank it all. It went like ice down his throat. Together, he and Lyra walked through the fire. Lyra, James called. She wasn't in the library, or the kitchens, or the Quidditch grounds. He had saved his search of the Ravenclaw common room for last, fully intent on abandoning his search if he didn't find her here either. He half-heartedly glanced underneath tables and behind armchairs and occasionally underneath the pillows that littered the worn sofas. Was she in the girls' dorms? James scowled. Lyra being allowed in his room and him not being allowed in hers was the height of unfairness. If Lyra was permitted to ogle Larissa Morgan in 7th year, then he should be too. James paused in his tracks and contemplated going back to the kitchens. Thinking about melons had made him start craving one. And it was as soon as he stepped out the portrait that he ran into Lyra, who was holding the Marauder's map. James, she said, a suppressed grin on her face. She seemed downright jubilant, though hesitant in expressing it. Lyra, he said. Did Roger Davies slip and fall on the great staircase somewhere and break his neck? What? Why? She said, with a bit too much excitement. Did you hear that from someone? James raised an eyebrow. No, you're just happy about something, but you know people are going to judge you for it. Lyra's grin wavered again. Ha, she said uneasily. You know me too well. James began walking in the direction of the kitchens. You really need to get over your little rivalry with Roger. Both of you are ridiculously childish when it comes to each other. Lyra ignored him and glanced at the Marauder's map. Did Dumbledore talk to you already about our little adventure? I did, James said. Probably looked through your mind. How should I know? James thought about it for a moment. Probably, yeah. Good. Then she grabbed his arm and dragged him to where the room of requirement was hidden. After she paced 3 times in front of it, and ignored his questions, the room was revealed. She nearly threw him inside in her haste. The area within was small and cozy, with 2 couches and a fireplace and absolutely nowhere for someone to hide to overhear them. Lyra quickly sat down on the couch and turned her eyes to him. They shone with unholy glee. Guess what I have? I don't think I want to know, said James slowly, sitting down on the couch opposite of her. Lyra reached into her robes. James grimaced, wondering what stupid thing she had done. And then she opened her hand, revealing a small, red stone, glinting slightly from the sunlight pouring in from the windows. James' eyes widened as he realized what it was. I don't even understand the appeal of the stone, said Lyra as she and Harry walked down the stairs to the mirror of Erised. I'm not sure I want to live 1 century, much less 6. Really, if Quirrell finds us and kills us, I don't think I'd even care. I wish you would, Harry muttered. He was probably bemoaning the fact that he hadn't taken James instead. If only he knew James was just as morbid in the company of those that could actually appreciate dark humor. Charlie Weasley had been a pleasant surprise, but in hindsight, it would take a certain amount of suicidal stupidity to try and tame dragons for a living. Well, that was okay. Lyra didn't mean it anyway. It was highly unlikely the Quirrell would reach the 2 of them in time to retrieve the stone if he even knew it was being taken. Right now he'd be sipping tea in the least reputable tea house in Nocturn Alley waiting for a self-proclaimed friend who would never come. Her own doing, of course. And maybe Dumbledore would be heading back into the castle soon, but she reckoned she still had more time. She had, after all, convinced Hagrid to ask for a very thorough investigation into the murdered unicorns. It could be the Acromantula, after all, and it wasn't Lyra's fault that Acromantula loved inflating their conversations with threats of turning you into dinner for their young. The centaurs might know something, but again, it wasn't Lyra's fault that centaurs loved bloating their discussions with cryptic hints and clues that ultimately led nowhere. The Mirror of Erised, said Lyra as she came up to it. She made a show of pacing around it, examining it from various angles. Dumbledore probably stuck it in here. Can you see it anywhere? Harry frowned as he examined the mirror himself. He brushed his fingers against the back of it, finding nothing, and moved on to the edges. It took too long for Lyra to be comfortable. Dumbledore could be on his way soon. It would be just like Dumbledore's style to trap the stone in the mirror itself, she said, taking a couple of steps back, ignoring her reflection sipping chilled drinks on a beach beside a beautiful woman. You see anything? Harry stared intensely at the mirror. I still see my parents. None of them are holding a pretty red rock, said Lyra carefully, her heart pounding. If we can't retrieve it now. Quirrell gets the stone, Harry said. Voldemort comes back. Lyra put a hand on his shoulder. We won't let that happen. Getting the stone is easiest, but we can't. We'll either shatter the mirror or bring it back upstairs to Dumbledore's office. Harry nodded, brushing his fingers against the surface of the polished glass. Then his eyes widened, and he failed to entirely hide his gasp. Lyra raised her eyebrows, trying desperately to hold back her triumph. Harry thrust his hand into his trouser pocket, and his hand re-emerged with a red stone about half the size of her fist. Her mouth became dry. Years of anticipation, and here it was at last, the philosopher's stone, the end of her deathly fears. Wow, Harry said, admiring the way it glittered. I hope that's the real one, said Lyra, and the mirror didn't give us some fake. How do we know? No clue. Here, let me see. Harry passed it to her with more trust than she expected, given his earlier suspicions. Her fingers pressed against every crack and chip on the stone. It was a bit duller than she expected, though it did sparkle with the correct angle of light. It felt rough to her fingertips, and to her surprise, warm. She memorized every aspect of it, pounding it into her mind. Lyra. Lyra wordlessly passed it back to Harry, who took it, relieved. I think that's it, she said. Let's hope so, anyway. She smiled at him. Come on, Harry, let's head back and get out of here. I'm exhausted. You, James, and your friends can take the stone up to Professor Dumbledore's office. I'm taking a nap. Harry gave a small laugh and nodded. Lyra walked behind him as they made their way back. And her hand slipped inside her robe, plucking out another philosopher's stone. It was much more polished than the one Harry held now. Yet, it did not produce the elixir of life, nor did it transmute metal into gold. She dragged the tip of her wand against its surface, mimicking the real stone's rough qualities, the imperfect cuts and dullness, its dimensions, its approximate weight. Satisfied, she tucked the false stone back into her robes, just in time to regroup with Ron, Hermione, and James. This would be perhaps the most difficult part. We should try to get out before Quirrell traps us in, she said. Poor James nodded in agreement, and they set off. He was going to be furious if she carried out the last step of her plan, which she most certainly would. He trusted Dumbledore a bit too much for her liking. Sure, she trusted Dumbledore as well, but she did not trust him to act in her best interests. Dumbledore was a good man, but he was far too self-restrictive in his pursuit of justice and virtue, and perhaps he would impose his limitations on her, too. She didn't know, and she didn't think it was worth the risk of finding out. He had his history with Grindelwald and Voldemort, and that would be enough to make anyone wary of ambitions like hers. She couldn't blame him, really. But she had been dropped into this world by some cosmic miracle, and she'd be damned if it was just to get some good grades and live a normal magical life. She had lost all her friends and family. It had to be for something more. Oh, look, the troll seems to be losing, James said as they made their way around the edge of the chess room. Indeed, the troll was weakened by hundreds of cuts and stab wounds made by the stone swords and lances carried by the chess pieces. In comparison, the enchanted pieces were apparently indestructible. The furious roars of the trolls were quieter, and when it batted a piece away, it did not fly as far as it had on their previous encounter. I hope Fluffy is still asleep, Hermione said nervously. Lyra patted her shoulder and gave a comforting smile, and Hermione returned it. She felt a little bad about this all, but she had no intention of telling Hermione her plan, no matter how much Lyra liked her. At her very core, at least now, Hermione worshipped authority and in turn, Dumbledore. She needed a taste of reality first, of the incompetence of leaders, muggle and magical. Lyra hopped over the puddles made of melted ice in the key room, and James reignited his wand in the Devil's Snare room. They stared up at the square hole in the ceiling from which they could see light and hear light plucking of the harp and triplet heads snoring. Lyra raised her wand, conjuring a rope ladder. She cast a banishing charm and sticking charm in rapid succession to glue the ladder to the trapdoor. After you, James, said Lyra, standing back and gesturing for him. Why me? I'd rather you deal with Fluffy on the possibility that he wakes up, James said. If I went before you, how can I trust that you won't look up my robes? James looked her up and down. You're wearing jeans. Just go, said Lyra. We don't have time for this. James grumbled as he began climbing the ladder. As if I'd want to see skid marks. Asshole. Ron went next, as she'd hoped, and then Harry. James had just pulled Ron up the last few rungs, Hermione had taken her first step onto the ladder, and Harry was about halfway up. Lyra ignored the blood rushing through her ears as she discreetly palmed her wand. In one moment, less than a split second, the false stone in her pocket and the real stone in Harry's vanished from reality, and then they reappeared, occupying each other's places. As the real stone settled in her pocket, warm in its magic thrumming, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The philosopher's stone was hers. Her muscles remained tense throughout the rest of it, as they closed the trapdoor, as they vanished the harp and locked the door behind them, as the trio fled to notify Dumbledore. She was expecting something to go wrong. James twisted his neck and moaned in satisfaction as his joints popped. "I guess we won," he said, and smiled at Lyra. "We did good work." Lyra squashed the guilt that bubbled up, but he held out a fist and she bumped it. "What now?" he said. "I've got a nap to take," said Lyra, "and then stuff to do after." James nodded. It was a display of trust which, once again, caused Lyra to feel some guilt at abusing it. "Dumbledore might want to talk to us," she also said, needing to fully complete the plan, to make sure none of it could be traced back to her. "Can you do the talking, assuming I'm not finished by the time he comes? He might read a mind or two and you know how I feel about that." "Sure," said James, shrugging. "I'll see you later, then." "Yeah," Lyra said with a smile, allowing some of her triumph to shine through. "You will." James looked to be struggling for words. "So, Quirrell. I sent him a letter to get him out of the castle," said Lyra, the stone clutched in her hands as she sat rigidly on the couch in the room of requirement, ready to defend herself. "I thought about just telling him I knew about Voldemort, but that would have just sent him fleeing. So I told him to meet me, a servant of the Dark Lord, in Nocturn Alley." She couldn't stop the smug smile this time. "Now he'll probably come back only to find Dumbledore's wand between his eyes." James continued to stare at her, his face nearly unreadable. He was certainly angry to a degree, but she didn't think he was furious. She just hoped he wasn't hurt. "I wanted to tell you," she said, hopping up from the couch. "But there was the chance of Dumbledore wanting to read one of our minds, so if you didn't know, and he was satisfied with just your mind, then I'd be in the clear." Her smile began to die when he said nothing. "It's the stone, man. The Flamels would destroy it anyway. What's the harm in taking it for ourselves?" "Ourselves, not just me. You can have centuries of adventures." James sighed and rubbed his eyes hard. He looked up at her, looking both disappointed and defeated. "I should learn the Patronus charm really soon, shouldn't I?" "A band-aid solution," said Lyra dismissively. "That's always been your problem. Why learn the Patronus to fend off Dementors when you could learn the Animagus transformation and simply escape Azkaban? Why rush to do all these things you want to do, when?" She held up the Philosopher's Stone with what she hoped was a winning look. "You can just live to 1,000 and do things at your own pace." James shook his head, not at all as amused as she had hoped. "Any other criminal acts you want to spring with your unwitting associate?" he said, then paused to consider his statement. "I guess it would defeat the purpose if I knew." Lyra winced. James didn't like to yell or tell people off, but his passive aggressiveness was a warning sign. "Dobby," she said with a nervous laugh. Dobby the house elf popped up beside her and she shoved the Philosopher's Stone in his hands. "Go up, put it in the safe spot I told you about." "Yes, Miss Malfoy, ma'am," said Dobby, bouncing on his heels as he took the stone and popped away. Lyra turned back to James. "We're about to have a really big fight, aren't we?" "What's done is done," said James, sighing. "It doesn't change anything by me yelling at you for your stupidity. And, well, can you honestly say that you wouldn't do anything like this again?" Lyra gave another uneasy laugh. "I'm a terrible person, aren't I? Most would describe you as a bit of an asshole, yes." James smiled then, although it didn't completely hide the grimace beneath. "It's all right. You're my friend. And I'll be here to stop you doing the really stupid stuff, snorting Cornish pixie dust, things like that." He paused, frowning when he took in her guilty expression. "You snorted Cornish pixie dust, didn't you? I'm pretty sure stealing the Philosopher's Stone is way worse than snorting a very small line of pixie dust. The Philosopher's Stone doesn't try to kill you. Which is exactly why I stole it," said Lyra. "The pixie dust shortened my lifespan, therefore." "No," said James, placing his head in his hands. "I know you're trying to run around in circles to try and lose me again." He looked back up. "What's your endgame, Lyra? What is the stone for?" "Eternal youth," she said simply. "I don't want to be immortal, but I don't want to grow old either. I guess it's both a vanity thing and that I just want to see where humanity goes. I want to explore the stars, visit other planets, maybe meet aliens. I don't know, I just don't think 2 centuries is enough." She shrugged. "Maybe I'll change my mind in 100 years." James sighed for the 3rd time. "Don't you want to be known as the 500-year-old adventurer of the galaxy?" said Lyra, sliding up to him and poking him in the shoulder with a smile. "James Stark, a name known all throughout the universe. Do you?" he said with raised eyebrows. Lyra Malfoy, Empress of the Milky Way. Of course, she said, almost offended. You know how big my ego is. Though I hope it'll be Lyra Delacour by then. You don't like the Malfoy name? Said James. How are you supposed to tell people do you know who I am, with that attitude? Lyra shrugged. Mum is great. And Dad is all right. I think I've softened him over the years. But the Malfoy name is still not great. I think even Lyra Black would come across better to people, especially when Sirius recovers. Weird to think Sirius is like my uncle. Or cousin. Yet, you two are related, James said thoughtfully. Surely Mungos will let him out soon, right? I hope so, said Lyra, flopping back down on her couch. If they don't, you think we should visit Harry? The Dursleys will sort of starve him this summer. Oh, absolutely. I've always enjoyed whale watching. We can bring him food while we're at it. Actual food, I mean, not the garbage they like to pretend is edible in this country. I'm gonna bully Dudley. You're mentally a grown-up and you're going to pick on some kid. Gonna kick his teeth in. That does sound like fun. Chapter 4, Enemies of the Air, Beware. Chapter text. Summer of 1992. Narcissa never would have thought she'd be here, shopping with her daughter and her daughter's muggle-born best friend. And being fine with it. Truly, it was a relief that Bella remained in Azkaban. She would hate to have to kill her own sister. As it was, she might have to defend her daughter down here, in Nocturn Alley. She didn't know how Lyra kept convincing her to do such things as this. Lucius wanted something with Borgin, but what could Lyra and James possibly want down here? She sniffed as a hag slunk back into the shadows after being subjected to Narcissa's arctic glare. The rabble here was no match for her, but the children were a bit more vulnerable, despite being highly skilled for their ages and, in her mind, they were naive. This place was dangerous. Even the tinkling bell above the doorway managed to sound disturbing. Ah, Mrs. Malfoy, said the slimy voice of Borgin. Narcissa spared him a glance. Welcome to my humble store. Is there anything I might interest you in? Perhaps your lovely children. Lovely child, she said, and her friend. Of course. My apologies, Mrs. Malfoy. Your apology is noted. She walked several paces behind Lyra and James, who were examining a large, bland cabinet at the back of the room. She heard Borgin's shuffling steps and she turned sharply, aiming a cold gaze in his direction until he got the hint and moved away. What is it you wanted here, Lyra? She said. Lyra was about to respond, but she noticed something, and swung the doors of the cabinet open. A young boy was sitting in the cabinet, covered in soot, his eyes wide behind his oversized glasses. The three of them stared at him. Is he for sale as well? James asked. What have we here? Said Borgin. Was he trying to annoy Narcissa Malfoy with his nasally voice? Some sneak, a thief, seeking a trophy from my store. No, Borgin, Narcissa said coldly. He likely got lost in Nocturne and sought refuge from unsavory individuals. Her tone made clear just exactly who fell under this category. It is a dangerous place for children, after all. The last part was aimed not so subtly at her daughter and her friend. Of course, Borgin said, his tone bitter. Forgive me. Narcissa ignored him entirely this time, studying the young boy with glasses, who climbed out with some relief. He looked awfully familiar, though his features were covered in soot. James offered him a tissue, and he wiped his face with it, and when his bangs were brushed away, Narcissa thought she saw something she recognized. Hey there, Harry, said Lyra, not bothering with subtleties. Narcissa hid a smile as she appraised Harry Potter. By all reports, Draco had imprinted a rather unflattering image of the Malfoys onto him. Not even during the school year, but on the damned Hogwarts Express. Thankfully, Lyra had been able to salvage that a little. Hey, Lyra, said Harry. And James. And Narcissa Malfoy, said Narcissa with a small, polite smile. It wouldn't be good to talk to Borgin about selling dark artifacts now, not with Harry Potter here. Lyra's mum, said Harry, his wariness undisguised. He shook her hand nonetheless. At least he was polite, or trying to be. Can we sell him on the black market? Said Lyra, tugging Narcissa's sleeve. How much do kidneys go for in the magical world? James asked. He has two, he can afford to lose one. Let's not sell Harry Potter's organs, Narcissa sighed. Harry smiled. Even if they are in high demand. His smile fell. We can sell him to Borgin in return for the cabinet, James said. Narcissa was a little perturbed by the thought that Borgin would almost certainly agree to a trade like that. You know, said Lyra quietly to her, I'm pretty sure this cabinet has a twin in Hogwarts. It's the same style, with the same runes inscribed on it. If we put this one at home, I could visit more often. Narcissa smiled at her daughter. That's very sweet of you. And I can visit more often as well, said James. I'm your favorite house guest, aren't I, Mrs. Malfoy? You've grown on me, said Narcissa without a touch of sincerity, but then a hint of a smile appeared at the edge of her lips. It was as true as it was absurd. He was certainly better than the Parkinsons. Very well, Lyra. We shall purchase the cabinet, ugly monstrosity that it is. She turned to Borgin, who had crept back to his counter to do whatever work. Borgin, this cabinet if you would. 50 galleons, and no more. Ah, but I couldn't sell it for less than 70, Borgin said apologetically. I'd be losing money elsewise. Borgin, said James slowly, as if he was an idiot, this is supposed to be one of a pair of vanishing cabinets. The other could be on Mars for all we know. On the active end of a volcano. Why would anyone buy it off you not knowing where the other one is? Then why would you want it? Said Borgin, sneering. He doesn't, said Lyra. I do. It's a project for her school. 50 galleons, said Narcissa. Do not test my patience, nor my generosity. Borgin stared, then nodded jerkily. Ordinarily, Narcissa would not bother to count her coins too closely, for it did not pain her to part her with an extra couple of coins. However, Borgin was not one she cared to be generous with, and he was handed an even 50 galleons. If only you didn't accidentally free Dobby, murmured Narcissa, putting her coin bag back into her robes. You can't just buy house elves on the market, you know. Lyra gave a sheepish smile, and James snorted. Have this delivered, Borgin, said Narcissa. I shall pay for delivery upon arrival. Of course, Mrs. Malfoy, Borgin said, baring his teeth. Come, Narcissa all but commanded the children. She briefly remembered she had an extra when she held the door open and 3 kids walked past her. Did you come to Nocturn Alley alone, Harry? No, Harry said, turning slightly red. I mispronounced Diagon Alley in the flu. Ah, said Narcissa. Yes, Lyra's done that a few times. Though I suspect it is always done on purpose. Tell him about the time she tried to visit her relatives in France, said James, and got the police called on her for breaking into an old biddy's house in Yorkshire. We do not have relatives in France, said Narcissa, frowning. Lyra, who did you try to visit? Lyra blushed. No one. James barked out a laugh. Oh, my apologies. I meant to say future relatives. Lyra threw up her hands and turned away to walk back to Diagon Alley. Narcissa followed her, bringing James and Harry with. Oh, Lyra, sighed Narcissa. Why must it be a Frenchwoman? I would accept a German, even, although I would prefer a Briton, but why must they be French? Lyra threw a sharp look back at her. French women are magnific. They have no sensibilities, said Narcissa, waving a disdainful hand. And when did you ever learn French? In a past life, said Lyra nonchalantly. Narcissa hummed. Lyra did like to bring up the topic of her past life quite often. How did she learn French? Past life. How did she know her brother's name before he was born? Past life. How did she know where Lucius had hidden his fire whiskey? Also past life. She suspected Lyra had some gift for divination. Let's get out of this place, she said, urging James and Harry faster. We're going to meet with Lucius and Draco soon. Narcissa pretended not to notice Harry pulling a face, nor the expression of dark anticipation on James. The change from dark and brooding to bright and warm was quite abrupt. Saturated magic could and would manipulate the environment it was in, and few examples were as stark as the difference between Diagon and Nocturne. Harry. A voice called, and Narcissa traced it back to a bushy-haired girl waving with both arms from the top of the steps at Gringotts. Harry. Over here. Harry sported a bright grin as the girl rushed down, stumbling to a halt in front of him. Oh, dear, what's happened to your glasses? Anyway, hello, Lyra, James, and... She's my mum, said Lyra. Oh. Hello, Mrs. Malfoy, she said. Narcissa smiled and inclined her head. I'm Hermione Granger. Muggle-born. Narcissa inquired, recalling a certain Hector Dagworth Granger several centuries ago. Yes, Hermione said warily. Narcissa frowned internally. Draco took a little too much after his own father, it seemed, if he was going around insulting mudbloods to their faces, rather than behind their backs. Ah. Pleasure to meet you, Hermione. I believe my daughter has told me of you, Narcissa said, adopting a kind smile. Hermione relaxed slightly, nodded, and turned to Harry. So, Harry, are you coming to Gringotts? As soon as I find the Weasleys, Harry said, and Narcissa raised an eyebrow. Yes, that would make sense. Draco had complained that Harry Potter had befriended the youngest of the Weasleys somehow. He must have come with the Weasleys, elsewise he would not have access to the flue. Do you know where they are? Right behind you, Hermione said with a grin. Narcissa turned around with the kids and saw the Weasley patriarch running red-faced in their direction, along with a few of his fiery spawn. Seeing Narcissa Malfoy, the relieved expression on Arthur Weasley's face curdled. "Hello, Arthur," she said mildly. "Were you looking for Harry Potter?" "Why, yes, I was," Arthur said. "I wonder where you found him." "In the heart of Nocturn Alley," Narcissa said. "Hiding in a cabinet in Borgin and Burke's. Rather irresponsible of you to let him go alone." Weasley's face turned as red as his hair. "And I'm sure you had the best of intentions going into Nocturne yourself," he said. "Getting rid of evidence, perhaps?" "No, we already did that a month ago," said Lyra, giving a genuine smile. "Hey, Mr. Weasley." "Oh, hello, dear," said Arthur, his tone immediately softening. "We have something for you," James said, pulling a wrapped box from his backpack. "Here you go. As a thank you to hosting us a few weeks ago." "Oh. But you didn't have to." Arthur looked pleased nonetheless. He tore off the wrapping paper, his eyes going wide. He embraced the two children, carefully holding the box containing a model space shuttle away so that he wouldn't crush it. "You were in their home," said Narcissa, not having known this, but Lyra brushed her off with a wave. "Oh yes," Arthur said with a sharp smile. "Such well-behaved children. I'd love to know the name of the nanny you hired, Narcissa." "I raise my children myself, thank you," Narcissa said, heat leaking into her voice. "Oh," said Arthur, seeming honestly surprised. Narcissa scowled. "I didn't take you for the motherly type." "She's very motherly," said Lyra, sounding hurt. "Oh, I didn't." Arthur looked uncomfortable now. Narcissa took a deep breath, resisting the urge to palm her wand and strike the impertinent Weasley down there and then. "Well," she snapped, perhaps more sharply than she'd have liked. "Leave, Arthur. You'll find nothing at Gringotts. I doubt your credit rating holds up for another loan." "Mum," said Lyra, sounding even more hurt now. Percy's jaw had fallen to the ground, amazed that Narcissa had even said such a thing. "You guys are so cute together," James said, clapping his hands together. "Maybe the two of you should have married instead." Arthur and Narcissa both glared at him, their feud almost immediately forgotten. James, for his part, smirked in a self-satisfied way. "Come, Lyra." Narcissa sniffed, pretending James suddenly ceased existing. "After you made me buy that truly hideous piece of furniture, I'll have to withdraw some money for your school supplies." She turned and walked away. But Lyra didn't come after her. Narcissa turned around. "Lyra? Come, dear." Her only reply was a glare. Some worry wormed its way into her heart. "Dear. I'll meet up with you later," said Lyra darkly, and she turned away from her mother and walked away from them all. Narcissa chewed the inside of her cheek, as she had done as a child when she was upset. She glanced at James for guidance, who looked as surprised as she felt. He and the Weasley twins shared looks, before taking off after her daughter. A significant part of her longed to follow them, but in the end, her indecision rooted her to the ground, watching their backs disappear into the crowds. She ignored the Weasleys and the bewildered Grangers with whatever she had left of her dignity and went to conduct her Gringotts business in silence. All the time, however, her mind lingered on her daughter, wherever she was by now. It felt terribly lonely. Lyra and her had gone together for her school shopping for the 3 years prior, and now, she was doing it alone. She went about the list methodically, never thinking too much. She left the bookstore for last, knowing it would be Lyra's favorite destination, and hoping that perhaps she would return before Narcissa finished her shopping. Pausing in front of a store selling quills and other stationery, she stared at the eagle feather quill, shining gold from the flickering candlelight, and wondered if Lyra would like that. No, she complained about having to use feather dusters for writing often enough. She preferred pens. Perhaps the goldsmith would be willing to make something of the sort? Engraved with her favorite flowers, or animals, perhaps. Unlike with Draco, Narcissa couldn't just slap the Malfoy coat of arms onto something and present it to her. Narcissa continued to stare at the quill for a very, very long time. Then all the noise around her vanished, as if a silencing spell had been placed. Her daughter's voice spoke up behind her before she could turn around. "I just don't understand why you can't be nicer." Narcissa turned, finding Lyra standing several paces from her. Close enough she could see the glistening in her daughter's upset eyes, but not so close as to imply intimacy. "Lyra, Narcissa sighed. "I'm sorry." Coming up next to her, Lyra crossed her arms and stared at the quills through the window. "Father got into a fist fight with Arthur," she said. "Then he slid a cursed artifact into Ginny Weasley's cauldron." "What?" hissed Narcissa. "I took it out," said Lyra, sighing. "No, you can't have it. After what you just both pulled, I don't think I'll be giving it back." She shook her head. Do you know that I want to one day help the world? Narcissa raised an eyebrow. Not to rule it. As you've been saying since you were 3. If I had to, said Lyra, and Narcissa knew that this time it was not intended as a joke. I don't really care to. It's not the point. I just want to stop people's suffering. She finally looked at Narcissa. That includes Muggleborn, Muggles, the poor everybody. House elves, centaurs, even non-sapient animals. And I'm not what you'd find in this little utopia of yours, said Narcissa, a little dismissively. No, said Lyra. You're not. The implications of the simple statement nearly took away the air in her lungs. Lyra was serious. If you weren't my mother, continued Lyra, with the final blow to Narcissa's heart, I'd probably hate you and everything you represented. Lyra swallowed hard, refusing to look at her as Narcissa's heart struggled not to split in two. The pure blood nonsense, the superiority, the cruelty. Mother, I didn't free Dobby by accident. I freed him because I was sickened by how father treated him, like he couldn't feel pain or something. Like Dobby's howls of agony were just manufactured by magic and nothing more. I know you didn't like it either, said Lyra, but you never spoke up. Never acted in Dobby's defense. You could only grimace. You let him suffer for years and years because you didn't want to step out of your comfort zone. She turned her eyes to Narcissa, full of angry tears. I couldn't have asked for a more loving parent. And do you know how hard it is to conflate these two sides of you? There's the loving mother, who'd without hesitation die for me just like Harry Potter's Muggle-born mother died for him, and then there's this cruel side of you, sneering at anyone you think is below you. That Weasley had the audacity to Narcissa struggled, due to both indignation and the heat of Lyra's own words searing across her chest. Do you blame him? Hissed Lyra. No one else sees the side I do, the side I love. Everyone sees nothing but a cold, cruel woman. And at times, that's exactly what you are. But my friends are Muggleborns, blood traitors, house elves, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. And it shouldn't matter to you either. She held up a hand when Narcissa opened her mouth to object. I know you don't agree. And that's just something I have to work with. But it hurts, Mum. It hurts every time you say something horrible. Narcissa said nothing. No justification would have been good enough for her daughter. She was intelligent enough to realize that her family growing up was not the most tolerant of the magical world, going to Hogwarts, with all sorts of children with all sorts of backgrounds, truly hammered that in. She still had nightmares about her father, sometimes, the way he might read bedtime stories to Narcissa while Andy cried herself to sleep in the next room, and how hard it was to reconcile those two things. Did she appear to Lyra like Cygnus Black appeared to her? It was hard to swallow her daughter's beliefs. Surely she knew of how barbaric the Muggles were, with all their wars and ways of living, or how they'd treat her for her preference for women. Maybe the Muggleborns who assimilated were okay. Perhaps there were even some Muggles who were fine and not like the rest. I want to change this world for the better, Lyra said with quiet conviction. Maybe I'm stupid or naive and I'll just give up before I even graduate, but I don't think so. And I can't just give you a pass for how you treat others. I want to help people. And you, Dumbledore, Voldemort, none of you can stop me. She swallowed. Remember how I told you Quirrell was in league with Voldemort? Narcissa fought as she always did to avoid flinching at the name. Yes, I remember, she said, grimacing. I'm not sure how Dumbledore let that happen, but at least he took care of it in the end. I'm the reason he was able to, said Lyra. Narcissa frowned. What do you mean? I knew Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort. Possessed? Said Narcissa, feeling the air knocked out of her lungs yet again. He was the Dark Lord was in the castle. Lyra nodded calmly. And I knew. I staged a confrontation between Quirrell and Dumbledore. Voldemort pretty much fled immediately, leaving Quirrell's body to crumble behind. Dumbledore didn't even get a chance to question him. But yet, I'm the reason. Narcissa couldn't stop herself from trembling. Did he, that is did he know? The Dark Lord? Said Lyra. I doubt it. You're missing the point anyway. Voldemort stands in my way. And all that? It's nothing to what else I've done. Narcissa didn't know what to think or say. How does a parent react to their child confessing they fucked over the most powerful and evil wizard of all time? And that it was nothing to the other things she'd done. She wasn't sure if she even wanted to know. Narcissa threw herself at Lyra, wrapping her arms tight around her. Lyra. Still love you, you know, whispered Lyra. Narcissa's smile was wide enough that her cheeks hurt. She fumbled with her handkerchief for a bit before replying, her mind whirling with thoughts. I love you too, Lyra, she said softly. Never doubt that. What are you reading about? Hermione inquired, leaning in to get a better look at the cover of James' book. Compendium of Highly Dangerous Magical Creatures, 5th edition, it read. James had a frown on his face as he slowly closed the tome and looked up at Hermione. I'm reading about basilisks, he said. Hermione frowned. You mean they kill you with a glare kind of basilisk? That's the one. Are you planning to encounter one? Said Hermione with a careful, hesitant smile. Yes. Oh, said Hermione with a small nervous laugh. May I ask where? Who knows? James shrugged. I'm going to be an adventurer, you know. Hermione's face immediately changed from wary to excited. Oh. Like Professor Lockhart. James grimaced. I was planning on this long before this year. Maybe you can ask him for pointers. I bet he's really knowledgeable about all of this, Hermione said, then grinned, rummaging through her trunk. She came back up with a signed copy of Travels with Trolls. He tells you how he survived with trolls, and things like that. They're quite clever, really. I've read that, James said. I might even find it educational, if the writing wasn't so self-congratulating. Hermione pulled a face as she put the book back in her trunk. You're just jealous he did everything before you. James gave her a funny look, then opened another book on the same topic. I don't think he did these things on his own, Hermione. Well, yes, in some of them he did have help, but he still did these things. Not what I meant. Well, what did you mean? James didn't respond. Fine, then, she said, raising her chin. Sulk. James looked up at Hermione. When did you become so sassy? I'm not sassy. Maybe I should make sure Percy Weasley knows about your bedtime, or you'll get even more cranky. The stinging hex scent his way splashed harmlessly against the cover of James' book. James muttered something under his breath, fucking Lyra, before going back to his reading material. So, Hermione said, forcing the topic back on track. Were you planning to fight a basilisk? Eventually. James snapped his book shut. But it would be nice if I could find some decent information about them. Basilisks aren't exactly common. The last one was found in India over 100 years ago, and most of the information we have comes from what we can discern from autopsies or fossils, so their behaviors, diets, habitants and so on, haven't been recorded. Hermione leaned forward. And what have you learned? Frustratingly little, as you'd expect. They're hybrid species, like chimera. They're called the king of serpents, owing to their potential to grow to immense size and their crown-like head ornament. Once they're large enough, they can cause death with eye contact. Even when they're tiny, they'll still paralyze you. Their venom is lethal in small doses, with the only known cure being phoenix tears. That's not much. No, it's not. And you're still going to pick a fight with one? Undoubtedly, James said with a grin. Can't be an adventurer without fighting a giant mythical beast or two. You're an idiot, James. Tell me something I don't know, teacher's pet. Do you know where Harry and Ron are? Hermione asked suddenly. Not at all. Maybe they're being homeschooled this year. Maybe they're hiding somewhere and they're stuck because Percy and Penny are making out in front of their hiding spot. Hermione sighed. She'd only met Penelope a couple of times, being one of Lyra and James' prefects and their occasional study partner, and she seemed like a nice enough person, but Percy and Penny's levels of public affection was starting to become infamous. A pile of books suddenly slammed into the table, startling her. Hermione turned around and saw Lyra, looking tired and annoyed. Look who decided to grace us with her presence, said James. Hello, Lyra. Which firstie did you bully into tears today? She gave him a flat stare. I don't know their names, but they're in our house. Little assholes. She flopped down in a chair with a heavy thud. I hate children. Lyra, Hermione said, and James sighed. They're evil creatures, said Lyra without remorse. A bunch of Ravenclaw first years were bullying this girl called Luna. Fight bullying with more bullying, James said, nodding. I'll be sure to remember this nugget of wisdom. Well, it works. A little too well. I think I've sort of adopted Luna now. What are those books for? Said Hermione, always more interested in books than school drama. Lyra's face turned from sheepish back to annoyed. Alchemy, she said, frustrated. I can't figure out how the damn philosopher's stone works. Hermione frowned. Why do you want to know? Do you think I want to rule the world for only a century? Said Lyra. How am I going to become Empress of the Galaxy if I die of old age at 200? Yes, that does seem like a conundrum, said Hermione absent-mindedly, flipping through some of the books. Do you really think you can recreate the stone? I should have just stolen it, grumbled Lyra. At least Voldemort wouldn't have it, then. Hermione chewed the inside of her cheek. Do you think he's created a new body for himself yet? Professor Dumbledore seemed really worried he'd be back soon. I doubt it, said Lyra, yawning. Apparently alchemy works best with those that are purest of souls. Her face twitched with annoyance. Which is exactly why I wouldn't be able to use it. I bet Nicholas Flamel just made a new stone and went to Holland or something, James said quickly. He tossed a book in the air, and the enchanted tome fluttered back to its proper position in the library. He and his wife are probably enjoying themselves in the red light district now, higher than astronauts. What's a red light district? Hermione asked curiously. Ask McGonagall, James said. I'm sure someone like her would know about the topic better than I do. Professor McGonagall, Hermione corrected. I'll do that as soon as I see Professor McGonagall at Transfiguration class this afternoon. James smiled briefly, before pushing it down. Sounds good. Lyra closed her eyes and shook her head. Professor McGonagall closed her book with a soft thump. Are there any questions? Seeing nobody else raise their hands, Hermione raised her own. Yes, Miss Granger. I was speaking to a friend, and they mentioned something called a red light district, Hermione said. Professor McGonagall blinked. He said that you would know all about it. Professor McGonagall stared at Hermione for a very long time, enough that Hermione fidgeted awkwardly in her seat. And who, pray tell, was the friend that told this to you? James Stark. McGonagall closed her eyes as if in prayer, muttering something under her breath. She looked back to Hermione. If you do meet Mr. Stark later today, please notify him that he will have detention with me tomorrow. Wasn't that stupid to say? Said James. That you'd like to steal the stone? And then that slip up? I can't. What if it gets back to Dumbledore? It's fine, said Lyra dismissively. Is it? James, I was doing drugs like a fucking champion when I was living in my muggle parents' house. How do you think I got away with it? She gave him an expectant look. By telling them I did drugs. So anytime they might have been suspicious when I was acting funny, they assumed I was just being a dumbass. And you're sure the drugs didn't make you a dumbass? Said James. Lyra shrugged. Maybe. Maybe none of this is real and I'm just tripping on DMT. Well, I'm not disappearing back to the future style after hearing that, so I think I'm real. James paused, taking a moment to assess his surroundings. Seeing nobody else present in this corner of the library, he took out a small, plain-looking black book from his pocket. You know you can't just take stuff out of my trunk, right? Said Lyra. How'd you even get into my dorm? James said nothing, instead flipping it open. The first page was blank. Don't, said Lyra warningly. You're not familiar with soul magic, James. And you are? Said James. No, I'm not, which is precisely why I haven't written in it, said Lyra as though he were stupid. 16-year-old Riddle is cleverer and more powerful than us. He also got his ass kicked by some random 12-year-old kid even though he had a giant snake on his side, said James. Besides, the knowledge we could milk from our friend here is a lot more useful than that rock you can't even use. And I'll be careful in extracting it. How, exactly? Here, I have a completely unrelated, uncursed diary, James said, placing another book onto the table. I've drawn up a timetable for every single day of this school year. I'll write down every action I took, where and when. I'll have Dobby check in with me once an hour to correlate if my actions are accurate to what I've written. I've also progressed quite far in occlumency over the summer, if I do say so myself. Lyra held up a finger. One time. Just today, for however long. And then it goes back in my trunk permanently. And I'm putting extra protections on it. James glared for a long moment, then he did the thing he always did when he knew he had no argument left, his glare dropped, he shrugged, said, okay, and went back to the diary. Glad to receive approval from the Queen of Good Judgments, he muttered. Hey, I got the stone, didn't I? James ignored her, taking his pen, and wrote in flowing letters on the first page, my name is James Stark. For a moment, nothing happened. And then it responded. Hello, James Stark. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you come by my diary? Chapter 5, Icarus and Daedalus. Chapter text. 1992, September. Cedric had already been warned about the effectiveness or lack thereof of their new professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. While he was famous for his many adventures, Lyra and James were skeptical of his abilities. Cedric decided to reserve judgment for himself. Professor Lockhart strutted between the desks and removed his cloak with a swirl of fabric. He tossed it, landing it neatly on the hat stand, then sat on the edge of his desk with a gleaming smile. Welcome, class. He said with a little too much enthusiasm. Welcome to your first defense against the dark arts class of the year, with yours truly, Gilderoy Lockhart. Cedric felt his cheeks burning in second-hand embarrassment when a few of the girls in the class giggled at his charm. The man had cultivated an excellent image for himself. He was charismatic, brave, supposedly, and very much attractive. Despite being in his late 20s, he appeared much younger. His skin was smooth, his hair shone, and Cedric noted that he was quite fit when the man rolled up his sleeves. He would have thought this was simply his personality, flamboyant and silly, but with the skepticism of Lyra and James hanging in the back of his mind, Lockhart suddenly seemed as though he was trying too hard, almost as if he was compensating. In only a few minutes, Cedric was beginning to feel a little disappointed. He glanced to his left, where Lyra and James sat in his corner. To his amazement and befuddlement, Lyra seemed entranced. She was smiling with clear awe at Lockhart, resting her head on her hand as if in love. "What the?" he mouthed to James. James shrugged. He quickly began doodling on the back of his copy of Voyages with Vampires. "As an introductory lesson, I think we should all introduce ourselves to each other," said Lockhart, refusing to let up his wide smile. "I'm sure most of you know exactly who I am, but there are some things that not even my diehard fans know about. But before that, let's try a quick quiz, shall we? Just to test your knowledge on my books, nothing to worry about." He began walking between the desks, manually handing out sheets of paper, face down. When he returned to the front of the classroom, he clapped his hands together. "Everyone ready? Good. Now, begin." Cedric turned over the first page, scanned the questions, and promptly decided the man was a complete and utter fool. He turned back to James with an expression of despair. James snorted at his expression, before holding up the back cover of the book he was doodling on. A large picture of Lockhart was silently screaming in horror at the little toothbrush mustache and undercut that had been graffitied onto him, trying to claw it off with his manicured two-dimensional hands. Cedric bit down on his knuckles to keep from laughing. Lyra on the other hand seemed to be taking the test seriously, filling out every question, but Cedric noticed something. She had her wand in her hand, pointing at Lockhart, and every now and then she would mutter something under her breath, take a moment, then write out the answer for whatever question. "What's she doing?" Cedric whispered. James leaned closer to her as she muttered something again. He turned back to Cedric, placing his fingers on his temples and adopting a constipated expression. Then he pointed in Lockhart's direction. Lyra was reading Lockhart's mind? "Legilimency," whispered Cedric in disbelief. James nodded. Then he passed a sheet to Cedric, who glanced up at Lockhart, but he was focused elsewhere, on his own life-size portrait. Cedric stared down at the sheet, and frowned. They were arithmancy calculations. Much more advanced than the stuff they'd been studying last year, but Cedric had practiced over the summer, so he was able to read it, though barely. It was supposed to be some sort of jinx, no, a curse. A variation of the tongue-tying curse, it seemed. He recognized the tongue-tying curse as it had been used as an example last year. It was among the less malicious curses, so it had been deemed safe to study, apparently. He also recognized something else, something similar to what he had seen in the Confondue's charm, some sort of mental compulsion component. At the top of the page, the words Caveman Curse was written out in capital letters and underlined twice. Cedric gave a flat look to James, who seemed inordinately proud of himself. Lockhart clapped his hands again, startling students from their quizzes. "Time's up," he called. "Quills down, please, and pass your tests to the person sitting in front of you." The tests were collected and Lockhart quickly scanned through them. He hummed or frowned appropriately in places, before setting them down on his desk behind him and beaming at the class. Cedric saw James flick his wand under his desk, mutter something under his breath. It sounded suspiciously like Unga Bunga, and a jet of nearly invisible blue light streaked across the classroom and splashed against Lockhart's chest. "Unga Bunga," said Lockhart, and Cedric clapped his hands over his mouth. Lockhart, for his part, seemed not to notice the difference, even as the rest of the classroom stared with wide eyes. "Bunga Dunga Oaga." And so it went. Cedric saw one of the puffs, Ellie Harper, place her head face down onto her folded arms, desperately trying not to make a sound even as her shoulders shook. Lyra gave James a dirty look. "I'm trying to get easy passes to the restricted section here," she said. "Yeah, but isn't this way better?" said James, struggling not to break into open laughter. "Dungalunga bunga," said Lockhart, his palms out in question to the class. Lyra's lips twitched too. There was a big pool in the room of requirement. Lyra floated in the center of it in a swimsuit, arms out wide, with the biggest smile he had ever seen on her. "What the?" said Cedric. Lyra laughed lightly. "Elixir of euphoria," she said. "Wonderful. Everything is beautiful. James, what a wonderful world. I see trees of green," she began to sing softly, "and red roses too." Cedric closed his eyes tight and James shook his head in disbelief. "She promised me that she wouldn't do magical drugs 2 weeks ago," he said to Cedric. "Did you expect her to keep that promise?" said Cedric, eyes still closed. "Not really. She's an idiot." Cedric glanced nervously at the pool, firmly avoiding Lyra herself. "We should go, let her enjoy her moment, I guess." "A true gentleman," James said. "All right, we'll find some other place to practice. I still don't see why you want to practice for Lockhart's dueling club, but whatever. Cedric shifted as they turned around. I just don't want to embarrass myself. Not that you'd know what that means, you have no shame. You won't embarrass yourself in some dueling club organized by Lockhart of all people, James said. And you think too lowly of your own skills. You'd wipe the floor with any student in this school that's not me. Lyra would take offense to that. She's in no state to take offense to anything right now. Here's a little song I wrote, sang Lyra, you might want to sing it note for note. Don't worry, be happy. I hate that song, James grumbled. Come on, let's get you out of here, said Cedric, before James decided to obliterate Lyra's moment of peace. Are the Weasleys joining us? Asked James, as they headed down to the grounds, the only other place open enough in the school to practice no-holds-barred dueling. Not today. Cedric shook his head. They have detention. Speaking of, last week must have been your first detention with McGonagall, hey. Don't remind me, James said. I tried to serenade her into a lesser punishment, but it didn't work. Cedric stared at him. You're mad. James shook his head. It must have just been my singing voice, or lack thereof. I'll practice in case I get detention again. They headed down onto the grass by the lake. James kicked off his shoes, sending them flying off into the soft grass, and removed his wand from his sleeve. He twirled it experimentally in his hand before turning to Cedric. The usual rules, then. Sounds good, Cedric agreed. No unforgivables, and to first blood. There wasn't much in the way of rules, otherwise. Cedric drew his wand. Ash and unicorn hair, 12 inches. As if sensing Cedric's excitement, the wand warmed in his hand, nearly vibrating as it urged him to attack. James would likely let him, always the one to be let others strike first. Cedric struck. The ground beneath James rumbled and deformed, pockets of earth rising and creating steep valleys. As James balanced on one foot, not taking the duel very seriously, Cedric cast 5 disarming jinxes in rapid succession, each aimed slightly away from each other. James cast a shield charm without even looking at him, and the jinxes splashed without effect against it. Cedric twisted his wand again, conjuring a thick hose of water that blew into James' shield and outward, creating a mist that Cedric hoped would blind James. Then the water froze, and before James could throw an unimpressed look at him, it shattered from the force of Cedric's banishing charm, hurling small shards of ice all over towards James. He swished and flicked his wand lazily, sending the shards flying into the sky with an almost annoying dismissive attitude. Cedric didn't have the opportunity to strike again before he was rolling to the side to avoid an assortment of joke spells. He responded with a pair of stunners that dissipated upon contact with a short earth wall. Bomb Arta Maxima! Cedric shouted, looking to blow through it. The wall exploded, sending dust and dirt into the air and into James' shield, which, to Cedric's surprise, exploded upon collision with the debris, sending much of it back in Cedric's direction. Then the dust in the air seemed to expand, as if it was smoke, turning inky black and billowing all over the field. And Cedric saw it was spewing out of the tip of James' wand. Cedric sent a curse in his direction, but James disappeared into the blackness. Ventus! Said Cedric, but the blown-away smoke was immediately replaced with dozens of mindless ravens hurtling toward his face. They flew into his hastily conjured shield, then up and around it in an attempt to get around the shield wall, but Cedric closed it off, turning the shield charm spherical. He saw nothing but black wings beating wildly around him. He mimicked James from earlier, and exploded his shield. Though nowhere near as powerful as James, it gave him a split second that he used to conjure a storm of fire, whirling into the ravens, sending them away and incinerating those that didn't. One raven however swooped to the ground and under his legs, and Cedric belatedly realized that this raven wasn't as mindless as its fellows. When Cedric turned around, the raven was gone, replaced with James himself, and a bolt of yellow lightning darted into his chest, striking him down onto the ground. Cedric groaned, his arm spasming as he attempted to curse James, and his wand fell through his twitching fingers onto the ground. I win, said James, as Cedric continued to thrash on the ground, gritting his teeth. Cedric panted, resting his head back against the ground. Not fair, he said. You didn't tell me you were an animagus. I must have forgotten, James said smugly. I only completed the transformation during the summer, after all. Cedric threw a rock at him, which missed. Oh, shut up. He sat up. Lyra's won too, I'm guessing. Nat, said James, holding out a hand for Cedric to pick himself up. She's been too focused on her whole philosopher's stone thing. Does she really think she can recreate one? James just shrugged, in a manner that suggested he didn't really care for the topic. You're getting better, he said finally. You'll mop the floor with Lockhart, I'm sure. Are you guys coming? Cedric asked, and James chewed his lip. I want to, he admitted. But I don't want to bask in Lockhart's presence any longer than I have to. I'll end up murdering him if he keeps flirting with his own portrait between sentences. I'll see if Lyra wants to come, and if she does, I'll go as well. She won't. Is my presence not good enough for you? Cedric said, huffing out a laugh. I'll tell you what, I'll come if you accidentally murder Lockhart halfway through. Deal, said Cedric instantly, and they both laughed out loud. Ah, Mr. Diggory, Mr. Stark, said a voice from behind them. They turned to find Dumbledore approaching. Very impressive duel, you two, he said with a smile. Very impressive indeed. Professor, Cedric said, surprised. Though, said Dumbledore, giving James a pointed look, I hope you know that animagi are, by law, required to register themselves at the Ministry. Of course, said James. Cedric noted that James made no mention of actually doing so, and it seemed that Dumbledore noticed it too, judging by his wink. Then he grew a little more serious. I admit I had an ulterior motive for seeking you out, he said. Have you seen Miss Malfoy, by any chance? Cedric and James glanced at each other. She's, preoccupied, said Cedric. I see. Dumbledore watched Cedric's fidgeting form with curiosity. With a boy, I assume. James snorted. She's saving that for a special French someone, he said. Nah, she's just tripping balls at the moment. Dumbledore hummed with amusement. The vitality of youth. I know it well. Wait, said James, are you trying to say? Dumbledore's small smile grew, and both boys stared at their illustrious headmaster in disbelief. The Muggles used to call me what was it? Ah, yes, a hippie. Dumbledore shook his head in fond reminiscence. I will have to reprimand Miss Malfoy, however, for she is young and her mind is still developing. James stared at Albus Dumbledore with renewed opinion, though whether that opinion was better or worse than before, Cedric couldn't tell. They began walking back to the castle. Some of the few students sitting outside to enjoy the afternoon sun glanced in their direction. Now that you mention it, James said, you are a bit loopy. 5 points from Ravenclaw, said Dumbledore as they entered the entrance hall, and 5 points were indeed removed from the Ravenclaw hourglass. Wait, points are actually removed when I banter with the teachers, said James. Oh no. James' expression of distress was not very convincing, and Cedric laughed. It seems the loss of points does not deter you, said Dumbledore, lightly. Some time spent cleaning the trophy room, perhaps. Oh, look, James said, pointing, there's the one you were looking for. Cedric followed James' finger to Lyra Malfoy, who was nearly skipping down the grand staircase with her arms swinging wildly about, a wide smile on her face. She's going to fall, said Cedric. Someone should stop her. Dumbledore hummed in agreement, before removing his wand from his sleeve. With a casual flick, Lyra's near-uncontrolled stumble down the stairs was slowed down. Like she was walking on the moon, she floated down towards the bottom of the stairs. Whoa, she said, looking delighted. This stuff is amazing. Good afternoon, Lyra, said Dumbledore mildly, replacing his wand in his sleeve. Cedric would have laughed at the expression Lyra wore when she looked up at the headmaster, if not for worry that Dumbledore would remove some points from Hufflepuff as well. I am glad you are enjoying yourself, said Dumbledore, but there are some important matters I must discuss with you. If you are agreeable, I would like to take it to my office. He gave her an expectant look when she just stared, wide-eyed. Shall we? Lyra glanced at James, seeming to communicate something with her eyes. Yeah, she said to Dumbledore. Let's go, sir. Wait, said James, are we coming as well? Not this time, said Dumbledore, giving a tight smile. I will be divulging information the general public does not know, and I would prefer it not be passed around. But Lyra loves gossiping, said James. She'll probably spill the beans to us anyway. Lyra shrugged, avoiding Dumbledore's eyes. Cedric felt she was rather uncomfortable with the idea of being alone with him. Then you may hear it from Miss Malfoy, said Dumbledore. I am sure she will use her judgment. Lyra wasn't sure if she was thankful the elixir of euphoria was wearing off. She would be clearer of mind, sure, but now the panic was settling in. A conversation with Dumbledore. It was frightening and exciting, and she knew she had to keep him out of her mind. Would he even look into it? Did Albus Dumbledore casually do such things? Ah, here we are, he said when they arrived at his office. I know who killed Ariana, I know who killed Ariana, I know who killed Ariana. She repeated the words in her head, occluding all else. If he so much as glanced in her mind, he would hopefully throw himself back out in shock before he saw anything else. It would raise many questions, her knowledge of Ariana, but so would any other voyage into her memories. This way, she would at least know immediately. However, Dumbledore gave no indication of having heard such, and sat down on the chair behind his heavy desk, inviting Lyra to sit with him. She did so. The chair was tacky but heavenly, bleeding away some of her nerves as she sunk into it. There are a few matters I wish to discuss privately with you, said Dumbledore. The first and most important business is regarding Lord Voldemort. Have you caught wind of him? Said Lyra, trying very hard to sound the right mix of casual and intrigued. Not even a breeze, said Dumbledore. And that is what worries me. A silent, unseen predator is more frightening than the one you can spot. I'm not sure what I can do about that, said Lyra, unsure if she was giving too much eye contact or little. And were her hands fidgeting too much? Dumbledore interlocked his fingers and lowered his chin behind them. How well do you know your family's role in the First Wizarding War? You want me as an insider? Said Lyra, cutting to the chase. If Voldemort comes back, to spy. Not quite, said Dumbledore, raising his head and leaning back. I would not have a 14-year-old girl put herself at Voldemort's mercy. Lyra raised her eyebrows. Wouldn't you? If the situation was dire enough? I'd be at his mercy anyway, being a Malfoy. Dumbledore considered the question, then inclined his head. I might consider it. But no, that is not what I wish to ask you now. The situation is not, at least I hope, quite so dire. I hope, you see. Ah. Dumbledore gave a soft smile, maybe tinged with a little bit of regret. You understand, then, how awkward of a position this puts us in. I must ask a young woman to potentially speak behind her family's back. Lyra sunk further into her seat, resting her chin on her fist. My parents won't, but she stopped, because she knew she couldn't say that with certainty. My mother wouldn't join him. Not again. I am not necessarily asking if they would join him if Lucius would join him, to be blunt, or if they have already. I ask if you know if they've been contacted by Lord Voldemort, or any of his servants. No, said Lyra. No odd comings and goings. Dumbledore said. Leaving with little notice. No, repeated Lyra. My mother would have told me. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, merely studying Lyra's face. My mother would have told me, she said again, firmly. I've told her about my involvement with Voldemort last year, and that I'm not sorry about it, my part in exposing him and ruining his plans or whatever. If my mother knew of anything, she'd tell me. She wants him back less than me. Dumbledore hummed. And what would you do if he was to come back? Lyra remained silent, unsure herself. You could flee, said Dumbledore idly, but your own aunt would hunt you to the corners of the world. You could stay and pretend you support pure-blood supremacy, but Lord Voldemort is the most accomplished legilimens the world has perhaps ever seen. No infiltrators have fooled him before. None. Said Lyra, with the clear doubt and intent in her tone that told Dumbledore she wasn't simply curious but knew it wasn't true. I trust you speak of Professor Snape, said Dumbledore. Let me correct myself, none have escaped whole, not without terrible loss. Lyra interlocked her own fingers then, her elbows on the armrests, and put her chin down on them. Do you have something in mind, then? There was an organization. He eyed his phoenix, Fox, for a moment. Made up of individuals who wished to resist Lord Voldemort from the shadows. Lyra had to lower her mouth further behind her fingers in case she smiled or laughed. Was Dumbledore seriously about to invite her into the Order of the Phoenix? She loved the man, truly, but there was something comical about this, when she had stolen the stone right under his nose. Mostly, they engaged in counter-espionage and sabotage, he said. We worked in secret, hindering Voldemort's operations while providing safety and anonymity. Sometimes it was only temporary, many of our number were still killed. And you're thinking of starting it up again? Oh, I have, said Dumbledore. If Lord Voldemort can figure out a way to use the Philosopher's Stone to return back to life, fully, we are looking at another potential war. And, as astute and clever as you are, it won't come as a surprise to you that I have entertained the thought of lending an invitation to you. To hide if he came back soon, said Lyra, but to fight one day when I'm older, if I wanted. Dumbledore smiled. I must say, you are truly one of the most clever students I've had the pleasure to talk to, both you and James. Clever and skilled. Sometimes, you remind me of Voldemort when he studied here, when his name was Tom Riddle. Lyra laughed nervously. Why, was he pretty? Many considered him handsome, yes, said Dumbledore, but I mean more in his extraordinary talent in magic. So, as unethical as it may be to say to one as young as yourself, yes, I think a witch of your caliber would be a highly valuable asset to the Order of the Phoenix when you are of age, of course. Especially when you are of age. And my family? Said Lyra. We could protect them, but I am afraid I could not grant them any real membership into the Order. I hope you understand. Lyra nodded. Honestly, I wouldn't trust my father either. I think I could get him to abandon Voldemort, but I don't know about fighting against him. Indeed, said Dumbledore. Then he opened his mouth but closed it, falling into silence as he thought about something. Lyra herself was struggling with her rising guilt. Dumbledore had already restarted the order, all to prepare for a Voldemort that would likely never even resurrect. He didn't even have the stone. After the first disappearance of Lord Voldemort, said Dumbledore at length, I have had time to think. Though pure-blood supremacists often boast of not holding bigotries the Muggles do regarding sexuality, race, and gender, there is still a terrible prejudice against many, even publicly. I do not mean Muggle-borns. Minister Fudge's campaign, for example, ran on a pro-Muggle slogan. Minister Fudge is also open about his he would call it caution. But it's bigotry, said Lyra. Against werewolves, house elves, giants, centaurs, vampires, goblins. All ethnic groups unfairly persecuted by the Ministry, said Dumbledore, nodding. Lord Voldemort's success as the Dark Lord is unsurprising, therefore, given his promises to some of these groups. The Ministry's cruelty toward those deemed non-human is itself despicable, but the hatred it inflamed drove countless to Lord Voldemort's side. And Lyra hesitated, unsure of how to proceed without sounding too confrontational. Have you, sir, helped on that front? Being Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump? I'm not really sure how much you can even do in those positions, she added quickly. I have, many times before, proposed Hogwarts to be open to werewolves. I was told no, but I let one in anyway. I have sent envoys before to notable giant clans. The same goes for centaurs, merpeople, goblins. I have championed house elf rights. Is that it? Said Lyra, and she didn't stop the frustration from showing. I mean, you're the most powerful wizard in the world. Can't you, toss your weight around a bit more? I thought so, once. Dumbledore said after a moment. I was younger then, less experienced. I thought I knew better than everyone else, and... He sighed quietly. A heavy silence stretched between the two. You don't trust yourself, said Lyra simply. I don't, Dumbledore said. Then he smiled, albeit wearily. But I believe others, young but good, will help build a kinder world for us all. It was my hope the Order could be the beginning of this, after Voldemort's defeat, but we shall see. Build a kinder world how? Said Lyra, very carefully. Slowly, through the Ministry, while who knows how many suffer in the time it takes. I have no illusions that it will be easy, he said. Prejudices run deep, it will be a long time before centaurs, merpeople, or even squibs are afforded the same respect and dignity that witches and wizards are. You could be dead before that happens, said Lyra bluntly. Dumbledore smiled. I am aware of my age, yes. Lyra struggled not to sigh in irritation. She knew that Dumbledore knew exactly what she was hinting at. She stared at him until he gave up on the pretense. What you hint is dangerous, said Dumbledore finally. I also think it is foolish to attempt to force a change in long-held beliefs. People must be persuaded. And I think the way is empathy, patience, and general kindness. Otherwise, whatever one builds may crumble as soon as leverage is lost. Still, she didn't say anything. She scratched at the wood of her armrest, running her tongue over her teeth in an attempt to not say what she wanted. You disagree? Said Dumbledore, a curious glint forming in his eyes. Lyra stood, sighing heavily, and paced away to one of his bookcases. It would be stupid to give him anything more. She should just nod her head and act the naive child he probably thought she was, rather than the 20-30 whatever year old she was now. But would it even matter? She would never stand a chance against Dumbledore, not now, not in 20 years. I think people are stupid, she said, whirling around. It took Muggles centuries to get where they are, and even now, I'd be killed in some places for my sexuality. How many have died or suffered in the time it took to end slavery? How many more before they finally give people equality? Dumbledore eyed her. I had thought you, Lyra, were more against that kind of talk than your parents. She flashed him an annoyed look. That's not what I mean. The Muggles were just an example. It all applies to the wizarding world too. I don't think we're superior, at least not in that way. Then in what way? There would be plenty of Muggles that I'm sure I could trust to set things right, said Lyra, taking the time to think her words out. But even if they have the right ideas, they don't have the power. We do. What you propose is a worldwide coup, pure and simple, said Dumbledore. I could manage it, even quickly, but I am old. What of my successor? Will he or she be as kind as I hope I would be with the system I've put in place? Lyra shook her head. You're not understanding. Then make me understand, said Dumbledore gently. Lyra stared at him for a moment, unsure if she should say it. Then she figured she was already far enough in. I think you're scared, she said. I think what I'm saying reminds you of Grindelwald and you don't want to even entertain any ideas even close to his. The gentle patience in his face seemed to fade, but it was not replaced with any coldness or hostility. Just simple observation. I agree with your assessment, he said, after a long silence. But I knew Grindelwald personally. It is not a story many know, he and I were friends, once. I was less wise then, and I was charmed by his words and nature. He was as passionate as you are now, and he was also just as convinced that he was doing the right thing. For the greater good, he used to say. But I don't want to do things his way. She said, indeed passionately. I don't want to kill whoever stands in my way. I don't want power. I don't want an army of inferi. I'm not willing to do whatever it takes for the greater good. This seemed to give Dumbledore pause. Lyra knew he had been too reflexive, too reactive, assuming she was talking the way Grindelwald had. A spark of hope flickered inside her. If she could distance her ideas from Grindelwald, could she get Albus Dumbledore on board in some way? I don't want to rule with some iron fist, she continued, using her momentum. I just want to rid the world of corruption, poverty, war, place good people in the right positions, a system with checks and balances and all that, without any bloodshed if possible, and then I'll fuck off to my island of Vila. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, then his beard twitched, and Lyra couldn't help the small laugh, which was joined by his own. I mean, she said through an amused breath, you already want to create some cabal of influential individuals working together to create a better future, don't you? Then she laughed again. Mum told me about something called the Slug Club. Dumbledore actually grimaced slightly. Ah, heard of Horace's little project, have you? Mum and Father were members, I think. They said Slughorn wasn't very subtle about what he was doing, either. No, he wasn't, Dumbledore said. But he was quite good at what he did, not that you heard it from me. Lyra sat back in her seat, feeling good about how the conversation was now going. Then a thought popped into her head. Are you going to offer James membership for the Order as well? She asked. I've considered it, Dumbledore said. But as a Muggleborn, I worry he would not understand exactly why Voldemort was feared as much as he was. Nobody lives to underestimate Voldemort a second time. He's not as experienced in magic as I am, being Muggleborn and all, but he knows not to underestimate Voldemort. He's been inventing a bunch of spells lately, actually. They're even useful sometimes. Ah, yes. Dumbledore tried and failed to stifle a small smile. I hear he's the reason Professor Lockhart's vocabulary has regressed several tens of thousands of years. Lyra shook her head good-naturedly. Wish he didn't. I was trying to butter him up so I could get unlimited passes to the restricted section of the library. Oh. Said Dumbledore, beard twitching again. I'm sure a lack of passes hasn't stopped you before. No, but it gets annoying having to keep an eye out for Madame Pants. Bet she didn't get many hugs as a child. She spotted his unimpressed look and held her hands up. I haven't used any books for any nefarious purposes. Truly. Dumbledore nodded absent-mindedly. Does Mr. Stark know of these thoughts and plans of yours? Lyra frowned. Thoughts, sure. I don't really have any real plans, though. I don't think he takes it too seriously anyway. He doesn't take anything seriously. She laughed. It'll probably get him killed one day. She had to admit she enjoyed the flow of banter with Dumbledore. She understood what James meant now. It was a bit of a shame Harry never got much of this side. Speaking of Harry. Hey, sir, she said, what's going on with Sirius Black? Is he better now? In recovery, still, said Dumbledore. Were you looking to meet him? I'm looking for Harry to meet him. He needs some family. Some proper family, she added, her lips twisting in displeasure. I visited him over the summer. So I heard. It was kind of you. Lyra shrugged. Just wanted to make sure he was doing okay, give him some fun over the summer. James and I took him to the Weasleys on the night bus. Do you think Sirius could take Harry in? She asked suddenly. I'd love to have him over my house, but we both know that'll never happen. Particularly not now, with the potential return of Lord Voldemort, said Dumbledore. The Dursley home is quite well protected, if I do say so myself. I personally involved myself in its construction. I believe it is the only protection Lord Voldemort could not ever learn to bypass. Why not just have Sirius transfer the secret of his family home over to you with the Fidelius charm? Said Lyra. You can be the secret keeper. I know that couldn't have worked when Harry was a baby, because there'd be no one you could trust to raise him, especially since everyone thought James Potter's own best friend was a Death Eater, and if not him then who? But it's possible, Dumbledore said, interrupting her rambling. I shall discuss this with Sirius, not to worry. And I think that is all I have to discuss with you today as well. Okay, she said, feeling rather satisfied with how this all went. And you'll help me take over the ministry, right? Dumbledore peered at her over his glasses. My loyalty is not so cheaply bought, Miss Malfoy. Actually, said Lyra, standing up and ignoring him, I'm pretty sure I could just get Father to pay Fudge off to stand down and let me take over. She walked to the door, casually explaining her plans of world domination to no one in particular. Oh, and I'll put Aberforth in the position of head of the Board of Governors, obviously. She turned around as she opened the door and looked at him seriously. To oversee things here at Hogwarts, make sure you're doing your job. The impertinence! Shouted one of the portraits as she made her way out. Chapter 6, Ego. Chapter text. Mate, said George, you look like shit. James Stark glared at him. Fuck off. No need to be rude, said George casually, sitting down across James, uncaring of the stares he drew from the surrounding Ravenclaws. So what's got you in this mood? Couldn't sleep, James groused. Yeah, I get that, George said. Graham likes to bring over that girlfriend of his at night whenever he reckons he can get away with it. It's bloody gross is what it is. Graham. Yeah, Jack Graham. Our year, Gryffindor, looks a bit like a dumpling. Right, yes, that one. James, after a moment, shuddered. Probably making the mistake of imagining Graham at night with his girlfriend. Davies likes to do that sometimes. Oh. George said, leaning in. I cast a silencing charm on him whenever he tries, said James. I don't really know what he does with his girlfriend. Nor do I really want to know. Well, knowing his atrocious Quidditch skills, I've no doubt that he aims for the wrong hole every time, George said, and James choked on the orange juice he was drinking. What are you doing here anyway? James asked, changing the topic. What, am I not allowed to visit my friend who's looking like rubbish? Depends on whether you're here to cheer me up like a friend should, or to rub it in my face. A bit of both, I reckon. George took a moment to stack his plate with pancakes and drizzle a generous amount of syrup onto it. James had stolen a bowl of mixed berries from the group of girls sitting next to them and was tossing them in his mouth like popcorn. George was slightly distracted by a pretty blonde Ravenclaw that passed by the two of them. Stand in line like the rest of us, James said, idly stirring his cup of tea. She looks familiar. Yeah, your brother's dating her older sister. Her sister's Penny Clearwater. Said James. You've never met Victoria. George shrugged. Maybe I did and just forgot. It might be a bit rude, but honestly, George didn't bother remembering people that weren't interesting to him. James was interesting. Harry Potter was interesting. Percy Weasley decidedly was not interesting, and if he weren't part of his family, George would probably forget Percy's name unless he was constantly reminded of it. Ready for arithmancy? When am I not? George, to his surprise, actually enjoyed the subject. He'd been more than suspicious when James invited him along. Fred had turned down the offer, going with the less study-intensive divination instead. Admittedly, George had struggled at first, but with James' help, he'd had the last laugh over Fred, who continued to grumble about Trelawney's senseless lectures. They stood, and James released an almighty crackle from his spine as he twisted his body. They left the Great Hall, a little before the rest of the student body would, barely beating the crowd. Their bags trailed after them, floating in the air because bugger what the professors said, they deserved to use magic in the hallways. Good morning, gentlemen, Professor Vector said as they arrived to class. Any new projects, Mr. Stark? It was ironic, George thought, that the strictest teacher in the school except maybe Snape, and possibly McGonagall would adore James Stark, Ravenclaw delinquent, as her star student. Yes, actually, said James, removing a sheet of parchment that was placed carefully between the pages of his arithmancy textbook. Curious, Professor Vector approached him, and James handed her the sheet. Her eyes scanned through the document. A Lumos variant. Vector reread several portions. With elements of heat, the hot air charm. A Lumos that produces no light? I'm not sure I understand. It doesn't produce visible light, James said. Theoretically, the spell will produce microwaves. Microwaves? George asked. Isn't that some sort of oven that muggles use? The microwave oven uses microwaves to cook food, yes, said James. So this spell cooks food? Vector asked, handing it back. James gave a small smile. Among other things. Professor, said Clearwater from the door, having apparently watched the interaction. Vector turned to her. I also brought something I'd like you to see, if you're willing. Of course, Vector said, taking parchment from her. George could barely make out the cramped writing, with neat diagrams and explanations attached. Quite unlike James' creative process, while James' handwriting was neat, his sketches were not, and he had little sense of organization on his page, with random thoughts and comments placed wherever there was space on the parchment. Is she challenging me? James whispered. Are you going to take this lying down? Cedric whispered back, and George snickered. Very impressive, Vector said finally. Clearwater straightened as she took back the parchment. Very impressive indeed. If I must guess, this is a variant of the Confundus charm. It works to disorient, Clearwater said. It has an area of effect, rather than concentrating on one person. As such, the effect lessens the more people are in the area, but a regular confundus charm will already do that, said the bored voice of Lyra Malfoy as she walked into the room. You just have to be powerful enough. Victoria Clearwater utterly ignored her. Still quite impressive, said Vector. Take 5 points for Ravenclaw. George could have sworn that Clearwater glanced back to look at James. James clearly noticed as well, his parchment crumpled a little in his grip before he got a hold of himself. George frowned internally. James had never seemed to care much about Clearwater until recently. The tension generated by James and Clearwater's subtle war was broken when Lyra slumped into the seat to the right of Cedric, her head hung back dramatically, as if even showing up brought her agony. Why did I take this class? Soon, the rest of the class trickled in. There weren't that many in their year. Vector was pretty strict and, as was rumored, gave out a lot of homework, so many students opted for other electives instead. There had also been a few that dropped out of the class after the first couple of days. If they'd stayed a bit longer, they might have learned that Professor Vector really didn't care about the completion of homework compared to one's understanding, much to George's relief. She handed out homework as remedial work, those who showcased sufficient knowledge of the class didn't have to complete it. If not for this fact, James Stark, whose homework was routinely drawn on, turned into paper airplanes, exploded, and so forth, would not be Vector's favorite student in their cohort. Welcome, everyone, said Vector, mentally tallying the attending students. Yesterday we finished our reading of Chapter 5 of Numerology 2, which pertained to geometrical favoritism, if you recall. Today we'll be going through the contents of Chapter 6, and if time allows, we'll begin discussing Chapter 7 as well. George almost groaned. No homework was nice, but the fact that they were scheduled to go through the entire textbook in only 3 months said something about Vector's teaching practices during class time. Vector expected her students to read ahead during their own time, with a more detailed explanation covered in class. George followed along in James' copy of the book. James, for his part, just folded his arms and stared at the professor, a calculating look in his eyes. His gaze occasionally flickered to the sample diagrams and calculations on the blackboard, but for the most part, he settled for listening to Vector. However, George nonetheless glanced every so often at Clearwater, and whenever she raised her hand to answer a question correctly, George saw that the corners of James' mouth would tighten, though only slightly. It wasn't like James at all. He was never a jealous sort. Other people's superior knowledge or skills never bothered him. You all right? George finally leaned in and asked. Peachy, said James. He didn't sound it. And can anyone tell me the minimum number of sides that are required to stabilize this configuration? Vector asked. Miss Clearwater. At least 9, she said promptly. Quite so. Although you can reduce the number through more advanced methods. 6, James interrupted. It's possible to arrange hexagons in 3-dimensional, warped conformations to minimize strain. Vector paused. Indeed, she said. Although I would appreciate if you didn't interrupt me when I'm speaking. If George spoke out of turn like that, he'd have lost points for sure. This is beyond the curriculum, and you will not be assessed on it. It is covered in your NEWT curriculum, should you choose to take NEWT. Arithmancy. Calm down, mate, Cedric said, leaning in. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, said James curtly. I don't believe you, said George bluntly. If he listened really hard, he reckoned he could hear James' teeth grinding. My apologies, said James abruptly, and George blinked. I didn't intend anything by it. George watched as James smoothed out his face into a blank mask and acted the perfect student, seemingly paying the entirety of his attention to Vector and the blackboard. But it wasn't real. It couldn't be, could it? Nobody could change their emotions so abruptly. One possibility was that he was using occlumency to control his emotions. At least, George thought it was. Bill was the only occlumens in the family, and his explanation on what it actually was hadn't been particularly detailed. Oi, he whispered, what's occlumency? James gave him a bland glance. It's what you use to protect yourself from legilimency. That's it. Basically. Bill said it can be used for a bunch of things, like controlling your emotions. Yeah, said James. I suppose you could. The mental techniques you use for occlumency can be used to control your thoughts and emotions. But it's not occlumency doing it. Flying skills provide the same foundation for playing beater or playing chaser. Something like that. It is useful if you want to sleep dreamlessly, for example. You're an occlumens, right? How come you don't sleep well? James's brow furrowed and he hesitated. I don't know. With that vaguely disturbing statement, James lapsed back into silence, leaving George to be bored on his own. If he'd sat in James' seat, he would have been able to talk to Cedric without drawing Vector's attention. He sighed before half-heartedly focusing on Vector's lecture. Once again, Hermione could only marvel at the soft bundle of cloth in her hands. When Harry wore it, any part of his body covered would disappear. Yet, despite her hands being hidden underneath the cloak, the cloth remained opaque, a beautiful, shimmering silver. It was as if the cloak knew the difference between being carried and being worn. Lyra appeared to be in a very good mood indeed, as she almost skipped her way to the room of requirement. Hermione followed, feeling some worry and a bit of jealousy she tried to quash. It would have been nice if she could bring her parents. She dearly wished she could share the awe that she felt on her first night at Hogwarts with her mum and dad. Lyra paced impatiently in front of the blank stretch of wall, before a door popped into existence. She threw open the small, inconspicuous door and walked into a circular room, at the center of which was the vanishing cabinet. Hermione hadn't known about this object until today. By apparent coincidence, Lyra had found the other of the pair at some antiques store, and had nagged Mrs. Malfoy into buying it. Again, Hermione felt some jealousy, this time at the fact that the antiques markets that she went to only had ugly t-shirts and other rubbish that smelled of cigarette smoke. "You've met my mum, haven't you?" Lyra asked idly, standing in front of the cabinet. "At Diagon Alley," said Hermione. Lyra glanced at her wristwatch and waited. At precisely 7:30, Narcissa Malfoy stepped out of the cabinet with great dignity. Hermione marveled at how smooth and graceful she was, despite the fact that she was literally stepping out of a piece of furniture. Mrs. Malfoy was dressed in smooth black robes with silver accents, the barest sparkle of jewelry completing the picture of a wealthy aristocrat. "Lyra," she said warmly, even as Hermione's friend dove into her arms. "It's good to see you again," said Lyra. "It's only been 3 days since our last meeting," Mrs. Malfoy said, amused. "But it's good to see you too." 3 days? Hermione said, raising an eyebrow. "Ah, hello, Hermione, dear," Mrs. Malfoy said, peeling away from Lyra. "And yes. Lyra, being the spoiled little princess that she is, takes the opportunity to sleep in her own bed at home instead of the Hogwarts beds." "Mum," whined Lyra. "I don't do that." She turned to Hermione. "I've transfigured my dorm bed into a bigger and better one. Ask Clearwater what she thinks of it." She grinned, then clapped her hands. "Right. We've brought you something to hide with." "Is that an invisibility cloak?" Mrs. Malfoy asked. "It's not just an invisibility cloak," Lyra said. "It's a Potter family heirloom, apparently. Seriously good quality. So, try not to get hit by anything while you're wearing it." Mrs. Malfoy rolled her eyes and she draped the cloak over her shoulders, becoming a floating head in the darkened room. "I'll not see the cloak damaged, don't you worry." They stepped out of the room of requirement, the door shrinking into non-existence behind them. "I can't believe I agreed to this still," said Mrs. Malfoy from beneath the cloak. "Covering your mother in drapery like some unwanted furniture, good grief." "Hey, you said you wanted to spend more time with me," said Lyra, her joy so clear it was almost infectious. "So I did," said Mrs. Malfoy, the smile audible in her voice even if she was invisible. "It will be interesting to walk through these halls again, I admit. And I am intrigued to see you duel, too." Hermione rather liked it when Lyra was genuinely happy like this. Despite often making jokes and not taking things very seriously, Hermione rarely saw pure joy in her. There was always an undercurrent of seriousness there. "I wonder who will be supervising," Hermione said. "Perhaps Flitwick," Mrs. Malfoy said. "They say he was a dueling champion in his youth. Though Severus might be in attendance as well." "What makes you say that?" asked Lyra, from curiosity rather than any sense of disagreement. "Severus was a most voracious duelist when he was younger," said Mrs. Malfoy. "He came close to defeating me several times. But not quite." "Not quite," Mrs. Malfoy said. "I can't wait to see the look on his face when he realizes that I'm in attendance." "Mrs. Malfoy, is that wise?" Hermione asked. "I don't know if that's against the rules." "Most assuredly," Mrs. Malfoy said. "But Severus clearly doesn't care about the rules either, when he can get away with it. As a Gryffindor yourself, I imagine you know well about Severus' propensity to ignore or enforce the rules as it suits him." Hermione's thoughts on that matter must have leaked onto her face, because Narcissa Malfoy laughed softly. "So, Hermione, will you be dueling tonight?" Mrs. Malfoy asked. Before she could answer, Lyra placed her hand on Hermione's shoulder. "Of course she is," Lyra answered in her stead. "We wouldn't want to let all your training go to waste now, would we?" "Training? I've been teaching her a little of this and that," said Lyra, a hint of pride in her voice. "She's surprisingly good at it, no matter how much she denies it." "I'm not," Hermione protested, prompting soft chuckling from thin air. "I'm nowhere near as good as you or James or Cedric." "They have more experience than you, dear," said Mrs. Malfoy. "And James is a fantastic duelist." "Know who's better?" said Lyra. "You, on the other hand," said Mrs. Malfoy, "have let it all go to your head. You might do well with a humbling defeat or two." James is a lot more arrogant than I am. Hermione hesitated, not wanting to talk badly of her friend. And he's a lot worse than usual about it, Lyra added, saying out loud what Hermione had been thinking. Oh? Mrs. Malfoy asked. Yeah, she said, frowning. He's just more prideful lately. I performed a charm better than him the other day and it put him in a bad mood. She frowned. He's in a bad mood a lot lately. Narcissa Malfoy remained quiet and Lyra fell into a thoughtful silence. No one talked the rest of the way down to the Great Hall, where the dueling club would be held. As they walked through the massive entranceway, they saw the long tables had vanished, replaced by a long, golden catwalk on the center, and a large golden stage where the staff table would usually be. The many thousands of candles floating high in the ceiling had dimmed, giving the hall a much more mystical appearance. They've certainly spent some time on aesthetics, Mrs. Malfoy said. I dare say they succeeded, if their goal was to impress. The students began trickling in, some were already having mock duels in the midst of the crowd, being a general nuisance to all. Both older and younger students came in, murmuring amongst themselves, though there weren't many as this seemed to be an introduction to dueling. Hermione spied a tall figure in a black robe flow into the room, the students parting before him. Beside her, Hermione heard Mrs. Malfoy stifle a laugh as Severus Snape scowled at the students scurrying out of his way. Oh, Severus, she murmured, never change, will you? I dunno, Lyra said. Would be nice if he wasn't such a bitch. Lyra, Hermione said, then blushed as Mrs. Malfoy laughed. You'll be a prefect, Mrs. Malfoy said to Hermione, who flushed further. I mean, I would like to be. Hermione said weakly. I can tell, Mrs. Malfoy said dryly. Hermione saw a mop of fiery red hair on a lanky frame and grinned. She waved. It took them a moment to notice. Harry elbowed Ron in the ribs, pointed at Hermione, whispered something and came pushing through the crowd over to them. Perhaps I'll go greet Severus, Mrs. Malfoy said mildly as the boys approached. Hey, Hermione, said Harry. Hi, Lyra. Professor Snape's attending, Hermione said, and Harry's smile turned upside down. Oh, don't pull that face. Mrs. Malfoy said he was a voracious duelist when he was younger. That's even worse, Ron said. This just means he finally has an excuse to humiliate us. Hermione rolled her eyes. He's got more sense than that, Ron. As Ron and Harry looked around for more newcomers, Hermione turned towards Professor Snape. She couldn't hear anything, but she saw the dour professor jump in surprise, almost turning his wand on the invisible assailant. Then she saw him scowl, and Hermione thought she heard feminine laughter. Your mum's more like you than she cares to admit, Hermione said to Lyra. Don't tell her that. Wait, is that James? Lyra said, standing on her tiptoes to look over the heads of everyone in the way. I think it is. Does he see us? Hermione asked. She couldn't see much, being shorter than Lyra. Lyra withdrew her wand and waved it in a loose circle. Expecto Patronum. From the tip of her wand burst a beautiful silver cat that circled above their heads twice before flying towards the entrance. The students watched the animal soar through the air. It sparkled brilliantly, like a ray of morning sunlight shining through rolling fog in a lush valley. Hermione wasn't too sure, but it felt like a comforting warmth had descended upon her shoulders like a mantle. Lyra, Cedric said, as they approached. You finally mastered the Patronus. Took you long enough, said James, seeming to be in a good mood, a rarer occurrence as time went on. Had better things to do than learn this useless charm, said Lyra as the feline bathed her paws. Then she looked at some unseen object of interest and pounced, disappearing into mist in the process. Must have gone off to fight the Dementors hundreds of miles from here. You'll be glad you learned it one day, said James. Only a matter of time before they send Dementors after you. I'd love to see them try, said Lyra, unconcerned. I wonder who'll be teaching us, said Ron, looking around. As long as it's not Harry said, but trailed off, groaning. Hermione turned and saw Professor Lockhart on the elevated stage, waving at the students, trying to calm them down. Can everyone hear? Good, good, said Professor Lockhart. Then welcome, everyone, to our little dueling club. Headmaster Dumbledore has given me permission to start this up, to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves as I have done countless times in the past. Now let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, continued Lockhart. He assures me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself, and sportingly agreed to help me with a little demonstration. Hermione glanced at Professor Snape, whose face might very well have been carved from rock. She felt a little sorry for Professor Lockhart, but frankly, the more he talked, the more he dug his own grave. The two professors stood on opposite sides of the catwalk, their wands held at the ready. Hermione winced as Professor Snape's disarming charm sent Professor Lockhart into the wall. The Slytherins cheered, and Hermione was fairly certain she heard Lyra cheer as well before an invisible figure smacked her. "Excellent demonstration, Professor Snape," Lockhart said, his smile a bit shakier than usual. "I could have blocked that, of course, but for educational purposes I thought it best to let it connect." "Looks like there's one person Snape hates more than you, Harry," James said, leaning in. Ron snorted a little. "He's such a fool," Cedric said with a sigh. "I don't understand what was going through the headmaster's mind when he hired this man. He was probably thinking, I really need to find another defense professor before the ministry chooses one for me," said James. "Or he was just stoned. Whichever. Why do you keep insisting the headmaster does drugs?" said Hermione, both annoyed and amazed. Cedric and James shared an unreadable look as Lyra gave a low laugh. Lockhart's voice cut them off. "Into pairs you go," he said. "Divide yourselves up, find some space." Harry and Ron looked at each other, before suddenly, Professor Snape was looming over them, a sneer on his face. "Time to split up the dream team, I think," he said, his eyes scanning the students around him. "Weasley, you can pair with Finnegan." Harry shuffled closer to Hermione. "Oh, I don't think so," said Snape. "Potter. Mr. Malfoy, come here. Let's see what you make of the famous Potter. And you, Miss Granger, you can partner with Miss Bulstrode." Hermione's heart plummeted as she faced off against a mean-looking girl with at least 1/2 foot and 3 stone over her. Her weak smile was not returned by the girl, who just gained a malicious glint in her eyes. "You'll do fine," said James, then he paused. Lyra had partnered with Cedric, now flipping James the bird, and James' eyes widened in horror as he realized that Professor Snape was the only one who didn't seem to have a partner. "You'll do fine," Hermione mocked, and James gave her the stink eye before walking over to the impersonable professor with bravado. She turned instead to her opponent, who sneered. "Everyone with a partner? Ah, even you, Professor Snape." Lockhart laughed. Hermione felt bad for James, knowing that Professor Snape would be in an even fouler mood. "Well, everyone bow." Hermione bowed politely to Millicent Bulstrode, who didn't even bother with the act. She ground her teeth at the sheer disrespect she was being shown. She wanted to be that way? Fine. Hermione would show her. "Master a few spells," rang Lyra's voice in her head. "What's the point of learning 3 different versions of slowing or freezing charms? On the count of 3, 1, 2. Bulstrode whipped up her wand and sent a bolt of rather nasty-looking red light in Hermione's direction. Hermione squeaked, barely dodging out of the way as her body turned sluggish in her response to fear. "Locomotor Wibbly!" Bulstrode snarled, sending orange light her way. However, the wand movements for that spell were long and tedious, and Hermione saw it coming. She stepped to the side, neatly dodging it, and settled into the dueling stance Lyra had shown her, casual and loose, though Hermione didn't think she could pull off a casual stance like Lyra could. "I can do this," she muttered to herself, before shouting, "Stupefy!" The spell missed, hitting some poor upperclassmen behind them. Bulstrode stepped forward, likely trying to intimidate Hermione, but she only found this to be the perfect opportunity. From this distance, she couldn't miss. Expelliarmus miss. Unlike Professor Snape, her spell only had enough power to send the wand clattering out of Bulstrode's hand, and the Slytherin girl stared for a moment at her empty fingers. Then she snarled, and lunged barehanded at Hermione, who dodged back with a gasp. Then Millicent Bulstrode's outstretched arms and feral grin crashed into an invisible barrier that conjured itself in front of Hermione. The Slytherin staggered back, dazed, and Hermione blinked. "Thank you," she whispered. "No need to thank me, dear," came Mrs. Malfoy's silky voice from just behind her. As Bulstrode stomped away in search of her wand, Hermione looked around, finding James and Professor Snape. To her surprise, James wasn't doing too badly, though he looked a bit frustrated, and Professor Snape didn't seem to be trying too hard. Still, judging from the look Professor Snape was giving James, it was still an accomplishment. There almost seemed to be a small gleam in his black eyes, almost as if he were enjoying himself. But then he noticed everyone's attention on their duel, and it was like a switch flipped. One moment it was only James firing off spells as Professor Snape almost lazily deflected them, the next it was Professor Snape firing off what must have been 6 spells in the blink of an eye. 2 missed, 1 sent James' wand flying, and the other 3 put James to the ground, wrapped in rope, and hanging upside down. Hermione wasn't sure which spell did what. Now, Severus, let's not get too excited," Professor Lockhart said as the audience clapped and whispered in excitement. "But excellent show, truly. I didn't think that a 4th year could push you so hard, haha." Hermione swore she could hear Professor Snape's teeth grinding. "Maybe I'll challenge you next, Professor Lockhart," said James, using some wandless spell to burn through the ropes and fall to the ground. He stood up and summoned his wand back into his hand. Professor Lockhart's smile faded a bit. "Excellent suggestion," Professor Snape said, sneering. Perhaps you'll do better than I did, Gilderoy. As much as I'd love to, I'd have all of these students to watch over. Professor Lockhart said. We need to make sure they don't get injured, eh? In any case, I think I should teach you all to block spells before teaching you to duel. I'll need a volunteer pair Longbottom and Finch Fletchley, how about you two? A bad idea, Professor, Professor Snape said. Longbottom causes constant disasters in the classroom. I'd imagine if we let him be the demonstration we'd be sending what's left of Finch Fletchley to the hospital wing in a matchbox. He sneered. How about Potter and Malfoy? They're second years, they won't know the shield charm, said James. Let Cedric and Lyra duel. 10 points from Ravenclaw, Snape said immediately. Oh ho, said Professor Lockhart, now that's something a little more exciting. Mr. Diggory, Miss Malfoy. The two shrugged and got up on the stage, facing each other from 20 or so feet away. A thrill of excitement went through Hermione. She wondered if her admiration of Lyra would be dashed or reinforced. Cedric settled into his position, and Lyra didn't really do anything. She just stood there, wand held loosely in her hand, her stance casual, almost bored. As far as Hermione knew, the two had never dueled. She didn't know if Lyra regularly dueled anyone. Stoop yelled Cedric, the first to cast, but he stopped halfway through for some reason. He didn't seem sure why himself. But again, it was as if his mind had stalled halfway through. Hermione's first thought was the Confundus charm, but Lyra's wand hadn't even twitched. Maybe Lyra had learned to cast it without wand movements, as many skilled wizards can do with any spell. Cedric gave a petulant face. Lyra. What? Said Lyra innocently, giving a light shrug. Did you forget the incantations? Cedric tried again, this time without a verbal incantation, but Hermione could tell he was blocked again. He turned to Professor Snape, who was watching Lyra with sharp eyes. Professor. Said Cedric. She can't use legilimency, can she? An opponent capable of such will not play fair, said Professor Snape, eyes not leaving Lyra, but for this demonstration, I'm inclined to agree. Miss Malfoy, keep your mind to yourself. Do not interfere with Mr. Diggory's thoughts. It is not only considered very rude, he said, sounding like he wanted to roll his eyes, but also against school rules. Lyra shrugged again, unbothered. Was just showing the kids one of the ways to block spells. And without waiting a beat she twitched her wand, something white bolting out of its end so quickly that even though Cedric dodged, his shirt was still singed from where it passed. On your toes, Cedric, she said lightly. It was clear to anyone watching that she could have ended the duel right then and there, but hadn't so as to keep it going. Petrificus totalis, said Cedric, jabbing his wand forward. Then another spell shot out after, wordlessly, and Lyra sidestepped both and flung some spell at him, the orange light zigzagging so jaggedly that Cedric hesitated 3 different times before it finally clashed with his shield charm along with the other 4 spells Lyra had cast in the time. Well done, said Professor Lockhart, seeming impressed himself. See how Mr. Diggory hesitated. But he was cut off as Cedric shot several spells at Lyra, his wand swishing so swiftly it was a blur. Yet none of the spells needed to be blocked by a shield charm, they all dissipated halfway, one after another. Cedric frowned, clearly frustrated that he couldn't even land a hit, and cast some spells so powerful that Hermione's hairs on her arms stood on end. It blew past them, slower than his earlier spells but certainly more devastating. Rather than dissolving the spell, Lyra slashed her wand through the air and turned sideways, narrowing herself as much as possible. The spell, it seemed, had been cut in half, just enough to let her slip between the 2 parts of it. Hermione and all the other students her age were amazed, both at Cedric's powerful spells and Lyra's casual avoidance of them. She didn't even know you could cut spells in half like that. Then Lyra made a spiraling movement with her wand, immediately throwing Cedric on the defensive, and some glowing blue helix was blown toward Cedric's feet. It landed right in front of him with the physics of a rope, and before they could wonder what the purpose was Lyra pointed her wand upward and slashed it down hard, as if wanting to hit a fly out of the air, and Hermione screamed. The ceiling broke apart, as if a heavy boulder had been thrown on top of it, and it came plummeting down on top of Cedric who widened his eyes as he dove and conjured a shield charm simultaneously. Even Narcissa made a small gasp. But the heavy rocks fell right through Cedric, and the stage and the ground, and Hermione looked up and saw the ceiling was intact and it had been nothing but an illusion. And when she looked back down, Cedric was already wrapped in that glowing blue rope Lyra had conjured, having dove right on top of it as Lyra had planned. Hermione was the first to clap, and most of the room soon joined in. And she says I'm too flashy, said James, enjoying watching Cedric squirm on the ground. Well, it's a different kind of flashy, said Hermione, having to speak louder than the applause. Hers are too, but they're subtle and misleading. Yes, well done indeed, said Lockhart. 10 points from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, said Snape, seeming annoyed. For showing off. Oh, come now, said Lockhart, laughing. That was a wondrous display. Wondrous and useless to the students who need the knowledge, drawled Snape. They cannot, yet at any rate, defend themselves in such a manner. Legilimency is an immensely difficult skill to learn. Splitting spells requires fine precision and more power than required to block the same spell with a shield charm. The same would apply to dispelling. A simpler path would be best for them now, I think, until... Oh, nonsense! Said Lockhart, causing one of Snape's eyes to twitch. Now they've seen what more advanced duels look like. Well, back to your pairs, everyone. Go on, keep practicing. Snape looked as though he was sincerely planning Lockhart's murder. The room got busy again with spellfire, but Hermione decided to sit it out this time, as did the others. Harry, Ron, and Cedric talked amongst themselves, and James seemed to be stuck in his own thoughts again, his brow furrowed. You're a better duelist than I was at your age, said Mrs. Malfoy to Lyra. I'm quite proud of you, dear. Though, again, she said as Lyra's lip twitched with satisfaction, do not let it get to your head. Lyra's face went flat. And you, James, said Mrs. Malfoy, turning to him. Keep at it, dear, and you'll best Severus one day. James' frown faded, and he smiled genuinely at the empty space Mrs. Malfoy stood. Chapter 7, Writings on the Wall. Chapter Text. 1993, June. James resisted the urge to slam his head against the desk. The desk in question was probably the nicest one of its kind that the Room of Requirement could offer. Upon it sat several tomes that had been summoned from the Hogwarts library. Lyra preferred to sneak into the restricted section, James preferred to stay in the comfort of the come-and-go room to avoid Pants, the old crone, even if it meant he didn't have access to the restricted section's catalogue. He dropped his most recent tome, a dusty old thing, on the desk with a thump. Useless. He dug his fingernails into his scalp, wishing the headache would leave. He could feel his head throb in synchronicity with his heartbeats, the rushing of blood through his ears. He'd tried both magical and muggle painkillers, but nothing seemed to get it to stop. He idly took another book, then put it back down, rubbing the dust between his fingers and thumb. He waved in the general direction of the book, using a weak banishing charm to send the decades-old dust flying off it. After a half-hearted inspection of the abstract, he replaced the book on the pile and sighed. Elbows on the table and his head cradled in his hands, he dearly wished for this damnable headache to abate. In his moment of suffering, a soft pop echoed through the room. Does Master Stark be wanting something else? Asked Dobby, placing an ice pack wrapped in a tea towel on the desk. Rather than some ragged pillowcase, Dobby was dressed in a sharp outfit that Lyra had tailored specifically for him. He looked a little like a concierge in a high-end hotel. It had taken some prompting for him to accept it, only after Lyra insisted that the uniform was being lent to him, rather than freely given. Thank you, James murmured. A glass of water, if you would. Right away, Master Stark. Dobby disappeared and reappeared in a heartbeat, returning with a glass of water. James murmured his thanks as the house elf disappeared once more, mentally thanking Lyra for access to one. While he usually made a habit of taking care of himself and his own belongings, Dobby was a godsend in times like these. James leaned back in the solid oak chair, taking a sip of the water. It was chilled but not ice cold, refreshing but not enough to give him brain freeze. He pressed the ice pack to his forehead and closed his eyes, a soft sigh of relief escaping his lips. As he sunk down into the chair, surprisingly comfortable despite the lack of padding, his mind turned to the topic of the little, seemingly innocuous black book sitting on the corner of the table in front of him. It was leather-bound, the slightly browned pages stitched together, still solid despite the years it had seen. On the inside, there was a faint transcription that read TM. Riddle. That thing had to go. They were nearing the end of the year now. The Scotland climate had gotten warm enough that students began swapping out their winter robes for the thinner and lighter summer ones, and the end of school was in sight. People chatted excitedly about their plans over the summer holidays, while OWL and NEWT students worried about their upcoming exams. And since Christmas, complaints about James' behavior had been flooding in. At first he dismissed them, thinking he was in the right. Then, he realized, that was exactly what Tom wanted him to think. To be affected to this degree was unacceptable. According to his own journal, James had not made any suspicious movements, nor did he have lapses in his memory. Despite that, he was clearly being affected more like Ron under the influence of the locket, rather than the diary in canon, but it was clearly there. He had been lying to Lyra, too. She was under the impression that he had barely touched the diary. Part of him was annoyed that she hadn't figured out the lie, wasn't it obvious? Maybe not. Ginny hadn't shown this change of mood. There were no attacks. She had zero reason to believe the diary was affecting him like this. She had confronted him about his attitude some months ago, but he had simply told her that the loss of his original family was getting to him, that he was having difficulty advancing in some of his studies, and that he was having a bit of an existential crisis. She dealt with that anxiety too. After all, being tossed into a fictional world was utterly surreal, and the both of them still wondered at times if any of it was real. The sensation of having his skull railway spiked startled him out of his thoughts, spilling half of his water onto his shirt in the process. He ground his teeth and clutched his head in one hand while peeling the soggy surface of his shirt from his skin with the other. He didn't restrain himself this time, and slammed his head against the desk. When that didn't work, he did it again, but he barely felt the minor pain, so great was that headache. It had spread from behind his eyes to all over his skull, and it felt like it was leaking into his spine and into his body. Just as he thought that, his left arm jerked violently, the crunch that followed barely registered until he noticed the slight, fiery pain in his hand. He slowly opened his eyes. His blood, diluted with cold water, rolled off the edge of the desk and dripped soundlessly to the floor. The glass had shattered, some larger pieces and some smaller. James sighed, full of annoyance and frustration, and hurled the ice pack to some uncharted corner of the room of requirement with whatever force he could muster while still sitting. He used his free hand to pick out the glass embedded in his hand even as the headache returned with full force. Then he grabbed his wand angrily and vanished the damn shards. He shouldn't have thrown that fucking ice pack. He raised his hand, and the object of his attention flew eagerly back to him. James faltered, then gasped. The ice pack missed where James' hand used to be, forgotten on its course. James clutched his head in his hands, one side smeared with blood, as he tried to regain his breath. He felt as if he'd received a powerful blow to his gut which knocked the air from his lungs. He shakily stood up, only for the world to swim around him, and he felt an irrational desire to throw up. He hadn't eaten anything in the past 24 hours. He grasped the corner of the desk, glaring hatefully at the diary. "You," he hissed with barely concealed rage that James had never felt before in either of his lives, and with a roar, hurled the black-bound book at the wall. The pain redoubled and James fell to his knees, the fabric of his trousers scraping against the unyielding stone. "I have to destroy it," came his thoughts, unbidden. "The killing curse? No, I've never tried that spell before, there's no guarantee it would work." That left only one choice. Basilisk venom. A small part of his mind pleaded with the greater whole to stop this madness. He was in no condition to destroy a full-grown basilisk. It would be a challenge to a team of specially trained adults, so why would James, a single student, stand a chance? He ruthlessly crushed the mental resistance and summoned the diary back into his hand. His blood dripped onto the diary and was promptly absorbed, leaving the diary perfectly dry. He strode out of the room of requirement, the shock of every step making the pain flare through his skull. He needed to go to Myrtle's bathroom. If he remembered correctly, that would be on the 3rd floor. The entrance, however, would be sealed. James didn't speak Parseltongue. He would need to find someone who did. And wasn't that convenient? There was one person he knew, one person everyone seemed to know that could speak Parseltongue. The protagonist of this story. Even as he marched to Gryffindor Tower, an irrational hatred for the protagonist began to bubble up through his mind. It was all his fault, wasn't it? He was the reason James was stuck on this hell, for what else could it be? The reason James had been torn from all those he loved and the world that he found familiar, thrown into the past and into the other side of the world, with a pair of parents that conceived him on accident and were, accordingly, distant. If not for discovering his first bouts of accidental magic when he was 4, he might have very well gone through with that plan of hanging himself in his room, with weights attached to his ankles so that it'd go all the more smoothly. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. His fault. James snarled in a way that caused disgust at himself to rise up. And even if Harry had no hand in James' sudden reincarnation, James himself was a fraud, wasn't he? Masquerading as a genius when, in truth, he had merely experienced everything before. He'd not even been particularly exceptional the last time around, so he'd sought to soothe his ego by pretending. Hatred for Harry. Hatred for himself. Raw, undiluted hatred for whatever being that dropped him into this world. And Lyra. She had known immediately where she was, having been born into the Malfoy family. She didn't understand. She herself wanted to be the damn protagonist, what with her plans of taking over the world, always so insecure with the idea of being something insignificant. If they had just gone to Dumbledore in the first place, he wouldn't be in this mess. But no, she had to have it her way. Then he shook his head. He needed Lyra. He was too frightened to go to Dumbledore, but Lyra could help, she'd know what to do. Or the diary might take control of her, too. Maybe she'd go to Dumbledore, maybe he'd be expelled. What the fuck did she know anyway? She hadn't learned much wandless magic, like he had, she wasn't an animagus, she'd only this year mastered the Patronus, and she couldn't even figure out how to use the stupid stone she had stolen. And what kind of friend was she? She didn't even care enough to pay attention to him, to see he was hurting. James stopped, walked to the wall, and bashed his skull against it. "Fuck you," he hissed, to the riddle in his head. These were not his thoughts. These were not his thoughts. He needed this truth, he needed to hold on to this truth, and if he did, Riddle wouldn't be able to touch him. But that's not the truth, is it? Asked his own voice, in his mind. You are a fraud. Following in Lockhart's footsteps, pretending to be better than you are. Fuck you. Excuse me, said the fat lady, glaring with disapproval. Not talking to you, James said with a snarl that made the two-dimensional woman flinch. Open the door. I need someone inside. You're not a Gryffindor, she said, as if offended. James smiled sharply. But I'm looking for a Gryffindor, you see. I'd greatly appreciate if you could open this door. You look like you are here to cause trouble, the fat lady said warily, and with a small hint of fear. The wariness in her tone stoked James' irritation like oil on flame, while the hint of fear created a spark of jubilation that rapidly grew, threatening to eat away all his frustration. He grinned, which really didn't help the fat lady regain her composure. James knew he wasn't like this. No matter his many flaws, sadism wasn't one of them. He slammed his occlumency shields into place, and was rewarded with a sensation like liquid nitrogen flowing over his skin. He gasped at the sudden transition in his mental state, but his headache intensified to the point he could barely keep the shield up. Please, he asked again, this time in ragged desperation. I need help. I'm fetching a professor, the fat lady said, and hurried out of the portrait. James' already stretched occlumency barrier cracked, and he punched the portrait as hard as he could. I'll do it myself. I'll let Riddle take over, and... No. That was insanity. That way lay death and suffering, all it was. Inaction gets me nowhere, I may as well sign away my soul to Riddle. He's the most powerful Legilimens in the world. Even as a teenager, he'd eventually subsume my mind if I didn't destroy the diary. So I should let him willingly compromise me instead? I might have a chance this way. If I do nothing, my destruction is certain. That made chills run down his spine. His previous death, whatever that might have been, had led to reincarnation. But this fate was worse than death. To be a spectator in one's own body, to see it twisted and mangled beyond repair, stitched together by dark magic and razor wire, to see the parasite indulge in self-destructive behavior in pursuit of perfection, in pursuit of godhood. Terminus. James ran. His vision swam, and more than once he stumbled, but he needed to get that damn basilisk venom. He needed to get rid of that damnable diary before it consumed him. He couldn't get rid of it any other way, it would return to him otherwise, there was no doubt. Despite his wishes, he and the diary were conjoined now by fate. He had been an idiot. A gigantic, colossal, absolute fucking idiot. He should have never written in the thing. He had, and now Riddle was actively hammering at his shields, trying to take the reins, knowing that if he didn't take over James now, he would be destroyed. And if James didn't succeed in this mission, he would end. He would become a footnote in his own mind as Riddle tore his consciousness into pieces like some savage beast tearing at their prey. His knowledge, his memories, his fears and desires, all of it would be consumed, and James Stark would, simply put, cease to exist. He needed to think quickly. What were the weaknesses of the basilisk? Nothing I can reach in time, he thought. Nothing in the school that can harm a basilisk. Within his mind, he saw a fleeting glance of a giant, man-shaped silhouette. Being in pain as he was, and the fear of extinction echoing endlessly, he dismissed the thought and instead rushed to his destination. Who are you? Said a familiar feminine voice. Familiar? James ignored them and grabbed the edges of the sink, staring into the almost hypnotic snake-shaped tap. I don't get many visitors, the voice continued. Nobody wants to visit poor little. Leave. Roared James, sending an indiscriminate banishing charm in their general direction. The owner of the voice squeaked in fright as abandoned stalls shuddered and creaked. The voice did not bother him anymore, and James glared at the little ornamental snake. Open, he muttered, and to his shock, the ornament twisted. A portal opened to what he could only describe as Tartarus. How did the entrance open? James didn't speak Parseltongue. He'd had staring contests with snakes in zoos for hours when he learned of his identity as a wizard, wondering if he had some exotic ancestry, all to no avail. So how did? As the edges of his vision darkened, as dark as the entrance to the underworld before him, beginning to trap James in his own mind, he realized he had never been in control this whole time. Fuck you, James spat at Riddle, and he hated how afraid his own voice, within his own mind, sounded. James awoke. He groaned and clutched his head. While the headache from before was gone, it still hurt like hell, and he could feel a bump on the side of his head, like he'd hit something or like he'd fallen. He flexed his hands, one responded with a sharp pain, and he opened his eyes fractionally to examine it. It was covered in blood. His shirt was almost white from the amount of dust he was covered in. And there was a strange sound, one he thought was his imagination until now. He massaged his temple. It definitely wasn't a hallucination. Like 1,000 rusty chains scraping against the floor, it made his hair stand on end. He slowly opened his eyes again, feeling the sting in his brain as light, faint as it was, struck his retinas. Then he closed his eyes again as tightly as he could, blood draining from his face. "Oh," he said numbly, as a 50-foot serpent slithered in the dark in front of him. He splayed the fingers of his right hand, and after an agonizingly long moment, his wand burst from one of the pools in the Chamber of Secrets and smacked into his palm, the warm buzz of magic providing some small comfort in the face of reality. Riddle. Tom Riddle, for all of James' precautions, had taken over him. James swallowed through his constricted throat, keeping his eyes closed. "Don't look. He couldn't die here. If he died here, he'd inflict Tom Riddle on the wizarding world. Tom Riddle, who would eventually be spoken in hushed whispers, his name forever tabooed under pain of death or torture." James couldn't give up. No, James Stark would kill the beast, and turn its deadly venom onto its own master. Tom Riddle would die by his hand. No. The diary was in none of James' pockets. He double-checked, triple-checked. "No," he whispered. "No, no, no. This can't be happening." He briefly wondered if snakes could feel fear. He sincerely hoped not. James slid into a dueling stance anyway, and prepared to face death itself. Luna was sitting quietly doing her homework when the door to the Ravenclaw Tower burst open. A first year that had been leaving was flung to the ground. Lyra Malfoy leapt through the entrance, a look of fear upon her face. Luna sat straight up, she had never seen Lyra scared before, never. What Lyra had done didn't even seem to register to her, looks of annoyance and outrage missing her notice entirely. She sprinted toward the dorm tower, shoving past Roger Davies just as he opened his mouth, leaving him gaping stupidly. Luna collected her homework and books and put them carefully but quickly into her bag, flung it around her shoulder, and followed Lyra up the stairs, wondering what could have put her in such a state. As she made her way steadily up the stairs, she could hear Victoria Clearwater yelling about something. She gently shouldered the door to the fourth year's dorm open and peeked inside. "Malfoy," I said, "what are you? Will you just fuck off?" hissed Lyra with a fury in her voice Luna didn't think was possible. Luna almost hesitated in entering, wondering if that rage would be directed at her too. "I was here first, you bitch!" snapped Victoria, her face turning pink. "All I was doing was minding my own business and now you have to make a mess of everything and yell at me for it. You know, I'm up to here with your..." But that was as far as she got before she was wandlessly flung to the other side of the dorm, slamming into the wall and sliding down, silenced and bound in bed curtains that had come alive to ensnare her. She writhed in them, livid and looking as though she was screaming terrible things, though nothing could be heard. Lyra turned back around to her trunk, ignoring her, and Luna slunk into the room. "Lyra," she said quietly, and Victoria stopped her struggling to look at her, eyes wide as if to ask for help. Luna ignored her too. "Are you okay?" Lyra didn't stop throwing things out of her trunk, cursing under her breath as she searched for something. Then she let out a breath of relief as she reached so deep within that her feet momentarily lifted off the ground. Pulling her upper half out of the trunk, she raised a little black book. "Finally," breathed Lyra, falling to the ground as she opened it. "What's that?" asked Luna, peering over the older girl's shoulder, but Lyra ignored her. Instead, she took a quill from the ground and opened the first page. Then, summoning an inkpot to her side, she wrote something in it and waited. Luna wasn't sure what Lyra had been expecting, or what she herself was expecting, but it wasn't Lyra paling. "All of this for a bloody diary?" Victoria asked, the silencing charm cancelled. Luna glanced at her. She had her wand in her hand, her face slightly red from her recent humiliation, and while the wand remained pointed at the ground, she was tense like a coiled spring, almost daring Lyra to attack her again. "Hey, Malfoy, I..." "Put that wand down, you silly girl," whispered Lyra, staring down at the journal still. "Don't make me hurt you." Victoria's lips thinned. "One day," she said, her voice wavering slightly. "One day you're not going to be able to just do whatever you want." Lyra remained silent as Victoria stormed out of the room, slamming the door on the way. "What's wrong with it?" said Luna. Lyra only sat there, shaking her head as if in denial. "It's a fake," she said faintly. As if other horrible realizations were coming to her, she paled further, which was something, considering Lyra had always been paler than most, no matter how much time she spent in the sun. Before Luna could ask any more questions, she leapt to her feet and was out the door. Luna attempted to follow her, but couldn't figure out which way she had gone. She went down to the common room to ask someone if Lyra had passed through, but before she could even do that, Lyra came sprinting down the stairs leading up to the boys' dormitory. Her cheeks were red from exertion, but it was clear from her wide eyes that she was still terrified of something. Lyra began Luna, but was cut off as Lyra held her wand up and conjured some wordless spell. She looked around the common room, as if expecting something to leap into her hand. Then she was running out the room, dragging Luna with her. "Luna, listen very carefully," she said quietly but with intensity as they moved into the empty hallway. "That black book is a very important artifact, very important and very dangerous. If you ever see anyone with anything like it, you need to tell me immediately, but do not try to pick it up yourself." "What does it do?" Luna asked with some trepidation. Lyra got down on one knee in front of her and held her shoulders. "It contains the soul of something evil. If you ever come across it." She ran her hands down to Luna's own and clasped them. "Do not write in it. Do not touch it. You come find me immediately. Do you understand?" Luna stared into Lyra's ice blue eyes, and then nodded. "Good girl," said Lyra, smiling though it was clear it was forced. "There's something I need to do now." "Is it dangerous?" Luna asked as Lyra stood. "Let me help." Lyra looked down at her, and for a moment she seemed taller somehow, as if a glimpse of the might of her future self was present. Luna blinked. "Go grab your dragonhide gloves," said Lyra, "and then wait by Moaning Myrtle's bathroom." Luna didn't wait. She rushed to her room, ignoring the whispers aimed her way by her roommates, and retrieved her gloves. "What are those for, Loony?" said Jessica. "Did you need remedial herbology lessons?" "Something like that," said Luna, not looking her way as she walked back toward the door. "Only, Lyra is teaching me. Would you like me to tell her you're interested too?" Luna didn't stop to see Jessica's reaction. She made her way down to the second floor, perhaps a little quicker than she'd normally walk. A few of the hungrier students were going down for supper, but for the most part, the corridor was empty and quiet. And 5 minutes later, Lyra appeared, dragging Harry Potter behind her. "Into the bathroom," she said. "Wait," Harry said. "That's a girl's bathroom." But Lyra shoved him in anyway. "It's abandoned, relax." The bathroom was indeed abandoned. A thin layer of dust was present on the porcelain sinks and the mirrors were quite grimy. Lyra began inspecting the taps until she paused. "Harry, come here," she said. "Tell this sink to open." Just, please, tell it to open," said Lyra. "It needs a parcel mouth, someone who can speak to snakes. This is Salazar Slytherin's secret, and I know you can talk to them." Harry frowned. "How did you know?" "Because I saw you talk to that snake at the zoo with your relatives," snapped Lyra. Then she closed her eyes and sighed. "Harry, please." "You were there," said Harry, blinking in surprise. Then, when Lyra glared and gestured wildly toward the sink, he said, "Okay, okay." He awkwardly bent over the silver snake and hissed. It was a grotesque sound that had Luna wincing. However, Harry's words triggered some sort of magic that peeled away the porcelain and dirty mirrors and revealed a dark hole. "I didn't bring a broom for you, Luna," said Lyra. "I guess you'll be riding piggyback on me." "Okay," Luna said easily. Lyra and Harry unshrunk their brooms, and Luna climbed onto the back of Lyra's, wrapping her arms around her midsection. Lyra kicked off the ground and descended into the darkness. The journey felt like it stretched to eternity. When they finally reached the bottom of the pipe, Luna could hear rushing water in the far distance. Perhaps it might have been the noise from the drainage system, but it could also very well be the Black Lake itself, if they were underneath it. The lake was supposed to be deep, deep enough that at its lowest points no light reached the bottom. Considering how long this journey took, it wouldn't have surprised her if they were below the lake anyway. "Is what did you call it, parcel mouthing?" said Harry. "Is it rare?" "You're a parcel mouth, and what you do is speak parcel tongue," said Lyra. "And yes, it's rare. And isn't viewed in the best light, so I'd keep that particular ability to yourself. Ask Dumbledore about it if you want." Then they came upon a massive door, carved from dark stone that seemed to drink up the light that left their wand tips. On it were intertwining snakes, arranged in geometric patterns far too complex to have been created by any sane mind, snakes eating snakes, all the way to infinity, and it made Luna's head hurt just staring at it. Their eyes, their red garnet eyes, glittered with malevolent promise. Luna shivered, and it wasn't because of the cold. Harry hissed again, and the snakes unraveled soundlessly. Even as Luna expected to hear the dull grinding of stone against stone, all she heard was the continuous dripping of water from long-forgotten copper pipes onto weathered stone tiles. The last snake slid out of their path, and the door opened. Lyra grabbed both her and Harry and pushed them to the wall. "Close your eyes and stay here," she said, and her tone beckoned zero argument. Before Harry could protest, she disappeared into whatever lay beyond the door. There was a worrying silence that lasted far too long for Luna's comfort. "You can come now," came Lyra's distant voice. Through the doorway was a great chamber, with many tall pillars and a ceiling so high that Luna couldn't see the top, even with Lyra's floating balls of light illuminating a path to her. And beyond Lyra's form was the corpse of the largest snake Luna had ever seen. From snout to tail, it was probably longer than most dragons. She couldn't see its tail, as Lyra's light seemed to struggle against the darkness of the chamber. "What is this place?" said Harry weakly. "The Chamber of Secrets," said Lyra grimly, her back to them as she stared at the serpent. "I'm sure Hermione will tell you all about it." Luna approached the carcass in wonder. The light reflected against the scales, black and glossy like obsidian, with an emerald hue derived from what looked like thousands of glittering green galaxies embedded in the volcanic glass. "Is this why James is in the hospital wing?" Harry said, following Luna's lead. "Yeah," said Lyra, stepping up to the serpent's gaping maw. "It's a basilisk. It's a miracle James even managed to kill it." "What's a?" asked Hermione. Lyra knelt and pulled a small object from her pocket, and tapped it with a wand, restoring it to its original size. It was a wooden box with patterns decorated in gold thread. When opened, it revealed the inside to be made entirely of what looked like pure gold. Lyra noticed Luna staring. "Gold is one of the few materials in the world that is resistant to basilisk venom," she said, answering their unspoken question. "You want to harvest the venom from this thing?" Harry said as Lyra pulled out some test tubes, the inside also inlaid with gold. "Basilisk venom is incredibly destructive," said Lyra, and then she pulled out a small, ornamental silver dagger from a pocket and unsheathed it. "It can render things beyond magical repair, something rather rare." Luna hesitantly approached, not getting too close in fear of the deadly venom. She saw the serpent's eyes had been utterly destroyed, and the inside of its mouth was torn to shreds as well. Lyra placed the dagger underneath one of the basilisk's fangs, which were at least as long as Luna's forearm, wickedly sharp. The venom quite literally sizzled along the blade. But as far as Luna could tell, the dagger was undamaged. "Is that goblin silver?" Luna asked. "Yes," said Lyra, slowly placing the dagger back into its sheath. "Goblin wrought silver takes in what makes it stronger. So this dagger can now kill someone with just a nick, within minutes." Then Lyra held it out to Harry. "Take it." "What?" said Harry, startled. "No, you just said it could kill with a small cut." "So keep it in its sheath," said Lyra. "Listen, this dagger is beyond value now. Basilisks aren't common. The last one seen in Britain was hundreds of years ago. And you, Harry, have the most evil and powerful dark wizard of all time after you." She got up and grabbed Harry's hand, placing the dagger into it, and looked into his eyes. "It's just in case." "I'm putting it in my trunk," said Harry immediately. "Okay." Deep down at the bottom, a smile broke through Lyra's tense face. "As you should, Harry," she said, "as you should." Then she pulled out 2 other daggers and repeated the process. "One for me, and one for James, though he'll probably accidentally kill himself with it." After the daggers were imbued with the venom, she snapped off a fang and let the venom fall into the golden vials, Luna holding them steady with her dragonhide gloves. "I'll probably accidentally kill myself one day too," she murmured. "All the more reason for you to have a backup, Harry." Luna was glad she wasn't offered one. She didn't want to hold onto a dangerous thing like that. Even holding the vials was nerve-wracking. Her parents had also mentioned that such casual displays of wealth should be punishable by cannibalism. Or something like that. "Right," said Lyra as she finished and closed the box. "That's that. Why were you so desperate to get all this?" said Harry, frowning. Lyra looked at him, then around at the darkness. "I was hoping to find something else down here too." She handed the wooden box to Luna and pulled out the black book from earlier. "See this?" she said to Harry. "This is a duplicated fake of a very real and very dark artifact. It's what got James into this mess." She tossed it at him. "Show it to Hermione and Ron, so they know what it looks like, and then keep an eye out for it. It's missing, and said Harry, opening the journal and looking through its blank pages. "It's something that belonged to 16-year-old Tom Riddle," said Lyra finally. "Tom Riddle is Lord Voldemort's real name." Harry looked up sharply. "His diary the real one?" she continued. "It's capable of possessing people. I thought James had been using it sparingly, but I didn't think," she sighed. "Basilisk venom and now these daggers, they're capable of destroying such things like that. Not much else can." "Why would James do that?" said Harry harshly. "Did he know what it was?" Lyra grimaced. "Riddle. Riddle has a lot of knowledge, Harry. And you know he's still out there. I think the mess with Quirrell spooked him and he wanted to find out more, just in case." Harry touched where he had put his dagger in his robes. "Just in case. And now the diary is missing," said Luna, worried. "I've tried summoning it," said Lyra, throwing a frustrated arm up. "In my dorm, in his, down here it's not popping up. If anyone else has it, they'll be possessed," said Harry. "If they write in it enough." Lyra ran her fingers through her hair. "So keep an eye out for it. If you notice anyone acting odd, more emotional than usual, looking like they didn't get enough sleep. Whatever, then come tell me. Okay, you two. Harry and Luna both nodded. Harry, repeat what I just told you to Hermione and Ron. And I'll have to let my brother know as well, she said. All right, let's get out of here. I'm starting to feel cold. As they walked back out in the direction they came from, Luna gave one last look at the basilisk. Slowly, the serpent became swallowed in darkness once more, and as it did, Luna could not help but find the awe-inspiring sight a mere mockery of what it had been before. Once they walked far enough, the basilisk disappeared entirely, to be forgotten until another lucky Parselmouth stumbled upon this location. It was somewhat depressing to think that even a monarch as mighty as this would be long forgotten in their death. You two can head on back after we get back up, said Lyra as she pulled out her broom again. I need to go do some other things too. Like what? Said Luna curiously. Lyra threw a leg over her broom and helped Luna on. You know, destroy an ancient heirloom of immense cultural significance, threaten a world-famous adventurer into retirement, and make sure James doesn't get me thrown in Azkaban. James' eyes snapped open. He felt good. Better than he'd ever been. More than if he took a 14-hour nap, he felt refreshed. Unfortunately, his ribs hurt like hell, and he winced as he tried to sit up. You may wish to lay back down, said a voice. It was deemed easier to regrow your bones than heal them. Poppy mentioned your bones wouldn't be fully reconstructed until morning. James looked to his side, where the headmaster was sitting in a high-backed armchair with a frankly ugly tartan print on it. He glanced down at himself. He'd never had to stay overnight in the hospital wing before. Should you even be here? Poppy is asleep, and so is everyone else in the wing, Dumbledore said mildly. I've cast a muffling charm around us to keep quiet. Now, how are you feeling, James? Good, James said honestly. Much better than I have any right to be. Indeed. That is likely to do with Fawkes. The phoenix trilled from the bedside table, and James whipped his head around to look at him. The bird in question hopped over to his side, and James felt a nearly tangible warmth flow over him. Thank you, Fawkes, said James, lying his head back down. Dumbledore hummed. Could I trouble you for some water, sir? James asked. Wordlessly, Dumbledore conjured a tall glass from nothing, and water flowed from the tip of his wand into the hovering glass. Then it floated lazily towards James, who took it from the air and drank in small sips. James felt awkward as the old man simply stared at him, his chin on his interlocked fingers. While he loved Dumbledore like a favored grandfather, right now he exuded little of the familiarity and warmth that made him approachable. He was currently detached, almost clinical in his expression, and that frightened James more than anything else he could imagine. I suppose you want to talk to me about what happened, sir, said James finally. I would. Are you angry at me? Said James before he could stop himself. He felt his face burn and turned his eyes away from Dumbledore. I try not to be, he said, until I have heard the full story. James fidgeted with the sheets, twisting it around his fingers. I was told of a diary, said Dumbledore. Right. Said James. Tom Riddle's diary. Dumbledore's eyes were piercing. Where did you acquire it? Lyra did. From her dad, James said quietly. He tried to give it to Ginny Weasley, so Lyra took it from her. We weren't sure what it was at first, but Lyra doesn't trust her dad. I took it from Lyra to study it. Look at me, please, said Dumbledore. James had to force himself to meet Dumbledore's eyes. Did you know its significance before you wrote in it? James quickly turned away. Are you reading my mind, Professor? I don't need to read anyone's mind, James. I've dealt with problematic students for much of my life. James winced at being called problematic. Still unable to meet his eyes, James spoke. Yes. You knew of its significance before you wrote in it. The diary told me, said James quietly, bending the truth a little. It told me immediately it was Tom Riddle. Dumbledore sighed out of his nose and leaned back into his chair. James felt his eyes sting, his face burn, his throat constrict. I took precautions, he forced himself to say. I practiced occlumency over the summer. I made sure my movements were logged. I'm still not sure how it even happened. I've heard as much from Miss Malfoy, Dumbledore said. But it was still exceedingly foolish of you. I suspect you know what Tom Riddle would eventually become, what he was capable of. James couldn't answer, only grasped his sheets with a white-knuckled grip. What prompted you to do this, James? Said Dumbledore, his tone gentle but nonetheless disappointed. James could not answer. He sat rigidly, in uncomfortable silence, hoping that the tears wouldn't fall. Dumbledore waited. After a minute or two of silence, he sighed and made to stand up. I should like to speak to you in my office once you have healed, he said. We can discuss your punishment then. I just wanted to know more about magic, said James, and Dumbledore stopped in his tracks. You wanted to know more about the kind of magic Tom specialized in? Dumbledore asked. James shrugged uncomfortably. Sure, but I also wanted to learn more about other dimensions, I guess. Magic can do almost anything, as far as I know. But I've never heard much about alternate universes, or the afterlife, reincarnation. If you wanted research on the topic, you could have easily visited the Hogwarts Library, one of the largest archives of magical knowledge in Europe. If you'd come to me and explained what you wanted, I'd have been willing to give you a pass for the restricted section, not that the lack of one would have stopped you. I did visit the library, James said quietly. This topic was one of the first things I looked up, including in the restricted section. There wasn't much on it besides theories. I see, Dumbledore said. Why does this topic fascinate you so? James couldn't answer. The moment stretched, until at last Dumbledore sighed and nodded. I understand, he said, and James glanced at him, slightly alarmed. It is never easy, losing someone you love. It is, unfortunately, something I have dealt with far too often in my long life. Even now, each loss is a blow to the heart. Such tragedy at your age, it is world-shattering. Dumbledore bent down and put his weathered hand on James' own, and squeezed. I am sorry, James, he said, rising back up. It doesn't matter what my reasons were, James said numbly. I probably released a younger Voldemort into the wild. I kept dreaming about students getting subsumed by Riddle, and even after I defeated Riddle's avatar, I'd dream about their parents clutching their catatonic child in their arms. He took a shuddering breath. I thought I was experiencing something worse than death, when Riddle took over me. I couldn't wish that on anyone. Dumbledore was silent, considering, before he spoke. You will not go without punishment, he said. And I think I have the right one for you. I hope that you will rise to the task and learn something of it. Yes, sir, James said. Dumbledore turned and took a few steps to the door, but then he stopped and looked over his shoulder. Do not let your guilt consume you, he said. You are not, after all, the first to let loose something like a Dark Lord. James hesitated before answering. Grindelwald. I knew him, said Dumbledore quietly, before all the death and destruction. I could have stopped him then, I think, but I did not. The consequences haunt me to this day. Oh, said James. Dumbledore gave him a small smile, which didn't reach his eyes but was nonetheless meant to comfort. Tom Riddle is not yet the man known as Voldemort. He is not as knowledgeable nor as experienced. My mistake was far greater than yours could ever hope to be, James. However, his gaze intensified. It is crucial that you let me know of anything that could be relevant to this matter. I will look into the diary's location myself, but if you find out anything at all. I will, sir. Good to hear, said Dumbledore, seeming to relax a little. Now, I think it best you return to sleep. I hope that you will soon feel better. Thank you, Professor, James said, shuffling under the sheets. Albus, he said, and smiled. Remember, James, my door is always open to you, should you need someone to talk to. James smiled back, albeit weakly. Fawkes bumped his head into James' hand like a particularly feathery cat and hopped onto Dumbledore's shoulder as he left. After a minute, he shuffled back into his sheets to try to sleep. He was startled out of his dreams when Lyra scurried into the hospital wing, looking like a disgruntled ferret. She briefly looked around to check nobody else was awake, then sat down on the same stool Dumbledore had previously transfigured into his armchair. After about 3 different privacy charms, she turned her tired but satisfied eyes toward him. Why are you here? James asked. What, I can't check in to see if my friend's doing well. She said. You usually have an ulterior motive. Lyra frowned. I'm not sure if I should be concerned with your lack of faith in me or with my inclination to come off as some kind of unfeeling sociopath. The last time I was in the hospitalized, you came to tell me gleefully about how you knocked Davies off his broom from 30 feet up with a stray bludger. Before that, you came to tell me that the girl bullying Luna had an unfortunate accident with a faulty cure for Boyle's potion in her shampoo. I think the real takeaway here is how often you end up in the hospital wing. It's only my fault sometimes, James emphasized. Yet, said Lyra. How come I've never been in here? Because you push me in front of spells aimed at you, you little shit. Lyra laughed, then went to lean back in her chair, only to realize too late it was a stool and she desperately flailed her limbs to keep her balance. Anyway, James said slowly, carefully not betraying his amusement, I've apparently been out for some time. What's been going on? Not much, said Lyra, transfiguring her stool into a chair. Freaked out a bit when I heard about you. Went to check on the diary in my trunk, saw the fake diary, freaked out some more. Realized Riddle might be out there, kept freaking out. She tucked her lips in and nodded. I freaked out, okay. What did you do? Said James warily. Lyra shrugged. Took Harry and Luna down to the chamber, not sure why I brought her. Like I said, I was freaking out, yet I got a bunch of Venom 3 daggers, one for me, you, and Harry. Then I went to find the Ravenclaw diadem, you know, in case Riddle knew we knew, and went after it. Lyra trailed off, in thought. And? Said James, impatiently. Did you find it? She said. Oh, yeah. Tried to destroy it. Tried. Said James. Lyra threw her arms out in disbelief. Damn thing's made out of goblin silver. He snorted, then saw that Lyra's expression remained unchanged. That's bullshit. Lyra shook her head. Goblin wrought silver takes in what makes it stronger. Can you believe how lucky Harry and them got? If it hadn't been for the fiend fire. We'll have to get Dumbledore to destroy it, then, said James. I don't trust myself to cast fiend fire. Well, not yet, anyway. Lyra fidgeted and wouldn't look him in the eyes. Do we have to get Dumbledore? She said. How else do you plan to remove the icky soul bit? James asked. Or have you learned nothing from what I did? Lyra held up a hand in defense. I know, it's incredibly stupid, especially after this, but do you know how awesome it would be to get to use that thing properly, with no soul in it, if it really does make you wiser? Who knows, you might graduate high school this time around. I'm thinking I'll just figure out how to remove the bit of soul from it, said Lyra, ignoring him. We'll probably need to find the real Voldemort in Albania and do it there. Just destroy the fucking soul piece, Lyra, it's not hard to understand. Lyra held up both her hands in defense this time. Hey, I was only joking. I just don't know how to explain to Dumbledore, you know, everything. Dunno how else to destroy it either. See if you can find a way to transfer the soul shard into something else. Maybe you can stick his soul into a piece of lingerie before you destroy it. Then, when we record all of this in a book, we can claim Tom Riddle was a deviant. Giving a low laugh, Lyra tilted her head in consideration. Speaking of books, she said idly as they sat in their contentment. Lockhart's officially retiring. James frowned. The curse strikes again, I see. How'd it happen? Lyra smirked. I am the curse. Oh no. Her smile grew wider. I told him I knew his secret, and that if he ever obliviates another person again or writes another book, I'll tell the whole world. He tried to obliviate me, the bastard. What did you do? Said James, sitting up in interest. Disarmed him, said Lyra, shrugging. Didn't even need my wand. You were right, learning wandless magic was a great idea. He now believes 5 different people know his secret, and if any of us become suddenly forgetful, we all go to the Daily Prophet and he gets thrown into Azkaban. Please, nobody's going to believe us. The man's still beloved by everyone not in Hogwarts. I actually got the dipshit to blurt out the name of 3 people he's obliviated, said Lyra. Told him I knew one of them, and he just began throwing out names. She shook her head. Amazing, that man. So no more books? You sure he can live without constantly begging everyone for attention? Oh, he can still be famous. I'd prefer it. His support would be invaluable in the future. James laid his head back down on the pillow. I can see it. Charity fundraiser hosted by Lyra Malfoy, with guest appearance Gilderoy Lockhart. That'd draw in a crowd. Exactly. And you need someone to write the foreword for your adventure novels, too, right? He'd make it all about himself, James groused. Fuck him. I'll get old man Dumbles to write my forewords. Or Harry Potter, depending on how famous he is after all this. Lyra hummed. If things go right, there'll be no reason for Harry to be as famous a second time. Anyway, I should let you get some sleep. Not gonna yell at me for my idiotic actions. Like nothing I've done could have gone horribly wrong. James leveled a look at her. Okay, maybe not that horribly wrong, but I shouldn't have let you use the diary at all, I just figured, with how many headaches I gave you over the stone thing. Anyway, I've spent the whole day panicking as it is. I'm just tired now. She sighed. I'm assuming the diary is God knows where, right? I tried to summon it from all over the castle, including in the chamber. James closed his eyes. I don't know where it is. Riddles wiped my memory during whatever he was doing with me. Lyra stared at him for a long moment, all humor gone from her eyes. So anyone could have it. She said. Presumably he didn't just toss it somewhere. He probably picked someone he felt he could take over, probably over the summer. I agree. I haven't had much time to think on it because, you know, he said, gesturing to his bed. But that sounds reasonable. Summer holidays is long enough that he could consolidate control over whomever he's chosen to be his sacrifice. James wondered what unlucky sod would have to face the most feared wizard in modern history. He swallowed heavily and turned back to Lyra, exhibiting no sign of his inner turmoil. We'll need to keep an eye out, she said seriously, maybe more serious than he had ever seen her. After I leave here, I'm going to visit all the dorms I can. Couldn't find it in Ravenclaw Tower, so I'll get Harry, Hermione, or a Weasley to let me into the Gryffindor Tower, Cedric for Hufflepuff, and Draco for Slytherin. I've already put Dobby on the search. Luna and Harry know about it, so they'll be on the lookout, and Harry's friends probably will too. I might tell Draco as well. He's probably planned for it, said James quietly. Again, Lyra observed him with that sharp look in her eyes. Just how much did he see in your mind, James? He didn't have to see anything to. That's not what I mean, she said, cutting him off. I know he's smart enough to put the diary somewhere I can't get it, no doubt some trunk with an anti-summoning charm on it. How much did he see, James? I don't know, said James, slumping. I don't know what he took from me. He might have erased or altered my most prized memories and I wouldn't know it. I want to think he hasn't had enough time to look through everything I remember, but, again, I wouldn't know. So, he could know everything, then, said Lyra. There's a riddle out there possibly with the knowledge of it all, everything about you, everything you know about me, all our future knowledge, the Horcruxes, Harry, everything. I know what I did, James said, exhausted. I'm sorry. Lyra pursed her lips. At least your memory of the books is shit. Then she shook her head again, closing her eyes and rubbing her forehead with 3 fingers. I gotta go, she said, standing up. I need to check the houses. Don't sweat it too much, James. With another sigh, she stood and made her way out of the room, her arms crossed and head lowered. She had said not to sweat it too much, as if it wasn't that big of a deal, but her hesitation spoke for itself. Since arriving in the wizarding world, James had felt many different ways about it. This, however, might have been the first time that he felt raw, undiluted hatred. All he wanted was a way home and he ended up possibly freeing Voldemort from his chains, and now hundreds of people might end up dead, or worse. The door shutting on Lyra's way out felt like a blow to his heart. Chapter 8, Black Together. Notes. We know this FIC started off lighthearted and it's sort of going in the other direction right now, but we still plan to keep humor a large part of this FIC going forward. The plot just turned serious somehow. Whoops. Chapter text. The sun beat on Harry's neck as he worked on Aunt Petunia's garden in the backyard. It was a few weeks into summer and he was already miserable. Was on the first day, really. Boy! Yelled Uncle Vernon from the door, his face twisted in displeasure. Someone's come to see you. Get up. Sighing, Harry got up, stretching his back, and walked to the house. Inside, he found someone familiar, though it took him a moment to recognize her. Lyra Malfoy sat in Vernon's chair, lounging in it like she owned it. Her pale blonde hair was smooth and straightened for once, and she wore round sunglasses and a black leather jacket. Compared to other wizards he'd seen attempt Muggle fashion, she was downright cool. Though Harry knew Vernon hated it. I've gotta say, said Lyra, lowering her sunglasses to look over them, this 90s fashion slaps. Slaps? Mouthed Vernon, looking baffled and slightly horrified. Harry knew better than to respond to Lyra's nonsense. Usually it would just baffle him, her odd slang and absurd behavior, but now he was actively looking forward to it. If he was lucky, Vernon might drop dead of shock. As it was, Vernon was eyeing Lyra in his chair with barely concealed disgust. As if reading his thoughts, and she very well might have been. Lyra sunk further into it and spread herself out. What? She said when Vernon and Petunia stared. Harry laughed. Vernon's head snapped to him, turning red already, then back at Lyra. What he began, mustache bristling, who are you? He snapped. Are you one of those lesbians? Said Lyra innocently. Aunt Petunia recoiled, face twisting into disgust, and Uncle Vernon turned purple, having trouble speaking. No, he said, as if it hurt him to even reply to that. I mean, one of his kind. He pointed to Harry, as if she needed clarification. Ah, said Lyra, pushing her sunglasses up her nose and raising her chin. She continued to stare at him, looking unimpressed. Harry at least assumed she was staring at Vernon, but he couldn't see her eyes. Well, exploded Vernon when the silence dragged on too long. What do you want? Why are you here? Have you come to take him? In a flash Lyra stood up, whipping her sunglasses off her face, so smoothly she probably practiced it earlier. Aunt Petunia jumped back, her disgust turning into fear, and Uncle Vernon took a step in front of her, as if he could do anything to protect her. Harry knew that if she wanted, Lyra could kill the both of them in a fraction of a second. It was an odd thing to think, that this 15-16-year-old girl could so easily smite the whole neighborhood. I have, she said finally, letting the words hang, indeed come to take Harry away. Unfortunately, not permanently. But she shrugged carelessly. Voldemort might be back, so, you know, Harry's gonna need your magical protection for a few more years. Both Vernon and Petunia flinched at the use of the word magical. Magical protection, interrupted Harry. Lyra frowned down at him. Thought you knew. Yet, Dumbledore put an old spell over little whinging, tied to you, and Petunia protects you from Voldemort or anyone tied to him. Even a muggle hired by him wouldn't be able to get to you here. Harry was a little annoyed he hadn't known this. It would have been good to know staying here at least protected him from Voldemort and his forces. Anyway, said Lyra, I'll be taking him now. She hooked her arm around his and pulled him along to the door. He'll be back next summer. If it wasn't for Voldemort, his godfather would have taken him in. He just got out of maximum security prison, you know, so he has plenty of time on his hands. We're going to go visit him now, actually. She turned to Harry. Dumbledore was fine with me picking you up. Utterly stupefied, and likely terrified, Petunia and Vernon stood rooted to their spot as Lyra guided Harry out of the house. His mind, too, was swimming. Godfather? Ah, said Lyra, stopping at the door and pulling out her wand. Let's not forget your stuff, Harry. Oxio. And with numerous loud crashes, a splintering of what must have been a door, and the squawking of Hedwig, all of Harry's things came flying down the stairs. His trunk stopped to float in front of them, the lid open as his clothes and other possessions piled into it. Hedwig's cage came flying in too, but without Hedwig. I opened the window in your room, said Lyra, reading his mind. Hedwig will find her way. His broom was the last to shoot into his trunk, which shut closed and shrunk to the size of a snitch and then leapt into Harry's pocket. Lyra smiled, satisfied, and turned to the Dursleys who watched on in greater horror. Harry could tell through his mess of thoughts that she was feeling unholy glee at their reactions. Right then, she said. Until next time. Au revoir. They both stepped outside. Harry was ready to question Lyra, to ask if she was allowed to do all that, perform all that magic, and about his godfather, who he hadn't known had existed until now, and then he saw in front of the house Narcissa Malfoy, looking down her nose at all of Petunia's flowers. So simple, she said, as if insulted by the lack of extravagant flora. Ministry gave my mum permission to perform magic here, said Lyra, but they never know who precisely is doing the magic, so she shrugged. Time to go, Mum. Mrs. Malfoy turned to them. Ah, finally, she said, and smiled at Harry. Hello, dear. Are you ready to go, then? Harry opened his mouth but nothing came out, so he just nodded. Information overload, said Lyra, then she wiggled her arm at her mother. Let's go. Very well, said Mrs. Malfoy, grasping Lyra's hand. Ready yourself, you two. Harry had no idea what to ready himself for as Lyra grabbed his arm. Then her arm twisted away and everything went black. He was pressed hard against nothing and everything from all directions, unable to breathe as his eyeballs were forced into the back of his head, and then he gasped as he landed on his knees, palming the concrete below him. After a moment of gulping down air, he looked up and saw they were no longer in Privet Drive. Harry had operated for the first time in his life. They stood in some square in what Harry thought was London. It might have been impressive in its heyday, but such times were long gone. The fences were rusted, the windows, those that existed, at any rate, were covered in grime. The few occupied homes, visibly cleaner, brighter, and neater, provided a stark contrast between the maintained and the abandoned town houses. Mrs. Malfoy inhaled deeply as she stared at the building in front of her, and she smiled fondly. It's been quite a while since I've been here, she said, taking in the street and the unwelcoming houses with their broken windows, as if there was anything to even be fond about. Then she caught Harry's expression and laughed. Oh, I know, dear. It's certainly seen better days. Mrs. Malfoy pushed open a creaky gate with a gloved hand, avoiding the worst spots of jagged rust. She strode to the door, numbered 12 with gold plates, covered in enough dirt that it looked more like bronze. She picked up the gargoyle-shaped knocker and knocked 3 times. The door cracked open, still mostly closed by the chain. Oh, it's you, said a voice, slightly gravelly. Then the door shut, the sound of chains clinking, and opened fully. In the doorway stood a tall man with long black hair and grey eyes which reminded him of Draco. He was clean-shaven and dressed well, but his sunken cheeks and dark eyes gave the general appearance of a man recovering from something awful. Hello, cousin, said Mrs. Malfoy. Have you been keeping up with your diet? Bugger the diet, he grunted. I'm not eating anything Creaker makes. Well, sighed Mrs. Malfoy, at least you haven't murdered the house elf. Yet, he said darkly. Lyra snorted, and the man turned to her. Oh, another relative, he said, his tone warmer as his eyes looked over her face. She takes after you, Sissa. Thankfully. Indeed, said Mrs. Malfoy, her tone slightly cooler. And I'd thank you to keep your comments to yourself. Sirius chuckled to himself, then finally seemed to notice Harry standing partly behind Lyra. He stilled. Harry felt a little uncomfortable under the stranger's scrutiny, but the man broke into a small smile. Despite how small it was, Harry knew it was genuine. "Harry," he said warmly. "This isn't the first time we've met, though you wouldn't really remember me. You weren't even able to walk back then." Harry blinked, then caught Lyra's small jerk of her head, hinting something. "Meet your godfather," she said softly. "Oh," said Harry, something twisting in his chest. Nice to meet you, sir." He held out his hand, but Sirius stared at him as if he'd grown a second head. "Please just call me Sirius," said his godfather, shaking it surprisingly firmly for a man so thin. "My father fancied himself a sir. And he was a prick of the highest order." Harry smiled slightly then, and Sirius grinned. Then, surprising him a little, Sirius hugged him. Harry awkwardly patted his back, beaming as he pulled back. Sirius didn't seem to notice Harry's nervousness. "Merlin, you look almost exactly like James when he was younger," he said. "Maybe I can tell you some embarrassing stories." Harry gave a more genuine smile this time. "That sounds nice. You'd best take his boasts with a grain of salt, dear," Mrs. Malfoy said. "He likes to paint himself as the hero, when in reality he was the menace." "You were hardly better yourself," said Sirius, turning to her. "You just didn't find amusement in inflicting terror." "As you did," said Mrs. Malfoy dryly. "Hey, you okay?" whispered Lyra as Sirius and Mrs. Malfoy loosened up in their banter. Yeah," said Harry. "It's just a lot. He was in Azkaban for the last decade," she said quietly. "For a crime he didn't commit. That's why you haven't met him until now. He's been out the last 2 years, but in St. Mungo's magical hospital recovering. You've heard of Azkaban, I'm sure." "I've heard you talk about being tossed in yourself," said Harry. "A lot." "Yeah, it's not." Lyra grimaced, looking back at Sirius. "I joke, but it's not funny, really. It's patrolled by Dementors, which I've told you about. People go insane there. Just keep that in mind when you talk to him." "You too," said Mrs. Malfoy, pulling them out of their conversation. She gestured inside, where Sirius had stepped to the side to allow room. "Welcome to Grimmauld Place, Harry, Lyra," said Sirius. "One of the Black family's many homes, and the place where many memories were made. Most of them bad ones, but still." They made their way inside, looking around at the dark interior of the home. Lyra especially seemed interested, taking in every detail. "So, Harry," said Sirius, clapping a hand on his shoulder. "I've been cleaning this place out for a while now. A lot of the rooms are empty, though, so I figured I'd make one of them yours. You could visit whenever you'd like that way. Want to see?" "Sure," Harry said, and followed Sirius up the stairs. On the second floor was a corridor lined with bedrooms. Harry noted the dimensions of this home were much larger on the inside than what he could see from outside. Sirius paused in front of the 2 doors at the far end of the corridor, on either side of an old wooden table with a fine vase sitting on it. "This is my room," Sirius said, nudging the left door with his foot. "I use it as an office sometimes, so if you need me, I might be in here. And this," Sirius turned the knob to the right door, "is yours." Harry was overcome with red and gold as he entered. The room was more Gryffindorish than the Gryffindor common room. Scarlet banners hung from the bed, from the window frames, above the desk, everywhere. The bedspreads were red and the pillowcase was gold. One wall was dominated with moving photographs. Harry looked closely, his eyes widening at the familiar faces. Some of them had Hagrid and a few professors, though much younger than they were now. Some were recognizably serious, though less thin. Others were men wearing glasses and sharing Harry's messy black hair, others were kind-looking women with wavy red hair, waving to whomever had been behind the camera. Harry felt his eyes sting with emotion and his heart pound with something like heartache. "That was Merlin, 17 or so years ago," Sirius said, brushing his fingers against one photo. It had Harry's mum and dad, both dressed in knitted woolen clothes, standing in a park with a small layer of snow. "This was a couple of hours before your dad proposed to your mum. James wanted to go see the sunrise with her, but he accidentally slept and so he decided to go watch the sunset instead." Harry couldn't help but laugh at that, his voice filled with warmth and happiness and that ever-present bit of sorrow for his parents. Sirius didn't miss it. He put his arm over his shoulders and squeezed gently. They stood in silence for now, Sirius probably knowing that if he talked more about Lily and James, Harry's dam might break and he'd be embarrassed for it. "But yeah," Sirius said eventually, summoning a box of tissues and plopping it on the bedside table. "I thought I'd give you a room here. You'll always be welcome with me, after all. If you want to redecorate, though, let me know and I'll help. I'm many things, but an interior decorator is not one of them." "Thank you," said Harry, his voice cracking a little, "but no. I want to keep it this way." Sirius smiled. "As you wish. Who's this?" Harry asked, pointing to a somewhat tired-looking, but nonetheless happy man in a group photo from New Year's Eve. "Ah, that's Moony," said Sirius. "Remus Lupin. Old friend of mine, and your father's. He's always turned down my invitations, but I don't think he'll want to miss meeting you." They stood in comfortable silence for a while. Eventually, Harry had Sirius unshrink his trunk and then shoved it underneath the bed. Then he took one last look around the room and then to Sirius. "Thank you, Sirius," he said. Sirius waved him away. "It's not a problem." Harry fell to Sirius' side as they made their way back downstairs. "You and Lyra are related, right?" "Yeah, she's my niece or something, I suppose. The daughter of my cousin." "Why? Do you all have star names?" "Lyra's a constellation," said Sirius. "Or have you not been paying attention in astronomy?" "Not really." Sirius chuckled under his breath. "I don't know about who's teaching these days, but it was a waste of time for me. Rather be in bed." They came to the bottom floor, stepping into the kitchen. Harry was immediately captured by Mrs. Weasley, who crushed him in her warm embrace. The woman stepped away then, looking him up and down with a beaming smile. "Oh, Harry dear, it's lovely to see you again," she said, fussing over his clothes and hair. "You must have been miserable with those muggles." "Good to see you too, Mrs. Weasley," said Harry, a little amazed. "What are you doing here?" Mrs. Weasley pursed her lips briefly. "Headmaster Dumbledore called for a meeting, you see," she said. "Gathering up the old guard, I suppose, and recruiting new members, such as me and Arthur. Things are quite hectic right now." Harry blinked, but Mrs. Weasley didn't elaborate. He turned to Sirius instead, who shrugged noncommittally. Before he could say anything, two redheads stumbled into the kitchen, bumping into Sirius and earning a glare of disapproval from Mrs. Weasley. Ron blinked at Harry, then grinned. "Blimey," he said. "You're here. I've been waiting for days." "You ought to learn some patience, Ronald," said Mrs. Weasley. "Never mind that, he's finally here," Ron exclaimed, drawing a smile from his mother. "How's it been, mate?" Harry shrugged, catching Ginny's eyes. Ginny blushed, as she always seemed to do in his presence. Sirius raised a singular eyebrow that made Harry shift uncomfortably. Ron looked to and from his friend and his sister, and pulled a face. "Ginny, stop ogling Harry." "I'm not," Ginny said, her face a furious red. "Ron, be nice to your sister," said Mrs. Weasley, sharing a small smile with Sirius. "Yes, Mum," Ron said, sounding like he wanted to roll his eyes. As Ginny fled, Mrs. Malfoy stepped into the kitchen, crowding it once more. "Cousin," she said, glancing back at Ginny's fleeing form with a frown. "I believe Alastor Moody is here with the headmaster. He demands to know what your first punishment was as an Auror trainee for putting laxatives in his tea." Sirius rolled his eyes and left the room, grumbling, "Why does he insist on passwords and secret questions every single time?" An awkward air permeated the room as Molly Weasley and Narcissa Malfoy failed to look each other in the eyes or come up with a topic of conversation. Ron and Harry glanced at each other. Eventually, Mrs. Weasley took the initiative. "Tea?" she asked. "That would be lovely, thank you," said Mrs. Malfoy. Mrs. Weasley seemed grateful for the distraction, bustling to put a kettle to boil. Meanwhile, Mrs. Malfoy crossed and uncrossed her arms, staring at nothing in particular. Ron looked at Harry again. "Ron, dear, head on back up," said Mrs. Weasley without turning to face him. "I'm sure the headmaster wants to talk to Harry." "All right," Ron said with a sigh. "I'll see you in a bit, then, Harry." Mrs. Weasley handed Mrs. Malfoy a steaming cup. "Thank you," Mrs. Malfoy said, taking a sip. "Sirius stocks some lovely tea," Mrs. Weasley said. "I chose this brand, actually. Imported from Turkey." Mrs. Malfoy took another sip. "Sirius prefers coffee. The cheap, instant kind." She didn't fake the shudder that followed. "Ah, Molly, could you kindly prepare another 2 cups?" said a familiar voice. Into the kitchen strode the headmaster, eyes briefly settling on Harry to give him a kind smile. Behind him was Sirius and a heavily scarred man with a peg leg. "Harry, allow me to introduce you to my old friend, Alastor Moody." Moody stared at Harry, his fake eye whizzing around in its socket until it finally settled on him. Harry shuffled awkwardly before holding out his hand. "So you're the lad that smote the Dark Lord, eh?" he said. "You don't look like much." "Alastor," said Dumbledore. "Fine," said Moody, rolling his eyes. It was a bizarre sight, his fake eye completing about 5 revolutions while the real eye only managed 1. He took Harry's hand in a calloused grip and shook firmly. "Good to meet you, son. Most call me Mad Eye." "You too," said Harry. As the grizzled man turned away, Harry tried to massage some sensation back into his hand. "Now, Harry, I believe I should talk to you about the primary reason for my visit," said Dumbledore. "Here, Albus." Moody interrupted. With this audience? I can understand Molly, but Malfoy. Mrs. Malfoy returned Moody's gaze coolly, not at all fazed by his appearance and aggression. If you can't teach your dog to behave, headmaster, I suggest you keep a tighter leash. Fat words coming from a mouth that feeds from the Dark Lord's hand, Moody snarled. Enough, said Dumbledore, raising his voice and staring down the both of them. Narcissa, I am afraid I will have to ask for you to leave for this discussion. To her credit, Mrs. Malfoy rallied quickly. Very well. I will be upstairs with my daughter for the time being. Ah, said Dumbledore, holding up a finger. I would like Lyra to be present, actually, if you will. Mrs. Malfoy raised an eyebrow, looking wholly unimpressed with both Moody and Dumbledore, but gave a small nod and left the room. Moody turned back to Dumbledore immediately. You're too trusting of them, he growled. First that potions master of yours, and now her and her daughter you can't throw a new coat of paint on rot and expect things to be just fine. I am not yet sure if to trust her, said Dumbledore simply. But I do trust her to keep her daughter safe and happy, her daughter who is friends with Harry. Her daughter, a Malfoy, raised by Malfoys, said Moody darkly. I trust her, Alastor, said Dumbledore, turning around and making his way into the long dining room, where he sat at the end of the table. Moody grunted and hobbled after him, pulling out a chair to his right. I'd like to meet this lass, grunted Moody, stretching his injured leg. Has she also got some tale you can't share? You will hear it yourself, said Dumbledore, then turned around and gestured to Harry. Come, take a seat, Harry. Harry did so, and Sirius and Mrs. Weasley joined him on either side. Now, said Dumbledore, resting his hand on top of his other. We must discuss your future, and the immediate problems involved, namely, the presence of Lord Voldemort. Harry nodded, even as Mrs. Weasley flinched beside him. Our first priority, of course, is to keep you and your friends safe, said Dumbledore. And our second priority is the complete destruction of Voldemort, both of them, if that is the case. Since there is significant overlap between these two objectives, I have been persuaded to give you some tutoring by those who have participated in the previous Wizarding War. You mean I'm going to get training, sir? Asked Harry. I have tweaked the defense curriculum for this year to involve more practical components, said Dumbledore. But we can arrange for private tutoring, if you believe you are up for it. It is your choice, of course, but I imagine Sirius would be more than happy to assist. Harry glanced at Sirius, who was sitting in his chair a little smugly. I was quite the duelist, if I say so myself, he said. Would be a good way to knock off the rust, said Moody. You might even be able to beat the lad. Sirius pointedly ignored the comment. You see the issue, Harry, said Dumbledore. Lord Voldemort remains out there, possibly with the Philosopher's Stone, and his teenage self may be slowly taking over a poor soul as we speak. 2 riddles. Harry nodded, honestly terrified at the thought. Lyra told me. Dumbledore smiled, though it was a bit sad. Indeed. If Lord Voldemort regains a body, he will likely not announce himself immediately. He will be patient. We must be especially cautious for this reason. Your new education will not just be so you may throw stronger spells at your enemy, but also so you may detect anything that may be related to his movements, and react accordingly, such as a spy or a cursed object sent to kill you. Just then, someone knocked on the front door. Sirius stood up and went to go check who it was, Moody trailing behind him, probably to interrogate whoever it was. Moody glanced out the windows, checking to make sure there were no unsavory elements waiting to ambush him beyond the door. A moment later, they came back with some short wizard they called Mundungus Fletcher, who avoided looking in Dumbledore and Moody's direction, choosing instead to sit in the far corner on a chair and dip his hat over his eyes. As I was saying, said Dumbledore as Sirius and Moody sat back down, it is likely Voldemort will stay in the shadows as long as he may, slowly infiltrating the Ministry and anywhere else. Tom Riddle may attempt the same. Frankly, I have no idea if the two will collaborate, fuse together, or fight against one another. Such a thing as 2 souls of a person becoming their own beings has never before been seen to my knowledge. Sir, said Harry, hesitating. How is that even possible? How can 2 Voldemorts even exist at the same time? Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. You see, Harry, Voldemort's greatest fear is death. His own death, to be precise. I believe that the diary was his way of leaving behind a copy of himself, so to speak, so that should he ever perish, another version of himself will rise to replace him. Cunt, said Moody. Alastor, said Molly, scandalized. Dumbledore sighed and sent both him and a chuckling Sirius long-suffering looks. To summarize, he said, this year's defense courses will be taught by Alastor. He has always been among the most distinguished orators. He also participated extensively in the previous war against Voldemort's forces and has deep insight into how they operate. My goal is to keep you from the fighting. He gave Harry a deeply grave look. Should you ever encounter Voldemort's forces, you will flee first. The magic that will be first taught to you will be magic that should aid you in flight of death. What if I can't run away? Said Harry quietly, feeling as if this was all too much. Dumbledore spoke as if an army was coming for him, and it made his throat tighten to know the headmaster was justified in doing so. Then, said Dumbledore slowly and seriously, you will fight. This curriculum extends to the other Hogwarts students as well, so hopefully, they too will be safer. Used to train Aurors, grumbled Moody, and now I've been reduced to training teenagers. Harry jumped slightly as the door knocker sounded. The sound of chair legs scraping against the wooden floor filled the kitchen as Sirius and Mad Eye stood up again to go open it. This time, Sirius looked out the window, and then ran to the door. Harry heard the door open loudly, without a care, and Moody cursed at Sirius. Moony! Said Sirius, and then some woman began screaming, making Harry jump again in alarm. Just a cursed painting, said Mrs. Weasley kindly, getting up to go deal with it. Black! Mad Eye snapped. Has your time in prison leaked your brains from your ears? How the bloody hell do you know that's your real friend, eh? There was some muffled argument Harry couldn't make out, and then he heard his name, followed by silence. Harry Potter! Said the other voice, one Sirius had called Moony. Harry almost shrunk a little into himself at the way the voice perked up in excitement, but then he remembered that Moony was the name of Remus Lupin. Thank you, Sirius, said Moony as they came nearer and their voices became clearer. It's really good to see you again. Yeah. You too, old friend, said Sirius. And look at that, is that another cousin of mine? What is today, a family reunion? Remus Lupin stepped into the dining room, giving a tired smile to everyone. Harry thought he looked much older than he should, when compared to the younger Remus in the photographs in his room. Harry, said Remus when his weary eyes fell on him. You look just like James. Mr. Remus. Harry said. Remus' smile widened slightly. Please, just Remus is fine. It's good to meet you again, after so long. Harry shook the man's hand with a firm grip, and Remus sat down at the seat Sirius had been in. Mrs. Weasley poured some tea for Remus, who accepted it graciously before swallowing the whole thing in one gulp. Then Sirius walked into the kitchen with another woman, who looked a bit like Mrs. Malfoy, were her hair dark rather than blonde. She also looked around at everyone, a little warily, but smiled kindly at Harry, inclining her head a little. Behind her was a pink-haired witch visibly dragging her feet behind the older woman. When she saw Harry, Dumbledore, and Moody, though, she straightened. Watch her, everyone, said the witch, grinning brightly. Hey, Mad Eye, still hobbling along? Moody grunted. Professor, she said, nodding at Dumbledore, then she looked at Harry. Lo, Harry. I'm Tonks. Hello, Harry, the older woman said. I'm Andromeda Tonks, and this is my daughter, Nymphadora. Nymphadora Tonks glared at her mother before enthusiastically approaching Harry for a handshake. She tripped over quite literally nothing and banged her hip against the corner of the table. Harry winced but obliged her handshake. Her face was red and her smile was a little more forced than before, but she prevailed. Nymphadora, Mrs. Tonks sighed. Please don't call me that, said Tonks to Harry. Harry nodded uncertainly. Mrs. Tonks didn't look too impressed at her daughter's behavior, but they took a seat anyway. Andromeda is another of Sirius' cousins, Dumbledore said for his benefit. Another? Said Mrs. Tonks, raising a single dark eyebrow. You're Mrs. Malfoy's sister. Said Harry, and her other eyebrow hiked up to meet the other. I am indeed, she said carefully. I trust she hasn't given you a negative opinion of my family, not that I've spoken much to any of my family for some time. No, she's been really nice, said Harry, which seemed to raise her eyebrows even more. I'm friends with her daughter. Lyra. Said Tonks, wearing a complicated expression. Not her son? Asked Mrs. Tonks. He's of an age with you, is he not? Dumbledore raised his teacup to his mouth and said before taking a sip, Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy have fostered a most fascinating rivalry. Harry blushed at that description as Sirius and Andromeda shared amused looks. At that moment, Lyra burst into the room, stopping cold when she saw the newest occupants of the room. Mrs. Tonks' eyes went from unfamiliarity to recognition in a moment. Tonks looked like she didn't know if she should smile or grimace. Lyra stood there, glancing at everyone in the room until she finally settled her gaze on Tonks. She shifted to put her weight on one leg, her entire posture smug. Why are you here? Tonks said, eyes narrowing. Because I've done more to hurt Voldemort's cause than you have as an Auror. Said Lyra sweetly, and Tonks sputtered. Don't, said Mrs. Tonks, holding a hand up before Tonks could say anything. Now, Lyra, dear, come here. Merlin, you've grown since I last saw you. I'm probably a sight for sore eyes, hey, said Lyra, embracing her. She glanced at Tonks over Mrs. Tonks' shoulder. Very sore eyes. Tonks' hair turned red as Lyra pulled back. Don't think it's been too long, though. If you wish, Harry, you can leave, Dumbledore said, pulling Harry's attention away. I just thought you might want to meet a few people you will become increasingly familiar with in the coming months. A few of your professors will be here shortly, should you wish to greet them, although I understand if you wouldn't like to be here when Professor Snape arrives. Yeah, maybe, said Harry. I'll be able to see them once you're done, right? Dumbledore inclined his head, and Harry stood. He made polite goodbyes to everybody and rushed up the stairs to join Ron, who was, as he'd expected, currently bored out of his mind. Andromeda Tonks watched the boy who lived rush out of the kitchen and up the stairs. A seemingly unremarkable boy, yet he may prove himself in time. He was still young. She turned her attention back to Lyra as she made her way around the table to sit next to Moody, who glanced at her with clear distrust. Lyra didn't so much as glance at him, but from the satisfied expression she held, Andromeda could tell she was enjoying it. That or the fact she was going to be part of this meeting. An appreciation for attention would have made sense, being the daughter of Narcissa and Lucius. Though not much else did, from what she had heard of the girl. Lyra Malfoy was one step away from pulling an Andromeda, though it seemed Lyra's parents were far more accepting than Andromeda's own were. But still, fraternizing with Muggleborn's Andromeda had half expected her sister to have a heart attack. After all, she nearly did back when she had decided to fraternize with a Muggleborn by the name of Ted Tonks. Though Andromeda hated to admit it, the difference in how they were treated by the same woman made her bitter. But she didn't begrudge Lyra, she was glad for her biannual visits to her home. Soon, more Order members arrived, all inspected by Mad-Eye Moody. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick arrived together, while Professor Snape came on his own. Kingsley Shacklebolt, a senior Auror according to Nymphadora, came next with Arthur Weasley at his side. Next was one of the elder Weasley children, William, he was called, who had come down from upstairs rather than the door, sitting down near Lyra and introducing himself to her. To her surprise came a man that looked like a far less pleasant Professor Dumbledore, introducing himself as Aberforth Dumbledore, his brother. He ignored everybody as he sat down. There were also a few others she didn't know the name of. Now that we have gathered, said Dumbledore, quieting everyone, we can begin our first meeting of the Reborn Order of the Phoenix. Nymphadora clapped, then faltered when nobody else joined in. Lyra sent her an evil smirk, mouthing something that looked like loser. Andromeda fought back a sigh. Thank you, said Dumbledore with a gracious smile. Now, some of you here are veterans of the First Order. You will know that this organization was created to hinder Voldemort in any way we could, to stop the progress of evil. I have called this organization to arms once again because we are looking at the possible resurgence of Voldemort or, if we are unlucky, 2 Voldemorts. There was a cacophony of muttering and questions. Andromeda herself had no idea what that could mean, but it seemed some like Lyra and Sirius already knew. Most, however, didn't. 2 you-know-whos. Someone said. What does that mean? Said another. Dumbledore sighed. As you all know, Lord Voldemort has stolen the Philosopher's Stone. Thankfully, if he remains a wraith without a host or friend, it will be difficult for him to use, perhaps impossible, but if not, if he learns how to use it to regain a proper body. He trailed off, not needing to say anything more. Everybody had already been informed of the mess regarding the Philosopher's Stone the year before. The reason for his undeath, however, his ability to exist as a wraith after the destruction of his body. That is the other matter of importance. He paused, falling into thought, as if unsure of how to proceed. Lord Voldemort has always greatly feared death, he said, somewhat slowly. I believe he has created a failsafe of sorts, a dark object that is able to recreate a younger version of himself, should he himself perish. Again, there were murmurs and questions asked, coming one after another until Dumbledore raised a hand to silence them. This failsafe was discovered by one of very own, he said, and he gestured to Lyra. She sat there, looking a little uncomfortable suddenly as she lightly tapped a finger on the dark wood of the table. Lyra, if you would like, you may tell the tale. I do not wish to say anything you or James would not like to be told to those present. Why isn't James here? Said Minerva. I was under the impression he was responsible for this new disaster. Dumbledore opened his mouth, but Lyra spoke first. Because there's no point in you all torturing him more than he's already torturing himself, she said. Minerva blinked at the sharp tone, clearly not used to it, then turned a bit curt herself. Malfoy, if Stark is the reason Dumbledore felt the need to gather 20 people here. Minerva, began Dumbledore, but Lyra once again cut across him. The only thing he could do is tell what happened, she said with a swift air of finality, turning stiff in her chair. Then she relaxed, leaning back again. And I know what happened myself. It's quite all right, Minerva, said Dumbledore. She is right. To force James to sit here and relieve his mistake, as grave as it might turn out to be, it would be needlessly cruel. He nodded at Lyra. If you would. Why should we trust her to tell us the full truth? Said Moody suddenly, casting a dark look at her. Why can't you just tell it, Albus? Why is she even here? Because I'm the reason Voldemort doesn't have a friend or host right now, snapped Lyra. Moody's eyes darted from Lyra to Dumbledore several times, and Dumbledore nodded. It is true, he said. Lyra was the one to discover Quirrell's plot. Were it not for her, the stone would have been stolen right under my nose, and Voldemort would have both a host and a friend still. It is likely he would already have returned. The intrigue blossoming within Andromeda turned to pride, and certainly wonder too. No wonder Narcissa would be here, allowing her daughter to be a part of the Order. Lyra Malfoy had perhaps put herself right below Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore on Voldemort's list of people he wished to torture and murder. How ironic. Moody stared at Lyra, still untrusting. She's the reason I'm out of Azkaban, said Sirius. She was the one who caught Pettigrew, found out he was an animagus, turned him in, set me free. He shrugged. She's got my trust. And I've heard and seen nothing but greatness from her. Piped up Phileas. She and James might be troublemakers, but from what I hear they've both never declined to help a struggling student. She's stopped bullies too. He grimaced slightly. Though not in a way I'd prefer. She's also been nothing but wonderful to us, said Molly, frowning in thought. My kids all like her, I think. Especially Fred and George. Not Percy, whispered Lyra to Bill. I kept flirting with Penelope Clearwater, his girlfriend. Never turned her nose down at us, said Arthur, shaking his head in amusement as Bill snorted. Not like well. He grew uncomfortable, not wanting to say it. All I can say is that she can hold her liquor well, said Aberforth, his voice a bit rough, and that her tongue gets loose when she can't. Lyra laughed nervously. I've heard her say things she probably can't remember now, he continued, things she probably wished she hadn't if she knew. He let Lyra sit there for a moment uncomfortably. But none of it was bad, really. She's got a good heart. As much as I hate to admit it, said Nymphadora, in a tone that truly suggested it pained her, Lyra is definitely on our side, Moody. James, too. They're both little shits, but I've seen them stand up against bigotry when they were only first ties, while we were both in Hogwarts. Nymphadora's words seemed to convince Moody the most. Fine, he grunted, and waved a hand. Whatever. Dumbledore, who had been smiling serenely the whole time, nodded to Lyra again. Right, said Lyra, leaning forward and lacing her fingers together. My father, he had this black book, held onto it for years, and I guess it was to get back at the Weasleys or something. She gestured to them. I don't really know, but at Diagon Alley last year, he slipped the diary into Ginny's cauldron. Arthur straightened in his seat, looking outraged, and Molly paled. Bill narrowed his eyes. Diary, said Kingsley. It was Tom Riddle's diary, said Lyra, given to my father in the First War, I imagine. It was. She glanced at the Weasleys with a grimace. It was imbued with dark magic. Tom Riddle was his Lord Voldemort's real name. Andromeda hadn't known this, but it seemed all the Order members from the First War already had. Molly and Arthur only paled further. I saw him do it, Lyra continued. I took it out of her cauldron and held onto it. I wasn't sure what it did then, but I've never trusted my father fully. Why didn't you turn it in? Said Moody. Why is your father still walking free? What was I supposed to do? She hissed back at him. Tear my family apart with accusations I couldn't prove? It'd end up nowhere. All I'd do is make my brother hate me and probably break my mother's heart. Can you break something that's non-existent? Said Moody without remorse. Alastair. Said Dumbledore sharply. That is enough. Lyra stared at Moody hard, her eyebrows low and her nostrils flaring. You held onto it yourself, said Dumbledore to her. Quite understandable. Please continue. Lyra looked at him then, and then away, and Andromeda knew Lyra had made a mistake somewhere and it was coming up. I put it in my trunk, which was meant to be spelled against intruders, said Lyra, definitely some kind of guilt quieting her voice. But James wanted to see it. He got it out of my trunk before I had even put it in my dorm. Probably while we were on the train. Moody muttered something under his breath, Minerva closed her eyes and rubbed her temples, and Phileas sighed in disappointment. He tried to set up this whole system that would flag any sort of unaccounted for behavior. Lyra shook her head. He'd learned occlumency too, but who knows if it even worked. But Riddle wasn't doing anything that could be flagged by his system. It was just reading his mind, I guess, figuring out a plan of his own. He didn't even do anything until the very end. I don't know. James doesn't even remember everything that happened. Why'd you even let him use it that long? Said Nymphadora, sounding disappointed. Lyra. I didn't. He wanted to have this whole plan so he could keep using it, but I shut him down. I took it back, put it in my trunk, which was in my dorm, which is spelled against boys, and added extra protective spells on the trunk itself that he definitely couldn't get into. Then she grimaced. What? Said Moody impatiently. What happened then? Lyra looked for a moment as though her eyes were about to water. I didn't realize that the diary he had handed back to me was a fake. I think he might have applied some magic to it, a mild confuse charm or something, I don't know. Moody cursed. And we're supposed to trust him. So he had only used it for how long, exactly? Said Bill, cutting off anyone else. A few hours, said Lyra quietly. He wrote in it for a few hours, talking to Riddle. Mostly insulting him, though. Bill grimaced. It'd be enough anyway, he said. Someone like Voldemort, even at 16, could probably twist his thoughts enough to make him do that. I thought it was in my trunk the whole year, said Lyra, avoiding catching anyone's gaze. I even checked on it when James got all grumpy a few weeks later. But it was there at the bottom of my trunk still. So James was having mood changes all year. Said Nymphadora, holding her hands up as if in disbelief. He got grumpy, said Lyra defensively. He wasn't doing anything crazy. I just figured it was family trouble, or grief was getting to him from losing some of his loved ones a while back. He bottles that stuff up and I thought it was just leaking out. And it began weeks after he had stopped using the diary, after I thought he had stopped using it, anyway. And then it was months. I didn't think a few hours of writing in it was going to affect him from a distance for months after, okay. Still stupid, said Moody, though with less heat than before. The both of you. What, you would have guessed it was the diary. Said Lyra, irritated. I wouldn't have let him use it at all. He said, the heat returning immediately. Foolish boy, whispered Minerva to herself. You know, said Lyra, turning on her with a fire in her eyes, if you had taken my warnings about Quirrell seriously, Professor, maybe we could have stopped him from getting the stone and we would only have this riddle to worry about. But instead I had to run around, trying to find someone to take me seriously, wasting my time as he was already down there, stealing the damn thing. Miss Malfoy, said Professor Snape, speaking up for the first time as Minerva's face both hardened and paled, yet she said nothing. Please, sighed Dumbledore. We have all made mistakes. Including myself. Let us put aside the judgment and focus on the issue. This is precisely how Lord Voldemort divides. I would not put it past even young Tom to have deliberately manipulated James into doing things that Tom knew would cause confusion and conflict. Lyra put her palms on the table and took a deep breath to steady herself. Then, one night, said Dumbledore, I was in my office when Minerva rushed in, saying a student was missing. The fat lady had rushed into one of the portraits in my office, said Minerva. She said a student from Ravenclaw had demanded access to the Gryffindor Tower, and that they had been acting odd, violent. I went to investigate, naturally, and found in front of the entrance to the tower a trail of blood. I followed it, and it led to an abandoned bathroom on the second floor. There was a hole where a sink had once been, leading to a large pipe. The blood stopped right in front of the pipe, and I concluded the student had jumped inside. She came and found me immediately then, said Dumbledore, taking over again. I followed the pipe down into a tunnel, and the tunnel to a large chamber, decorated with stone serpents and a tall statue of Salazar Slytherin. It was then I realized that it was the fabled Chamber of Secrets. That's real, said Bill, looking as though he might be excited if it weren't for the severity of the story. So it appears. And beneath the statue I found a dead basilisk and the battered body of James Stark, near death, said Dumbledore. A basilisk, said Molly, holding her hands to her mouth. Bill's eyes widened further and a few others murmured their surprise. Nymphadora whispered in appreciation, and Andromeda elbowed her. The thought of such a creature in a school where hundreds gathered regularly in one spot. The boy killed it, said Moody. At the near cost of his life, said Dumbledore. Moody hummed. Still. Yes, he did a great service to the school in killing a dormant but considerable threat underneath its foundations. However, the diary was not in his possession in the chamber. Tom Riddle may have given the diary to another first, and with his last tendrils of control, threw James into the chamber and summoned the basilisk. Lyra's information that James was apparently well prepared in dealing with Tom only strengthens my belief in this matter. James would have been too much of a hassle. So he trapped him within the chamber, but was not able or forgot to close the entrance to it. So you know who could be taking advantage of another student right this moment, said Minerva, her lips pulled into a thin line. Taking advantage of for now, perhaps, said Dumbledore grimly. As James has shown, it is only a matter of time until Tom usurps them fully. A moment of silence descended upon them, and nothing was heard but everybody's breathing and their sipping of tea. Is there anything else, Lyra? Said Dumbledore. Lyra shrugged. Not much more happened. You told me about James in the chamber. I freaked out, realized what must have happened, and went to check on the diary. Why? Said Minerva. Lyra frowned. Why what? Why did you check on the diary? How did you know the diary was connected to the chamber? And then Andromeda saw something familiar, a split-second look on Lyra's face that only Andromeda could recognize, for she had seen it on Narcissa more than once. It was the look a younger Narcissa had made whenever she was asked a damning question and had to immediately think of an answer. I got a little curious too. On the first day, I had James ask the diary a few questions as well. It told me it was meant to open some secret room within the school. As soon as Dumbledore mentioned the Chamber of Secrets. Well, I had come across its myth before, and it was the only thing that made sense. Riddle was a Parselmouth, and the school's been searched for chamber numerous times before. There'd have to be something special required to find it and get in. Andromeda felt her heart skip. Lyra was lying through her teeth. An uncomfortable silence reigned among them again. Minerva frowned, but didn't seem to find the explanation suspicious, neither did Phileas or Moody. Snape on the other hand watched Lyra with suspicion, though that might simply have been his usual disposition. Dumbledore rested his chin on his interlaced fingers. She figured that Lyra had probably used the diary herself to find all this out, but Andromeda wasn't about to voice her thoughts. We should station Aurors at the school entrance, said Kingsley, bringing them out of their silence. We can scan students as they enter. Albus, said Phileas thoughtfully, do you know if you know who can only control their hosts through the diary? Could he simply have his host leave the object at home, bypassing all security? Possibly, Dumbledore said. It is also possible that the diary has been given to a student who has just graduated and will not be returning, or another grown witch or wizard. Tom may consider it foolish to return to Hogwarts as another student. So everyone's a potential carrier, Moody said. What a bloody mess. Dumbledore sighed softly through his nose, all but confirming Moody's words. I think I should like to insist on some kind of screening either way, Kingsley said. Just on the first day as they enter, we'll scan for dark items. And the owls? Said Moody. Even a drop-off point at the edge of Hogwarts grounds. There are plenty of ways to sneak dark items into Hogwarts, despite the impenetrability they claim. They're children, Alastair, said an Auror that Andromeda didn't know the name of. They're not that clever. Oh, I don't know. They might be collaborating with their parents, said Moody, shooting a glance at Lyra. She narrowed her eyes at him. Did Rosier take out a piece of your brain too? You'd know about Rosier, wouldn't you? Stop, cut in Dumbledore. His voice was not loud, indeed, he sounded merely weary at this point. Please. For the rest of our sakes. There are topics of greater importance. Lyra and Moody both backed down. He's on the right track, though, said Lyra vaguely. There are plenty of ways into the castle or out of it that most people don't know about. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows at her. And I expect you know of these entrances. Some, she said, lightly shrugging. The Room of Requirement can conjure up an exit to Hogsmeade. It can't work the other way around, but you could get something to Hogsmeade, leave it there, then, you know. Open up a passage to that location, said Dumbledore, nodding. I will investigate it. There's also a secret passageway behind the statue of Gunhilda de Gorsmore on the 3rd floor. It leads to Honeydukes. She shrugged when people gave her amazed looks. Also, the Whomping Willow passage beneath it that leads to the Shrieking Shack. You know about that one, do you? Said Remus, smiling weakly. Lyra gave him a pointed look. I have a map, Moony. Sirius blinked and Remus opened his mouth soundlessly. You mean? I should probably let you know about that now, said Lyra to Dumbledore, and she withdrew her wand and flicked it through the air. Miss Malfoy, said Phileas. You're not allowed to use magic outside of school yet. Lyra ignored him as some kind of parchment flew into the room from the doorway. She caught it, then slid it over to Dumbledore. Passwords I solemnly swear I am up to no good. To close it off, Mischief managed. Dumbledore looked down at it with a curious expression, and tapped his wand on the parchment. I solemnly swear I am up to no good, he said, and the parchment opened up, unfolding to reveal. Andromeda leaned in to get a better look, a map of Hogwarts, with tunnels and areas she had never seen before, and what looked like a pair of footsteps walking through one of the halls, named Argus Filch. The memories that thing brings back, said Sirius, grinning widely, even as Professor Snape looked at the object in disgust. Where'd you find it? Filch's office, said Lyra. Beside her, Phileas sighed. It was how I found Pettigrew, actually. Saw Ron Weasley and Peter Pettigrew in the same area in the library, even though Ron was alone. Did you see Lord Voldemort when he possessed Quirrell? Said Dumbledore, tracing his fingers over the parchment in wonder. I honestly haven't used the map much the last 2 years. I'd learned the layout of the castle by heart long before Quirrell became the defense professor. The only time I looked for Quirrell was after I had already overheard him talking about the stone and was going to get James' help, and by then he was off the map. I can't believe you just handed it to the headmaster, Lyra, said Sirius, with a dramatic groan. Do you know how many all-nighters we pulled to make that thing? For you, none, said Remus flatly. You always ended up falling asleep before we did much. Mischief managed, said Dumbledore quietly, folding the map up and putting it in his robes. I thank you for this, Lyra. I don't know if it will show Tom if he is possessing another student, but it will be useful nonetheless. Sirius watched the map disappear into the folds of fabric with something like despair in his eyes. Then he grimaced as Lyra kicked his leg under the table, held up a hand to block her lips from Minerva and Snape, and mouthed to him, "We made another one." "I have yet to speak to Minister Fudge about what happened," Dumbledore continued, politely pretending not to notice. "I imagine he will either overreact or underreact to this information. Perhaps he'd accidentally broadcast it to the press, causing a nationwide panic and alerting any of Voldemort's followers. Or else he may simply not believe it and be of no help, perhaps be a nuisance, even. Maybe propose a more rigorous crackdown on dark objects." Nymphadora said. "My Muggle Protection Act barely passed as it was," said Arthur bitterly, probably thinking about how the bill was what led to this whole mess. "I don't know if the Wizengamot would go for something stricter. Even with that bill, we need good reason to search a wizard's home," said Kingsley. "There are also limits to the depth of the searches. A bill that gives us more freedom could go a long way to secure more dark objects, including this diary. I recall expressing my belief that implementing Minister Bagnold's policies during peacetime would prove rather unpopular," said Dumbledore. "People enjoy their comfort and privacy. Even taking a minute of their time during their afternoon shopping for random searches would cause grumbling. Even so, it would go a long way to stop the Dark Lord." "I agree, but I would not be able to convince Cornelius, or more importantly, the majority of the Wizengamot, of such a move." "You could send a letter out, perhaps," Arthur said hesitantly. Dumbledore gestured at him to continue. "Well, when you send the class materials list, you could also include a description of the diary, claim it belonged to some student or another." "I hardly think you know who is going to give up his own diary," said Nymphadora. "No, but their family might, if they see it," said Arthur. "I know that if I saw any of my kids with a diary that I believed once belonged to some poor student's grandmother or such, then I would try to return it." "Perhaps," Dumbledore said, lightly tapping his fingers against each other. "It may instead force Tom to further hide his diary, making it harder for us to recover." "I shall keep it in mind, Arthur." "Thank you." Arthur nodded, leaning back in his chair. "What is this thing exactly, anyway?" said Moody. "This diary, this failsafe of his. I've heard of failsafes, life anchors and things like that, but one that recreates a younger version of the wizard." Everyone's eyes swiveled to the headmaster, watching expectantly. He placed his teacup down on the saucer and interlaced his fingers. "That, I'm afraid, I'm not willing to disclose. Consider it an operational secret." "I know I am asking for a lot," he said, holding his palms up momentarily. "But the details are something I intend to take to the grave. The method which Voldemort may have used is so unspeakably vile that I have decades ago purged the Hogwarts library of every mention of it. I do not wish to spread the knowledge any further." Moody watched Dumbledore thoughtfully, without any of his earlier frustration. If he did have any guess as to what the headmaster was referring to, he certainly wasn't sharing. Whatever it might be, he evidently agreed with the headmaster's reasoning. "Now, allow me to enlighten you to the full purpose of this meeting. There were 3 primary objectives, one of which we have already fulfilled, to assess the threat of Lord Voldemort and Tom Riddle. The other 2 objectives were to assess the status of various factions in Wizarding Britain, and for me to discuss with you the future of the Order. If Voldemort either of them returns to power, then we will undoubtedly be plunged into a second Wizarding War. I would like to discuss next the different factions that may become involved, many of which some of you are familiar with." Dumbledore took a moment to sip his tea, before continuing. "Several notable giant clans were allied with Voldemort, as many of you know. As such, after the end of the war, many countries, including Britain, sent dedicated kill squads into their habitats, eroding their population, though enough remained to be a significant threat. I have spoken to Hagrid, and he believes we would not be able to ally with them. We shall see if we can at the very least convince them of neutrality, and deny Voldemort one of his most dangerous assets." "Why are giants so dangerous anyway?" said Nymphadora. "Compared to you-know-who's Death Eaters, I mean," she tacked on, as everyone looked at her with an incredulous expression. "A single Death Eater could do more damage than a giant could." "They're highly magically resistant, stupid," said Lyra. "That alone makes them not only difficult to take down, but they also serve as an enormous distraction in a fight to allow those Death Eaters to do more precise work." "They are also a threat to the Statute of Secrecy," Dumbledore said. "In the previous war they stretched the Ministry forces thin, forcing them on obliviation duty when they could be fighting back or healing the wounded." Nymphadora nodded, then glared at her cousin. Dumbledore looked toward Remus. "Similarly, Voldemort recruited werewolves to further strain defending forces. Right, said Remus, getting some kind of hint. For those of you that don't know, I'm a werewolf. Andromeda hid her surprise in a mask of polite disinterest. There was no need to be rude and gawk. I have a few acquaintances with the same condition, all of them peaceful men and women. Regardless, the general atmosphere among the werewolf community in Britain is frustrated. They've been discriminated against for decades, and the Fudge administration shows no promise of improvement. If the Order can pull a few strings, he nodded to Albus, then I think they might be amenable to staying neutral rather than joining the Dark Lord. Some of the younger might even be convinced to help us fight. Thank you for the insight, Remus, Dumbledore said, before looking to the eldest Weasley sibling. William, you've been working with goblins. The goblins are neutral towards wizard kind, as always, said Bill. They might not like us much, but they'd only ever enter the conflict if a significant number of their own were killed or grievously harmed. And even then, they'd only ever fight on their own terms and would refuse even a temporary alliance with wizards. Disappointing, but not unexpected, Dumbledore said. Phileas. Nothing to add, really, said the diminutive professor. He's summarized it quite nicely. I have not yet been summoned by the Dark Lord, said Snape. A few people looked at him warily, moody with open distrust. But, he knows, were I summoned, the headmaster would know of it. As such, I suspect he is either currently in a state where he cannot call upon me, or he does not want to be yet detected by the headmaster. Dumbledore nodded, before moving on. Brother. No whispers yet about the Dark Lord, Aberforth said gruffly. Just the usual rabble. But if he comes back, you can bet they're going straight to him. When you're good-for-nothing scum with nothing going for you, and one of the most powerful wizards in modern history tells you that you're special just for having 4 magical grandparents, they're going to cling to him like a drowning man to a straw. Thank you, brother, said Dumbledore. Aberforth grunted. Orders. Budget cuts in recent years have not been promising, Kingsley said. Funds are being relocated to the Department of Magical Games and Sports. The upcoming Quidditch World Cup is proving to be, logistically difficult. Especially with Bagman's spendthrift tendencies. Isn't that over a year away? Sirius asked. Kingsley shrugged languidly. Ludovic is a slow worker. Anything else? Dumbledore asked, meeting the eyes of the other Aurors who were agreeing with Kingsley with amused nods. Nymphadora cleared her throat and everyone looked at her. Turning slightly pink, she plowed on. I think most of the Auror Corps are good people, but I've noticed a few bad eggs. You know, the kind of wizards or witches that don't openly support pureblood supremacy, but will avoid speaking to Muggleborns when they can get away with it. We shall keep this in consideration. He looked at Andromeda, but she shook her head, feeling a little embarrassed. Sirius. The Black family is richer than I thought, honestly, said Sirius. My parents never cared to spend much, since we already had everything. There's a bit gone from the previous war, but otherwise it's just all sat in a vault at Gringotts. I might still be richer than the Malfoys, even. He shot a grin at Lyra. Probably, after all the things I've made my father buy me, she said. Ha! I hope you're beggaring him. He turned back to Dumbledore. But yet, in terms of finances, I don't think I can compete with all the dark pureblood families at once, but we're still decently well off. Feel free to ask for any of it. In fact, ask me in front of my mother's portrait if you want some Black family gold. Yeah, the royalties from Dumbledore's chocolate frog cards just can't keep up, said Lyra. Dumbledore's beard twitched as he fought his smile. He continued on with a few more inputs from Mundungus and Moody, and promised to look into the leads offered by the Order members today. As people briefly stood to stretch their legs and take a break, and Molly bustled to the stove to prepare some more tea, Andromeda felt somewhat uncomfortable in her presence here. Unlike any of the others, she didn't have any connections, she'd given those up as well as the Black name. Her daughter, she could understand, but her? She and Ted lived a quiet life in the Muggle suburbs. She didn't have an impressive job. In fact, she'd been in hiding during most of the previous war. After being disowned, she didn't have material wealth that could be used to fund the war effort. In fact, Dumbledore already had Sirius, with all the Black family holdings, under his thumb. Then Dumbledore gathered them back, and they all came back to the dining room. Everybody sat back down, except for Professor Snape, who leaned on a wall in the back, and Lyra, who stood behind Nymphadora's chair, hands clasped on the chair's top rail as she leaned on it. Nymphadora's hair was mostly red, but the roots were pink, meaning she wasn't really that mad about it. Now, my final thoughts for this meeting, the third reason I have gathered you here today, said Dumbledore, and his tone felt a little less somber and more enigmatic. I have had time to reflect. He let this hang in the air for a moment and he pondered his words. The world was not kind before Voldemort rose to power. Some of you have heard me say Voldemort was a symptom of a disease, festering in the heart of the wizarding world. I stand by it today. Our system is rotten. Our culture has for many centuries given way to prejudice and discrimination. I have never hidden my disgust at this, the way some treat muggles, muggle-borns, other intelligent species, even simple foreign magicals. Andromeda's own family was prejudiced against any witch or wizard whose estate had not been present in Britain for a considerable time. They held some grudging respect for those rare Egyptian or Indian wizarding dynasties that lasted thousands of years, but that still didn't mean the Blacks viewed them as superiors, or even as equals. It is my hope, said Dumbledore, that what remains of my influence, such as the Order, will be used for good. I have. He hesitated here. I have always been distasteful of throwing my name around. I have made mistakes as every person has, and even if I weren't averse to it, forcing politicians to dance to my tune would be a temporary measure at best. Instead, I had hoped to share some of my experience and wisdom with the younger, kind-hearted witches and wizards who will one day inherit our society. He met the eyes of the younger ones in the room. Nymphadora and Bill looked intrigued but still slightly confused. Lyra, on the other hand, had a gleam in her eye. The Order has always been a resistance organization, an underground railroad of sorts and nothing more. But I plan to transform this secret society for an even greater purpose. The Order of the Phoenix, like its namesake, will be reborn from its ashes into something worthier, a sanctuary to those who will wield power for the better, shaping the world into a kinder place for all, where love and care triumph over fear and hate. The Order mustn't resist evil, it must prevent it. Everyone watched him in silence, awed even Snape to a degree, who had until now stood in the back looking as sullen as ever. Aberforth himself, who was always said to not care much for his brother, had a glint of respect in his eyes. "Bring out the guillotines!" cried Lyra, holding up a fist. Dumbledore shook his head, his solemnity fading into a small bit of exasperation. Lyra put her fist down and smiled serenely. "Seriously, though, when are we going to take over the ministry?" "That," said Dumbledore, "is a matter for another day. I think we can end it here for now. I thank you all for coming." The sound of excited murmurs filled the room, as people scraped their chairs back and stood. They seemed inclined to spend the evening here, but all Andromeda could think about was getting out of this stifling atmosphere and back into Ted's arms. Albus, who had just sent a patroness upstairs, met her eyes and nodded respectfully, which she returned. She stopped when Nymphadora faltered however. "Hey Mum," she said. "Is it all right if I go talk to Emmeline for a bit? We haven't had a chance to go to the pub together for months." She was tugging on the hand of a brown-haired Auror, who was facing in the other direction and attempting a conversation with Kingsley even as Nymphadora attempted to drag her away by the wrist. "Of course, dear," said Andromeda. After a moment of hesitation, she pulled Nymphadora into a hug, one that made the girl blush bright red without the use of her unique abilities. For all her half-hearted complaints, though, Nymphadora embraced her back, squeezing tight, which warmed her heart. She stepped outside the dining room, the sound of conversation dimming, and suddenly felt alone. In the unlit entrance hall all of a sudden, the portrait of Walburga Black was silent. There was a creak from the stairs, and Andromeda turned to find her younger sister, staring at her. "Andy," Narcissa said gently from the gloom of the afternoon. "Narcissa," she said, feeling her heart ache. "Merlin, you've gotten old," said Narcissa, and Andromeda gave a small laugh at the audacity of her. "That's because I have gotten old since we last spoke properly," she said, a little sharply. "We spoke last, what, 4 years ago?" Yes," Narcissa admitted awkwardly. "How's your daughter?" "She's well," Andromeda said, casting a look in the direction of the dining room, filled with conversation. "She graduated from the Auror Academy a few months ago." "Oh. Congratulations," Narcissa said sincerely. "You must be proud. Quite rigorous requirements for the Aurors, are there not?" "Indeed," said Andromeda. "Outstanding in all prerequisite N.E.W.T.S for the Auror Corps, and top marks upon graduation as well. If only she didn't infuriate her professors and supervisors while she was at it." Narcissa smiled softly. "Oh, I know the feeling. My daughter's constantly getting into trouble at school. Plenty enough professors have given up on disciplining her. From what I just saw in there, I'm not surprised," said Andromeda, teasing lightly. She sighed. To be a child again. Narcissa was likely thinking of a time when they weren't avoiding each other just like Andromeda was. "Would you like to come over for tea in the near future?" Narcissa finally said, and Andromeda looked up in shock. "What, you'd invite me?" Narcissa waved her away, attempting to be casual. "I know when my husband's busy and when he's not. I'll just invite you over when he's not around." "Sissy, you know that's not what I mean." Narcissa went quiet, then sighed. "You will be far more suitable for intellectual conversation than any of the Parkinsons or Knots." At any other time, Andromeda might have denied her. As much as she longed for a larger family again, she hadn't forgotten nor forgiven Narcissa's betrayal. Indeed, Even now, Narcissa pointedly did not apologize for her actions, taking no responsibility. But Nymphadora was, as she had proved earlier, flying from her nest. As much as she loved Ted, it still felt lonely at times. Ted would occasionally watch football or go to the pub with his own friends, Andromeda had none. Even Lyra and Sirius could only visit occasionally, each with their own things to do. Yes, she said finally. I suppose I would. Where should we meet? Pardon. Where should we meet? Andromeda repeated. It's been a long time since I've been to Malfoy Manor, and I haven't told you where I live. Ah. Yes. Narcissa hummed, considering. Let's just meet at the Cauldron, at noon tomorrow. Very well. Andromeda gave a small smile. It's good to see you, sister. You as well, sissy. The embrace was awkward and stiff, but it still felt rather nice. Chapter 9, Interlude. Chapter Text. A Report. By Albus P.W.B. Dumbledore, Supreme Mugwump, ICW, Order of Merlin, First Class. On. The Future of the International Statute of Secrecy. For the International Confederation of Wizards. August 20, 1993. Alexandria, Egypt. Modern challenges facing the Statute of Secrecy. Increase in population disparity. The International Statute of Secrecy was legalized on August 5, 1692. Recently the world experienced its 300th anniversary of the separation between the mundane and magical populations of the world. Since its inception the statute has been amended a total of 6 times, 5 of which only narrowly passed after years of petitioning. During this time, the mundane population has increased by approximately 4.5 billion while the magical population has only increased by a little over 500,000. Mundane communities are now ever present across the globe, and with it, an incredible scrutiny on the existence of magic. Magical communities, which in some pre-statute areas would have existed a day's walk from the nearest mundane communities, now mostly sit back to back among all of the most advanced mundane nations. The primary magical British commercial centre, Diagon Alley, is located in the midst of London when previously it lay well outside the borders of Rome and Londinium and Londonburg of Wessex. This had greatly increased the sightings of magic among large numbers of mundanes, until the ministry was forced to fully rebuild its then rather disorganized Obliviation department. Indeed, it was the British ministry which created the foundation of magic to detect precisely when and where a mundane had witnessed magic. And as time drags along, and the mundane population further increases, methods are once again questioned and revised. The wizarding world is certainly capable of keeping the secret, but as time passes, the efforts will eventually outweigh the benefit. Technological advancements of the mundane world. It is no secret to even the most traditional of purebloods that the mundane world has undergone a tremendous technological upheaval in recent times. Non-magical, autonomous surveillance systems have become prevalent. These surveillance systems are combined with electronic information storage mediums. Since the development of the radio, which the magical world should be familiar with, and the television, the mundane world has proved it can massively distribute information in a relatively short period of time. Recently, the mundane world experienced the launch of the Internet, think of two-way books, but connecting not just to one other book but countless and endless amount of users and pages, where any person who purchases one may speak to anyone, or everybody. Our own magical equivalents are already used to socialize and communicate, limited though they are. Let us imagine an expansion of what we are already familiar with, every magically connected mirror, parchment, fireplace now linked to any other in existence with the correct configuration. The development of the Internet may, as its creators predict, lead to a rise of more advanced socialized media. And, were information regarding magic distributed among such virtual forums, it could rapidly circulate amongst every member. The process of obliviation suddenly becomes far more complex and difficult. The 1961 nuclear tragedy and the future. The 1961 nuclear incident was one of the most devastating attacks to wizard kind, when erroneous readings from early missile detection systems resulted in the bombardment of strategically important locations in the former USSR. One nuclear weapon was launched before wizards from MACUSA and the Union of Magical Tengri governments were able to intervene, preventing further escalation. Nonetheless, the missile struck, killing 400,000 plus civilians, including that of 257 magicals. What followed was the largest-scale obliviation to have ever occurred. The method used has been classified by the ICW due to its potential for misuse and abuse. All records regarding the city that never was, including its people, were erased from both mundane and magical history. Today, opinions remain split, but it is widely agreed upon that non-action would have resulted in nuclear war. While effective in 1961, it is uncertain if such methods will remain effective with the over 30 years of technological advancement, and more so in the future. As technology becomes cheaper and more widespread, obliviators will have to contend with video footage easily submitted by concerned citizens to television and, perhaps, the Internet. If wizardkind allows the statute to stagnate further, the coming decades will prove an immense challenge for magical governments and their obliviators. One should not neglect preparation for comfort and tradition, lest they give way to disaster. The future of the International Statute of Secrecy. A near-future revision of the statute is crucial. The ICW has grown complacent during the most explosive period of technological growth the world has seen. Should magic be revealed, tension will rise between our two worlds. Violence is inevitable. Historically, some mundane dictators have attempted to exterminate perceived magical threats, or enslave them for their own purposes. They have been largely unsuccessful, but future large-scale conflicts will be much deadlier. Should wizardkind achieve victory anyway, it will nonetheless be a Pyrrhic victory, and certainly an end for any chance of reconciliation. The likelihood of nuclear weapons being used once more, while low, pose an unacceptable risk to both magical and mundane ways of life, environments, and future recovery. Furthermore, the mundane baselessly accused of magical heritage will suffer similarly horrific fates, usually through mob justice, which, incidentally, was cause for the creation of the statute. In the wake of such possibilities, the wizarding world should make strides to integrate into the mundane world, to blur the distinction between mundane and magical to reduce the possibility of being identified. Magical schools, or their respective ministries, should create mundane fronts. This provides every magical student with comprehensive and entirely legal records to be presented before mundane bureaucracy should they decide to enter the mundane workforce or tertiary education. Magicals should receive an opportunity to learn how to drive, for example, to limit the use of apparition or flu. Ideally, magical children will be able to socialize with their mundane neighbors, use their technology, and navigate their bureaucratic systems. These skills would be necessary to produce magical specialists in mundane culture and technology, to recognize the flaws in the statute and improve on them. It not only decreases the likelihood of detection by mundane governments, but in the future, magicals may be able to possess a dual citizenship of sorts, giving them much-needed allies and representation in the mundane world. Finally, the wizarding world should increase communication with other sentient species. It is highly likely that were the magical human population targeted, then the other sentient species would be as well. Communication and cooperation between various magical species may prove crucial to future survival for all. Mundane-borns will also prove effective for this role, as they have none of the biases that magical-raised individuals have against other species, and thus will also be valuable in providing liaison with mundane and magical species. The seeds of coexistence should be sown before the inevitable collapse of the Statute of Secrecy, lest it bring about the end of magic. Daily Prophet. The wizard world's beguiling broadsheet of choice. Should the statute be abolished? Albus Dumbledore's controversial opinions. On August 20, an article was forwarded to all ICW representatives from Albus Dumbledore, the supreme mugwump. Titled A Report on the Future of the International Statute of Secrecy, Dumbledore advocates for the gradual deconstruction of the statute, citing that Muggle technology has surpassed the magical world's protections, and the costs for maintaining it are rapidly outweighing the benefits. The paper cites some of Dumbledore's age-old controversial opinions, such as greater diplomacy with goblins, centaurs, and giants, as well as some new ones, such as suggesting the wizarding population live in Muggle settlements to blend in, as if he forgets notice-me-not charms existed. The current head of the Department of R&C of Magical Creatures, Madame Dolores Umbridge, offered her shock at the outrageous statements offered by the Hogwarts headmaster. Albus Dumbledore sipped his tea. Sometimes, the ministry could be so predictable as to be depressing. He'd expected such backlash from the very beginning, but it was disappointing to learn that nothing had changed in the years since the First War. Although the support from various ministries around the world, United States, Germany, France, Singapore, was surprising and welcome, it didn't outweigh the indifference or even scorn expressed by other world governments. Maybe he had laid it on too thick, exaggerated a little too much. But, it was a good first step. Even within Britain, he didn't need to convince everyone, just enough to tip the scales, deprive the next generation of pure-blood extremists from the support necessary to facilitate their movement. Slughorn, Selwyn, Abbott, Macmillan. Albus folded the newspaper in half and placed it on the desk, standing up from his office chair to face the world once more. Your move, Tom. Chapter 10, Gaunt Haunt. Chapter text. Hey. James grumbled and buried himself deeper into his blankets. How he could wear 3 layers in the height of summer was beyond Lyra. Maybe it was a comfort thing, a way of coping. He still hadn't forgiven himself for his fuck-up with the Horcrux. Speaking of. Lyra slowly lowered the locket onto the exposed part of his face, letting the unnaturally cold metal do its work. He brushed her hand and the locket away, and his eyes cracked open blearily as he attempted to focus on her. What? He murmured. Look what I've got, she said quietly, dangling the locket above his head. Got it just after the meeting. Kriaker loves me now. I even got him to shut that portrait up. Sirius kept wondering why it wasn't screaming every time someone made a loud noise. Ha! James hummed appreciatively and then promptly went back to sleep. Lyra grabbed him by the shoulders and jostled him until he was lucid enough to smack her hands and try to glare at her, though the effect was a little lessened by the fact that his eyelids could barely keep themselves up. "What do you want?" he whispered, trying to rub the sleep from his eyes. "You usually wake up early," said Lyra. "Though it baffles me why. What's the deal now?" "I wake up at 5:30 early, not." He fumbled for his watch. 3 in the morning early. He glanced at Fred and George, who were still sleeping on the other end of the room. "Don't worry, I killed them," said Lyra, shoving the pocket back into her moleskin pouch, which she in turn shoved into her enchanted jeans pocket. "Oh. Come on." Lyra snapped her fingers at him. "Do you want to come with me to Little Hangleton?" "Little Hangleton?" he said sleepily, sitting up in bed. "Why do you need me?" "The ring, man," said Lyra. "I'm going to fetch it. And, you know, it might kill me. I checked out the Gaunt shack a few days ago." James stared at her, looking wholly unimpressed and maybe a little miffed. "You fetched the locket and went to the Gaunt shack?" he said. "Why don't you ever tell me all the shit going on inside your head? I don't think you want to know everything going on up there." This time James really did glare. "I meant regarding this stuff." He rubbed his eyes again and swung his feet off the bed. "For once, I'd like to be tuned into the barely functioning cogs working inside your addled mind." Lyra shrugged as she took a step back to allow room for him to stand up. "Well, you'll be really tuned in soon. Besides, I thought you deserved a bit of a break." "Oh, so being in the know is too much, but going to the place that killed Dumbledore is quite all right." "You don't have to come at all," said Lyra, watching as he gathered a ragtag collection of clothes from his trunk or from the floor. "I'm coming," said James, heading for the door. "Just let me shower first." Then he paused and turned back. "What do you mean I'll be really tuned in soon?" There was only one light visible in Little Hangleton as they came upon it. The small village rested between two steep hills. On one of them sat the Riddle house. Down its slope was the graveyard, and beside it the small cottage with a little light. Frank Bryce, no doubt. Lyra hung in the cold morning sky, feet dangling off her nimbus as she watched the village below, waiting for James to catch up. It would never not be surreal, seeing these fictional places in reality. She could go and talk to Frank Bryce right now if she wanted, the old man who Voldemort had so callously murdered. Or she could set the Riddle house ablaze. The sound of a raven's caw broke the silence, and James darted by Lyra's head as he dove straight down, swooping low and skimming the grass of the valley. She rushed after him, the two shooting past Frank Bryce's home, past the graveyard, and up and around the hill the Riddle house was built upon, until at last they came to slow before the woods. James morphed back into human form as he landed, kicking up a bit of dust. Lyra landed more softly and put her broom in a pocket. It was dark out, and the moon illuminated little. In front of them was the forest the Gaunt shack was nestled in, and a narrow dirt path lay feet from them. They turned their heads slowly, following with their eyes the trail that led to Dumbledore's doom. It eventually disappeared into wild hedges and crooked trees. "This place is terrifying," said James. "Once we're out of here, I'm going to write a creepypasta about it." It was his way of making light of the situation, but Lyra knew he was just as disturbed as her. She had entangled their minds back at Grimmauld, where the presence of adults stopped the Ministry from properly detecting underage magic. Here, though, in this wizardless valley, they would know. It was only a question of how quickly they'd come to investigate. Now, Lyra could loosely hear and feel James' thoughts, and vice versa. She figured, hoped, it would serve a layer of protection against the magic that had caused Dumbledore to so foolishly put on that cursed ring. Maybe two minds linked together would withstand its effects. Or maybe they'd both die anyway, being pierced by the malevolent tree's branches, eaten alive by nameless things, swallowed whole by the house itself to never be seen again in the day of light. "Stop thinking about all the horrible ways we can die," she snapped. "You never go into the creepy forest, Lyra, especially not at night," said James. "The best way of staying alive is to sit in your cabin, ignoring all the footsteps, the animal noises, and scratching sounds outside, and pray to a god you don't believe in that the sun rises soon." "Maybe I should have taken my mother," murmured Lyra, struggling to take a first step on the jagged path. "I'm sure your mother has lost friends and relatives, from the previous war and all that," said James. "She'd be more susceptible to the stone than I am." He glanced at her. "You haven't?" "No," said Lyra, hearing the thought before he spoke. "There's no one dead I'd particularly want to see." "That's reassuring," said James. "Remember, the people you miss aren't dead. In fact, they may not even be born yet, meaning the resurrection stone is useless for us." It sounded to Lyra like he was saying that as much for himself as for her. Lyra closed her eyes and sighed. All these years flaunting about her skill, and here she was too frightened to make a move toward that waiting shack in the woods. "We can hold hands, if that helps," said James, only slightly teasing. "If something swallows you whole, you're not taking my hand with you." "Fine," said James, before gesturing elaborately. Ladies first. Whatever. She threw her fears into the back of her mind and followed the path. One thing comforted her, it wasn't likely any of Riddle's protections would be set outside the shack. He wouldn't have wanted any muggles to be cursed or killed and for the ministry to come snooping. As they ventured into the woods, the vegetation became more, indeed, gaunt, twisting, spiraling towards the sky, the canopy thick enough to blot out the moon. The sound of chirping insects faded away into nothing with alarming suddenness. I don't like this, James said. But I don't know if those are my actual feelings or if I'm being affected by some spell. Lyra said nothing as she pushed through the foliage. It was nearly pitch black here, and if she hadn't been a cat animagus, giving her the ability to see in the dark when she wished, she knew she'd see nothing. Then she stopped as she saw the shack, and James stopped too, before he saw it because he knew she had seen it. The gaunt shack could barely be called a ruin, for that implied some measure of previous worth, or at least a subtle charm. No, the gaunt shack was merely a wreck. Only the stone foundations stood steady, while a heavy branch falling from a tree had caved in a portion of the roof. The walls themselves were close to collapse, the surfaces peeling away to rot, and it was only the support of twisting vines and the adolescent tree growing through one wall that kept it upright. Jesus Christ, James said, recoiling in shock and disgust. What? Don't you smell it? Lyra sniffed, and caught the faintest traces of iron in the air, growing stronger with each step forward. Blood, then, quite old. James' senses had seemed keener ever since attaining his animagus form, reflecting Lyra's own experiences. Oh, that's just lovely, said James. Lyra followed his line of sight. The object of his attention was the carcass of a common grass snake, one unervingly recent. Hanging over the doorknob, perhaps the only piece of the shack that wasn't yet made completely useless with decay, the snake was gorging on its own tail in some twisted self-sacrifice, its body withered after death. Look, said James, gesturing. More snakes, these much older judging by the state they were in, but they too had died choking on their own tails. It seemed like they'd starved to death, consuming themselves in their own hunger, despite the small mountain of once perfectly edible animal carcasses piled around the gaunt shack. Rodents, birds, and amphibians were left untouched despite their death. Some spell over the area, I'm guessing, said Lyra, squatting down before the nearest carcass and staring at it. The whole scene was disturbing. What now? Said James. I'll go first, said Lyra, standing back up. If there's some spell of compulsion, one that leads to, she gestured at the dead animals, then you pull me out. No, said James stiffly. Let me. Lyra frowned, then. What if our mind link just makes me do the same thing here? What, begin eating your own feet? What a shitty way to die. They stood there for a moment, and then James carefully stepped over the rotting carcasses of the small animals. Lyra felt nothing on her side of the link. Slowly, James nudged open the door with his foot, unwilling to touch it. The door creaked and shuddered, eventually falling off its hinges entirely, crashing into the mold-covered floor. James cringed as he looked back at her. Lyra made her way slowly to him, her wand held steady, wondering if something would burst from the ground at them, or from the tree branches, or from within the house itself. Focus, hissed James. She grimaced. Sorry. As she stood some feet away from him, James carefully peered inside, his wand in one hand and his goblin silver dagger in the other, before he stepped fully within the shack. A moment passed in strained silence, and some of the tension coming through the link bled away. All good so far, came his thoughts, and Lyra followed him within. Under the floorboards somewhere, she said, but carefully. James crouched low to the ground, crinkling his nose at the infestation of mold, and searched for any roughed-up floorboards. Which, frankly, was most of them. Lyra was about to transform into her animagus form, to better sniff out the location of the Horcrux, but James latched onto the thought and held up a hand. What if whatever kills those animals outside will affect you in your cat form? He said. Lyra hesitated. We keep our human minds as animals, but, yeah, let's not. Then she had to stop James as she heard the incantation in his head. Stop, she said, and he stilled. No spells, not unless we need to. Right, James said. The ministry. Thankfully for them, the shack itself was not particularly big, it had 3 separate rooms, 2 of them used as bedrooms and the last one being a living room and kitchen with a cracked ceramic stove. James stared at it for a moment, and through their linked minds Lyra could feel a pull, a spark of curiosity. Hey, she said as James approached the oven and knelt down in front of it. James. Relax, he said, waving a hand. Lyra quickly approached, putting her own hand on his shoulder, and peered into the oven. It was hard to make out in the dark. James used a long stick to carefully remove the object of his attention from the soot-lined oven. A small snake statue, small enough to fit on the palm of her hand, carved from black stone. An Ouroboros just like the sacrificed snakes outside, the serpent biting its own tail, trapping it within itself. While somewhat faded, the details were precise enough to be seen after all this time: the blind eyes, the scales, on each of which a different rune of unknown origin was carved. James poked it some more with the stick, brushing off the soot that covered it. There was nothing terrible about its appearance, and yet... Lyra felt the hairs on her arms stand on end as she looked at it, though she couldn't understand why, and then the link between their minds seemed to shudder, as if ready to snap and send their minds careening into an abyss. "I suppose I should have expected something like this," whispered James. "Hogwarts is only the family-friendly side of a fantasy world, I suppose." "Put it away," said Lyra, disturbed. "That thing's not normal, not even for us." James pulled out a golden box from the moleskin pouch Lyra had gifted him and carefully settled the statue inside. "You're going to keep that thing?" she hissed. "Was one mind-fucking artifact not enough for you?" "I'm not going to mess with this," said James. "The sheer disgust this thing inspires in me will keep me away, if nothing else." "Then why keep it at all?" James stared at the statue, ancient and dark. "There are things out there worse than just evil wizards, I think," he said quietly. "And I think you know what I'm thinking about." Lyra did. She had read hints of eldritch things in old tomes. Deep in the Malfoy library lay forbidden texts that whispered forgotten languages in the corners of her mind. There had always been a darker, more sinister side to the wizarding world, Lyra knew, things beyond simple evil. Dementors alone were evidence of this, wizards didn't even like to think about them. What else lay out there, otherworldly and unnatural even for the magical world? "Maybe I'll give this to the unspeakables," said James. "Their purpose seems suited to studying this sort of thing." As he closed the lid, the dread subsided considerably, and they sighed in relief. "Christ," said James, sagging slightly. "Is this the kind of stuff they keep in the Department of Mysteries?" "Probably. Just look at the veil and what that does to people," said Lyra. "Man. I don't want to be here any longer than I have to." He nodded in reply, and they slowly made their way through the rubble. James entered one room and Lyra another, and she found herself immediately regretting it as the scent of a deeper rot invaded her nostrils. Perhaps that was why James had subtly avoided this room. Still, she searched, and found nothing. Meanwhile, James searched what appeared to be Mary Gaunt's former room. A shattered bed frame and a bedside table missing 2 legs seemed to be all the furniture she truly had. A tattered straw doll was dressed in a faded dress. After a moment of contemplation, he picked it off the floor and propped it up against the lone surviving pillow, avoiding looking at the unnaturally wide, childish smile stitched onto its face, likely by Mary herself. He searched beneath the bed frame and found a relatively undamaged yet loose floorboard. He peeled it back and found a small golden box, just the right size to fit a ring within. Before he could call to Lyra, she entered the room, having sensed his mixture of triumph and fear. "I can feel it calling to me already," he said grimly. "Good thing I have practice fending off dark lords assaulting my mind." He idly slapped away Lyra's wandering hand. "Contain thyself." Lyra looked at her own hand as if she had never seen it before. "I didn't even mean to do that." "I knew you were going to, even if you didn't mean to though, so I think the mind link works," said James. "I think we should just stab the thing straight through the box. Goblin silver should be sharp enough to do just that." James looked at his dagger for a moment, and pressed the tip against the surface of the box. He glanced at Lyra, who shrugged, and then pushed down with all his strength. Metal parted like water. A loud snap signified the destruction of the ring, and a faint sizzling from the basilisk venom. A faint wailing like a banshee in the far distance could be heard, or perhaps that was a figment of a hyperactive imagination. Lyra and James looked at each other uncomfortably, until silence descended upon the abandoned building once more. James sheared off the box lid with his dagger, before shaking out its contents. The Gaunt family ring fell out, sizzling. James flipped it over with the knife, and sliced it into tiny bits. The Horcrux, and whatever curse was laid on it, was clearly destroyed. "Just be careful," said Lyra, and she knew James could feel her tension. "It seems too easy." "Yeah," James said quietly. He picked up a fragment of the ring, with no consequence. He began prying off the embedded stone using his dagger. The object fell into his palm, and he slipped it in the ruined gold box inside the moleskin pouch. Lyra sighed and rubbed her face with a hand. This trip had been short but exhausting. She shook her head and looked up. And she screamed, a cry of such deep terror that it shook James to his bones, or maybe it was her own horror seeping into his mind. Something was behind him, something was looming over his shoulder. He spun around, scrambling backward with his wand in his hand, scanning the scene as best he could in the dark. But nothing was there. Marapee's doll continued to sit innocuously on the bed. He let out a harsh breath of relief and turned back to Lyra, ready to kill her if she was making a joke. "I saw something," said Lyra, her voice trembling as she too pointed a wand in the dark corner of the room. "I swear to fucking God I saw something, James." He looked back and still saw nothing. But he believed her, the sheer terror he had felt through their link couldn't be faked, unless she had grown particularly proficient in legilimency, and maybe she had, but a joke like this would be too far over the line, even for her. "Let's get out of here," he said, standing upright. "Come on. It might have just been the Horcrux playing one last trick on us." He pulled her along to the doorway, pushing her through as she continued to stare wide-eyed at the corner of the room. Once she was out, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath, and then he took one last glance behind him. His blood ran cold as it drained from his face. In the corner stood a shadowed figure, a woman, her dark hair hanging as loose and limp as her head did. Her face was shrouded in hair and darkness, and the only visible stretch of skin he could see were her hands, the skin pale as her fingers twisted in all directions, utterly and horrifically broken. Something dripped onto the ground between her legs. Lyra gripped his shoulder and pulled him back, staring too at the spectre. Then confusion set in, bleeding through the link into his mind. Confusion turned to some sort of realization, followed by pity. James glanced back at her in question. "Come on," she said quietly, pulling him out of the room. "Let's go. She won't hurt us. Do you think?" he said, glancing back at the doorway, though the woman was no longer visible from his angle. "Yeah, I think it's her," said Lyra, a rare sorrow in her voice. "Christ," said James heavily as he exited the house. When they were both outside and away from the shack, they took one last glance at it. Where the front door had been now stood the ghostly figure of the woman again, haunted in death by her family's cruelty. A breath of wind swept past them, as if a sigh of relief. Some time later, down south where the evil of the gaunts didn't haunt the very wind, James and Lyra walked through the streets around Grimmauld Place. Lyra never much liked wandering around London. It was so clearly 90s that it induced almost nothing but surreality and existential dread. She couldn't get it out of her head that she wasn't supposed to be here in this time. "McDonald's," said James, elbowing her and pointing to the restaurant set up in between two other shops. "Christ. I haven't had McDonald's since -27 years ago." "Why?" said Lyra, frowning. "My new mum's a bit of a health nut." "I brought my mum to one a few years ago. She hated it." "And what about the rest of your family?" James asked, making his way toward the restaurant. "Dad and Draco would have never even considered it," said Lyra. "I've only ever managed to turn their prejudice from active hatred to passive distaste. Dad doesn't even care that I'm spending so much of my summer at Grimmauld." "I suppose McDonald's wouldn't actually help in that regard either," said James. Mum was still willing to try it, at least. She actually loves Muggle movies, even if she hates to admit it. "What's her favorite, then?" asked James. "Does she watch sappy rom-coms? Will she watch 50 Shades when it comes out?" "I hope not," said Lyra, opening the restaurant door for him. "I hope I can get her into the Marvel movies or something." The employees inside looked like they'd rather dunk their heads into the frying oil than serve two teenagers so early in the morning, so the two of them paid with a tenner and politely requested they keep the change for themselves. They found a secluded but well-lit area near the corner of the store, next to a large window looking out at the city slowly coming to life. "A Big Mac meal for £2, said James later, when he had finished his meal. "Can you believe it?" Lyra shrugged, her cheeks full with grease and cholesterol. "Dunno. Even considering inflation, that's still. Actually, I have no idea. But it's still gotta be less than it was in 2020, without considering shrinkflation on top of that." James hummed. "Have we got any other plans?" Lyra swallowed her food. "We've got all the Horcruxes we can get. I still need to figure out what to do with the diadem, and we can only wait with the diary. Nagini doesn't exist. I'm having Dobby destroy Senior Riddle's bones." "Senior Riddle," James repeated, trying to keep his face straight. "And I suppose Barty Crouch Jr. shouldn't be a problem without Pettigrew around. Unless Riddle fished around your head and found out about him," said Lyra, wiping her mouth with a napkin and giving him a pointed look. "Something needs to be done about him. I'm not sure how we could possibly bring down the Barty Crouch, though," said James. "If anything, Canon understated how influential he is." Lyra ran her tongue over her teeth, then gave a noncommittal jerk of her head. "I could probably convince Dobby to assassinate him. Crouch Jr. also has a house elf watching him. I assume they'd cancel out." "I'd put money down on Dobby," said Lyra, shrugging a shoulder and looking as though she was seriously offering a bet. "Fair. He is very trigger-happy. I suppose we can get him at the Quidditch World Cup, if we want to risk a year." She sighed wearily. "I'm not even sure if Dumbledore would believe us. Maybe. But he'd also ask how the fuck we knew even if he did. And it's not like Amelia Bones can just raid Crouch's home without a warrant." "It'll have to be the World Cup, then," said James. "I don't see any opportunity to snag Junior before that. You'd have to get me a top box ticket for me, a notorious Quidditch hater. We'll see how that plays out." Might just toss Crouch Jr. out of that top box, said Lyra. We could make it look like he was being affected by the villa, said James, then he slightly grimaced. God, I hope I don't make a fool of myself. A smile slowly grew on Lyra's lips. What? Said James. Thinking about meeting Fleur? Again, he muttered. Lyra scrunched up her used napkin and threw it at him. No, it's just been a while since I've done something like this, she said. Junk food early in the morning after a night of fun. Fun, James sighed. Brings me back to my other birthdays. Lyra's lips twisted with a mixture of fondness and regret. I thought you didn't care for your birthdays. Said James. I don't now. It's just weird to celebrate a same birthday twice. Enjoy it while you can. Personally, I felt watching Terminator 2, Judgment Day in a proper theater was fucking amazing. I can't wait till Lord of the Rings comes out in theaters again, said Lyra. If only I could have been born a bit earlier, I would have prolonged Tolkien's life. James smiled. That's nice. Would have locked him up in my basement to forever write new material. It's okay, you still have an opportunity to do that with George R.R. Martin. At the very least, I can't allow season 8 to happen again. Do you reckon they'll let me audition for Ned Stark? Lyra laughed, imagining goofy James Stark as Ned. You would actually make a half-decent Daenerys, said James. You have the right hair color, at least. You just need colored contacts. Self-transfiguration, I'll pretend it's natural. They'll have to hire me. Use the flame-freezing charm and set yourself on fire to prove you're a Targaryen, said James. It'll be hilarious. I'll get myself beheaded as well. Lyra laughed again, this time louder. They both lapsed into pleasant silence for a moment. There was only the sound of a car passing by outside, and the two employees chatting to themselves in the back. A moment of surreality hit her again, with the 90s aesthetic and all this talk. What if we get tossed into that universe next? Said Lyra casually. Wanna fuck up Westeros together? Only if we get to keep our magic, said James, shuddering. The life expectancy of even the nobility there is not something to be admired. If we do, though, maybe I'll crown myself God King of Beyond the Wall, build Barad-dûr on the Fist of the First Men, pervert Luna into a sex-crazed caricature of herself and commit a genocide or two. Barad-dûr, said Lyra idly, pointedly ignoring all that. Now that'd be a nice place to retire. Careful you don't cut yourself on that edge. No, chuckled Lyra. I mean Middle-earth. The Shire, Rohan, Rivendell, Lothlorien. Man, that'd be amazing if we kept our magic, at least. James snorted. That's a given. Said Lyra, looking around the restaurant and out the windows. I've been thinking, we should get Harry a birthday present. Like what? Said James, before pausing thoughtfully. Considering his relatives, I think good clothes might be a good idea. Yet. He's outgrown most of his clothes, it looks like. And he has no sense of fashion, although that's probably not his fault. Lyra glanced at James. You, though, have no excuse. I dress fine, James grumbled. On the few occasions you deign to put effort into your look, maybe. She reached over and plucked at James' sleeve. What do you call this? You can't wear anything other than a tactical turtleneck when you're on a covered mission, said James. The tactile neck, if you will. And cargo pants, said Lyra, trying to hold back a grimace. Stark, he said, his voice purposely gravelly. James Stark. The grimace came out fully. Speaking of presents, said James, you ever get Lucius to buy you that firebolt? No, snorted Lyra. Bastard says I've spent too much of his galleons. As if. He'd be repaying his debt to society by buying me it, you know. What, by terrorizing the other players even more on the Quidditch pitch? It's not my fault I'm the best player in Hogwarts. A sly grin crept up on James' face and Lyra eyed him warily. You know, Harry's getting closer and closer to beating you with every game. Shut up. It's only a matter of time. Said James. Especially since Sirius was hinting that he'd ordered a firebolt for him. But at least you kept Draco off the team. How's he doing anyway? Lyra shrugged. Same old. Tamer than he was in the books, still an asshole. I'm surprised he didn't end up worse with your influence, said James. I was expecting him to be an unholy cross of a trust fund baby and a zoomer. I'm not that bad, Lyra protested. James' raised eyebrow told her what he thought of that statement. How rich are the Malfoys, anyway? Armand Malfoy was William the Conqueror's favored court wizard, Lyra said. The Malfoys have been close with English kings and queens up until the statute. How rich do you think we are? Fair enough. Meanwhile, you were born a filthy muggle-born, Lyra said, turning her nose up at him. Compared to us, you're practically a peasant. Not for long, James said. We're not exactly poor, by any means, and I've already invested in companies I know are going to make it big, convinced my parents to as well. Apple, Microsoft, and in a couple of years, I'll invest in Amazon and Google. I've turned the rest of my cash into precious metals so it doesn't lose value through inflation. If you're so confident you'll make it rich, you can be my treasurer for my world conquest. Oh, hush, said James. You'd be doing the world a favor if you tore down old class barriers by redistributing Malfoy wealth instead. It would certainly be better than what OL Dad is doing now, she said. He collects dark artifacts like other people collect stamps or coins. It's not really as if he even uses them. Everyone needs a hobby, I guess, said James. Besides, you're hardly one to complain about your dad collecting trophies. Unlike Lucius, I plan to actually use the Philosopher's Stone, said Lyra. If I could figure out how. If you can figure it out, said James. Will you ever? Lyra gave him a dirty look. Of course I will. James looked down at his soda cup. All plastic, he muttered, setting it on the edge of the table. The plastic problem was going to be a thing in the future, wasn't it? Well, it already is, but it's going to get even worse. Yeah, said Lyra, staring at the cup as James pointed his finger at it. What are you doing? Trying to wandlessly vanish it, said James. No traces of microplastics left if I vanish it, yes. Show off. James narrowed his eyes at the cup, as if that would do anything. He waggled his fingers with malicious intent, but nothing happened. You're an idiot. Professor Vector doesn't think so, said James. She thinks I'm Merlin come again. And Snape thinks you're the Antichrist. James snorted. Honestly, that man, said James. Which is more likely, that every Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff is a spawn of Satan or that Snape himself is the arsehole. Who cares, I've dealt with worse online. Some of the reviewers on my stories were real DIP's hits. And worse writers, added James, and blinked. Lyra turned to look at the plastic cup, half of which had simply disappeared as if it had been sheared off with a laser. Half-melted ice cubes spilled out from the gaping wound and all over the table. Terrible effort, really, said Lyra. I would call this half a success, said James. He ran his fingers through the space the cup had occupied until a moment ago, finding no resistance. Yet. I can be pretty amazing, can't I? Oh, yet. If Vector were here right now she'd be a literal fountain. Vector is not in love with me, said James. If she was, she'd have said so. She's a very straightforward woman. I always liked that about her. Are you in love with Vector? If I were born 30 years earlier, then maybe, he said. Have you seen her head girl photos? You'd like her too. She looked kind of like Keira Knightley, no joke. Lyra raised an eyebrow. And what does she look like now? A slightly older Keira Knightley who let herself go a bit. Lyra handed him her trash. Vanish this, then yourself. James placed it next to the semi-vanished cup and wiggled his fingers above them. Lyra wanted to sigh at his idiocy, if it weren't for the fact that he had been successful before, even if only partially. We might as well get our shopping done today, said James, focusing on the rubbish. Do you know Harry's sizes? I can guess, and if we accidentally buy a size bigger, well, he'll grow into them, said Lyra. He's been growing like a weed these past few years. James snapped his fingers in triumph and Lyra turned to look. The only evidence that the McDonald's waste was ever there was a slightly damp puddle from where the ice had melted. Lyra whistled lowly while James grinned. God, I'm good. Your turn, said Lyra. Erase yourself from existence. I dare you. Nah. I don't want to accidentally only vanish half of myself like I did that cup, said James, and shuddered. Let's go, in case the ministry shows up. They stood up, finished with their meal in blatant disregard of the statute just as a few early rising construction workers came in to order coffees. They stepped outside, the sun had risen high enough that they could feel its warmth for the first time this morning. Do you want to watch me fly to the Tower of London and sing God Save the Queen? Said James. And have you make the local paper again? Please stop bringing attention to yourself. They really liked my performance, he said. You read that article, right? They used words like adorable and highly talented. Nobody's ever called me that while I'm in human form. Not true, said Lyra, pulling him along to a clothing shop. Tonks said you were cute and magically impressive. Really, said James. Is this one of those things where you tell me someone said something they didn't so I go and do something about it only for me to humiliate myself? Chapter 11, Interlude 2. Summary. UNSPEAKABLEREPORT. Chapter text. Unspeakable number 1067. Security, Level 5 Security. Authorized for the eyes of special research personnel and regional security directors only. Class, Object, Safe, Occult. Hazards, physical manipulation, zoological, mental compulsion, aura. Protocol. The following protocols are to be followed in the handling of unspeakable number 1067. The permanent containment of number 1067 is to be managed in a standard Aureate containment cell, size small, Alexandrian standard, grade 3. The usage of number 1067 for experimental purposes is to be conducted with full body covering, including Aureate dragonhide gloves, Baghdad standard, grade 3, and a Clumantic local effect non-sensicality system, international standard, grade 3. The usage of number 1067 for experimental purposes should be performed by researchers with international Clumantic certification of rank 6 or higher. The usage of number 1067 for experimental purposes should be performed within grade D or higher unspeakable testing chambers. Description. Unspeakable number 1067 is a stone statue of an Ouroboros, a circular symbol depicting a snake or dragon biting its own tail. Number 1067 has a diameter of 5.4 to 6.1 centimeters. It is made of what appears to be black stone, matte. It is weathered, placing the object at an age of at least several thousand years. Number 1067 was discovered in Redacted, Great Britain on Redacted, 19 Redacted. The discoverers were two British magicals, Redacted and Redacted, at the time students of Redacted. They were mostly unaffected by number 1067 at the time of discovery due to their Clumantic proficiency and readiness. They placed number 1067 in an ornamental gold snuff box, which replicated the effects of an Alexandrian standard Aureate containment cell, grade 4. Interview. This interview took place on Redacted, 19 Guaranese. Unspeakable Operatives Redacted BR 144 and Redacted BR 162 interviewed subject Redacted, SB 129. Redacted declined an interview. BR 162, good afternoon, Redacted. My name I Redacted and this is my colleague Redacted. I'll be handling the interview today, and he'll be taking notes for the most part. You are free to decline to answer any questions, just say so and we'll move on. Otherwise, it would be very helpful if you could answer as many as you can. SB 129, all right. BR 162, in that case, let's begin. This is Unspeakable's BR 162 and BR 144 with subject SB 129. Today is the Redacted, 19 Redacted. This interview is conducted in Interview Room 2, Department of Mysteries, Ministry of Magic, London. Please state your name and date of birth for the record. SB 129, my name is Redacted, and I was born on Redacted, Redacted. BR 162, thank you. Then let's get right into it. When did you discover the object, unspeakable number 1067? SB 129, I found it 2 days ago. BR 162, and where did you find it? SB 129, it was in an abandoned shack in a village called Redacted. BR 162, could you describe the scene in which you found it? SB 129, it was in a really old shack made of wood. It clearly hadn't been lived in for some time. A portion of the roof had caved in, and a tree was growing straight through one wall. What was left of the shack was rotting and was about to collapse. And outside? BR 162, yes? SB 129, there were all these snakes. All native, non-magical species, I think. Thing is, they were all eating their own tails, like the statue. Despite the fact that there was a small mountain of the carcasses of small animals like squirrels or rats or toads or small birds. They'd clearly dragged all this perfectly edible food and piled it up into a hill, and then starved themselves anyway. Some of the snakes were mummified, and others were a lot more recent. BR 162, I see. And inside? SB 129, fairly normal, I guess. Things were ruined, but I think that's just a product of time. A few bedrooms and a kitchen. The kitchen had a clay oven, and that's where I found the statue. BR 162, did you feel anything when you first saw it? SB 129, a feeling of unease? Dread? Like something bad was going to happen, I guess. BR 162, did you react in any way to this feeling? SB 129, not really. I've been practicing occlumency. I recognized that it was a foreign sensation, so I did my best to shut myself off. It worked somewhat, I think. BR 162, did your companion react in any way? SB 129, same thing. Redacted told me to put it away immediately, said it wasn't normal even for us wizards. BR 162, did you, at any point, touch the object with your bare skin? SB 129, no, I used a pair of sticks like chopsticks. I never touched it myself, even with gloves. BR 162, you say you placed this inside a gold box? SB 129, yeah, this ornamental thing. I think it's called a snuff box. It was made of gold, and we knew that gold is the most magically resistant metal, so we made sure to carry plenty of it. BR-162, interesting. Did you know that number 1067 was going to be there? Is that why you brought it? SB-129, to the first question, no, I didn't know it would be there. I am going to decline answering the second question. BR-144 notes that SB-129 appeared nervous when declining. He concludes that SB-129 had an ulterior motive, which may not be moral or legal. BR-162, that's okay. You're allowed to decline any question. So, after you recovered number 1067, what happened? SB-129, well, we looked around for a bit and got out. Redacted screamed then, all of a sudden, and she swore she'd seen something. I looked, but nothing was there, so I dragged her out. I looked back again, and I saw it this time. It was, what do you even call that? I'd call her a ghost, but it looked nothing like the redacted ghosts. BR-162, and how did it look? SB-129, it was wearing a white robe. Dark hair that covered their whole face, hanging down their front. They had badly injured hands, twisted and broken and bruised. They were bleeding from between their legs. BR-162, what did you do then? SB-129, we ran. We stopped outside only to look back. We saw her again in the doorway. Then we left. Note, one of the last former residents of the building, redacted, supposedly died from childbirth. Experimental process. 2 experiments were conducted on number 1067, to determine the level of zoological physical manipulation. A variety of non-magical snakes were placed in glass habitats. The snake variety included grass snake, Natrix natrix, male, adult. Grass snake, Natrix natrix, female, adult. Grass snake, Natrix natrix, male, juvenile. Grass snake, Natrix natrix, female, juvenile. Green anaconda, Eunectes murinus, male, adult. Largest snake species. Barbados thread snake, Tetrachellistoma carli, male, adult. Smallest snake species. King cobra, Ophiophagus hanna, male, adult. Largest venomous species. The individuals were placed in a circle surrounding a pedestal with number 1067. An assortment of prey species, including lesser mammals and amphibians, were allowed to roam in their artificial habitats. Using barriers, the individuals were unable to see, hear, or smell each other. They were also prevented from seeing or smelling number 1067. They were left to their own devices, with researchers checking in every half hour. Results, every single individual, without fail, starved themselves to death, biting its own tail in a manner reminiscent of the number 1067 itself as well as the account given by SB-129. In each case, prey species were killed but were not consumed. The individuals stacked the corpses of its prey along the side of their habitat facing number 1067 and allowed them to decompose. Meanwhile, they starved to death over a period of between 4 days to 6 months, while biting their own tail. No unknown magical signatures were discovered. The cause is unknown. A variety of magical snakes were placed in glass habitats. The snake variety included Ashwinder, Synesis phoenicis, adult, male. Ashwinder, Synesis phoenicis, adult, female. Ashwinder, Synesis phoenicis, juvenile, male. Ashwinder, Synesis phoenicis, juvenile, female. Common boomslang, Atheris virga, adult, female. Runespore, Magic Erised cerberus, adult, male. Basilisk, Magic Erised rex, adult, female, blind. The individuals were contained in reinforced glass habitats in much the same situation as with non-magical snakes. The habitat included prey species and native flora. Results, all individuals killed any prey species they found and presented it in the direction of number 1067. Afterwards, the Ashwinder and Boomslang individuals attempted to starve themselves, biting their own tails. The Runespore's 3 heads appeared to get into a fight, and the right head destroyed both the left and middle head, taking severe damage in the process. It died shortly after from its wounds. The basilisk appeared to be the only individual unaffected by the aura of starvation. It remained mostly immobile and curled up, as if sleeping. On the 3rd day however, the basilisk became mobile again and redacted, redacted, redacted. Redacted, redacted. No further research involving basilisks and unspeakable number 1067 in close proximity is to be conducted. Discussion. Unspeakable number 1067 is believed to be one of many artifacts created in worship of an ancient Wyrm deity. This includes unspeakables number 120, number 442, number 489, number 606, number 721, and number 903. The Wyrm deity possesses many names depending on region, such as redacted and redacted, and possesses the Elder classification Unspeakable Entity number 023. Elder research indicates the presence of UE number 023 is present on alternate Earths and non-human civilizations, making it an extremely far-reaching and dangerous power. Compiled accounts from worshippers or observers of the religion indicate that the UE number 023 has existed before life on Earth and is, according to some, destined to bring about the destruction of the universe. As the same with other unspeakables in the series, number 1067 demonstrates no real magical identity, which initially cast doubts on the existence of UE number 023. However, it may have a similar hallucinatory effect as with other related unspeakables when touched by skin. It is known that individuals with high magical or legilimentic potential that touch number 489 and number 606 with bare skin experience a vision, the contents of which are restricted at level 7 security access. Furthermore, unspeakable number 1067 was found in the redacted, which according to both Elder research and further interviewing of SB-129 indicate belonged to a clan of Parselmouths. This follows the wider trend, as notable Parselmouth individuals, clans, or dynasties have been reported near the locations of related objects. In conclusion, the discovery of number 1067 reinforces Elder's belief in the existence of UE number 023 and their influence across Earth history. Chapter 12, A House Divided. Notes. Note. I'm terribly sorry, but we have decided to abandon this FIC. This will be the last chapter. Nah, just fucking with ye. Chapter text. Lucius Malfoy was not as patient as he seemed on the outside. When Draco faltered in his steps to stare at the fountain, he had to remind himself that it was his son's first time visiting the ministry proper. It really should not have been. At age 13, his son was already older than Lucius had been when Abraxas Malfoy began his education. The blame for this could be laid on none other than himself. He had neglected his son's education, the relationship he'd had with his own father tainting his view of his and Draco's. No matter. Abraxas had had one foot in the grave for years already, and would be dead soon enough. Perhaps then he'd find it easier to pursue a proper, paternal relationship with his own children. This way, he said, and Draco hastened to follow. While he felt that Narcissa did a good job loving both their children equally, he knew that Draco felt neglect. While eccentric at best, Lyra nonetheless possessed a genius that overshadowed her brother at every turn. As Narcissa began feeding into that old fool's rhetoric through their daughter, and didn't it pain him that Dumbledore had used his daughter to sow seeds of doubt. Draco was feeling more and more isolated. He was eager to please, and his mixture of excitement and nervousness was so obvious that Lucius could only feel shame. It would not be adequate compensation to what he had gone through, but Lucius would hopefully try to alleviate Draco's concerns, starting today. Lucius had kept ears at the school, of course. Draco's attempt to rally Slytherin House to him, as Lucius himself had done when he was younger, was distressingly pathetic. Again, the blame did not fall upon Draco. Neither Lucius nor Narcissa had an idea of what a model parental relationship looked like, and they knew it. Lyra had barely needed parenting, and in that sense Draco was their first true challenge as a family. Meaningless praise at a young age had swelled his ego without proper discipline to temper it. And now, feeling neglected, Draco made rash power grabs in hopes that he'd impress his parents, but they would backfire due to his lack of education. "I will teach you the most basic principle of politics," said Lucius, stepping inside an elevator. Draco remained silent, quizzing him with his eyes. "It is that everyone involved in politics wants something." He allowed Draco to mull over that for a moment. "And what do you want, father?" "Stability. Safety. Family. That is for you to figure out," Lucius said. "Tell me, Draco, what do you think the current Minister of Magic wants?" "Power, no," Draco immediately said. He was learning to look beyond the surface, then. "Gold. I would take it one step further." Draco furrowed his brow. "I can't think of anything else that Oph could possibly want." As nobody else was around, Lucius allowed himself a snort of amusement. "Crude, but an adequate summary. I could tell you, but it may seem obvious in hindsight. Would you prefer to take a few more guesses, or shall I say it?" "I have no guesses, father." "Cornelius wants luxury," Lucius said. "He wants to live out the rest of his life comfortably with his wife, with a suitably young mistress if he can afford one. This also expresses itself in his desire to be well liked. He did not become minister by virtue of his hardly revolutionary policy. The post of minister is the first prize of a glorified popularity contest, and Cornelius with his love of luxury and comfort is well suited for candidacy." Draco nodded. "I understand, father." Lucius briefly wondered if he truly had, but he decided it was not worth worrying over. Draco was aplenty smart in his own right, and while it was unfortunate that his scores were being beaten out by some mudblood, he constantly excelled in academics on his own merit. He took it seriously, unlike his older sister, and that would serve him well in the future. "Some desires are less easy to manipulate," Lucius continued, as the elevator shuddered to a stop. "Vengeance is easy to serve, justice, on the other hand, is not. That's why Bones has been found to be more incorruptible than her predecessors. She wants justice for her lost family, and that of others. Sometimes they want things that depend on too many independent variables. Augusta Longbottom wants the Longbottom name to find its former glory, for example. That's hardly possible with that clumsy fool carrying on the name, Draco muttered. That's precisely right, Draco. Draco briefly looked both pleased and confused at the sudden approval, but he quickly grasped it. Madame Longbottom can't control the natural ineptitude of her grandson, but neither can we, so we can't give her what she wants. If she needed money to hire private tutors? To give the heir Longbottom the best equipment? Then we might help, Lucius said. But the Longbottoms can afford all of that. All that remains is the complete lack of talent shown by the boy. That, unfortunately, is nothing we can fix that is worth the time or effort spent on it. What does Dumbledore want? Draco said. That essay was obviously designed to encourage the wizarding world to integrate into the Muggle one. But why? Some foolish sense of sentimentality, perhaps. Lucius said, even though he knew it was a weak explanation. No, Dumbledore had to be preparing for a certain someone. Lucius did not want to believe it. He'd rather believe Dumbledore was simply senile in his old age. He'd never been this overt in his actions and statements before, which meant that he was still not ready, that Dumbledore had the upper hand and was making his first move. That relieved Lucius a little, but it didn't help the near-constant anxiety he had these days. He subconsciously scratched at his arm before forcing himself to cease such uncouth behavior. Does he truly want to eradicate wizard culture? Draco asked, unbothered by any of Lucius' thoughts. All of it. Lucius said. No, likely not. But most of what we know as the old ways are centered around families often associated with Slytherin, and Dumbledore definitely does not favor those ways. So he champions Muggleborns instead, said Draco. With the slowly increasing Muggleborn population, it wouldn't be hard to integrate pureblood wizards into his new order in a few generations. Lucius hummed in agreement. He suspected the reality was slightly more complicated than that in the end, though, it made little difference. Whatever the reason was, Dumbledore's recent actions were determined by his love of mudbloods and his desire to see the old order torn down. Lucius stopped in front of a pair of heavy stone doors, and Draco paused beside him. Wizengamot meetings, save matters of national security, are generally open to invited observers, said Lucius. While I am unfortunately not part of the Wizengamot proper, I often come to observe in person when something piques my interest. Also, there is a period for mingling and refreshments after each meeting. Lucius glanced at Draco with a slight teasing look. I'm sure you'd be looking forward to that. Draco blushed brilliantly and mumbled something incomprehensible under his breath. He was a teenaged boy, after all. His gluttony was well within normal range, but that didn't stop parents from teasing at their expense. And it is during this period that reporters may come and ask their questions, Lucius said, pushing open the doors and allowing Draco through. If a bill is controversial enough, it may take longer for the Wizengamot to come to a majority decision, meaning that these periods of mingling will serve as networking opportunities as well, even for observers. Networking, Draco, is the most important thing when it comes to power in this world. It is so crucial that even the Muggles do it. I'd have brought your sister along, had she not claimed she was busy. Then Draco stopped in his tracks. Lyra. Who else? Said Lucius, turning around to look at him with exasperation. But then he saw Draco was looking past him, and he followed his son's gaze. Lyra, his daughter, sat among the observer benches, with 2 mops of red hair that could only belong to the Weasleys, her mudblood friend, and an old man that Lucius did not recognize, another one of Dumbledore's cronies, most likely. Before he could move past his surprise, she looked over at him and blinked, making an O with her mouth. Lyra, he said smoothly, capturing the attention of the Weasley fops. I was not told you'd be here. Lyra scratched her cheek. I wanted it to be a surprise. She leaned over closer to him and whispered loudly, I'm here to infiltrate Dumbledore's group of flaming flamingos. Flaming flamingo? Said Stark, the mudblood. Isn't that you? Sirius, more like, said Lyra, head swiveling to look at the Wizengamot chamber. Dumbledore was at the head, of course, as was Fudge and the vile woman below him, but one person he did not expect to see was Sirius Black, representing the hereditary seat in the Wizengamot belonging to the House of Black. Beside him was, arguably just as surprisingly, Andromeda Tonks, clearly acting as Sirius Black's right hand. Black was dressed in rich black robes, as according to the Wizengamot dress code, but indeed, as Lyra hinted, he'd gone overboard. Glitters of gold could be seen from beneath his collar, upon his fingers, even on his earlobes. All of them were tasteful pieces designed to display the power and wealth of his clan. He was only a crown away from appearing like a king of old. His slightly gaunt look accentuated his high cheekbones and the disdainful look. If Lucius didn't know any better, he'd have thought that Black had finally seen the right of things. But, of course, Black was Dumbledore's mutt, forever and always. It so happened that Black was a very big mutt. Over the generations the Black clan had stuck their fingers in a wide variety of pies, which made them quite the annoyance. The fact that Andromeda was here also was a message sent on Dumbledore's behalf. The House of Black was no longer fractured as it had been. Lucius turned back to his daughter. He didn't know who the old man near her was, but she was surely here at Dumbledore's behest. He gripped the head of his cane hard enough that his knuckles turned white. The audacity of Dumbledore to think he could groom Lucius' own successor for him. Lyra flashed him a look of annoyance, having noticed his anger and probably his thoughts. "Sit," she said. The only thing worse than her demanding tone was the fact the nearest available seat to his daughter was next to the mudblood, Stark, who seemed to notice the issue. "Good morning, Mr. Malfoy," he said in a perfectly polite tone. One thing Lucius hated about the whelp was that he was entirely unflappable, even on their first ever meeting. He acted entirely deaf about Lucius' veiled curses, but the occasional return fire made it obvious enough that James Stark had indeed recognized Lucius' attempts to perturb him, and that they'd failed. "James Stark," Lucius said with a nod of acknowledgement. Their feud was unworthy of pursuit. Stark would get his comeuppance eventually, but it need not be at Lucius' hands, and Lucius felt nowadays that developing a proper relationship with his daughter was a far more worthy endeavor than showing up a child. "And the two of you must be William and Percy." Both Weasleys looked surprised that Lucius knew of them. "That's correct, sir," William said, recovering first and standing briefly to shake Lucius' hand. It was a good thing he made a habit of wearing gloves. "It's a pleasure to meet you." William didn't mean that, of course, but he concealed it surprisingly well. Percy was not nearly so well trained, and as a result his greeting was visibly unenthusiastic. Then again, by all reports that particular weasel was not well suited to politics. He would be irrelevant in the future. Lucius turned to the last member of the group, a geriatric working a crossword puzzle in the morning edition of the Prophet. "I'm afraid we've not been introduced, Mr. Ah," the old airhead finally said, standing up and brushing off non-existent dust from his tweed jacket. He was spectacularly unintimidating, with close-cropped white hair and beard, as well as the pince-nez spectacles making him look more like a curator than a politician. He held out his hand. "You must be Lyra's father." "I am called Nicholas." Lucius took the hand, and froze. Nicholas, he couldn't possibly be Nicholas Flamel? As Lucius took his hand back, he glanced again at Dumbledore, who was looking right at him. He suppressed his flinch and sat down beside Stark, the weasels grudgingly making space so they could all fit on one bench. Draco sat to his opposite side. Dumbledore turned back to focus his attention on the Wizengamot proceedings, as if nothing had just happened. "Mr. Flamel," Lucius said. Draco missed a step, and the Weasleys also glanced at the old man with some panic in their expressions. "Would it be acceptable to call you as such?" "Please, call me Nicholas," he said easily. "I find it gets me a little more anonymity these days." "Might I call you Lucius?" "By all means," Lucius said, bowing his head. "I had not known that my daughter and yourself were acquainted." "Oh, we weren't, not until this morning," said Nicholas. "Coincidentally these youngsters were interested in observing the Wizengamot meeting, same as I. They most kindly helped me up the stairs on my way here. I am rather old, as you know." That was certainly an understatement. His story was also a blatant lie, but from his tone Flamel clearly did not care whether he was called on the lie or not. So great was his reputation, greater than even that of Dumbledore by several orders of magnitude, that nobody would believe someone else over the legendary Nicholas Flamel. Only his wife, Pernell, was afforded the same near-mythical status. If Lucius pushed here, Nicholas would push back, and that was not an outcome anyone wanted. Lucius gave a curt nod, and glanced at Lyra as if to ask her what she was doing. "I wasn't even planning on coming," she said casually, as if the thought sprang up from nowhere. "But Daphne Greengrass said I should meet her father and become acquainted, and Horace Slughorn reached out to me and James and suggested it too, while back." Bill Weasley gave her a curious look. Lucius curled his lip. "Of course Slughorn reached out to you. I'll have to have a talk with him in the future on what is socially acceptable or otherwise." "He'll deny it," said Lyra. "No point, Dad." Lucius felt a mixture of exasperation and warmth at her use of Dad. It wasn't often she called him something so familial. That didn't mean he overlooked her lying. Of course, did she really think she could fool her own father after so long? Especially when she looked so much like her mother when she wanted to hide something. He was sure Dumbledore was the real reason she was here. But he'd send a preemptive letter to Slughorn anyway. It sounded like just the thing the old fool would do. "Greengrass sent a letter to you too," said Draco, frowning. "Why didn't you tell me when I showed you the one she sent me?" "It came after yours." "Daphne's growing a harem," Stark said. "Good on her. She could use some joy in her life with the way she is. I assume her dad brought home some sort of unspeakable experiment and had babies with it." As one, everyone but Lyra, and strangely, Nicholas, gave him looks of disgust. Truly, what was wrong with his mind? Apparently, said Lyra, her parents fed her so many calming drafts when she was a baby to stop her crying that she can't feel anything else anymore. Just tranquility. She sighed. Lucky her. Now, said Lucius, it's not kind to gossip, Lyra. I'm going to ask her father, she said, and Lucius sighed. Draco stared at his sister with conflicting emotions. He wouldn't be the first parent to do something like that, said Nicholas after a moment, as if just catching up on the conversation. My wife once dealt with a scenario where a father tried to fix his child's poor vision, and generally tried to find out the magical secret to fixing eyesight, by giving her so many supersight and supersensory potions that her head enlarged to the size of a small boulder and sprouted tentacles that sucked the father's brain out of his ears. Everyone stared at the old man. Lyra and Stark glanced at each other. That was 200 years ago, Nicholas clarified. That's not what we're confused about, but thank you, said Stark. Nicholas smiled. You're welcome. This time, Lucius and Draco shared a look. Draco was clearly out of his depth, even Lucius was feeling a little overwhelmed. Still, Nicholas was trying to push them off balance, for his own entertainment if nothing else. Is there any reason you found an interest in the Obliviation Squad? Lucius asked. To be entirely honest, I couldn't care less about the topic, Nicholas said, scratching his chin. I just came here to heckle my old student and his colleagues. Just then, a woman's voice rose as she spoke to the Wizengamot. I must repeat. This review will take far more effort than the Ministry is willing to expend, said Undersecretary Umbridge, to a chorus of jeers. I wouldn't want to be told that by a woman who created the 8-person-strong lunch break enforcement squad, shouted Rudolph Macmillan. Maybe she wouldn't have had to if you indolent gentlemen took more pride in your work, said Madame Longbottom. We can't all feed on the blood of unicorns to stay healthy at your age, Longbottom. Alpheus Doge said indignantly, and Macmillan shrunk back into his seat with an expression of relief on his face as Longbottom's ire turned elsewhere. Let's get back on topic, said Tiberius not over the clamor of the chamber. As we have already discussed, the Ministry has financial constraints as well as manpower constraints. There is little sense in bloating the Ministry expenditures on what is, at best, a paranoid suspicion. I don't want to be lectured on paranoia from a snake charmer, said Sirius Black suddenly, sounding far more confrontational than he had looked a mere second ago. Snake charmer, an inane insult to those like Lucius himself, who were under suspicion of colluding with him, and it had been used for some time. However, ever since Tiberius Knott had been discovered passed out at a dinner party having had too much champagne and cuddling with Jonathan Goyle of all people, it took on a new meaning generally specific to Knott. Knott's face turned puce. I am not a homosexual. We've nothing against your sexual orientation, dear, said Madame Marchbanks. Merely your taste in men. My husband has a better work ethic than you, Longbottom's voice cut through the clamor, and he's been dead for 12 years. Surely it's a sign when even Goyle's embrace is warmer than your wife's. Black said. I challenge you to a duel, Sirius Black. Knott said, his face cycling through various shades of red and purple, and Lyra his own damn daughter threw her head back and cackled. Enough, said Crouch. Children, the lot of you. I'm just giving out relationship advice, said Black. Goyle would even be better shaven than Knott's used to. Crouch looked as though he was about to challenge Black to a duel himself, but Knott was already on the move. Order. I will have order, roared Crouch. But it was drowned out by the dozen or so various arguments that had cropped up. Lucius felt the urge to roll his eyes as Knott scrambled up towards Black and lunged. Black pushed between the other Wizengamot members to escape Knott's grasp, grabbing their shoulders and throwing them towards Knott to impede him. Dumbledore looked up at the observer stand with an expression of exhausted resignation. Nicholas and Lyra, meanwhile, were laughing themselves sick. Is this what usually happens at Wizengamot meetings? Draco asked. It is uncommon, sighed Lucius, but it does happen. Did that man just throw a chair at Sirius Black? Said Draco, craning his head to get a better look. I can certainly understand his sentiment. Why aren't they fighting in a more dignified manner, at least? Draco said, turning a little red from second-hand embarrassment. It's a faux pas to brandish one's wand against another member of the Wizengamot, Lucius said. I'm uncertain why, but using minor offensive magic will earn more scorn from your peers than if you throw a chair at them. No, Lyra, you may not join in and debase yourself. Oh, come on, said Lyra, looking ready to leap into the crowd herself. I debase myself regularly anyway. Come on, Albus, show those old farts those muscles you were so proud of back in your 20s. Nicholas called. You got into weightlifting to impress a few of your fellow gentlemen, didn't you? Where's that machismo now? Dumbledore pretended to ignore him. Pathetic, Nicholas said, waving it away. The philosopher's stone garbage is a lie, you know. I survived this long with regular exercise and lovemaking. Lyra's mad grin disappeared in a flash and she turned to him. What? Is it actually? A lie, I mean. What is, dear? Said Nicholas, his eyes on Nott and Sirius's struggle as he turned his head slightly toward her. The stone. She said, looking as though she was thinking of throwing him over the railing. Does that damned thing even work? Oh, of course it works, he said, but it does indeed require a bit of lovemaking. Lucius wasn't sure if he was joking or not, and Lyra seemed to be wondering the same. James snorted. You'll never be able to create your own now, Lyra. Father. Said Draco. Yes. Said Lucius, grimacing slightly as Black threw one last kick at Nott as others pulled them apart. Could you help me make sense of, well, he gestured to the pandemonium below that. Ah. It's fairly straightforward, once you ignore the flying chairs. The Obliviation Squad is still keeping up with their tasks, although only barely. Sirius Black, at Dumbledore's behest I imagine, proposes to increase Obliviation funding by 50%. Naturally, this is an unnecessarily large increase. It might have passed if Black had gone for a 15 or 20% increase, but then again, it's not about passing the bill. Then what is it about? Dumbledore's making a show of force, I would suppose, said Lucius mildly. He's showing fudge, as well as the traditionalists, that he still has true power. Black is the most vocal of the supporters, of course, but you can see a few of his oldest allies Tofty, Ogden, Marchbanks, Doge raising their voices as well. At a glance, I'd say Dumbledore has scrounged solid support from a third of the Wizengamot, which is quite the force. Terribly simple stuff, in the end, said Nicholas with a wink to Draco. Monday you should have seen the Holy Roman Court, before the statute came into effect. I learned fairly early that if I did not bring my much more intimidating wife with me, I would not get anything done. I see, Draco said, looking back down. The Wizengamot members were slowly settling back into their seats, albeit grumbling. Then he looked over Nicholas, Lyra, Andromeda, and the Weasleys, and Lucius hoped he understood what was left unsaid, that they were all part of Dumbledore's show. I propose we hold our discussion here, Madam Bones said, glaring at Black and Nott. Give our more immature members some time to cool their heads. This is merely further evidence that you bureaucrats get nothing done, Longbottom said, not bothering to keep her voice down. Bones shot her a flat look. Perhaps if these men were a bit more respectable, we wouldn't need Wizengamot breaks by necessity. Draco glanced at Lucius. Will you be going down now, father? Certainly, Lucius said. I have no strong opinions on this topic one way or the other, but I am interested in the courtly divides that are being created. The Wizengamot members removed their formal headwear as they went down to the central platform where tables were loaded with finger foods and a variety of beverages. Following Nicholas Flamel's party of younglings, Lucius snuck a glance at Dumbledore. He was speaking with Doge, his arms tucked into his sleeves in a serene manner. Lyra began immediately stuffing her face in the most uncouth manner, probably to deliberately annoy him. His daughter was firmly on the old man's side, Lucius knew. She felt nothing but disdain for the old ways. It was an unfortunate turn of events, but she could be as strong-willed as her mother, so he saw no way to convert her way of thinking. Narcissa was also less receptive to those ways, and would not join the Dark Lord if he returned. A bigger problem if he returned was Bellatrix, who was more unhinged and violent than even her master, which was saying something. Bellatrix would not take any sort of betrayal lightly, not even for her own sister's family. He knew, the mere thought accelerating his heart, that she would not think twice to kill Lyra, as well as send a message to the rest of his family for their perceived betrayal. Which meant that Lucius was at a crossroads. And there was no treading the middle, as he had done before. There could be no divide within the Malfoy clan, lest they all fall one by one. He looked over at Lyra, who had moved from the food to talk to Greengrass, and then to Umbridge, probably to say something ridiculous, and then soon to Longbottom, where the old woman seemed to pat Lyra's shoulder gratefully. She flitted around like some social butterfly, making members of the Wizengamot smile, and he could only imagine if she held his beliefs. He squeezed his son's shoulder. Draco looked surprised, but happy. Perhaps one day, Lucius could learn to live with the choices he'd made. Chapter 13, Rogues and Responsibilities. Chapter text. Professor, you cannot be serious. Under Victoria's intense scrutiny, Professor Flitwick could only shrug uncomfortably. I'm sorry, Miss Clearwater, but it's simply out of my hands. The headmaster personally recommended James Stark to be the other prefect this year. Victoria took a deep breath. A recommendation from the headmaster might be just that, but coming from the old man himself, one didn't turn him down, not really. But he's... Victoria cut herself off before she lost her cool. I'm going to say it right now, this year's boys are all utterly irresponsible and frankly unsuited for the position. Davies doesn't care about anything that doesn't involve a broom or a pretty girl, Oliver is prone to injuring himself doing stupid stunts to impress his mates, and Stark. The last part came out a little more bitter than intended, making the tiny professor grimace slightly. Professor, he's the worst of the lot, she said. He doesn't care about homework, barely cares about his finals, has no respect for authority. Miss Clearwater, said Professor Flitwick tiredly, I understand your feelings towards Mr. Stark, but I would like you to cooperate with him as best as you can. If he's willing to cooperate with me, said Victoria. But something makes me think that he's not interested in being responsible and providing a good role model. I'm sure he'll try his best, Flitwick said, but his tone was uncertain. Stark was notorious for being a free spirit, after all. The headmaster assured me that he has already spoken to James about his prefectship. Victoria stood there for a moment, trying not to appear as impatient as she felt. Do you think I worked hard to get this position, Professor? She said. Yes, said Flitwick, sounding as if he knew what she was going to say next. I definitely think you did. Do you think, if I continued with my path, I would eventually be head girl? I would certainly nominate you for the position, Miss Clearwater. In comparison, do you think Stark would be willing to take this as seriously? Victoria asked. Would I still be able to be head girl if he damaged my reputation by association? Flitwick stared at her flatly. Firstly, while I can understand your reservations about James Stark, that was a needlessly judgmental comment. Secondly, you know us professors aren't as blind as that. And lastly, James Stark was made prefect through a personal recommendation from the headmaster himself. The headmaster has been wrong before, of course, but not often. I am willing to give Mr. Stark a chance. Victoria opened her mouth to argue more, but then closed it. Yes, Professor, she said woodenly. Off you go, then. You'll have your first patrols this evening. Not that I expect anything to happen in the first week, said Flitwick. But it will be good to familiarize yourself with the routine. Victoria allowed herself a sigh once she had closed Flitwick's office door and was out of earshot. She walked back towards Ravenclaw Tower. Their first nighttime patrol wouldn't be long, only the 1 hour after curfew. It was, however, the most dreaded prefect duty for her. Even if she wanted an early morning, she wouldn't be able to have that. At least she didn't play Quidditch on top of everything else. It would have been unbearable. She stopped at the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower, looking to the blue bronze hourglass, a smaller replica of the full-sized one next to the Great Hall. It was sitting at -50 points. Now, she knew, intellectually, that she couldn't immediately blame Stark. But it was highly likely that he was the cause of it. Of course he would be, he was the least responsible person in Ravenclaw. Malfoy was maybe the exception. Though it was past curfew, plenty of students were still up in the common room, chatting with their friends or, with the occasional Ravenclaw, studying. On the first day. Even Victoria didn't go that far. No, the first day was reserved for picking out the nicest bed before all your roommates did. Malfoy had taken up 2 beds and transfigured them together. Again. Do you know where James Stark is? Victoria asked a small girl with dirty blonde hair who Malfoy and Stark hung out with regularly. Lovegood, she thought. The girl tilted her head and stared at her with her wide blue eyes, and Victoria had to resist the urge to crush the little girl in a hug. He's in his room, I think, Lovegood said. Congratulations on becoming a prefect. Victoria blinked, and said, thank you. She climbed up the steps into the boys' dorms, stopping and knocking at the door traditionally reserved for Ravenclaw 5th years. Stark? She called. I'm coming inside. She opened the door, and froze. In one of the middle beds, Roger Davies, sans his shirt, was with Larissa Henderson, dressed in an outfit almost entirely made of black lace and sitting on Davies' lap. Victoria raised a single eyebrow, and Larissa turned bright red. Where's Stark? Victoria asked Davies. Davies silently pointed to the far bed in the room. Victoria walked up to it, only for the curtains to peel back before she could reach it, revealing Stark's tired face. Do you see what I have to deal with? He complained, not bothering to keep his voice down. Davies scowled, while Larissa hid her face in her hands. Victoria cast a cool glance over the two of them. It might be best if you went back to our room, Larissa. It wouldn't do if you were caught in more intimate activities. Larissa nodded furiously and left, throwing her robes over herself. Still shirtless, Davies glared at Victoria. Really? He said. Is it really any of your business what the two of us do together? Roger, sighed Stark. Shut up. Piss off, Stark. Davies, said Victoria before Stark inevitably baited Davies into a testosterone-fueled rage. Please remember I'm a prefect now, and I can dish out detentions however I see fit. Davies glared at her too, but ultimately threw the curtains closed. Stark shook his head and turned to Victoria. Did you need something? We have our patrol, she said, jerking her head toward the door. Come on. That's in. He glanced at his watch. 25 minutes. It's best to get a head start, said Victoria stiffly. I don't want to be aimlessly walking around the school for an hour, James whined, much less an additional 25 minutes. Victoria didn't voice her agreement. Are you responsible for the negative 50 points that Ravenclaw currently has? She asked instead, as he grudgingly stood up from his bed and threw on an disturbingly ugly green coat, mumbling something to himself. What? Stark shifted. Possibly. Victoria turned to him, exasperated. How did you manage to ruin our prospects for the House Cup so early? I was docking points, not losing them, Stark said, passing by her on the way to the door. Victoria sighed and followed him. What happened, exactly? Luna was getting teased by her year mates, he said darkly. The first day. I don't understand why this keeps happening. Oh. You should be glad I just docked 50, said James as they made their way down the stairs. I considered smacking some sense into them, but then Flitwick would have docked twice that. When they reached the bottom and made their way out the common room, she glanced at Luna Lovegood. The girl had curled into one of the armchairs and was reading a magazine of some sort. She seemed like a sweet girl, and perfectly polite from the few times Victoria had spoken to her. Maybe Victoria was wrong about Stark, only a little bit. It was well known to most that he and the Malfoy bitch had effectively taken Luna under their wing. That wasn't the act of a completely irresponsible pair of idiots. Until now, Victoria had not heard a single report of Luna getting in any sort of trouble. I didn't peg you for a Slytherin, unless I missed something, she said once they were out of the tower and on their route. Stark looked down at his coat. I made it. Victoria raised an eyebrow. You made it. Yeah, he said, looking rather pleased with himself. Harvested the materials myself and everything. I had to use a hammer and a nail punch to put holes in it. She stared at him incredulously. What kind of material needs a hammer and a nail punch to put holes in it? Basilisk leather. She immediately snorted. It's true, Stark said defensively, but she cast him another skeptical look. He looked a little peeved at her disbelief, with no trace of amusement in his eyes. You can't be serious, she said, not as resolute in her disbelief now. His coat did look like it was made of some sort of snakeskin, but she'd assumed it was just an aesthetic choice. Stark pulled it off and handed it to her. It was surprisingly thick and heavy. If it weren't the loose overcoat that it was, Victoria suspected it would be too stiff to move in. The texture of the leather was also definitely snakeskin, with hard and dry nail-like scales, each about the size of her thumb, arranged neatly like lamellar armor. It could be something else, Victoria said, not really sure herself. A boomslang, maybe. Or a rune spore. Then Stark rolled up his sleeves and showed her his left arm with a flat expression. It bore a large puncture wound, about the size of a sickle in diameter, with a clear exit wound on the other side. Though moving his injured arm didn't seem to trouble him, the flesh around the wound was still slightly blackened and corrupted. Then he pulled something out from under his shirt, a silver chain with a fang attached to it. It was as long as Victoria's index finger, and the tip was carefully blunted. Victoria leaned closer and glanced from it to the scar. That's not what went through your arm. It's not, said Stark, this is just one of the teeth. The actual fang was about the length from my elbow to fingertips. Did you know snakes have teeth? Because I didn't. She glanced again from the tooth to the scar to the tooth again and then finally at his face, her small skeptical smile weakening. So you actually fought a basilisk? She said. I did, he said simply. And you survived how, exactly? I almost didn't, he said. According to Pomfrey, my heart actually did stop beating for about 30 seconds before I got resuscitated. Victoria handed Stark back his coat and blinked down at it for a moment. And they let you be prefect? He rubbed the back of his head, an awkward smile on his face. I was told I needed to learn some responsibility. Well, she thought with a slight grimace, it's hard to argue against that assessment. They walked quietly for a while, then. It was strange, seeing the corridors deserted like this. Victoria wondered if she should talk to her fellow prefect. Flitwick had told her that she should give him a chance, after all, and he hadn't done anything to irk her for now, and perhaps if he really did learn some responsibility she might learn to be friendly with him. So, said Victoria slowly. How did you kill the basilisk? I'm assuming you killed it, anyway. I drowned it, said Stark. Aside from its eyes, there's no part of its body that you can damage from the outside. The scales are magically resistant, and I bet they're stronger than steel, too. The explosive curse did nothing but tickle it. Drowned it, Victoria said. That was inspired of you. I was running out of options. Silence came over them again as they descended another floor, hearing nothing but their footsteps, the flickering of candles, some snoring from the portraits and then two other voices from around a corner they neared. Cedric Diggory and Emily Knopfler met them in the next corridor. Stark, said Cedric, giving his friend a grin. Are you enjoying your first prefect duty? Oh, I love it, Stark said tonelessly, making Emily laugh. Who doesn't enjoy moonlit walks in the literal haunted castle? Do you want to walk together for a bit? Emily asked, smiling. If you want, said Victoria when Stark shrugged. Great, said Emily, turning to the corridor neither pair had come from. We can trade horror stories while we walk. Horror stories? Said Cedric as the rest of them followed behind her. Do you even know any? My brother does, said Emily. And he's an arse, so he used to tell me plenty when I was, like, 6. Victoria was acquainted with Emily. She was the kind of girl to make friends with anyone she came across, after all. And from what little she knew of Emily Knopfler, she did not believe that Emily would be able to weave a remotely terrifying tale. 15 minutes later, all of them, including Emily herself, were power walking through the halls in an attempt to finish their patrol as soon as possible. Let's stop by Ravenclaw Tower first, James suggested. Victoria nodded furiously. No, Emily said. Neither she nor Cedric seemed to notice they were holding hands. Victoria glanced down to make sure she wasn't holding James' hand. She wasn't, but she took a small step away from him, just in case. Just a small step, though. She didn't want to end up accidentally separated from him and wandering the dark castle all alone after hearing Emily's story. Not that there were goat things that badly mimicked human voices near or in Hogwarts, of course. Hogwarts, a history would have mentioned something like that. Then again, with people like Hagrid out there. We'll stop by the dungeons first, Cedric said. Oh, are you scared? Said Emily, as if her voice wasn't an octave higher than usual. And you're clearly not, which must mean you'd be fine making the journey alone, said James. No, Emily whined lowly. I didn't take you for a coward, Cedric said. Didn't you kill a basilisk? Bloody hell, that's actually true. Said Emily. Yeah, and I got badly injured in the process, said James, clutching at his stomach dramatically. You'd leave a cripple to fend for himself? And Vicky, I guess. Victoria gave James a puzzled look, while Cedric snorted. Fine, said James. I'll humor you this once, I suppose. Being the kind, courageous friend that I am, and you aren't. You'll be fine, said Cedric. Aren't you supposed to be a knight? Wait, said Emily, you're a knight? James flushed. I got knighted by Sir Cadogan, he said, leading the way to the dungeons. I got knighted by a painting. You should know that's not going to amount to much. No, I recall you demanding you be addressed as Sir James over the holidays, said Cedric, taking a few long steps to catch up and look at James directly. What happened with that, Ed? Shut up, Cedric. Is this why you were running around the Quidditch pitch in one of the suits of armor back in 3rd year? Emily asked, but James seemed to speed up a bit to keep his back to her. Victoria shook her head. You've strange hobbies, Stark. Can you joust? Asked Emily. I've never ridden a horse in my life, said James. So, no. Do you own any land? No. Do you have a squire? James turned to Victoria with an expression of suffering. She ignored him. Sir James the landless, squireless knight, said Cedric. Doesn't know how to ride a horse or swing a sword. I'd like to see you do anything worth being knighted for, said James. He's got a point. Emily turned to Cedric. You haven't done anything particularly noteworthy. You're not even that good a seeker. Cedric's expression twisted into genuine indignation and James laughed. Speaking of, James said, pouncing on the shift in topic, Lyra's begging her dad to get her a firebolt. A firebolt? Asked Emily. It's the fastest commercial broom in the world, said Cedric. Also one of the most expensive. She knows her reign is ending, said James, looking terribly smug. All that practice and experience, but Harry Potter the prodigy will overtake her soon enough. She thinks she can stay undefeated for the next 3 years, but he's getting closer and closer every game they play. And now he's got a firebolt of his own. He has one. Cedric said incredulously. Because a Nimbus 2000 wasn't good enough. His godfather bought it for him, said James. 12 years worth of presents, he said. Oh, Cedric said, flushing a little with the realization. Sirius Black, Emily said. Poor man. I wouldn't wish his fate on anyone. On anyone. Said James. Emily adopted a thoughtful expression. All right, maybe except Patrick. Cedric raised an eyebrow. And what's his crime, exactly? He talks with food in his mouth. You know he spat pumpkin juice onto my nicest shirt once. Cedric turned to the Ravenclaws with an expression as if to say, can you believe her, and Victoria shook her head, feeling the corners of her mouth tug upward. Looks like we're here, Cedric said, standing in front of a stack of barrels. He rapped the centermost barrel with his knuckles. Tap tap, tap tap tap. That's your security measure, said James, unimpressed. Seriously? At least I'm guaranteed entrance, Cedric said. You can't even get through your own security measure half the time. I maintain that common riddles have nothing to do with the pursuit of knowledge, James said. Rowena should have used trivia questions instead. Have fun out there all alone, in the cold and dark, said Emily, waving at them. See you. The doorway slid shut, leaving the two Ravenclaw prefects in the, indeed, cold and dark dungeons on their lonesome. Victoria saw James shiver slightly as he turned around. They retraced their steps, past the sleeping portraits on the grand staircase as they made their way to Ravenclaw Tower. Victoria lagged behind him slightly, watching him. He was slightly hunched, which might be because it was cold, but his gait was stiff and faster than usual, implying discomfort. He eventually slowed until Victoria had no choice but to catch up with him. Which N.E.W.T.S do you plan on taking? He asked. Every core class except herbology, astronomy, and history, Victoria said, also runes, and arithmancy. Are you any good at potions or herbology? Said James. Better than most, Victoria said. Why? They're some of my weaker subjects. That I care about, anyway. I'm surprised you're capable of caring. I'm surprised you're capable of snark, said James. So, won't you tutor me in prep for our O.W.L.S? We can spend some time getting to know each other outside of these soul-crushing duties. I could help you with charms, transfiguration, or arithmancy. He waved a dismissive hand. I'm only above average at the rest of them. Only above average. I need to give you lot a chance, he said. Wouldn't want to completely shred your egos. Victoria narrowed her eyes at him. How do you manage this, Stark? Is there some foolproof cheating method you've discovered? How does someone like you manage to do so well? James' lips quirked. I don't cheat. Not for those subjects, anyway. You're a prefect now, Stark. You'd best act like it. One more year, and I can stop pretending I care about Bins or Sinistra. James sighed. What do you want to do in the future? Victoria hummed. I'm not certain. The ministry, maybe. Your lifelong goal is to be a bureaucrat. I said I'm not certain, Victoria said. Maybe I'll leave the magical world entirely. More job opportunities there, James said as they reached the staircase that led to the Ravenclaw Tower. What would you do in the Muggle world? Victoria didn't answer. Come on, spill, said James. A vet, maybe, said Victoria. James grinned. You like animals then? The ones that can't kill me with their excretory fluids or fire-breathing nature, sure, she said. Which is better, cats or ravens? Victoria furrowed her brow. Don't you mean cats or dogs? I know what I said. Cats, then. Really? James gave her a skeptical look as they reached the eagle-shaped knocker. But ravens are smart as human children, you know, with immense puzzle-solving capabilities. They're known to play in snow when they get the opportunity. They're smart enough to learn words. Victoria frowned and shook her head in bafflement. Why do you care so much? No reason. Victoria turned to the door knocker, which spoke without moving its beak. I shall be found by moon or sun. Yet without light will be undone. Fucking, James muttered under his breath. He paused for a moment. A shadow. The door swung open, revealing the now quiet Ravenclaw common room. Most of the floating candles had been extinguished and the various fire pits were now mostly reduced to embers. The unshuttered windows provided some illumination from the moon outside. I suppose I'll see you later, said James quietly. He seemed disinclined to break the peaceful silence of the common room. Victoria hummed softly. Good night, then, he said. Good night, Victoria said. James inclined his head, and turned to leave. Victoria paused, before speaking up. Wait. James turned to her expectantly. The dying fires illuminated his slight, questioning smile. Professor Flitwick said we have to guide the first years to their classrooms tomorrow. Make sure to wake up by 7. James' smile fell, as if she had just told him he had to storm Azkaban tomorrow. Chapter 14, Cunning Cats. Chapter text. Hermione scowled as she scribbled furiously in her cramped handwriting, her essay surrounded by 4 open textbooks. Professor Snape was not usually a helpful man, but today he must have been in a foul mood. He'd assigned a paper due in 2 days' time, 1.5 times as long as it usually was, and he'd not provided any clues as to how to write such an essay on the functions of doxy eggs and poisons and antidotes. It wouldn't have been too much trouble had her schedule not been as full as it was. But she'd manage. She was sure she could do it, no matter McGonagall's warnings. Someone cleared their throat from right behind her. She whirled around, coming face to face with Professor McGonagall's stern visage, seemingly carved out of granite. Hermione could feel the blood drain from her face as her mind unhelpfully pointed out all the warning signs in her expression. Had she accidentally summoned the professor? Miss Granger, said McGonagall, her lips very thin. Oh, and there was Lyra, too. Trying not to laugh at Hermione. Because of course she was. Professor, said Hermione weakly. Professor McGonagall stared at Hermione for a long moment in complete silence, not even blinking. Hermione quashed her urge to fidget and shuffle her feet. Then, the professor jerked her head towards a disused region of the library with such irritation that Hermione flinched at the abrupt movement. Hermione scrambled after Lyra and the professor. I'm going to be expelled, she thought. Hermione followed Professor McGonagall deep into the least populated area of the library, philosophy and religion, and waited for her to speak. When no words were forthcoming, she summoned the last tiny bit of her courage and spoke. Am I in trouble, Professor? Hermione squeaked. I don't think I've done anything wrong. No. Said McGonagall, then she jerked her head at Lyra. Then why does Malfoy know of your time turner? Hermione opened her mouth to say something but her mind had gone blank. Her stomach felt like it was made of lead. She couldn't. She didn't tell me, Professor, said Lyra. It's just that nothing gets by me. Shut it, Malfoy, McGonagall snapped irritably. Lyra took a step back, as if stepping away from her fury, but then Lyra stuck her tongue out and made rude hand gestures to McGonagall's back. Began Hermione. You didn't tell Potter or Weasley, did you? Said McGonagall, cutting across her. No, Professor, I swear, said Hermione. McGonagall stared at her again for an uncomfortably long moment, and then clicked her tongue. Very well. I suppose it matters not in the end. Our esteemed headmaster, she said, as if sucking on a lemon, has agreed to Malfoy's request. Request? Hermione glanced at Lyra, who for her part, was looking very smug. To study the artifact, McGonagall said. What? Said Hermione, unable to believe the headmaster would do such a stupid thing. Lyra was her beloved friend, but Hermione would sooner give the time turner to Harry and Ron. Thankfully, I was able to make the headmaster see some sense, McGonagall continued. Your studies are of paramount importance, so I told him that I would not allow the object to be passed around like some toy without your explicit permission. Oh, said Hermione. She really needed to sit down. Is that arrangement acceptable, Miss Granger? McGonagall said. Malfoy will only borrow the time turner with your permission, and I trust you will prioritize your own study over whatever cock and bull scheme Malfoy has conjured up. Yes, Professor, Hermione said tiredly. Malfoy, said McGonagall, turning on the Ravenclaw with a very firm tone. You are to study it. Do you understand? You will not use it. You will not travel through time. You will use it for the purpose you explained to Dumbledore, to further your knowledge of magic. Nothing more. Lyra nodded, looking more serious than Hermione had ever seen her, and it looked so out of place on Lyra that even McGonagall realized she wasn't taking it seriously enough. Malfoy, I am serious, she said. You may think you are extraordinary, but time will be more than happy to erase you from existence if you meddle too much with it. Should I hear even a rumor of there being 2 Lyra Malfoys in the castle, I will personally ensure you are expelled, no matter what delusions of superiority fill that otherwise empty head of yours. But what if someone steals a hair of mine and becomes me with Polyjuice Potion? Said Lyra immediately, as if this was a worry constantly plaguing her. Then I shall gain a convenient excuse, said McGonagall with a sense of finality. Professor. Hermione gasped, but immediately clamped her mouth shut when McGonagall turned to look at her. Now, this matter has taken up enough of my time, and patience, said McGonagall. I don't wish to speak of it further. You both understand your limits. I will be furious if this is brought up again before the very end of the year. Do you both understand? Yes, Professor, Hermione said. If I was dumb enough to mess around with that kind of powerful magic, said Lyra, I'd have learned Fiend Fire by now. She held her hands up. You have every right to expel me if I use the time turner. McGonagall glared at Lyra, then said stiffly, you'd best return to your studies, Miss Granger. After she left, Hermione finally glared at Lyra herself, then pushed past her to return back to her table. I can't believe you. She said as she sat down. How did you find out? It's been only a week. Lyra shrugged as she pulled out a chair. I overheard Ron talking about your schedule, so I looked into his mind out of curiosity. Lyra. Said Hermione, scandalized. You can't just do that. Sure I can, said Lyra in that maddening tone of hers, of utter indifference. Okay, she said, holding her hands up in surrender when Hermione looked ready to strangle her. In my defense, I have serious psychological issues. Hermione had no idea what to say to that. Was she supposed to agree? Anyway, I saw what Ron saw, said Lyra. There was no way for you to be taking 2 classes at the same time. And I'm really smart, so I figured it out pretty quickly. All right, fine, it was James who figured it out. Blame him. He didn't dream up some scheme to take my time turner from me, she hissed. Lyra hummed. No, no he didn't. And neither did I. Hey, you're not using it until tomorrow, right? Hermione made a somewhat strangled noise. I know you're going to use it. I just know you are. Then Lyra's uncaring attitude dropped, and she looked seriously at Hermione. Do you honestly think I don't know the dangers of time travel, Hermione? She said. Half the advanced magic you know you learned from me. Just because I like to act like an idiot doesn't mean I am one. Do you think I'm an idiot? I know, of course not, said Hermione. Then what's the problem? I'm not asking to take it. I'm asking to look at it, here, in front of you. How's that so bad? Hermione gave her a flat look. Lyra narrowed her eyes. What, do you think I'll act all genuine to get you to hand it over, promise I won't ever use it, then immediately put it on in front of you and disappear? She seemed to consider this for a moment, looking at Hermione as if wondering if it was something people would actually expect her to do. Hermione sighed, looked around to make sure they were alone, and pulled out the time turner from around her neck, and held it out to her by the chain. But Lyra didn't take it. She glanced at Hermione's face, which must have shown her true feelings on the matter. Well, now I don't want it, said Lyra. What? You're just making me feel bad about it now. I didn't think you'd have an issue with it if I got a teacher's permission. It's just Hermione took a quick breath. I'm given this whole lecture, nearly an hour long on the dangers of time travel, all because I've had perfect grades and perfect attendance, and I've never gotten into any serious trouble. And then you just come along and they just gave it to you. No, they gave it to you, and it's your choice whether to let me study it. In your presence, mind you, Lyra added, plopping her feet up on the desk. They still hold you well above me. Kind of annoying, really. What did I ever do besides act a little stupid? You still could have asked me first. Hermione glanced at Lyra's feet. And stop doing that. Lyra dragged her feet off the table. You wouldn't have let me so much as look at it and you know it. Yet, because that would have somehow been enough for you to go do something insane, like figure out how to create your own just from a glance, then go and unbirth someone you don't like and then somehow successfully convince everyone around you that you didn't practically murder them. Like Sally Ann. What? What? Lyra, this is serious. Said Hermione. I could have been expelled just for showing you. Which is precisely why I went to Dumbledore, said Lyra in such a casual and final tone that Hermione nearly growled at her. Also, it's weird I have that reputation without having been caught actually doing anything insane. Do you know how maddening it is that my greatest schemes have to be kept secret? I mean, you're worried about being expelled, I'm worried about Azkaban. Lyra laughed as if all that probably wasn't true. Hermione sighed and looked tiredly at her. Lyra. You're one of my closest friends, but... She hesitated. You are rather irresponsible sometimes. Name one time, said Lyra. You snorted pixie dust. Name 3 times. You were playing with slime in the library and accidentally slimed Madame Pants, then blamed it on Cedric, Hermione said promptly. Then you got caught, under the influence by the headmaster that one time. Then there was the time you decided you wanted to go to class while still in bed and animated your bed to carry you around but crushed Roger Davies probably on purpose, now I think about it. Okay, that time with the headmaster was the time I snorted pixie dust, you can't count it twice. I'm not talking about that time. Said Hermione. I'm talking about the potion of euphoria. Snape taught us how to brew it, why shouldn't I have used it? Said Lyra as if it made all the sense in the world. And then there was the time you tried to steal Professor Moody's fake eye at Grimmauld Place and burned down half the living room as a result. Now that's just unfair, said Lyra. How is it my fault that Mad Eye overreacts to everything? I wasn't even trying to steal it. He left in a glass of water and I was just curious as to how it worked. Speaking of how powerful magic works. Oh, and remember when you made Ginny cry after baiting her and Ron into a fight by asking which of them had a bigger crush on Harry? That's not irresponsible, laughed Lyra, that's just hilarious. Hermione crossed her arms and glared at her. You're horrible. Lyra sobered immediately and grimaced. Yeah, I know. But none of those things led to disaster. Nobody was hurt. Davies. Yeah, nobody was hurt, said Lyra. Oh, come on, he walked away fine. It was a bed, not a boulder. She made a dark face. He was lucky. Lyra. Lyra threw out her arms. None of it mattered, Hermione. Davies was fine, I'm fine, Ginny and Ron are fine, Moody's fine well, I haven't made him worse, at least. She rolled her eyes. Half the things you listed were only bad because people overreacted. James regularly makes jokes about fucking my own mother and you don't see me crying about it like Jin. That implies I have a crush on my mother, which Lyra shook her head. No. She shook her head again. Besides, James has been far more irresponsible than me, and he got a prefect position. He was possessed by Voldemort. He fought a basilisk, Hermione. Hermione covered her mouth. Was that true? Poor James. Does he have anyone to talk to? Lyra, for the first time in this conversation, looked a little insulted. He has me, Hermione. I meant someone more. Well, never mind. Lyra reeled back. Where did you learn this attitude? She held up a hand before she even finished speaking. Wait, no, don't say it. I won't, said Hermione. I'll keep you guessing. In any case, I think we've established that you don't have the best record. And seeing as you're absolutely shameless, forgive me if I can't take you seriously. About trivial things, sure, said Lyra. But this isn't trivial. This is time itself. Even if I could use a time turner, I wouldn't. She frowned at Hermione's face. I wouldn't. But Hermione stayed silent. She felt a little triumphant, actually, irritating Lyra like this. Maybe this was why Lyra did it to everyone else, the difference being that she did it mostly unprovoked, because she was just mean like that. Maybe it was just a raised by Malfoy's thing. Okay, said Lyra suddenly, with a nod as if it were inconsequential. I just wanted to study how they managed to capture such a powerful spell in something that could fit on a necklace, that's all. I want to do it with another spell. But hey, she said, standing up and shrugging, if you're not comfortable giving it to me, that's fine. She clicked her tongue. Man, I wish I was a worse person so I could just pressure you into giving it up. Or beat you up or something. She knew Lyra was being genuine, that she didn't really care that much, but also that Lyra was probably still hoping that very fact would convince her to give up the time turner, because if it's not a big deal to Lyra, then it shouldn't be a big deal to Hermione. She didn't think she had ever met someone who could be so casually conniving. Well, what did you want to do with it? Said Hermione, not expecting an actual answer. But Lyra sat down and leaned forward and looked actually a bit excited about whatever nonsense was probably whirling around in her mind. I want to call it the Patroness Pendant, she said. Because casting a Patroness is difficult, and it's even harder when surrounded by Dementors. And Voldemort made use of Dementors. I mean, it can't be easy keeping happy memories in your head while otherworldly demons born of misery are trying to suck them out, right? Yes. Hermione knew where she was going already, and leaned forward too. So what if people could load up some necklace with a Patroness before they encounter Dementors? Said Lyra. Either their own or someone else's. Like a battery. And if it's done right, the pendant could strengthen it so it doesn't constantly rely on happy thoughts. I'll have it made of gold too, so it's stronger and more resilient to failure from outside forces. That sounds interesting, said Hermione, but then she paused and frowned. Why do you need a Patroness pendant? Lyra shrugged. Dementors are allies of Voldemort. If they side with him again, a Patroness pendant will be a serious blow against their effectiveness. But they've only ever stayed in Azkaban, said Hermione, trying to remember if she had ever read about them doing anything horrible in the last few centuries. The ones the ICW has managed to round up and convince to stay in Azkaban, sure, said Lyra. But Dementors are born out of misery. They're manifestations of the worst life has to show. It takes a whole lot of anguish to create one, but the thing is, they never die off. Even after centuries, wizards haven't figured out how to end them. So does that mean the ones around today there? Hermione trailed off, feeling uneasy. There are myths, said Lyra quietly, myths from long ago speaking of beings of death and horror walking the fields of great battles. There are others, from the 14th century, where people reported seeing the devil among the dead. The Black Death. Even earlier, these things were so rare that they were viewed as gods, coming to collect the souls of the miserable, the hopeless, the desolate. But then sightings increased. Our population grew, and with them naturally came higher numbers of deaths, from war, disease, famine, all with more frequent reports of these cloaked fiends. And suddenly we had names for these beings. Dementors, whispered Hermione. One or two here or there with every big war, said Lyra, and a good few with every more horrible event in history, the World Wars, the Great Leap Forward, the Black Death. If you go into Azkaban, you'll probably come across Dementors that have been around for hundreds of years, maybe thousands. But I've never heard of any of this in the books I've read here. Of course not. You don't venture much into the restricted section, and even there you won't find too much on it. Dementors are considered the vilest abominations, Hermione. People don't like to think or write about them, especially not the truth about them. The truth, said Hermione, feeling like the lights in the library had become dimmer, and the shadows greater. Lyra leaned forward. The Dementors aren't trapped in Azkaban. They're free to leave whenever they want. They just happen to like the misery the place holds. Magical ministries paint it all as if the ICW forces them in, but they more beg the Dementors to stay in Azkaban. But nothing holds them there. If someone came along capable of turning the whole world into something like Azkaban, and they were offered to help with such a thing, they'd take the deal in a heartbeat. So, said Hermione uneasily. Azkaban it's just a compromise, said Lyra, leaning back again. Like much of the darker side of magic, their kind isn't contained, not fully. Some things just can't be. What other things are like Dementors? Hermione couldn't remember any other dark creature that instilled such a deep sense of terror in wizards' minds. I don't know. Lyra seemed disquieted with the conversation too, her brow furrowed and her crossed arms tight. But there are old books in the deepest parts of my family's library that only give hints of eldritch things beyond evil and otherworldly, even for the wizarding world. She paused. Did James ever tell you about that statue he found? And no. And I don't know if I want to hear about it, Lyra. She shrugged. Well, if you're ever curious when you're older, ask him. I don't know what he learned about it, but he's not telling me. He got all spooked when I asked. At least he'd learned his lesson with that diary. She gave Hermione a curious look. You ever read Lovecraft? Hermione shook her head. Well, give his books a read. He's a Muggle author, disappeared in 1936. Lyra's face turned dark, as if something sinister entered her thoughts, and then she caught Hermione's expression and she put on a weak smile. It's all fictional, don't worry. His style of horror is just relevant to the discussion. Hermione nodded and then took a deep breath. You're just messing with me, right? You're doing that thing where you freak somebody out for your own amusement. Go ask Dumbledore, said Lyra, shrugging. He has some ancient tomes hidden away in his office. No idea what's really in them, since I couldn't open any, but Dumbledore's warnings were enough. I think one was made of human skin. Her lips twitched upward. Not really. Then she gave a considering tilt of her head. Maybe. The headmaster doesn't have time for all that, and if it's really as bad as you say, he's not going to tell me anything, said Hermione, feeling a little less chilly as they returned to more light-hearted topics. It's all pretty horrible, though, isn't it? Said Lyra. Hermione nodded absent-mindedly and looked over her essay, wondering what she was even writing about. Which is exactly why I wish to create a tool against such evils, said Lyra, again in that stupid casual and final tone of hers. So? Can I study the Time Turner? Hermione's own lips twitched a bit, and she closed her eyes and shook her head good-naturedly. Why do you need a Time Turner again? She said. Why that specifically? The hour reversal charm is powerful and said Lyra. And kind of fragile, I suppose. The fact they've managed to stabilize it in a tiny object the way they did is nothing short of a miracle, honestly. The Patroness is also a very powerful and yet fragile spell. If I wanted to do something similar, I'd need to see how it works. It's not really something they teach in charms. And how long would you need it for? Lyra shrugged. No idea. It might take a few minutes, it might take days. I've never had a close look at one before. I can do it here. Hermione shook her head. People might see it. Take it somewhere private. I don't need it until tomorrow morning anyway. Lyra blinked. You're going to let me have it. Hermione shoved the artifact into Lyra's chest. Don't be irresponsible, she said, idly wondering how long it would take for Lyra and Hermione both to be expelled. A week, maybe. An hour, more likely. Please, she added, with some desperation leaking into her voice. You wouldn't ever talk to me if I was irresponsible with it, said Lyra softly, and she stood up to leave. And that's far more important than using this to assassinate Dumbledore. Lyra, said Hermione, rolling her eyes and trying not to smile as what might have been the worst mistake she ever made walked away from her. The first thing Lyra saw as she entered the room of requirement was McGonagall's form, sitting sideways on a recliner with her feet hanging in the air, drawing lazy figure eights with her toes as she idly turned a page. In Lyra's opinion, she was showing far too much old lady skin. That's disgusting, she said. Careful, Malfoy, she said curtly. That's your professor you speak of. Lyra sighed and flopped down on the seat across the table. I actually feel terrible about this, you know. You're the one who made up this insane plan, said James, turning another page. Hey, James, let's go gaslight Hermione so we can use her Time Turner. She flung the Time Turner at him, and he dropped his book to catch it, the gold device hopping on the edges of his fingertips until he finally caught it. That was stupid, said James. What if you broke it? Lyra rubbed her hand down her face and groaned. I'm actually a horrible person. I need that alibi. We need that alibi, you mean? Have you decided to come, then? Lyra, as much as I hate your smug little face, I'm not going to let you do this on your own. McGonagall's face softened a bit. You're my friend. Then he frowned and raised his hand, where the skin began to bubble as the effects of polyjuice wore off. He turned to Lyra, McGonagall's face turning a bit green. You might want to look away this time, he said, his voice already becoming deeper. He put the time turner on the table and pulled his witch's hat lower down, hiding the head and face from Lyra's view. Lyra reached over and grabbed the time turner and swung her legs over an armrest. I'm actually kind of tempted to use it right now, she said, grimacing. James' response was an incomprehensible groan as he curled up on the chair. Lyra took out her wand and tapped the time turner. Revelio. On the slim surfaces, runes appeared for a brief moment, shining silver against the gold. There were far too many to memorize, and they all seemed to be closely woven together, forming complex runic equations that she couldn't even begin to guess about from such a brief glance as they faded away. She wasn't even sure if the runes had been manually put in or if they were her revealing spell's method of displaying the enchantments directly laid into the gold and glass. So as James was transforming back to himself, she began to think about how to craft a device for this problem. The idea was simple: project the image of the time turner with its inscribed runes on display and expand it, perhaps to the size of a small room, and then capture that image into an enchanted crystal or glass or something, which could later be projected again like some wannabe Tony Stark tech. That way their research wouldn't be interrupted whenever Hermione needed to use the time turner. And the less Hermione had to worry or complain about, the less likely it was for her to complain to McGonagall, the real one, that is. Studying this thing would likely take months anyway. Grabbing the small crystal the room had just conjured for her, she began to experiment with it, telling James the idea. James groaned from his seat, and she looked over to see him kick his now too small shoes off into the air. He then threw off the witch's robes, revealing him wearing a grey undershirt and a pair of enchanted, size-altering leggings. Lyra couldn't contain her snort as James struggled to remove the brassiere from underneath his shirt. Now I understand why women hate these, said James, throwing it away. That's why I learned to levitate my tits subconsciously, said Lyra. Probably doesn't take much effort, said James. I could iron my shirts on your chest. Lyra cast him a dark look and went back to fiddling with her crystal. The worst thing about all this, said Lyra as she cast spells on it, is that I'm sure there's some simpler way to go about my whole plan. I just can't fucking figure it out. Simpler, maybe, but not necessarily quicker or as certain to work, said James, hiding behind a Chinese folding screen that the room had scrounged up from somewhere to change into his usual attire. Although I don't think there's a quick method to understanding one of the most complex magical machinery I've ever seen, at least from a glance. And what did you learn from your glance, James? That it's ridiculously complicated, he said. Whoever came up with this stuff is a genius. Einstein, or it might be better to say Da Vinci levels of genius, because that thing is beautiful. She said. Well, you go ahead and glance at it some more while I figure out how to create this thing. Like a pensieve, said James. But for still, 3D images, said Lyra. Or 4D. Whatever. There's that spell we learned in ancient runes that expands written runes into the air if they're too small or complicated to decipher. I'll just use that to make it look like we're sitting in a dissected time turner, then capture that in this thing. She held up the crystal, which will later let us do it again, only without the time turner actually present. I'm also pretty sure there's a way easier way of doing this too, but whatever. Not all spells are engraved, though, James said. You'll have to be careful with those, or you might miss some critical component of its structure. Yeah, but we'll save that for when we actually have the time turner. Those runes I saw will take forever to figure out. They're all on top of each other, and I've never even seen some of those letters or equations. I know, that's why I mentioned it, said James. Remember what Babbage said about networks? When it comes to objects as complex as this, all the spells are interconnected and they feed off each other. If one of the keystone spells are invisible, and you miss that, you might accidentally blow yourself up. And maybe the school with it. Lyra rolled her eyes. James, Babbage loves to say shit like that as much as Trelawney does. That's true, said James. But Trelawney's predictions are baseless, while runes is real magic. Real power. Don't do anything while I'm not around. I'm better at this shit than you are. Whatever, said Lyra. I hope I kill everybody in this castle. Chapter 15, United We Stand. Draco tapped his pen against the desk. Lightly, as to not disturb it. It was a surprisingly thoughtful gift from his sister. Stark and Lyra both used pens for the most part, switching out for quills only in rune study or during examinations, where the transfer of magic between wizard and parchment was most heightened with an organic item. Usually the teachers would allow only quills for this reason, to ensure a student's writing was their own. But Lyra and Stark were generally advanced enough in their studies that there'd be no one for them to even cheat off. Lyra had decided to get Draco his own for his 13th birthday. It was a gold nib fountain pen that she'd apparently imported from Japan, which seemed a strange choice, but he didn't question it given how fine the implement was. On top of that she had enchanted it with a variety of comfort charms, which was nice of her, considering half the reason Hogwarts still used quills was because they were far easier to enchant for the younger students. And if you switch to this tip, Lyra had said, holding up a sharper, finer nib of stainless steel, you can stab people with it. Draco shook his head. He wondered what she was up to now. He didn't see her that often despite attending the same school, with her being in Ravenclaw and 2 years above him. It was hard to find her alone, too, since she was a rather social person. Draco stood up and stretched. Crabbe and Goyle were in detention, because of course they were. Going somewhere? Pansy asked, as Greengrass and Davis glanced up at him. I'm going to find my sister, said Draco, before nudging his essay in front of her. There. I'm done with that. Don't copy it verbatim. I'm not an idiot, said Pansy, rolling her eyes. Go find your shrew of a sister. Don't call her that, said Draco, though his effort was half-hearted. Lyra and Pansy's last meeting had ended with Pansy trying to strangle Lyra, who had magically glued Pansy to the ceiling and laughed at her. Greengrass watched him as he left, her stare as unnerving as ever. Half an hour later, as he neared the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower after failing to find Lyra anywhere, Draco was almost knocked over by a Ravenclaw with broad shoulders. Draco scowled at his back as he stormed off. He was familiar probably on the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. The portrait swung open almost in his face, revealing an older girl that Draco recognized as one of his sister's friends. Oh hey, is my sister in? Draco asked, and the girl turned around. He noted with some awkwardness the red rims of her eyes. The girl brightened quickly. Oh. You're Lyra's brother, aren't you? She talks about you a lot. She's not in, actually. Have you tried the library already? Draco nodded. Then there's. I guess the mystery room that she and James love to go on about. But I think James is using that, so she'd be somewhere else. Actually, let's just ask James instead. Draco hid a grimace at the thought of asking the mudblood anything, but the girl Larissa, if he remembered right, was dragging him along by the wrist already. After an awkward walk to the 5th floor corridor, involving an increasingly one-sided conversation about breakups and annoying ex-boyfriends, Larissa finally released his wrist and slammed her fist on a door that nearly reached the ceiling. Figures. Of course Stark would have known about the room of requirement, and Lyra had probably told him about it long before she told Draco himself. James. She said. I know you're in there. Go away, said a muffled voice. I'm coming in now, Larissa called and yanked open the door, but she stopped a second later. Oh. Stark stood in the center of the circular room. Placed against the walls were weapons racks, containing seemingly any sort of muggle weaponry imaginable, from swords to lances to flails and morning stars. Stark stood in the center, surrounded by a half-dozen suits of Hogwarts armor, all of them frozen in awkward poses as if hit by a freezing charm midway through their movements. Stark himself was dressed in some muggle exercise wear and holding a sword in his right hand. It was a plain and ugly instrument, rather than the decorated and ugly sword that belonged to Godric Gryffindor. Larissa's unsubtle gaze roamed his upper body and Draco thinned his lips. Can I help you? Stark queried, stretching his arms behind his back. So you are a knight, Larissa said. You know, Roger dumped me this morning. So, there is that. I'm sorry to hear that, he said slowly. Why are you here? Larissa pointed at Draco. He's looking for his big sis. She's not in the library. Larissa shrugged. Stark sheathed his sword and strode over to the edge of the room, where he'd left his belongings. He pulled out a piece of parchment and muttered something at it. After a moment, he tucked it back into his bag. She's on the 4th floor, he said, rubbing his bruised wrists. On that abandoned corridor, if you turn right off the staircase. The last door on the left. Larissa turned and smiled at Draco. There you go. Any words of gratitude that might have sprung forth died on Draco's tongue the moment she petted his hair like he was some dog to be spoiled. Draco caught amusement flash across Stark's face, which made everything worse. Well, Draco drawled, I think I'll be off and leave you two to, whatever you're going to do. He was delighted to see Stark's eyes tighten in visible pain. Larissa rubbed her head and blushed, and Draco shook his head as he walked out and made his way toward the 4th floor. About half the girls in the castle seemed to fancy Stark, and half the boys seemed to fancy Lyra. It was sickening, really. He remembered back in first year when the weasel had been making eyes at his sister. He hadn't thought it could possibly get worse than that, but it had. That fool Gryffindor, McLaggen, was the worst offender, as he simply did not give up, at least until Lyra had hexed him not into the hospital wing, but St. Mungo's. Though, it was amusing listening to McLaggen explain how he'd found himself with his head where his arse should be and his arse where his head should be. He'd even tried to lie about who had done it to him. Quidditch practice gone wrong? Really? He wasn't even on the team, in some misguided attempt at protecting his dignity. Not that it stopped him from becoming a social leper afterward. Draco walked past the line of disused classrooms. Each and every door was different, some wildly so. One was extremely short, too short even for Flitwick, while another would have dwarfed the groundskeeper. At the final door on the left was a yellow door made of what appeared to be sandstone, with cursive hieroglyphs painted in what looked like blood. He knocked. "That you, James?" his sister called, and he frowned briefly before opening the door. Lyra was standing in the middle of the room, and all around her was the formation of countless runes, arranged in a way that hinted at some mechanism, as if they were laid on an enormous invisible structure that twisted and looped. He barely even recognized the formations as the same runic alphabet that he was just beginning to learn. Draco grimaced. Surely this wasn't what awaited him only 2 years into his study. She turned around and blinked with surprise. "Oh, hey," she said. "What's up?" Draco shrugged. "I was bored." Lyra stared at him for a bit, then nodded. The projection shrunk and disappeared the moment her fingers brushed against some sort of crystal, a dodecahedron with dimensions too perfect to have been made by anything but magic. "Whatever. I've done enough today anyway," she said, putting the crystal into a cushioned box and pulling out a parchment from her pocket. She unfolded it, muttered something under her breath, then said, "Right. James can do the next part of this." "Why did you tell him about the room?" said Draco. "And why do you need him? And what was that thing, with the runic structure?" "Because I do whatever the fuck I want," said Lyra, holding up a finger as she put the parchment away. "Because he's better at this shit than me," she said with a second finger. Then with a third, "and none of your fucking business." Draco rolled his eyes. "Whatever. Now come in," said Lyra, jerking her head toward the door. "I'm going to go drop this off with James and then we'll go do something." A bit of excitement sparked in her eyes as they left the room. "Hey, Mum and Father never operate with you, right?" "No, we always use flu," he said, closing the door behind him. "You wanna right now?" Draco eyed her suspiciously. "We don't learn to apparate until 6th year. And we don't learn nonverbal spells until 6th year too," said Lyra, snapping her fingers and turning her hair a soft pink. And then back to her pale blonde again as they left the abandoned corridor. "But you once said you can't apparate inside Hogwarts." "Well, then it's a good thing we have a cabinet we use to visit our parents, isn't it?" Draco furrowed his brow and looked at her skeptically. "And how many times did you splinch yourself while practicing?" She pulled back a tapestry, revealing a hidden passageway inside, and shoved him inside. "Shut up, Draco. I'll have to ask Stark later how many times he's had to stitch you back together." "I'll splinch you, you little shit." Draco smirked and said nothing more as they made their way to the 7th floor. Unlike Larissa, Lyra just yanked the door open to the room of requirement. "James, we need the cabinet," she said, throwing the cushioned box at Stark's head. The box slowed to a crawl in its trajectory, as if swimming through honey, and he snatched it out of the air. "Ever heard of knocking?" Stark asked, his voice muffled from inside a steel suit of armor. "No, of course you haven't." Lyra looked him up and down, her lips turning upward. "Dude, what are you doing?" "He's pretty good at this, you know," Larissa said from the side, where she was solving a Sudoku puzzle. "He still doesn't know how to joust, though." Lyra glanced at her, having not noticed her in the corner, then looked back to James, then back to Larissa again. "I don't want to know," she said, and she clapped her hands once. To the left, a cabinet appeared. "Despite what you might think of me, Lyra, I'm not a harlot," said Larissa, frowning over some clue or other. Lyra frowned and looked back at her. "Why not?" Larissa took a moment to give Lyra an unimpressed look over the paper before going back to the puzzle. "Oh, right, you've found your one true love," said Lyra, opening the cabinet and pulling Draco inside. "James, if you feel like it, decipher Sector D3. Ask Victoria for help." As she closed the cabinet door and wrapped an arm around him, Draco just barely heard Larissa say to James, "I don't think she knows." They emerged into Malfoy Manor. Blood orange light streamed through the windows, casting long shadows on the cool blue floors and walls. As they went downstairs, Draco smelled the familiar scent of expensive tobacco. Lucius Malfoy raised his head to look at his two children stumble down the last few steps of the staircase. He was lounging in the Italian sun chair beside the balcony windows, one leg crossed over the other, and dressed immaculately in a pinstriped evening suit even at home. Draco remembered when Lyra had bullied him into giving Muggle fashion a chance. The disassembled pages of the Prophet lay spread before him on the glass and steel coffee table, as well as an empty teacup, and smoke wafted lazily from the cigar that he held between his fingers. "Children," he said. "I hope you've finished all of your homework before coming here." "Of course, Father," said Draco. I just did 5 motherfucking hours of studying, said Lyra, pulling her hair down hard and rolling her eyes back into her head. Fuck. Even for Lyra, it was bold to have that be the first thing she said. Father raised his eyebrows and gave her an unimpressed look. Watch your language, he said firmly. Your mother would be horrified. Lyra frowned. Mother taught me. Even more reason she'd be horrified. Lyra grinned and bounded over to him, falling to her knees and giving him a sloppy kiss on his cheek. Hi, Dad. Hello, Lyra, said Father, squeezing Lyra's arm. As she peeled off, he opened his arms to Draco in invitation. Draco settled into his embrace. He smelled of expensive cologne, the one that Mother kept getting him, even before they'd been married. Lyra took the cigar from Father's fingers and, before he could do anything but blink and look at her, put it to her lips and inhaled for a disturbingly long moment. Father did nothing but stare as she let the smoke out in what must have been a dozen smoke rings and then one final smoke ring the size of her head. Then she blew out a bunch of smoke which formed itself into a small ship which sailed right through the last ring. Her grin widened, and she looked at Father as if actually expecting praise. Why is it as if you have done that 100 times before? He said, taking it from her and extinguishing it in a tray next to him. You shouldn't be doing this at your age. It's detrimental to your growth. He turned to Draco then. Don't be like your sister, son. Draco snorted. I have too much dignity. Didn't you piss your pants when I scared you last summer? Said Lyra, turning to him. I did not, said Draco with a fierce scowl. You definitely squealed like a chipmunk. You conjured up an illusion of a manticore in my room while I was sleeping. Father shook his head and sighed. This is why I refuse to buy you a firebolt. I will not reward this behavior, Lyra. I ought to forbid magic in the house, too. Now, why did you come home? It's not even the weekend yet. Draco was bored, she said, and I feel I deserve buttery goodness, so I'm taking Draco out to London. The larder is stocked, said Father, holding his arm out in the direction of it. You could have the elf prepare you a sandwich made from the best ingredients we can get our hands on, and you insist on eating that utter disgrace of cuisine, with processed cheese. It's not like I eat it all the time, said Lyra defensively. I barely ever do. And I'm talking about popcorn. You know, at the movies. I've taken Mum there, and now Draco. Soon it'll be you. You will not take me to a Muggle theater, said Father blandly. Lyra looked as though she seriously doubted that and said, one day you'll wake up and realize you're no longer in bed at home but in a theater halfway through the Babadook. As you say, beloved daughter, said Father, glancing through the newspaper again. The Baba what? Said Draco to himself. Lyra's vague smile turned gleeful. Oh, Dad, can I take him to a horror movie? Then she seemed to realize she shouldn't, or something. No, that'd be too mean. Draco wondered what could be so bad that even she thought it too much. Off you go, then, sighed Father. You've brought Draco and yourself back alive before, so I'll trust you to do it again. Be sure to be home by 9. See ya, said Lyra, already at the front door holding it open for Draco. Stay safe, he called. Draco followed her past the fireplace and flew powder. I thought we'd flew to Diagon Alley and go from there, said Draco, frowning. Lyra gave him a look as they walked outside and to the end of the protective enchantments surrounding the property. There, she took out her wand and transfigured their clothing to be more Muggle appropriate. Draco pulled at his jeans with distaste. Then she tapped his head with her wand. What did you do? Said Draco, pulling back. I changed your hair color, she said, waving her wand at her own hair to turn it into a dark brown, and then putting a conjured cap over it. Our hair is too noticeable. Once we apparate next to the theater, I want to get in quickly. Any ministry official that shows up won't. Wait, Draco said, jerking away from her. We're not actually going to apparate, are we? I said we would, didn't I? She said, holding out an arm and staring at him from under her blue cap. Now hold on tightly. Draco waffled a bit, until Lyra's expression gradually became annoyed and he finally grasped her arm. Are you sure I won't be SP? And suddenly he was all compressed, as if being sucked through a straw, and he landed on all fours on concrete. He kept his mouth shut as he regained his breath. If he got sick here, his sister would never let him forget it. As it was, she sighed and said, I really wish people had a bit more faith in me. Ignoring her, Draco stood and glanced at his fingernails, making sure they were all present, and then ran his fingers through his hair to make sure there weren't any bald patches. People don't have faith in you because you're reckless, said Draco, looking around and seeing they were in an alley. What if you'd splinched me because I wasn't ready? You think too much, said Lyra, making her way toward the alley exit. Like James. More like you never think things through enough, he said, ignoring the bit about Stark. Lyra turned around and walked backward to look at him. Do you know the reason I do magic so effortlessly? It's precisely because I don't question it, Draco. I know it'll work. I don't hesitate and I don't try to dissect it with logic like James does. You know he tried to measure the speed of apparition? Made me do a bunch of tests. Stupid. I'm nothing like Stark, said Draco, coming out the alley and looking around at Muggle London. People passed on by, none seeming to care they had just come out of an empty alley. Is that all you got from that? Said Lyra, pursing her lips. You know, you should strive to be like James. He's the only student in all of Hogwarts that can measure up to me. Probably not for long if he's wasting time swinging a sword around. It's called a hobby. And knowing him, he'll probably enchant a suit of armor to withstand a killing curse or two. Draco gave a noncommittal hum and looked around as Lyra led them to the theater. The windows here were filled with jewelry, shoes, handbags. One was filled entirely with suitcases, and others with nothing but electronics. There were also a dedicated music store, which Lyra might have frequented, given the Muggle music she brought home. Though even Draco had to admit the Muggles had them beat when it came to sheer volume of entertainment. The theatre was far quieter than the streets of London, both in sound and lights. Some 30 feet past the entrance 2 clerks stood, quietly going about their business in this low-traffic evening. They wore some terribly cheesy uniform, a half-hearted attempt by the company to install some semblance of corporate loyalty into its miserable slaves or employees. Whatever. Though their bored expressions changed a bit when the two saw them, probably Lyra mostly, given the way both their cheeks turned a bit pink. Draco was sure Lyra noticed too, given how one end of her small smile turned further up as she strolled to the counter. He rolled his eyes. It was actually unbelievable how much she relished her good looks, and how often she demanded he brag about his own too, and demanded the same of Stark too, now that he thought about it. She sometimes said it was because she wasn't so pretty in a past life, and only wished to enjoy her beauty before she was reborn into someone ugly. Stark said it would be a slug. That might have been the first time Stark actually made him laugh. Then Lyra was pulling him along and out of his thoughts, 2 tickets in her hands. You'll like this movie, she said, making her way toward the concession stand. I doubt it, said Draco, though he didn't really mean it. He was mildly curious about it all. Well, maybe not if you go in with that attitude, said Lyra before she addressed the clerk behind the counter. A large popcorn, please, and 2 Cokes. Then she turned back to him. Just open your mind a little, Draco. Even Mum liked this stuff, loath though she is to admit it. Mother just doesn't want to hurt your feelings, Draco muttered. Oh really? Said Lyra as she pulled out Muggle money from a pocket and handed it over. Is that why I've caught her going on her own before? Hope you enjoy, said the girl, handing them their purchased items. Lyra immediately took the popcorn to the butter dispenser and looked as though she was trying to drown the bucket in it. Delicious, she said to herself. You know, I went a whole year without this stuff a long time ago when they closed all the theaters. How horrible, drawled Draco, plucking a popcorn from the bucket and popping it into his mouth. It was quite good, but in a horrible sort of way, as if eating even one would create an addiction. He grabbed a few more. It's good, right? Said Lyra, grinning as they made their way into a darkened corridor and then a theater. It's terrible, he said, watching the big screen play some summarized story of sorts, becoming entranced enough that he accidentally bumped into a seat with a Muggle in it. Sorry. Said Lyra quietly, grabbing him by the arm and pulling him along. She ushered him down a few rows and into a pair of empty seats, far from anyone else in the theater. There weren't many Muggles around. Lyra probably picked some unpopular movie that not even the Muggles wanted to watch. I don't understand why you keep insisting on humoring those Muggles, said Draco, snagging a few more popcorn. It was unlikely Lyra would finish all of this by herself, anyway. It was terrible, of course, but it wouldn't do to waste food, even if it tasted like pond scum. They're human beings, Draco. Draco rolled his eyes. Whatever. You don't think so? She said, plopping her feet up on the seat in front of her. He shrugged. I'm sure they are. But they're still Muggles. Lyra stretched her neck out a bit and looked around them. Her gaze settled on some Muggle woman sitting a few rows from them, fussing with a giggling boy beside her. What about her? Draco frowned, taking a careful sip of the demonic, hissing beverage. It was foul. What about her? Well, she said, relaxing back again. Her name's Chloe. She's 29. Ran away from home at 16. The father of her 8-year-old kid was an alcoholic, whom she again ran away from. 4 years ago, she met her current husband, who's a good man, treats the kid like his own son. She's really happy now. Lyra looked at him then. She's a Muggle, though. And honestly, not even a particularly impressive one at that. She'll never accomplish anything great. Lyra took out a wand from her pocket, his wand. Draco blinked and checked his pockets, but his wand wasn't there. He scowled and looked around, making sure no one was looking at them. No one will see, said Lyra, rolling her eyes, and she reached over to grab his hand, turned it over, and slapped his wand in his fingers. Then she stared him right in the eyes and said, "Curse her." Draco's hand paused, and he stared at Lyra incredulously. "Go on, then. I'll make sure no one notices." "Muggle minds are easy to manipulate," she said lightly. "So go ahead. What's it matter anyway? She's just a Muggle. And it might be more fun than the movie to see her kid scream as her mother's head explodes or whatever, so we'll just get out of here before the ministry shows up." "What? Or maybe an overpowered cutting spell at her neck," she said casually, as if she wasn't talking about murdering some innocent woman. "Or we could use the Imperious curse on everyone here and make them act something out for us specifically." "That's illegal," hissed Draco. "It's an unforgivable." Lyra shrugged. "Then just kill her." "That's..." "What?" Draco shook his head. "What?" she said again, this time louder so the woman they were talking about looked back at them. Her gaze trailed over the two of them, and then she smiled at him, as if she thought it was nice two siblings were here having some fun. "Just because I think they're lesser doesn't mean I want to kill them," he said shakily and quietly, taking the wand and putting it back into his pocket. Lyra watched him for a moment, her face serious now. "And why not? The same people who promote those beliefs do kill. In fact, I don't know if you knew this," she said a bit mockingly, "but there was a whole war fought over it. Dad sided with the people that'd have gladly done what I just described." What? "I'm not trying to ruin your day," she said, "but I could tell you about the things Death Eaters did in the war, how they tortured women just like her in front of their children and then killed them all. Maybe Father didn't actively participate, but he made friends with the people that did all the things that's making you look so sick right now." He wouldn't," he said. "Father was under the Imperious curse." "Don't," said Lyra. "Don't lie to yourself. You know he wasn't. He believes Muggles are inferior, and he acted on that belief. The only reason he wouldn't rejoin Voldemort now is because he knows what Voldemort would do to me." She raised her eyebrows. "If he could get to me before Bellatrix does. Aunt Bella wouldn't, she's Mother's sister." "That'd just make her angrier," said Lyra simply. "If Bellatrix knew of my loyalties, she would have me tortured and killed, and she'd make the whole family watch, to make extra sure none of you have the same ideas that I did." A split-second image of such a thing flashed through his mind, and he felt as if he would vomit. "You can ask Mother or Father if you don't believe me. You're not a kid anymore. They won't lie to you." Draco stayed silent. "You don't really remember her, do you?" said Lyra. "You were, what, 2 years old when she went to Azkaban? She's a fanatic. Basically in love with Voldemort. She likes to think of herself as his enforcer, and she'll act against any perceived slight towards her master." "Fine," said Draco. "Fine. And what if you know who comes for us anyway? You make it sound like he will. Or Aunt Bella will." "He's still out there," she said. "Could be gaining strength right now. Maybe one day he'll be powerful enough to break all the Death Eaters out of Azkaban. They'd need a place to stay after that, and our home is quite big." Then she gave him a look he didn't like, her eyes holding some terrible secret he wasn't sure he wanted to know. "But that won't happen. Bellatrix isn't going to hurt anyone ever again, Draco." Lyra reached her arm around and stroked his hair, so similar to the way Mother did sometimes. "You don't have to worry about any of that," she said, so gently that for a moment Draco regretted everything bad he ever thought about her. "It just breaks my heart to hear you say those things." Then the screen went dark for a moment and Draco silently sipped at his drink, forcing it down his throat. When Lyra took her hand off his head, he wished she'd let it linger for a moment more. Then he jumped a bit as brass instruments shook the room and a picture of the globe and the word universal appeared suddenly on the screen, as blinding as the noise was deafening. Lyra, entirely unconcerned, tossed popcorn into her mouth. He wondered how often she'd visited this place. And by the end of the film, he supposed he understood. The movie didn't give him the thrill of a Quidditch match, but it was certainly better than a play or fancy dinner. And he enjoyed seeing Muggles get eaten alive. He also felt a bit sick from too much popcorn and coke, but Lyra didn't need to know either of those things. "So," said Lyra as people began to file out. Draco stubbornly kept his mouth shut. "You liked it, didn't you?" "It was acceptable barely," he added before Lyra could edge in a word. "I guess next time we'll just have to find something better suited to your tastes," she said. "The Exorcist, maybe." Draco took one glance at his sister's perfectly innocent face and shook his head. "Absolutely not. You'll never find out if you like it unless you watch it," said Lyra, getting up and stretching, and then falling right back into her seat. "Never mind all that." She held out her arm. "Hold on." Draco blinked and said, "From here? Shouldn't you be standing up, at least?" "Fine." Walk to Diagon and take the flu, then. I'm sorry, I'm concerned for our safety, Draco muttered, grabbing his sister by the wrist. The second ride was just as bad as the first, even though he'd braced for it. He stumbled a bit as they landed in Mother's garden, and he restrained his urge to throw up on her flowers. Over in one of the garden chairs sat Lyra, as if she hadn't even moved throughout the apparition. I was hoping for that one, she said, gazing longingly at the more comfortable and cushioned chair in the corner. How'd you even apparate us here? Said Draco, wondering about the enchantments. Anti-apparition spells are easier to tear through when they're there for your protection in the first place, said Lyra, getting up from her chair in the manner an old man might, as if it pained her deeply to move from a place of relaxation. The front door was locked and had to be opened by Pokey, the house elf. Lyra thanked the creature sincerely, and Draco grudgingly because Lyra would smack him by the ear if he didn't. They found both their parents in the living room. Mother was seated in the armchair by the fire, dressed in a lilac bathrobe, slightly damp hair falling over her shoulders like spun gold and one porcelain leg crossed over the other. She swirled a glass of wine in one hand while father, having removed the jacket he'd worn earlier and his sleeves rolled halfway up his forearms, stood behind her and rubbed her shoulders with practiced ease. Children, she said in a tone she used only when exceptionally pleased. Draco raised an eyebrow and glanced towards the kitchen. Judging by the volume of dishes and cutlery that Pokey had gone back to cleaning, father had treated her to something nice. Mum, Lyra said, leaning over to receive her embrace. Draco followed her lead. I should have expected you to come home late, father said. I trust you enjoyed yourselves. Yeah, said Lyra, gently depriving mother of her wine glass and bringing it to her lips. Mother hit her with a stinging spell and the wine leapt up onto Lyra's face as she jumped in surprise. Draco snorted. I think we've spoiled you too much, said mother seriously, waving her wand and vanishing the wine from Lyra's sulky face. Perhaps it's time for both of us to begin considering sobriety as an example. What say you, Lucius? Father grimaced. When mother noticed his expression, he quickly added, she's only going to drink at Hogwarts instead. Perhaps you can ask Severus to keep an eye on her, then. As if he hasn't tried already, said father, and he turned to Lyra. Do you know what he wrote me, back in your first year? Did she not possess the arrogant features and the inflated sense of self-worth traditional to a Malfoy, I would have believed her to have spawned from the loins of your wife's flea-bitten cousin. Father cracked a wistful smile. He's not particularly fond of you by all reports. Lyra rolled her eyes. I hardly ever drink, firstly. And Snape's a git. He's not particularly fond of anyone. Ah, but you are an acquired taste, father mused. Oh. Said Lyra. Did it take you a few years to begin loving me? Yes, mother said bluntly. You were so spectacularly badly behaved. You seemed to take perverse joy in forcing Lucius, Dobby, and I to search for you every few hours. Now Draco, dear, you were always so quiet and responsible and never snuck out of your crib at 2 in the morning to disappear into the gardens or deep in the library until you made me cry from stress. Do you remember, Lucius, when she was playing hide-and-seek with the elf and locked herself into that cursed suit of armor and the elf couldn't pry it off? And then I hid on the house's topmost tower. Said Lyra, grinning. That was fun. How in the world do you remember that? Said mother. You wouldn't have been too. That nearly gave me a heart attack, said father. Truly, you were a nightmare. Oh, come on, protested Lyra as Draco snorted. I wasn't that bad. Father's face looked honestly a bit haunted as Lyra laughed and left the room. Then she poked her head back in from the doorway. Hey, it taught you not to leave dark objects in reachable places. Reachable. Father took a deep breath. All that time I spent setting up baby barrier charms for nothing. Well, I didn't need anything to climb, I just levitated myself over everything. Said Lyra's distant voice as she went to her room to do whatever. Father and mother shared tortured looks, and mother finished off the rest of her wine in one gulp. So, how was your evening, dear? She asked Draco. It was fine, he said. She took me to a theater. Oh. We watched something called Something Park. I forgot the title, Draco said, a little embarrassed as his parents smiled. It was about a park filled with dinosaurs, non-magical ones, unfortunately. And without wings, of course. I'm not really sure how Muggles filmed that stuff. Interesting, said father. Perhaps one day you'd be interested in visiting a park housing giant winged lizards. Draco blinked. You'd take me. It's not nearly as exciting as it sounds, I'm told, father said with a shrug. Dragons are asleep most of the time, but if you still wish, I can take you. I want to go. Draco said, and he flushed, feeling foolish for his fervor. We'll arrange something for the winter holidays, said father, as if it was nothing. There's a sanctuary in Wales. Ought to think carefully about inviting your sister, though. Draco snorted. She'd get us all banned from the country. Indeed, said father, accepting the empty glass from Mother and setting it aside on the table. Then the two of them shared a look of love between them, and with it and the light-hearted nature of the conversation with them all and Lyra, it filled Draco with such a comfortable and warm feeling in his chest that the terrible one popped into his head: how could his parents have ever truly joined the Dark Lord? Draco's elation died as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown on it, and morbid curiosity warred with fear and indecision. His heart raced and, when he opened his mouth, found it was too dry to speak with. Mother noticed his expression first. "Draco, dear? Are you well?" He couldn't ask, he shouldn't. "Did you kill people?" "Yes, Mother." "If you're sure," she said pensively. "Did you join you-know-who willingly?" "You do know you may speak to us," Father said, softening his voice. "About anything. Would you hurt Lyra if she wasn't your daughter?" "It's nothing, Father." "Very well," he said, squeezing Mother's hand. "We're here for you, Draco. Always." Draco forced a smile and nodded. After the most uncomfortable minute of silence that he'd ever experienced, Lyra came back downstairs. She paused, looked at everyone's faces, then narrowed her eyes at him. "Draco. What did you tell them?" she said. "Lyra," Mother spoke, a hint of warning in her voice. "Not everything is about you." "It's fine," said Draco in defense of her. "Honestly, something stupid just popped into my head." Lyra frowned. "Oh, that," she said as if he had read her mind, which she probably had. Then she grimaced. "Did you just ask them what I told you should ask them?" "Because I definitely didn't mean that." Mother and Father shared a look, then turned to Lyra. "No, it really is fine," she said. "Really. I don't want to ruin the moment anyway. We were all having such a good time." She shrugged. "Well, I was. But I understand there are times where I am having fun and others are not." She bit her lip awkwardly. "Anyway, we should get back. It's kind of late and I need to go do some stuff." "I suppose you should," Mother said quietly, still perturbed but accepting it. "Come here." Lyra gave them both a tight hug and whispered in their ears, "Love you." Draco hesitated briefly before he stepped forward for his turn. He didn't miss the small sadness that flashed across their faces at his hesitation, though they quickly extinguished it in favor of a supporting smile. As Draco pulled away, Mother grasped his hand. "You should come visit more often," she said. "For any reason?" Draco gave her a weak smile and nodded. "Of course, Mother." Father squeezed Draco's shoulder. It meant more than any words he could have said. Lyra silently led him to the storage room on the second floor. She closed the door softly, and opened the cabinet and let him step inside. "I didn't think you'd actually try to ask them," said Lyra, coming in and shutting the door. "It was sort of a rhetorical thing when I told you to, you know." "I didn't," Draco said, disgust welling up within himself at his own cowardice. Thankfully Lyra said nothing in response and they vanished from Malfoy Manor. The room of requirement was dark and entirely devoid of decorations, lacking the weapon racks and armor stands that had been present when they'd left. Stark stood near the entrance with Victoria Clearwater at his side, her arms crossed. She raised an incredulous eyebrow when Lyra and Draco emerged. "Where were you?" said Clearwater. Lyra didn't bother answering that. "Thanks for opening the room, James." Stark grunted and exited the room, and Clearwater followed, but not before shooting Lyra a look of suspicion. Lyra shot her an innocent smile and skipped after them. "Why'd she come along?" she said as Draco hurried to shut the room's door and run along behind them. "Were you two spending time together?" "Prefect rounds," Clearwater said, her tone clipped. "Prefect rounds," repeated Lyra. "Is that what they're calling it nowadays?" "Ah," she said when Clearwater opened her mouth. "No, it was definitely prefect rounds. Must be why James is so sulky right now." "Back to your houses, Malfoys," snapped Clearwater. "We still have to finish up our rounds and I don't have the time or patience to deal with your prattling." Lyra and Draco followed the prefects as they made their post-curfew rounds. Lyra didn't care to get too close to Clearwater, who didn't much like her, and Draco didn't care to get too close to Stark, who was a bellend. In the empty corridors, Stark and Clearwater's conversation was audible even from 20 paces away. "Actually, I am sulky because of prefect rounds," Stark said after a long moment, and Clearwater shot him a glare that could have frozen fire. "Quit whining and do your job, James. I could be using this time to study for my O.W.L.S., said Stark in a terrible impression of her. "Doing something productive instead of dealing with Filch and Peeves." "Ooh," said Lyra quietly, but Clearwater must have not heard it with the sound of her teeth grinding. "Are you offering to finish on your own so I can go study instead?" Clearwater said. "Sure, go ahead," said Stark, clearly not caring at all. Clearwater continued to walk beside him in silence. "Yeah, I thought so," Stark said, smugness dripping from his words. Man, I wish I could be prefect, said Lyra. That would be horrific, said Draco, and Stark snorted. Clearwater stayed stiff and silent. Oh, come on, Victoria, lighten up, said Lyra, flinging an arm around Clearwater's shoulders. Clearwater immediately threw it off. Why do you hate me so much? You're beneath my hatred, said Clearwater, as if reciting a mantra. Ahoy! I bet you lie in bed at night just seething about my stupid face. How dare she be so attractive? Clearwater looked at Lyra as if she were a pile of steaming hippogriff dung on a floor that she'd just polished, and it just made Lyra laugh harder. Don't feed the troll, Vicky, said Stark. Shut up, James, she said. The mood was lightening as they walked, but Clearwater clearly had a hard time with it. It was rather sickening to watch, honestly. Her stunted social ability meant Stark was completely oblivious to any and all signs that were being directed towards him. And Lyra was probably literally inside Clearwater's head, reading every thought and deliberately pushing all of Clearwater's buttons. It seemed like the sort of thing she'd do. So what was that thing in the mystery room? Said Clearwater. Furniture, said Stark. Obviously. Ha ha. You know what I mean, you insufferable oaf. What do you mean? First that runic complex, and now this. Said Clearwater. She looked at Lyra out of the corner of her eye, as if she was the answer to all these riddles. I told you, that was one of the past arithmancy-OWL example questions, said Stark. Draco could have gone off to the Slytherin dungeons by now, but this was getting a bit interesting. Lyra had let the two of them go in front of her and she watched, almost politely, her hands behind her back as she walked. I don't believe you, Clearwater said finally. You're mocking me, like you always do. You must be falling really far behind if you couldn't solve that, Vicky. You're the one who came to me for help. No, I came to you to get a second opinion after I'd already decoded a portion of it, he said, intentionally bumping into her. You're just jealous of my talents. Clearwater made a frustrated noise. You're an idiot. What does that say about you, if I was able to solve parts of the Matrix and you weren't? Shut up about the Matrix, Clearwater said. You're an idiot, and I'm sure plenty of people would agree with me. Professor Flitwick would agree with me, Professor McGonagall would agree with me. Professor Snape would agree with you, said Stark. And didn't you call him a bitter, jealous, emotionally stunted man-child the other day and rant to me about how you are going to disregard his opinions from then on, after he marked your essay as poor? Even a broken clock is right twice a day, she said. And both times are about you. Lyra's lips twitched, appreciating the jab. That's kinda mean, said Stark. And after Flitwick told you to play nice, too. I'm gonna tell him you were mean to me. See if you get the head girl position now. Shut up, James. Imagine if I became head boy instead. Nobody's going to nominate you for head boy, Clearwater enunciated slowly, as if speaking to an idiot which, to be fair, Stark was. You're a lazy, self-important prat who couldn't even get himself killed properly last year. Stark missed a step and Draco blinked. Beside him, Lyra looked as though she didn't know whether to laugh or punch Clearwater in the back of her head. The girl in question had turned beet red. Sorry, she mumbled. That was too far. No, it's fine, said Stark, still a bit out of it. An awkward silence descended on them. Then, of course, Lyra had to break it. It's all right, Ria, I've said much more horrible things to him, she said. And I never apologize about it either. Draco didn't catch what Stark muttered under his breath, but he doubted it was anything kind. Don't call me that, said Clearwater, though half-heartedly. The rest of their trip concluded in that uncomfortable silence. Draco glanced at Clearwater, who seemed perfectly content not speaking again, and Stark, who glanced at Clearwater every so often, though it was too dark to tell what he was thinking. Ultimately, they reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room first, the prefect's route having taken them on a long loop around the school. The prefects paused for a moment, allowing time for Lyra to give him a crushing hug. Love you, kid, she said, messing up his hair. Draco shook her hand off. Good night, Lyra, he said. As he peeled away and stepped through the entrance, he caught a last glimpse of Lyra running up to the prefects, presumably to wind them up further. The common room was dark, save for isolated pockets of light from the few upperclassmen who had chosen to stay up and read silently. A lattice of steel and crystal extended partway below the black lake, and the faint light from the candles and embers in the fireplace just barely outlined the churning currents of water. Every once in a while, a sleeping grindalow, carried by the current, would bump into the window and jerk awake, only to return to slumber when they realized they weren't being attacked. He walked to his room, and towards his bed. Malfoy, murmured Theonot, from the bed next to his. Where were you? Out, he whispered back, with my sister. Not hummed. That's nice. Wish I had a nice sister. Draco snorted. As bad as Lyra could be sometimes, she could have been like Phoebe not. Now her Draco had no problem believing she would follow the Dark Lord to the end of the world and back. He climbed into his bed as Not shifted, already falling back asleep. Staring at the ceiling, he thought about his sister. It was hard to imagine life without that sometimes overbearing, always embarrassing girl in his life. He didn't want to live in a world where she wouldn't smile or laugh as often as she did, nor a world where she wouldn't love him as much as she did. If that meant to cut ties with an aunt he'd never known, then what did he care? He rolled to his side as he yawned. His lids fell closed like iron curtains, and he felt his thoughts slowing down to a halt. He'd best get to sleep. And he needed to make sure to retrieve that essay from Pansy tomorrow. Chapter 16, Mercy in Madness. Tonks spun around in her chair, bored out of her mind. It was evening, and she only had one last thing to do before she got to go home. And that one last thing was probably going to be the worst thing of her career as an Auror yet. Nearby Kingsley sat in his own chair, reading a newspaper in a crisp blue muggle suit, a pair of aviator sunglasses resting on top of his head. Quietly, a radio nearby played Call Me by Blondie. "Where is she?" cried Tonks, lengthening her hair so she could grab fistfuls of it. "Where's who?" said a voice, and Tonks wheeled her chair around to face Hestia Jones. "Kingsley," said Hestia, catching sight of him for the first time. "What are you wearing?" She laughed. "Why are you dressed like that?" "Because I look good," said Kingsley languidly, turning a page. "You have an obsession, Shaq." No, said Kingsley. "Your collection of chocolate frog cards is what I would call an obsession." "Ugh. That stupid girl," Tonks said, her hair shrinking back to its spiky pink through her fingers. "I hope she realizes that Azkaban takes its security really seriously." "Azkaban?" Hestia said, now slightly alarmed. "What are you doing in Azkaban?" "Visiting a relative," Tonks said with a dark chuckle. "I can't believe I got roped into this. I can't believe Lyra even got approval." Hestia glanced at Kingsley, to see his reaction, then back at Tonks. "You and Lyra are going to visit her? Whatever for?" she said in disbelief. "I've no bloody clue," said Tonks, spinning in her chair again. "Lyra hasn't told me anything. She's worse than Dumbledore sometimes, you know." Hestia sat down on one of the tattered sofas of the Auror office, swinging a leg over an armrest. "What's the deal with you two anyway?" Tonks took a deep breath, quite deep, and said, "She is, a handful. And a bitch. A bit mad. And maddening. And she's got my own bloody mother wrapped around her finger." "She seemed fine to me," said Hestia. "She's a fucking nightmare." Hestia laughed. "If you say so." "No, listen," said Tonks, standing up and gesturing. "That's how she ensnares you. She puts up her pretty face and bats her eyelashes, makes some witty jokes, and then you suddenly end up like my mum. And before you know it, she's raiding your fridge for food and your closet for clothes and you come home knackered after a long day of work and she's sleeping in your bed." "That doesn't sound that bad," said Hestia, giving a half smile. "You want to know the first thing she said to me when she was told about me being a metamorphmagus?" said Tonks, her eyes turning a bit wild. "Nymphadora, if you're a metamorphmagus, why don't you use that to fix your gap tooth?" Hestia snorted. "I was 9. 9. Tonks said a bit hysterically. "She was bullying me at 4 years old. She literally showed up on our doorstep by herself, immediately made me cry, and then my own bloody mum found it hilarious. Told me not to be so sensitive." Hestia's expression looked like she'd sucked on a lemon, clearly trying not to hurt Tonks' feelings. Kingsley had no such dilemma and chuckled. Tonks threw out her arms. "You want to know how I found out all the horrible things Bellatrix did? Lyra. She told me all about the horrible things our aunt did when she was 5. What kind of sick 5-year-old knows words like mutilation and castration and the incantations for all 3 unforgivables? And you want to know how she finished it off? Auntie Bella loves you, you know. She said that," cried Tonks hysterically. "I had nightmares for weeks." "Merlin's balls," Kingsley muttered. "They sure teach them young in the Malfoy household." "And guess what, every single detail that Lyra mentioned was correct," said Tonks. "That must have been the only time Mum ever got mad at her. And she did all that unprompted," said Hestia, raising an eyebrow as her lips twitched. "You didn't." "I dunno, start it." "No." Then Tonks grimaced. "I mean, I tried to get her back by throwing cold water on her while she was sleeping, then later she asked my mum if she could help cook and then proceeded to burn some of the food. Bitch threw on this innocent face like it was somehow a complete accident that it was only my food that was burnt. Dad praised her cooking, like what a talented little darling you are. And meanwhile there's this plate of charcoal sitting in front of me." Finally Hestia laughed out loud, unable to hold it back any longer. So she made fun of your gap tooth, a 4-year-old kid, and you thought an appropriate response was to throw cold water on her while she slept. She's the devil. Tonks insisted. You didn't see the unholy glee in her face when she made fun of me. Or the look in her eyes when she brought over the 2 pans of food for my mum and dad and then my pan. She turned her hair long and blonde, dodging her body until she looked like a 5-year-old girl. Then she said in a cute and innocent voice, "Here you go, auntie and uncle. And here is your food, Nymphy." "And what did you do after that?" sighed Hestia pointedly. Tonks reverted back to normal and said in her own voice, "I made it my life's goal to make her cry." "Tonks, you are beginning to sound very unreasonable," said Kingsley, still sifting through the newspaper. "You were older. When I was 13 years old," continued Tonks, ignoring him, "I had a crush on Charlie Weasley. Yes, I admit it. You know what that little spawn of Satan did? She stole my diary and mailed it to Charlie. He couldn't look at me for the next year." Tonks' expression turned a bit mad, then. "That's when I put poison in her tea." Hestia gasped. "Tonks." Kingsley had looked up from the newspaper, raising an eyebrow. "Then she switched out our cups when I wasn't looking," said Tonks. "And I ended up drinking my own poison." Hestia's exasperation only grew. "You're unbelievable." Tonks slouched in defeat. "I hate her so much." "Oh, come on," said Hestia, "you don't hate her. She's on our side, isn't she?" "I know," sighed Tonks. "I'd die for her, probably. Merlin, that annoys me." Hestia hummed in thought. "I wonder if her finding out all that stuff about Bellatrix so young was what made her pro-muggle. I wouldn't really call her pro-muggle. I mean, she's no Grindelwald or anything, but she says most of the muggle world would certainly try to persecute her for the gender she prefers, and that it's got a whole host of other issues. She just doesn't buy into any blood supremacy. She's honestly pretty cynical about humanity in general." There was a long moment of silence as she sat down heavily on the couch. Hestia and Kingsley looked at each other. Then the door flung open and head Rufus Scrimgeour strode through in all his glory. Although, his scowl did fade a bit at seeing Tonks, because no matter how hard he tried to pretend otherwise, he was just a big softy in the middle. "Tonks," he said gruffly. "Are you feeling ill?" "She's just stuck in a bad place," Hestia said sympathetically. "She'll be fine soon, I'm sure." Scrimgeour peered into Tonks' face and frowned. "I hope you feel better soon, lass." Tonks gave a weak smile. "Thanks, chieftain." And just like that, his usual gruffness was back, because he hated that nickname, but knew that nothing he could do would ever get rid of it. He refilled his mug, "Number 1 Dad" it read, given to him on his birthday from the rest of the Auror department, a matching set with Amelia Bones' Number 1 Mum mug, with his favored blacker-than-sin coffee, and left the break room with a grunt of acknowledgement. Before the door swung shut, though, a paper airplane floated through and into Tonks' hands. "Minister." His fading voice said beyond the door, and Tonks looked up at the entrance, then down at the letter in her hands. She tore it open, quickly scanning through the contents. "Dear Nymphy. Going to be an hour late. Or 2. They give you overtime pay, right? Ha 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 ha. Your secret forbidden love, Lyra. P.S. I sent another copy of this letter to your parents' house, in case you're there. Love ye, more than a cousin should, wink wink." Tonks tore the paper in half and then ripped it all up. "Ack. Tonks," said Hestia. She ignored her, her cheeks so hot they might explode. It was astounding how Lyra could make every single line so infuriating yet so embarrassing. She really might kill the girl if her parents received the same letter. Throwing the remnants of the letter into the fireplace, she gave a 2-fingered salute in the direction of the fire just before Minister Fudge opened the door. "Oh, Minister," she said, quickly hiding her hands behind her. Minister Fudge gave a kind smile, seeming not to have noticed. "Good day. I thought I'd bring young Lady Malfoy here myself to make sure everything was okay." And behind Fudge was Lyra, looking far more like Narcissa than Tonks had ever seen her before. Gone was the messy hair and casual clothes, instead her hair was smooth and her lips blood red, and she wore a thick white cloak that must have cost a fortune, and if Tonks didn't know the way Lyra felt about animals, she'd never have guessed the fur lining to be fake. Clearly she was prepared for the Azkaban cold. Tonks' smile was so tight and thin she wondered if her lips would split open. "Lyra. I see you're earlier than your letter said." Lyra looked at her as if she didn't know how much Tonks wanted to strangle her at that moment. "I got lucky," she said, giving the minister what certainly looked like a genuine smile, with teeth and all. Lyra never smiled like that. "I caught the minister on his way back from a meeting." Indeed, said Fudge, beaming. "A minute later and I'd have been drowned in all sorts of requests for funds we don't have or other such nonsense from every department. Anyway, I've just given approval for Lyra's request to visit Azkaban." Tonks noticed Kingsley scowl a little at the mention of requests for funds before he smoothed over his expression. That's good, Tonks said, then she tilted her head and asked in a politely curious tone, how long ago was this? Oh, just now, said Fudge, giving a happy bounce of his heels. We will need an aura to escort her, of course. Tonks did her best to make her smile seem genuine, but wasn't sure if it was very convincing. The sheer arrogance, she couldn't believe it. Lyra had apparently been so confident in herself that she had told Tonks about this days before she even got the actual approval. At least now she understood why Lyra looked so prettied up. And she raised the possibility of taking you, or Tonks, being family and all, continued Fudge, oblivious to Tonks' tick. I would be happy to, lied Tonks. Wonderful, wonderful, said Fudge, beaming. I've heard you were one of the youngest Aura graduates in some time. I'm sure she'll be safe in your capable hands. Then he chortled. Not that Lyra Malfoy would need saving, of course. But no magic outside of school, you know. Of course, Minister, said Lyra, and the courteous tone sounded honestly ridiculous on her. Thank you again. And my father thanks you too. You're very welcome, young lady, he said. Now, I must be off. I can't put off my work any longer, unfortunately. He tipped his hat in their direction once and left the room, shutting the door behind him. Tonks stared at her infuriating cousin. How? She finally asked. Lyra shrugged only, as if it was nothing. I asked him nicely. Did your dad bribe him? Do you really think my dad would let me visit Azkaban, much less threaten the minister for it? Said Lyra, looking around the Aura office with some interest. I suppose Kingsley does most of the intellectual heavy lifting around here. Hey, said Hestia. Lyra gave her a glance as she tinkered with various objects around the office. Hey. Then she turned her focus on Tonks and said, well, said Tonks. Are you ready to go? Said Lyra. Or should I take someone more useful? Molly, perhaps. Careful, Lyra, or she'll leave you in Azkaban, said Kingsley. I'd escape, said Lyra in such a casual tone that Tonks was sure there wasn't a doubt in Lyra's mind. You ready, then? Tonks stared at her, her mind whirling down from the exasperation. What was she hiding? She was certainly right, there'd be no way Lucius would let his daughter visit her homicidal aunt in the worst wizarding prison in the world. And there was also no way Fudge would let himself be so easily influenced by a teenager of all people. There was no way, not even someone as eager to please as Fudge. If not, I'll just take Kingsley, said Lyra. Hell no, Kingsley said. Tonks sighed. Yeah. Whatever. Come on, then. Then she held up a finger at Lyra again. But you have to take this seriously, Lyra. I'm not kidding. If not for me, then for my mum and yours they'd be heartbroken if you went and got yourself kissed because you couldn't stop calling the Dementors a bunch of pussies or something. I know, said Lyra. She gave a nod. I'm not excited about this either. Tonks stared into her eyes, looking for any sign of deception, but couldn't find any. Lyra looked grim, if anything. Then she gave a nod too. Okay. Let me grab my coat. Why are you doing this? Said Hestia suddenly. Is this some order thing? Don't be so loud, said Kingsley, glancing at her. Tonks wondered if Lyra would lie and say yes. She had asked Dumbledore about this the day Lyra had asked her to be her aura escort, and he had said he hadn't even known of Lyra's plans. But maybe he had been lying to compartmentalize information and secrets. After a moment, Lyra shrugged. No, said Tonks, I would actually like to know too. What was it that convinced Fudge to let you do this? I can't think of anything big enough. There isn't anything big enough, said Lyra. There's just a good deal of small reasons, and sometimes that works better. She nodded at the door. Let's go, then. Waving a goodbye to Kingsley and Hestia, both of whom looked unsure still, Tonks left the room with Lyra and headed toward the only flue that connected to the Azkaban watchtowers. It was present on one end of the DMLE floor, nearby Crouch's office and a dozen office cubicles belonging to various aurors. Emmeline Vance and Sturgis Podmore stood in front of the fireplace, talking with each other until Sturgis spotted them and cut their conversation short. We just got permission from the minister to let through one Lyra Malfoy and an aura escort, he said. Not sure how the bloody hell you managed that, but, well, try not to run in the corridors. The Dementors think you're trying to escape and come after you. Stop making up stories, Sturgis, Emmy said, rolling her eyes. I'm dead serious, he said. Sometimes you turn a corner and one's right in front of you, all tall and eerie like, you can almost see their rotting faces under their hoods. You turn and run, but they chase after you exactly like those Olympic sprinters, completely silent except for the sound of wet feet slapping on the floor. Lyra let out a little noise of amusement and Tonks shook her head at him fondly. Anyway, do mind the Azkaban watchman, he added. They're a bit difficult, said Emmy. I was going to say disturbed, said Sturgis darkly, but that works too. Well, said Tonks, gesturing forward with her hand. After you, Lyra. Aren't you supposed to be protecting me? Said Lyra. I'm the one that needs protecting here from all this madness of yours, Tonks said, but nonetheless pinched some fluo powder between her fingers and stepped forward. She threw it into the fire, stepped forward, and spoke clearly, Azkaban Watchtower. A flash of emerald light, and Tonks stepped out into a much colder room. She wished her uniform's warming charms protected her face too. A moment later, the fireplace roared, and Lyra stepped out behind her. Remain in the room, said a soft, male voice. Keep your hands in front of you, where they're visible. Tonks complied, removing her hands from her pockets. She wished she'd brought gloves, like Lyra had, because her fingers were already cold. After half a minute, a guard stepped through the doorway, his wand loosely held in one hand. He was wearing attire similar to the Aurors, but the uniform was black and grey, and he had a pair of gloves and a fur-trimmed hood that cast shadows on his face. Lyra Malfoy and Auror escort, he said, and Tonks had to strain to hear his words. I only received the minister's message a minute ago. He gestured. Into the office, please. He clearly didn't trust them much, since he never turned his back on them, and the two of them were ushered into the warden's office. Its walls were grey, and dead plants lay on desks and in the corners, as if previous attempts to give the room some color had failed and they'd never bothered cleaning it up. Next to his desk was a framed map of the island they'd be visiting, yellowed from age. There were no windows. The warden was a greying man whose composure reminded Tonks of pious thickness. Cold, quiet, and with no tolerance for fools. He gestured to the two seats across his desk, both very plain steel folding chairs, and they both sat. Their brief escort withdrew himself from the room, his shuffling gait audible until the door clicked shut. Lyra Malfoy and Auror Tonks, here to visit Bellatrix Lestrange, the warden said, a note in front of him on his desk. No idea what you'd want with that woman, or if she'll even speak to you. She'll speak to me, said Lyra, as though there was nothing more she was sure of. He stared at her. Why? I'm her niece. She'll speak to me, even if it's just to tell me all the ways she'll kill me. I see, said the warden without emotion, and then continued to stare at Lyra. Tonks thought she knew what he was doing. As part of their deportment training, Aurors were taught that people like to fill in the silence, and that simply watching someone was a great way to encourage them to keep talking. But Lyra only raised her eyebrows when the silence dragged on. What do you hope to get out of it? He said finally. Lyra tilted her head at him. Do you believe Voldemort is still out there? The warden gave no reaction to the name. They believe it. In there. Rightly so, said Lyra, having kept her eye contact with the man so far. Death Eaters have marks on them, I'm sure you've seen them. The dark mark, yes, he said. To the point, if you will. Lyra held his gaze for one more moment, then shrugged. No. It's a long story, and you don't seem to care much anyway. From the end of her sleeve emerged the handle of her wand, which she reached over to put on his desk. Let's just get this over with. He hummed. Your reasons are your own, he said, and he reached over and slid a wooden box in front of him. Flipping it open, he placed Lyra's wand inside. There was a sound, like something being scratched onto wood. He looked down at the front lid of the box and said, Aspen, Phoenix Feather, 11 inches even. Glancing up at Tonks, he held out a hand at her. Yours as well, please, Madame Auror. Tonks felt a little foolish as she scrambled for her wand and passed it over. When he placed hers into the box with Lyra's, he said, Dogwood, unicorn hair, 11 3/4 inches. Have you been here before? She said to Lyra. No, said Lyra dryly. I just knew they'd never let Bellatrix Lestrange's niece into Azkaban with a wand, especially if they've ever heard of me. We don't allow anyone without the necessary security clearances in with their wand, said the warden, locking the box in a magical safe. The minister, for example. Couldn't convince the minister of that one, could you? Said Tonks to Lyra. I didn't try, she said, standing up. I told him I'd give up my wand before he even mentioned it. Tonks raised her eyebrows. That doesn't sound like you. Someday you'll learn the fine art of negotiation, said Lyra blandly. The trip to Azkaban may be cancelled at any time for any reason, said the warden, interrupting them without care. You are to obey any and all orders given by your guide during an emergency. He gestured a hand at something behind them. Watchman Gale will be your guide for this trip. Tonks looked behind her to see a tall man, his face partially obscured by his hood. She'd never noticed him even entering the room. Interview sessions with a maximum security prisoner are limited to 10 minutes, so as not to compromise the security of the compound and the safety of our personnel, the warden continued. Again, at the discretion of the guide, interviews may be cut short at any time. Do you understand everything I just said, or do you have any questions? What happens if I don't listen? Said Lyra without a care in the world. Tonks wanted to punch her in the face. The warden shrugged. It depends. Most likely you'll be stunned, brought back immediately, and face charges. If you're unlucky, you might get lost and die after weeks of starvation. Maybe the Dementors confuse you for prey. Maybe you trigger Blackout Protocol. Blackout Protocol? Tonks asked. It means that everyone in the maximum security wing of Azkaban gets kissed, no questions asked, said the warden. That includes any unprotected visitors and their guides. Some of the prisoners in there are dangerous enough to warrant collateral damage. Oh. That's only done if we believe there's a mass breakout in progress. The warden smiled thinly. I'm sure it won't be a problem, however. And if the Dementors are cast off with a patroness? Said Lyra, sounding merely curious to the warden perhaps, but Tonks rather thought Lyra really wanted to know. God help her if she thought she may one day end up in Azkaban. The warden stared at her with his pale, lifeless eyes. Our operational procedure is classified. Tonks prayed to gods she didn't believe in that Lyra didn't attempt legilimency. A moment passed, and then Lyra shrugged and stood up. Hopefully it's killing curses, she said. At least if it's my aunt. Try not to rock the boat too much, the warden said simply, already losing interest in them. The winter seas get rather choppy. Then they were being led out of the building. Outside it was dark. The sun was still on the horizon, but barely, and the clouds were so black that it might as well have been fully night. Only a pale light remained, illuminating hardly anything. To their left was a tall wall, stretching as far as she could see, with watchtowers set every half-mile or so. She could see no lights in any of them, but she was sure guards were set in each. And past the crashing waves, just barely visible, was the island the prison was set upon. The prison itself was only a shadow against the dark sky, its shape and size too vague to tell from a distance. It felt like they were before the gates of hell. Down a rocky trail to the shore there was a small pier, hidden behind a natural seawall. The watchman gestured to one of the moored boats. It had no oars, rudder, or sail. Tonks glanced at Lyra to see how she was feeling about this, but Lyra had her eyes firmly on Azkaban itself, a strong yet wary look on her face that Tonks didn't think she liked. Into the boat, said the watchman, and Lyra stepped carefully onto the boat. It rocked a little under her weight, and then Tonks glumly followed suit. She stumbled getting on, but Lyra grabbed her wrist to steady her. The watchman was the last to climb aboard. Once everyone was seated, he unmoored the boat and it silently began to glide forward on its own. Soon they were being tossed up and down by the waves, each as tall or possibly taller than Tonks herself. She wanted to be sick. Despite the various enchantments on the boat, Tonks could only keep her eyes closed and pray to whatever god was out there that the little boat didn't capsize. At least the enchantments included something that blocked the wind, so the cold wasn't too bad. She felt Lyra's bare hand on her own, gloveless yet warm and steadying. Dora, she murmured, and Tonks opened her eyes. She could hardly see Lyra, whose white cloak and hair should have made her stand out even in the gloom. But she could still see that Lyra wasn't looking at her, and instead straight ahead, upward. Before them was a looming black monolith, an obelisk so tall the top could not be seen through the darkness. It invoked a sense of vertigo, which began to grow the longer she stared, as if the vertigo was only a gateway into hysteria. The clouds above it seemed blacker than any Tonks had ever seen. She couldn't tell if there were Dementors up there, or if those faint wisps of black were just the edges of the clouds. What an unholy place! Not wishing to look upon the structure any longer, she turned her sight to the land itself. Ruins of shipwrecks were speared against the jagged rocks, only glimpses visible after the swell of the waves. As they neared, the temperature continued to plummet and an inexplicable terror began to seize her heart. Why are we here, Lyra? She said faintly, clutching Lyra's hand harder. Lyra only shook her head, her brow and lips tighter than usual. This was perhaps the first time Tonks had seen Lyra actually unsettled. At that moment, the silence was interrupted by the furious flapping of wings. Gale very nearly shot down the raven that had all but collapsed into their boat. Lyra stared at it. Many birds die passing through here, he said, watching the bird slowly right itself and shake water from its feathers. They're the unlucky ones, usually blown in by a storm. Most know to avoid this place. Stooping, Lyra picked the raven up and wrapped the end of her cloak around it, cocooning the bird in its warmth. It would have been cute the way the raven's head stuck out of the fur if they were anywhere but here. The boat soon silently slid into a small cove where they disembarked. The raven struggled out of the fur it was wrapped in and fluttered onto the watchman's shoulder. He gave it a brief look, waving his wand over it as if to check it wasn't enchanted. Then he hummed to himself and said to the two of them, "Come on, then." The stone steps led them through a twisting cave, and up above to the prison itself. Up here on the true surface of the island the winds were frigid and strong, making it difficult to hear as Gale told them to be careful on the way up to the door. He lit his wand as he began to ascend, holding it down by his right side to provide light for the two of them. The door couldn't be seen as the narrow steps leading up to it went around the corner of the building. And they really were narrow, providing so little room that they had to go up one by one, clutching at the smooth wall in order to not fall to the rocky depths beneath them. Mist was thrown over them from the waves below, carried up by the fierce winds. The cold of it only made her shake more uncontrollably. "This is madness," said Tonks, metamorphing herself to be as small as possible. "I won't let you fall," yelled Watchman Gale over the wind. The raven on his shoulder lifted off and flew around the corner. Tonks glanced back at Lyra and grabbed her hand tightly, all previous irritations with the girl forgotten as she imagined them falling off. Then again it was her who got them into this damned thing in the first place. Around the corner, the stairs widened a bit and a railing started. And from there they came upon the door quickly. It was heavy-looking and made of iron-banded oak, barred from the outside with a complex clockwork mechanism large enough that its metal might serve as a whole additional door by itself. There was no landing in front of the door, one opening it from the other side would simply step out onto nothing if they weren't careful. The Watchman Gale pressed himself against the weathered wall, keeping himself stabilized with the single handhold carved into its side, and then did something she couldn't see to unlock the door. It swung open, the wind slamming it against the wall so heavily she felt it in her bones. Gale glanced back to make sure both were still there, and then reached a leg out to step inside, pushing himself off the corner to give him some speed. The raven swooped down out of the darkness, darting into the building after him. Tonks and Lyra followed, both wary but eager to get out of the wind. As soon as they were inside, the door swung back in by itself, against the wind, and shut. The mechanism on the other side locked with a sense of finality, and Tonks felt a heavy dread settle into her heart again. All the sounds from outside the crashing waves, the howling wind ceased entirely, and they were only barely illuminated by the watchman's wand light. The corridor was so dark it could have ended 10 feet from their position or 1,000. The cold was less prominent here, but it still felt as though something was pressing in on her skin. It was a suffocating feeling, and Tonks had never felt more naked and vulnerable than here without a wand. "This place is evil," said Lyra quietly, some of her hair wetly sticking to her face. Watchman Gale hummed in agreement and then extinguished his wand light. Her heart jumping, Tonks grasped blindly for a wand she didn't possess, and then for Lyra's hand, certain that death was hurtling toward them in that moment. But then the light returned, this time in the form of a small brass lantern. It provided a pale light brighter than the wand light, and a bit of warmth too. Tonks could finally see the rows of cells that lined the corridor further down. It was all eerie. The very end still remained beyond her sight, the blackness seeming to drink in the light produced by the lantern. "Expecto Patronum," said Gale carefully, and from his tip erupted a brilliant white light that coalesced into a bear of massive size, and for the first time since emerging into the watchtower via the flue, Tonks felt her spirits rise. Then he turned around and faced them, what little of his face they could see set grimly. "I've 2 children," he said. His tone was flat, but his patroness flared briefly. "You don't need to worry about the strength of my patroness. But don't orphan them with your stupidity. Stay close and listen to every word I say. Dementors aren't the only danger here." The cells in this corridor were empty and seemed to have been for some time. The end of the corridor turned out to be nothing terrible, causing Tonks to feel a bit silly. There were 7 archways at the end, each with its own staircase branching out in its own direction, some seemed to curve into the paths of others, but Tonks knew this wasn't a problem with magic, Hogwarts having had similar things. Each archway had some runes engraved to it, in no language Tonks could recognize. The patroness light threw them into sharp relief, illuminating them in a manner that made them seem harsher in design. They lacked any sort of harmony that one might find in a written language, each symbol discordant with the next, as if a madman had carved the symbols he had witnessed within his wildest nightmares. "Where do the ones with minor offenses go?" said Lyra, her eyes moving across each arch's engravings as if she was trying to memorize them. "Underground," said Gale. "Away from the Dementors. There's a different entrance for them." He watched her study the symbols, then glanced at Tonks. "They unnerve people, the symbols. I'm not sure why." Tonks didn't say anything. Lyra reached her hand up and drew her fingers across the runes of the thinnest archway, thin enough a normal man would have difficulty squeezing through. Tonks was sure she felt warm air coming from it. "What language is this?" said Lyra, an odd note in her voice. "We don't know," said Gale. "We've had all sorts of linguists and unspeakables try, but it still hasn't been deciphered. They assume it's some extinct language from millennia ago. The symbols change slightly depending on how you look at them." "They do. And these?" she said quietly, standing on her toes to run her fingers over some other symbols that had been drawn over the carvings, colored a black deeper than the dark stone. "Those are new," said Gale. "Well, not new. We discovered them there 16 years ago. Still not sure who did it. Apparently it's Elder Futhark." "Yet. Lyra rested back down on her heels. It seems like it, but it's not an exact match. No, the linguist who deciphered it said so too, said Gale. Do you study languages? Not really. I've just been learning a lot about runes and symbols lately for a project. Lyra sounded more hollow than usual, like this place was already carving her soul out. Tonks couldn't imagine sending a significant amount of time here, especially near the Dementors and without a patroness. This was cruel. What was the translation? Said Lyra. What does it matter? Said Tonks. All of this was unnerving her deeply. Gale glanced at her, and then at Lyra, and said, "Seek the elders." Lyra frowned. The linguist said it must have been someone who just got a few things wrong, but that was probably what they meant to write, said Gale. Probably one of the watchmen back then, messing around. Lyra shook her head and stared into the dark void past the archway. And what does this lead to? She said, a definite note of caution in her voice now. It leads to nothing, said Gale, watching her attentively. It's just a deep cavern. It's one path that goes miles down, and there's nothing in the end but a sealed arch covered in words. The patroness dimmed with his words and Tonks debated covering her ears for the next part. Gale pursed his lips slightly, maybe wondering if he should be talking about this. I don't remember all of it, continued Gale. They're mostly words of warning. There is nobody here. You are alone. Do not listen to the voices. Some are repeated more than once. One individual wrote nothing but it lies over and over and over. Tonks hated this place. She finally understood why all the people who visited would come back shaken, looking as if hell itself had swallowed them and then spit them back out. She was completely out of her depth, and she felt, with a little bit of guilt, that she should have never agreed to come here. Gale tilted his head as Lyra shifted her gaze up at the unknown symbols again, her expression looking particularly like she was trying to put together a puzzle she did actually have the pieces for. Gale seemed to notice it too. Have you seen the symbols before? He said carefully. Lyra withdrew from the archway, looking as if she'd rather never touch it again, and turned slowly to them. Tonks hated the look in her eyes. Lyra didn't have to say anything, she had clearly seen those symbols before, and whatever its context, it was enough to put some expression of disquiet in those eyes. Tonks had always found Lyra's lack of concern for anything and everything frustrating, but now she really missed the way Lyra would just shrug in casual disregard in the face of danger. Where? Said Gale with a dark curiosity. We've had unspeakables here trying to cross-reference these symbols with all the texts they've ever collected, and they've never found anything. Lyra looked slowly back to the arch. There's a chamber beneath Hogwarts. Deep down. Tonks stared at her cousin. You're kidding, she whispered. Hogwarts. The Chamber of Secrets, said Lyra. It's real. It can only be opened by a parcel mouth. She glanced at Gale. I knew one. He taught me how to open it. Gale stood there in silence for a moment, and neither Lyra nor Tonks felt inclined to break that silence. That explains why they didn't find anything, he finally said, staring into the darkness and letting another moment of silence linger. It was heavy in the air. Whatever deep chamber you've unearthed, it would be best to bury it and forget it ever existed. Now, we need to go. This leads to Bellatrix Lestrange. He nodded to one of the archways and went into it, not waiting for them, his patroness lighting the way. There were some kind of twisted Norse runes there too, said Lyra suddenly. Gale stopped, his legs still visible to them, and said, Are you sure? Not fully. She hesitated. I'd need another look. I only took a glance, honestly, but I can mostly recall it. Occlumency and all. There was another moment of silence. It seems like it's the same, from a distance. Unless it's some powerful poltergeist, you're probably misremembering, said Gale. The unknown symbols could have maybe been written in both places long ago, but it's fairly unlikely some idiot who can't even write grammatically correct graffiti managed to sneak into two such heavily guarded places. And he continued up the stairs. Tonks wondered if his willingness to linger for even this long was a hesitance in continuing their journey. Or it wasn't badly written and the Norse people just got it wrong, murmured Lyra, so quietly Tonks barely heard it. Tonks was about to ask what she meant, but then she and Lyra both stilled. From the deep cavern came a wind, ruffling her hair, and with it came the faintest of whispers, what sounded like a soft sigh in the breeze. And then it was gone, the wind stilling and the atmosphere becoming stuffy again. Tonks glanced at Lyra uneasily, but she became alarmed when she saw the wide-eyed fear in Lyra's face. Tonks' fingers twitched, again reaching for a wand she didn't have, wishing she could cast a revealing spell and settle her mind. Did you understand that? Whispered Tonks. Don't lag behind, called down Gale's voice. Lyra shook her head, her eyes strained, and stepped into the stairway to follow the watchman. Tonks steadfastly did not look at the other archway as she too followed. I know the minister comes here every summer to check on the prisoners, she said, but this place is seriously evil. I mean, that wasn't the wind, right? Hopefully it wasn't an incantation. Autumn, said Tonks under her breath, trying to make out what it meant. Autumn. Hadum? Adum. Ahdum. Lyra whipped around, a fierce look in her eyes, and hissed, stop. She raised her hands in surrender. Sorry. Sometimes I talk a lot when I'm nervous. Tonks felt like Lyra's eyes were piercing through her, the pale blue like shards of ice. Then they blinked, losing their edge, though Lyra's shoulders remained tense. She turned back around and continued to climb the stairs, her white cloak floating slightly over the steps. It leapt up every time Tonks nearly stepped on it, enchanted as it likely was to avoid such things. She stumbled more than once on the first flight of stairs, the darkness doing her no favors. At least Lyra didn't mock her like she usually did, her mind clearly still on other things that Tonks personally would rather not think about. As they left the staircase and continued, Tonks noticed that there was no real pattern to where they went. Corridors curved where they didn't need to. Sometimes they would loop in on themselves and still come out elsewhere. After 3 long flights of stairs, they came out to a corridor where the wind whistled and the cold felt both natural and unnatural. And at the end of the corridor, where a wall should have been, was nothing. It seemed to open up to the sky outside. The cells here had their own windows, about a square foot in size and barred. And in each of them lay a body, shriveled and blackened, their eyes black holes and each mouth and jaw twisted unnaturally low and wide, their features set in expressions of endless, suffocating, hellish despair. Don't look at them, snapped Gale when he noticed her. Didn't I say not to look in the cells? What? Said Tonks faintly, struggling to pull away from the horrible faces each time they passed a cell. A hand grabbed the back of her head and pulled it away, causing her to slow down and break out of her trance. He said a moment ago not to look into the cells, said Lyra, her voice tight and her gaze never wavering from Tonks. She pulled her hand out of Tonks' hair. He did. Tonks was sure he hadn't said anything. She hadn't zoned out, she hadn't gotten lost in her thoughts, she would have heard him. Come on, said Gale harshly. Walking forward, Lyra moved to Tonks' right side, so that Tonks was in the middle. The raven on the watchman's shoulder also seemed determined to look anywhere but the cells. But while she could keep her eyes from wandering, she couldn't keep her mind from it. There might have been 20 or so cells on each side when they had first entered. But they had surely walked past all 20 cells by now, hadn't they? She glanced behind them, seeing what must have been over 100 cells. She looked back forward, never pausing in her walk, and saw the opening was just as far away as it had been 10 seconds ago. Just focus on the path ahead, said Gale, definitely annoyed now. Right, sorry, said Tonks, and they continued walking in silence. As they went, a temptation to look back into the cells grew. Out of the corner of her eye, she almost thought she could see the heads of each corpse they strode past turn its head to follow them. The single split-second glance she took showed they were utterly still. But the feeling of stares on her didn't wane. Tonks gave an unsteady sigh. What's that for? She said to distract herself, lifting a finger briefly to point at the opening. You'll see, said Gale. After another long moment, the end finally began to come closer. The nearer they got, the more it felt as though a weight was lifting off her shoulders, the attention of the bodies dwindling away to nothing. And it certainly felt like mere attention, like the stares had been neither malevolent nor curious, they had seemed like stares from death. Lyra wrapped her fingers around Tonks' wrist once they arrived at the opening, as if she thought Tonks was considering leaping out. I'm fine, said Tonks. Though she was still afraid to look back, fearing that doing so would drag them back to the beginning of the corridor again or that she'd see all the bodies standing up, their withered heads sticking out from the bars to stare. Was all that really necessary to put in, though? We didn't put those things in here as a precaution, said Gale. They were there before us. Tonks closed her eyes, unable to stand this place anymore, and then stuck her head out the window to savor the fresh air as fresh as anything here could be. They were already considerably higher than they should have been after ascending only 3 sets of stairs. The layout of Hogwarts worked this way too sometimes. The view of the sea elsewhere might have been considered picturesque, in a bleak sort of way, the waves like jagged obsidian dusted with churning foam. They thundered upon the rocks far below, the mist nearly reaching even here. Something fluttered past the edge of her vision, like a bolt of black cloth unfurled in the wind. Tonks quickly ducked back in, her heart hammering against her chest. Even through the power of the patroness, the cold was settling in around her skin again. The bird on the watchman's shoulder shuffled, agitated, and croaked. Then the ground shook, the tremor stopping Tonks in her tracks. It was almost imperceptible and lasted for only a second or two, and when she was about to shrug it off, it happened again. Her first thought was that she had fucked something up. But Gale seemed unbothered by it. Lyra watched the floor as if expecting it to crumble beneath her feet. An earthquake? Said Tonks. The watchman shrugged. It happens every now and then. We don't think they're earthquakes, though, given they affect only this island. Then what the hell is it? We've no clue. What do you mean you've no clue? Said Tonks. You've never checked. Of course we've checked, he said, giving her a pointed look. We've sent people below. Not many came back, but those who did all claimed that Azkaban just keeps going down and down, prison cells all the way. They would explore for weeks, go so many miles beneath the surface they'd suffocate if not for bubblehead charms, and still never find the end. Tonks glanced at Lyra but couldn't read her expression. Can we keep going? Said Lyra. Tonks quite agreed with that, and glanced again out the opening, expecting some kind of tiny holes they'd have to use to climb up to the next floor, with how cruel this place was. Then Gale strode right past her, his feet coming down onto thin air. He turned around, standing on nothing, and nodded toward something apparently behind him and upward. It's directly connects to another window, he said. There's no space to actually fall. Tonks looked at Lyra, who raised her eyebrows at her, clearly expecting her to go first. Ugh, said Tonks, and she took a careful step forward. It certainly seemed real when I was sticking my head out. Her toes touched some kind of solid ground, and then she tentatively placed her full weight on thin air. She followed with another step and, as soon as her head passed through some invisible barrier, the bleak stone walls of Azkaban appeared in front and to the sides of her again. When she looked back, however, it looked as if Lyra was standing on nothing, surrounded by the sky and clouds. Lyra easily stepped onto Tonks' side, shooting her cousin an unimpressed look, and made to push past her. Gale held up a hand to stop her and said, "These lead up to where maximum security prisoners are held." His face became more serious, then. "The Dementors drain the prisoners of their strength. And my patroness will drive them off. It's unlikely any of the prisoners could do anything, especially given how long most have been up there, but nonetheless, stay close, stay quiet. Follow my instructions. Don't provoke them." Lyra and Tonks both gave a nod, and Gale began to climb. This last flight of stairs might have been the longest yet, a monotonous counterclockwise spiral that never seemed to end. The air became colder as they climbed and she began to wonder what level of cold was too much for a human. "Is all this really necessary?" said Tonks, trying not to pant. "Surely there could be a shortcut for non-prisoners. These kinds of protections have been set in other wizarding prisons, with no Dementors," said Gale, "and wizards in those prisons have managed to escape. Wizards are crafty, and magic always likes to find a way. I wouldn't be surprised if the Dementors alone weren't enough. Creating shortcuts for us is creating shortcuts for them. Be glad Azkaban didn't make us swim through the lake of blood." "The what?" whispered Tonks. "The way through Azkaban is hardly ever the same," said Gale. "What other things are there?" said Lyra. Gale remained silent. At last, the stairs ended and they came out to a massive open area. It was as if the top of Azkaban had been carved hollow. There were asymmetrically placed windows in the walls, 7 by 3 feet, just large enough for Dementors to glide through. There were none here that she could see. It was as though they had fled like frightened rats, sensing the patroness before it appeared. Or maybe they were all hiding behind the velvet blackness where Gale's lantern light could not reach, patiently waiting for a moment of distraction or weakness. Crude stone slabs were partially embedded in the inside of the wall, arranged in a staircase that spiraled upwards, far beyond her sight. The steps were wide enough for Tonks and Lyra to fit side by side if they squeezed, but they were also spread apart, without anything between them, so that if one missed a step and didn't catch themselves, they'd fall into murk below. And they weren't even evenly spaced apart. The structure was a kind of visual chaos, as if a toddler had designed it. This place couldn't even give them the benefit of being at least somewhat organized. Tonks understood now why others had a hard time describing this sector of the building. It seemed the warmth the lantern had provided earlier had diminished into nothingness. Tonks couldn't even find heat in the depths of her enchanted pockets. She seriously considered asking Lyra to let her into that fur cloak of hers, but Lyra only seemed a little better off. Lyra caught her looking, then her eyes trailed past her shoulder and she frowned. She held out a hand, her fingers wiggling as if wanting her away from whatever was behind her. Tonks quickly moved to her. Turning around by Lyra's side, she saw there had been a window there, and clutched around its side was a hand, long-fingered and scabbed and looking like it was dead flesh that had decayed in water. Her eyes widened, her breath misted before her face, and she heard a distant ringing in her ears that seemed to grow stronger with every moment. The ethereal bear stomped past Tonks and the hand quickly retracted. "I should have expected them to get curious," said Gale. "The two of you are fresh meat, after all. Are you okay?" said Lyra to her. "Why yeah, I'm good," said Tonks, though truthfully she felt anything but. "Let's just get this over with." As they ascended the stairs, the prisoners shrunk away from the light, the poor wretches that they were. Tonks had no idea how they survived this long in the cold in nothing but rags. She couldn't tell who was who, but she knew all of them were here for something that would undoubtedly make her sick. Serial killers and rapists, torturers and necromancers, foreign warlords and other fiends deemed deserving of what Tonks considered a horrifically cruel fate. They had all done evil things, but a part of her wondered if all the magical governments sending their worst here truly knew what Azkaban was like. Tonks caught a glimpse of Peter Pettigrew sitting as still as a corpse in one of the cells, his back to the bars, unable to transform any longer. Lyra only spared him a glance. And it was all he deserved, Lyra had said darkly, the first time Tonks had spoken to Lyra about Pettigrew's capture and what it all meant. She imagined Sirius here, stuck in this hell despite his innocence, in one of these cramped cells just wide enough for him to lie down flat. They at least had mattresses and blankets, and a bucket. Some of the luckier prisoners had a window in their cells, they might catch dawn or dusk whenever they weren't lost in a haze of madness. Lyra stopped then, and Tonks looked up to see the watchman had too. He turned around on the stairs and gestured to the cell in between them. Bellatrix Lestrange, he said. Tonks leaned forward, half expecting to see some sort of demon, her face twisted by the dark arts as you know whose apparently was. All the people she had tortured and killed, the locations and dates, the methods, they all flitted through her mind, fueled by the powerful imagination of her 9-year-old self who'd been told the most frightful stories by her cousin. Lyra had always had a way with words when she wanted to, and she had certainly used that talent to paint the most sinister image of Auntie Bella. And in the center of her cell, hugging her knees, sat Bellatrix Lestrange. Her hair was dark and wild, so long and thick it could probably be used to cushion her head against the stone. She didn't look particularly inhuman, but against her taut skin her eyes seemed unnaturally large for her face from what Tonks could see. She seemed almost in the process of being mummified, a mere shadow of the Titan she used to be. 10 minutes, said Gale, and he sat down on one of the steps. Tonks almost considered staying back, so as to not let Bellatrix see her, but she figured she might as well look her in the eyes after the trouble it took to get here. Lyra was the first to step up to the cell landing. She slowly crouched down in front of the bars, tilting her head in an attempt to get a better look at Bellatrix's hair-covered face. The woman didn't move. Tonks again half expected something terrible to happen, like the mad woman leaping suddenly at the bars to grasp Lyra and strangle her. But this wasn't a horror movie, and Bellatrix was weak. Stick-thin. Tonks could probably wrap her thumb and index finger around her wrist. Tonks wondered if she was asleep, or dead. Bellatrix, said Lyra, her cloak pulled around her as she remained crouched. Then, very slowly, Bellatrix's head began to rise. It took a moment for her to focus on them, but those deadened eyes eventually turned piercing and her gaunt face became skull-like as she opened her mouth. The skin around her lips and cheeks seemed to struggle stretching. Why, if it isn't my niece, she whispered, voice hoarse from disuse. 2 of them, even. Lyra, and Nymphadora. Tonks felt a shiver run down her spine at the mention of her name. How in the name of Merlin had a woman cut off from the outside world for 12 years figured out the 2 of them so quickly? I go by Tonks, actually, she said. Bellatrix tilted her head, staring at her in a way that deeply disturbed her, though she couldn't explain why. At the same time, Lyra tilted her head again, looking more curious than anything. How'd you know? Said Lyra. Bellatrix turned her gaze to her and a hint of something Tonks couldn't tell flickered in her eyes. Who else could have those eyes and that hair? I thought. Her eyes became a bit cloudy, as though she wasn't quite sure what she thought. What about me? Said Tonks, unable to resist asking. Her eyes returned to Tonks, then. And you, traitor, you look like Andromeda did, right before she ran off and married that mudblood whose name I shan't utter. A waste, to see your princely blood diluted thus. At least you took on your mother's features, whatever you've done to your hair. Tonks turned her hair rainbow out of spite. Bellatrix's lip curled. As if I needed any more confirmation you were Andromeda's spawn. Her expression turned uglier. She was always a rebellious little brat. She swallowed to wet her throat. If only such an ability was given to the Dark Lord. I can see your allegiance hasn't shifted, said Lyra, carefully coming down to rest on her knees. And should it? Said Bellatrix. Nothing has changed since I have been imprisoned here. Oh, I don't know about that, said Lyra. Your Dark Lord's been gone for 12 years. His followers are either in here with you, or living comfortably and in peace. Some are even turning from their old ways. Bellatrix's eyes became narrower and her breathing became slightly more labored. You speak far too casually about these matters, girl. Do you think reading books on the subject makes you an expert on the Dark Lord and his ways? Tonks couldn't see a hint of emotion in Lyra's eyes as she said, if only you knew. If only I knew what? Spat Bellatrix. Go on, tell me you speak of Narcissa. Don't be coy with me, you child. Do you think I couldn't see it then? She would rather pretty herself, go to fancy balls and look important, always shying away from the actual work, always self-centered and arrogant, loyal only to herself and never fully to him. Her chest was heaving now, the fire in her voice turning her eyes wild. She looked as though she wanted to get up, to pace and rant and say more, but the few words she'd spoken had exhausted her. There was a spark of anger in Lyra's eyes too now, subtle though it was. Yes, said Lyra darkly, how dare she choose her own family over some pathetic spawn of a love-potioned affair between a borderline squib and a muggle. I find it almost comical that it was that fucking loser who took up the mantle of pure-blood supremacy. Bellatrix snarled and tried to leap at her, but her legs could not manage it. She crumpled to the floor in front of her, panting and glaring at the floor. Lyra laughed, and then a deep contempt came into her eyes, something Tonks had never seen in them before. Do you even regret an ounce of what you did? Slowly, Bellatrix looked up, and Tonks knew the answer before she said it. Never. The silence was crushing. I expected as much, said Lyra at length. I should have known better. I do not regret anything I have done for the Dark Lord, Bellatrix whispered. I would do the same things 100 times over if he commanded. All I regret is that I was not able to do enough. Lyra shook her head in disgust. There it is, said Bellatrix, looking almost in awe at Lyra, or maybe it was just madness. That snobbish contempt I saw so often in Sis's eyes. If I had seen that earlier, I would have thought you to be her. She shook her own head and looked vaguely at the ground, murmuring to herself. Though she must be older now, and I would hope I don't have so much of my sentence left. The look she spoke of remained on Lyra's face as she said, You're in here for life, Bellatrix. Bellatrix looked back up and said softly, Do you think so? Tonks wondered in that moment if she could get away with killing the woman. Lyra's gaze trailed down to Bellatrix's arm. Has the mark burned? Bellatrix stared expressionless, refusing to answer. One last question then, said Lyra. I said earlier that some families were turning from their old ways. I meant mine. Father doesn't even sneer at my muggle-born friends anymore. And mother? She said, almost conspiratorially. Nearly as bad as Andromeda. The expressionless stare on Bellatrix broke as she twitched, her nose flaring. So what would you do if you got out? Said Lyra. What would you do if you could get your hands on us? The hatred in Bellatrix's eyes was clear, and Lyra nodded to herself and stood up. Say, Bella. Said Lyra, sounding only curious. How would one other than you get into the Lestrange vault in Gringotts? Bellatrix frowned for a split second and then she cried out, reeling back with her eyes shut as if she'd been burned. Tonks flinched at the suddenness of it, looking in alarm between her and Lyra and then Gale. No. Screeched Bellatrix, her eyes shut tight as she clutched her head as if it was going to fall apart. Gale stood up, frowning. What happened? He said, though he didn't sound particularly sympathetic to Bellatrix's plight. A mental breakdown, probably, said Lyra idly. I think that's all we'll get from her. All I need, really. Bellatrix let out a gasp, and looked at Lyra in terror. That's impossible, and then her fear turned into a burning hatred, feral like an inferno, and she finally dragged herself to her feet and slammed herself against the bars, her claw-like fingers reaching for Lyra. How dare you? She screamed. You filthy, muggle-loving, degenerate whore. Tonks, who had grabbed Lyra to make sure she didn't fall as she stepped away from Bellatrix, stared in bewilderment. Enough. Said Gale, but Bellatrix just kept snarling. Back into your cell, Lestrange, or lose everything you have beyond the bars. You're nothing, Bellatrix hissed, even as she threw herself back out of reach. You and your mudblood friends, I'll skin you alive, I'll peel strips of flesh off you bit by bit and make Narcissa watch as you scream, you wretched cunt. When the Dark Lord returns, her voice shook with a deep rage. There won't even be ashes left. Lyra only raised her eyebrows. I stopped the Dark Lord once before, when he tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone to return to life. And now I'm one step closer to his permanent demise. I thank you, Bella, you've been a delight. Bellatrix's vocabulary was reduced into an inarticulate string of curses and threats. Her face crumpled into dismay, and then back to rage, then fear again, and then she looked beyond all words. Gale's lantern turned away from her, and she finally disappeared into the darkness. Are we done here? Said Gale. Yeah, said Lyra. And as they walked away from Bellatrix, she began to scream after them. Lyra. Some of the other prisoners began to jeer at Bellatrix, but Gale seemed unconcerned. Lyra stiffly made her way down the stairs, ignoring the few prisoners who, without the presence of Dementors, seemed to scrounge up enough courage to catcall her and Tonks. At the bottom of the stairs, the raven croaked and launched itself off of Gale's shoulder. The watchman cursed as the bird shot through a window and disappeared into the night sky. Dumb bird, Gale muttered. It's going to kill itself out there. It'll be fine, said Lyra, though she sounded unsure. Hey, Gale. Yes. He said as they left maximum security and began to walk down the stairs which led to that accursed corridor. Would it be possible to increase security here? Tonks stared at her in amazement, and Gale glanced at her. You think this place needs more? Said Tonks, slowing down. Lyra, no one's ever escaped Azkaban before. You've seen the protections, everything we had to go through to get here, and that was without the Dementors. There's no way Bellatrix could escape. I'm not worried about Bellatrix figuring a way out on her own, said Lyra uneasily. I'm worried about someone breaking in here and getting her out. Tonks shut her mouth and gave Gale a questioning look. If Voldemort has returned, or will return, said Gale, coming to a stop on the stairs, then there is nothing we could put in place to stop him. Nothing, said Lyra. There's not anything that could maybe blow this place to hell if someone broke in. Azkaban would never let itself be blown to hell, no matter what effort we put into it. Do you not feel it, the evil that infests this place? That sort of thing isn't just blown up. He frowned, surveying the both of them. Is there something I should know about? Tonks frowned too, sparing Lyra a glance. Lyra. Lyra shook her head, then wrapped herself tighter in her cloak. Just a bad feeling, is all. Tonks raised her eyebrows. A bad feeling like a gut feeling? Or a bad feeling like when you told me you were sure a man with 2 faces would come murder me in my sleep? Or that a giant basilisk would swallow me whole while I swam in the lake at Hogwarts? Gale frowned, not understanding. A dismissive look flashed across Lyra's face. I've told you all sorts of horrible things like that before, I was bound to get 1 or 2 eerily right enough. I'm not saying something is definitely going to happen, I'm just saying, you know, bad juju. We would need the Ministry's approval to set additional protections, said Gale, and they wouldn't take bad juju as a reason. Then he stepped down a stair and gave them a last look. Again, a skilled enough wizard with a wand would be able to bypass anything we put down. Then he turned and continued down the stairs. Tonks gave Lyra one last glance, then the both of them followed him down. Their way down began to change subtly. The corridors were narrower, tighter, Gale had to hunch his shoulders to squeeze through the rough, unpolished walls. When the corridor finally opened up into something more manageable, they were once again forced to travel through those staring corpses. After that they crossed a hanging bridge that definitely hadn't been present the first time through, the light of Gale's lantern and Patronus barely illuminating the dark water below, and perhaps something else glinting below the surface. The last staircase they took sent them upward and deposited them several floors downward. The whole time it was freezing. It was not the kind of cold that gave her frostbite, starting from her extremities and making its way in, it struck directly at her heart and made it feel like it was iced over. She felt the cold might never leave her bones with how deep it seeped. When they reached the last corridor, she stopped by the smallest archway and let its hot breath wash over her. The damp warmth, like she was standing on top of a landfill, felt almost inviting. Thankfully, whatever was beyond the archway did not stir. She gave what she hoped was a reassuring smile to an anxious Lyra and followed her to the exit. A moment later, Gale unlocked the front door again. Without the wind to carry it, the heavy door swung open without a whisper. While the clouds above Azkaban remained, seemingly perpetual, the rest of the skies were clear. Perhaps the weather around the island was related to Azkaban's supposed self-evolving nature. The rest of the return journey was less nerve-wracking than their first, but that deep sinking cold was difficult to fight off. The seas had calmed, the dark waters glinting in the light of the moon like black gems. As they moved farther away from Azkaban, the perpetual sensation of dread began to retreat, if only slightly, leaving Tonks only with a sense of moderate unease, and relief that she'd finally gotten out. Then, as they neared the mainland, a shake began to overcome her, as though her bones were defrosting and could at last tremble. Lyra opened her cloak up in invitation, and Tonks allowed herself to fall into the warmth. Though she could feel Lyra's shaking too, the icy bite of Azkaban having turned the girl's neck so cold it actually worried Tonks. Azkaban had been slowly sapping the life out of them and she only realized the true extent of it when they were out of its embrace. Reaching the shores of the mainland felt as though new life was breathed into her. The unnatural cold of Azkaban dwindled further, and her whole body rather felt like her feet did when she put on warm socks on a cold morning. Tonks almost fell backwards into the water as she stepped off the boat, her legs barely keeping her steady. The watchman stepped off stiffly, tense but not as affected as they were, and the boat sank silently beneath the waves, invisible beneath the black water. Unable to help herself, Tonks gave Azkaban one last look. Maybe it was the unnatural silence compared to the storm they'd arrived in, but the structure remained tall and threatening even from this distance. It was far away now, but it still felt as though it was looming over her, ready to follow her home and swallow her whole as she slept. As they went inside the main watchtower, she hoped it would be the last time she ever saw Azkaban. "So," said the warden when they were back in his office. "Was your visit fruitful?" Lyra seemed to mull something over in her head. Tonks still had no idea what was worth all this. To see if Bellatrix regretted anything? To see if she'd kill them all still if she could? But Lyra had said something back there, she had thanked Bellatrix for giving her one more piece to Voldemort's demise, whatever that meant. Bloody hell, the girl was so like Dumbledore but only in the most annoying ways. "I don't know," said Lyra finally. The warden hummed, then removed the box from the safe behind his desk. He flipped it open and handed them both their wands. Tonks snatched at hers eagerly. She had never thought she'd miss her wand more than that one time she lost it for 3 days during Hogwarts, and to think she had once thought walking through Hogwarts without a wand was torture. "Thank you," Tonks said politely, because she didn't want to leave a bad impression on the people mad enough to act as security around that place. "Thanks, Gale." Gale nodded to the both of them, then looked to be waiting for them to leave, perhaps to speak to the warden alone. Lyra hesitated before she grabbed some flow powder, then she turned around and said, "Is there anything the watchmen need that the ministry refuses to give?" The warden and Gale both frowned at her, waiting for further explanation. "I mean, maybe your jobs could be easier or the prison more secure if you had more funding or whatever, right?" said Lyra. "It's just the Malfoys have a lot of money, so are there maybe any defenses you've been wanting to set up but couldn't?" "Miss Malfoy," said Gale, "is there any reason besides your bad feeling for us to increase security?" The warden's frown deepened as his eyes flickered momentarily to Gale and then back again. Lyra appeared to be fighting back a grimace. "I dunno. I have bad feelings sometimes and sometimes they turn out to be right." "Everybody has bad feelings that sometimes turn out to be right," said the warden. "What, exactly, led you to believe security needs tightening?" "The ministry usually doesn't approve any large-scale modifications unless we have a strong reason to support it." Lyra shut her mouth and stared at the warden with pursed lips, as if wholly uncertain. It was an odd look on her, confident as she generally was in all her decision-making. "Azkaban has a way of getting into our heads," said the warden after Lyra failed to speak. "It makes us lose our senses, convince ourselves of that which drains all hope. The Dementors don't need to do it themselves every time. Not to mention it would set a dangerous precedent to allow private entities to have a stake in Azkaban." Lyra chewed on her lip, nodded, rolled the flow powder between her fingers and tossed it into the fire. "Aura office," she said as she stepped into the emerald flames, and she was whisked away from the room. Tonks gave one last nod to the warden and the watchman and followed her. The heat of the green flames were a comfort as soon as she stepped into them, but the warmth of the ministry was better. She still felt chilled, like Azkaban wasn't quite done with her, the cold so tangible that she'd need to scrub it off in the shower like it was dried blood. "Merlin," she said, nearly panting the word as she caught up to Lyra. "So can I ask what that one more step do you know whose permanent demise is supposed to be?" Lyra shook her head. "It's secret. Only Dumbledore can know." "Is he having you do secret missions?" said Tonks, checking around her to make sure they were definitely alone. "I asked him about this and he said he had no idea you were doing this." Lyra sighed, as if Tonks' justified search for answers was another weight upon her burdened shoulders. She did look a little shaken still, from Azkaban had ever since that smallest archway had whispered out some incantation or word. "Well, what Dumbledore and I are doing is none of your business, Tonks." "The hell it isn't," said Tonks, grabbing Lyra's shoulder and slowing her down so as to talk face to face and not to the side of Lyra's head. "You're my family, first of all, and I need to know if Dumbledore is making some teenager do his dirty work for him, and secondly I didn't just go through all that to get that kind of non-answer." Lyra stopped in the middle of the corridor, turning to Tonks and shrugging. "Dumbledore isn't having me do secret missions." At Tonks' disbelieving and bewildered look, she sighed again. "What do you want from me, Tonks?" "To not lie," said Tonks, letting in a light note of pleading. "I didn't lie," said Lyra without emotion, though Tonks wasn't sure if it was because Lyra was truly calm or beat down and disturbed from Azkaban. "I said only Dumbledore can know, not that he told me to do this." "Why, then?" She raised her eyebrows. "I told you, it's secret." "The hell it is. You said that already." And she turned around to walk away. Tonks grabbed her by the arm and pulled her back, and Lyra let out another sigh, this time clearly one of annoyance, and looked up at the blue ceiling and put her hands on her hips. "You're not entitled to know whatever secret you want, you know," she said, looking back down at her with a weary look. "And you're not entitled to just use people like their tools and then discard them whenever you're finished with them," said Tonks in a quiet but brisk voice. "Tonks, I repeatedly asked you if you were sure," began Lyra, clapping her hands together, but then she cut herself off as someone else entered the corridor, some ministry employee who worked in the Department of Magical Transportation and was still in the building at this time. Tonks grabbed Lyra tightly by the arm and pulled her into an empty office. She threw up 2 spells to stop anyone from overhearing them and then whirled around on Lyra. "Was I supposed to just let you go off to Azkaban without me?" she said. "I know I often tell you how much I want to smother you in your sleep, Lyra, but believe it or not, I do care about you. My mum cares about you. Your mum cares about you." "Good, great," said Lyra, nodding carelessly. "You." Tonks stood there, staring at her in numb disbelief. "Just, why?" Tonks made sure to put her hurt into the word. "Why are you like this? How can you just play around with people's emotions so casually and then just dismiss me so easily? Lyra's eyes flashed in annoyance and she said, do you think I'm keeping things from you just because I feel like being an asshole? Are you seriously unable to comprehend the idea that maybe, just maybe, I have good reasons for not telling you and everyone else who asks everything they want to know? I'm not asking to know everything, hissed Tonks. I understand the concept of operational secrecy, better than you, I suspect. Lyra scoffed but Tonks continued, but I don't think this was a sanctioned order mission from Dumbledore, and whatever reasons you gave Fudge certainly weren't the real ones. I'm asking to know what was so important to you that you dragged us to that evil place because I care about you, you stupid idiot. You're my family and I love you, and I want to know what you've wrapped yourself up in that you were willing to go to Azkaban. The ire in Lyra faded, and she stood there, blinking and frowning. Then she took a deep breath and said, I love you too. And that's why I'd do anything to protect you. Even if that means lying or leaving you in the dark. Tonks met her gaze for a long moment, then shook her head and looked away. Whatever. Fine. She turned her back on Lyra and began to walk away. Dora. Tonks ignored her. She was reaching for the doorknob when. They're visions, said Lyra suddenly. Tonks looked back at her. What? Lyra looked around the room, looking genuinely lost. I don't know, she said, like Tonks had asked her some impossible question. I have knowledge in my head about stuff that's meant to happen, so I've tried to avoid all the terrible things. It's how I knew about Quirrell, and the diary, and Pettigrew. I actually sent an anonymous letter to Amelia Bones about Pettigrew when I was like, 2. Tonks slowly put her arm down and turned around fully, her heart thumping. Lyra, what are you talking about? Isn't it obvious? Said Lyra, sounding impatient and even a little scared. You what? Have a talent for divination. Her mother had once said Narcissa had suspected it. A talent for divination, said Lyra, letting out a little bitter laugh. Yeah, sure. You can call it that. Derision tugged at her lips and the corners of her eyes. Madame Bones told me about that letter, said Tonks faintly, feeling cold all over. I remember, when she was talking to all of us about how it's important to take even the wildest tales seriously. She said she had received a letter about serious innocence years before it was proven, and how it was always one of her biggest regrets, and how she wonders what other things could have been avoided if she had taken all of them seriously. And Tonks understood in that moment that if Lyra was telling the truth, dismissing it out of hand had a chance of shutting Lyra up forever, so that she was forever burdened with it. I sent her multiple letters, said Lyra, a little defeated. And I was too scared to tell the ministry about everything. They wouldn't have even taken it seriously, said Tonks quietly, and somewhat absently. She stared at Lyra, her mind both blank and yet whirling with the information, like it was attempting to juggle it all and was failing miserably. Seers grow up quicker than most, Mum had said once, and Tonks still remembered the uncanny intelligence Lyra displayed as a child. I thought up everything I could to get Sirius out of there, said Lyra, in the tone of someone who quickly wanted to get all the information out there before judgment befell them. But I couldn't really prove anything. It all rested on finding Pettigrew, and I couldn't even manage that until a few years ago. Regret and guilt tinged her words, Tonks could tell. Yet. Lyra seemed to find this response worrying, so she added, I wasn't even sure if anything was real at first. I couldn't even confirm it to myself. Much less anyone else, said Tonks, nodding to herself, still lost in her thoughts. Lyra, what else have you seen? I don't know, sighed Lyra. It's not a lot of the stuff I've seen isn't even relevant anymore. And Azkaban? It was this question which proved to be hardest to answer, apparently. Lyra didn't seem to know how to even begin. Lyra, I just need to know if you believe Azkaban really will be attacked, said Tonks, hating to be so blunt in a moment like this, but the thought of Lyra having some vision of a breakout stood out more than anything else in her spinning mind. Lyra hesitated more than once here, but then she finally said, I saw the aftermath. What do you mean? Said Tonks, stepping closer, so she was almost right in front of her. You didn't see how it happened? No, said Lyra, and Tonks could see she was beginning to close up. I just saw what would happen after. There was a genuine fear in her eyes, then. And I'm not really sure if it's going to happen again, Dora. It wasn't supposed to anymore. Taking out Pettigrew should have disrupted the whole thing, the path we were heading on, and then the diary turned out stronger than I ever could have imagined, and now I don't even know. Tonks reached out with a hand, wearily grabbing Lyra's shoulder and pulling her into a hug. We need to tell Dumbledore this, she said into Lyra's hair. You know we need to. But Lyra was shaking her head on Tonks' shoulder. Lyra. He already knows, stupid, she said. But definitely don't tell him I told you, because he said not to tell anyone. What? Said Tonks, startled enough to pull back. I thought you said he didn't know about your reasons for Azkaban. I only said Dumbledore didn't order me there, said Lyra, frowning. But he did order me not to tell anyone, so don't, you know. Can I ask Dumbledore? Tonks stopped at Lyra's glare. No. He'd be upset with me if he knew, and I don't want you prying about personal stuff, okay? Do you know how important that information is? Merlin, said Tonks, holding her hands up. I was just asking. Lyra looked away, annoyed. Tonks knew the implications of what it would mean for a child to be given visions of horrible things. But this was still Lyra, and it was difficult to imagine taking her as seriously as the situation warranted, even right after they had just been to Azkaban. A second later she felt sickened with herself. Of course Lyra would have trouble taking things seriously, given she'd apparently already seen the worst of humanity when she was a child, and then Tonks realized that the expression currently on Lyra's face wasn't annoyance, but anxiety. Tonks didn't know what to say. She felt like a ship being asked to take on extra passengers while she was already in the middle of sinking. It was all beyond her. She wanted to question Lyra, to comfort her, to apologize, to yell and fight, to hug her tight, but she was so drained of energy she couldn't even begin to think of how to navigate all this, especially when her very understanding of Lyra as a human being had just been flipped on its head and broken. Can we go? Said Lyra, frustrated and maybe even hurt. Yeah, said Tonks quietly. But I think you should talk to someone else about this, maybe my mum, because I can't really. I want to help, it's just don't tell anyone, please, said Lyra, and this time there definitely was a touch of hurt in her voice. Tonks thought she understood. Lyra had probably struggled with this her whole life, never having anyone to talk to about it, and now here she was, vulnerable, with an idiot of a cousin standing pointlessly in front of her. If that's what you want, said Tonks, giving as comforting a smile as she could manage. But promise you'll talk to me, okay? If it gets too much. Or even if something completely unrelated drives you up the wall. I'm not really good at this, but I'd like to be here for you. You're annoying, really annoying sometimes, but the good in you far outshines that, no matter what I ever say out of anger, okay? Lyra's eyes flickered with half a dozen conflicting emotions, things like regret and frustration and disgust, perhaps with herself, and also things like love and thin slivers of relief. Tonks stepped in and squeezed the girl tight, until Lyra wheezed and awkwardly patted Tonks on the back, as if she were the one who needed comforting. No wonder you're so messed up, murmured Tonks. And Lyra laughed, lowly, the rumble of her chest somewhat comforting to Tonks. Feeling lighter than moments ago, Tonks pulled back and wrapped an arm around Lyra's shoulders. Come on, she said, pulling her along to the door, let's go back to my place and I'll make us both hot chocolate. I heard it helps with this sort of thing. Annoying cousins. I'll gladly remain ignorant of which one of us you're insulting. Feeling a lot lighter now, the two of them made their way out of the office. So, do the Malfoys have a history of seers? Said Tonks, letting go of Lyra now they were in the corridors. Or did you just get hit in the head a lot as a baby and the damage eventually looped back around and gave you? Well, it might have been that weird small skull thing I found in Father's study, said Lyra, or it was the first time I saw your face. She adopted a thoughtful expression, keeping it steady even as Tonks shoved her playfully. I was pretty young then, you know. They walked to the atrium, their steps echoing against the empty corridors. The lights in the ministry were dimmed, and the few enchanted windows depicted dark fields with red moons in the distance. In the atrium, Tonks led Lyra inside the designated apparition zone and held out her forearm. My place or yours? She said. Or did you want to use the flu? Lyra grabbed her arm, but before Tonks could turn on the spot to apparate, she felt herself get pulled suddenly into nothing, unable to breathe as she was squeezed through the tiniest hole, and she was suddenly staring at the familiar sight of her flat, clothes strewn on the floor and a sock hanging from the lampshade. What a mess, said Lyra after a moment. Do you even understand how dangerous that was? Said Tonks. Apparition isn't a joke, Lyra, where'd you even learn it? Then the answer came to her and she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Tell me you didn't learn it on your own. Of course I didn't. James was with me. Lyra flopped down on the most comfortable seat, always acting like it belonged to her. I splinched off his entire arm the first time I tried that. What? Yeah, said Lyra. Have you ever seen a one-armed man trying to stick his other arm back on? It's hilarious, by the way. Tonks chewed her lip, trying not to laugh. She wouldn't want Lyra to think she approved of such a thing, but given the small smile on Lyra's lips as her eyes took in Tonks' expression, it was probably pointless. How did you even know where to go? She said instead. I've visited before. Lyra held out her hands then, looking as though she were offended that Tonks hadn't done something yet. Where's my hot chocolate? When'd you visit before? You weren't home, Lyra said, kicking off her shoes. You must have had one of your night shifts or something. Why did you come here at night? Because I needed to cuddle someone, said Lyra, sprawling further over the armchair and putting her feet up on the coffee table. Ugh! Why not ask your mum, like the child you are? I can't snog my mum, said Lyra with an affronted expression, casually ignoring the implication that she'd snog her cousin instead. Tonks gave her a glance of disgust as she slipped out of her boots and took off her aura jacket, slinging it over the back of an armchair she dragged to the fireplace, which she lit with her wand. I kid, said Lyra, shooting her a sly look. But the only other person willing to let me cuddle them would be my dorm mate Larissa, but I really don't feel like having another person fall in love with me after I gave them the gift of friendship. Yeah, said Tonks, walking through Lyra's legs and pushing them off the table to get to the kitchen. Hey, have you ever had a conversation where you didn't inflate your own head and then blame it on someone else? I've never blamed my ego on anyone but myself. It is only I who may judge me. Whatever. Tonks filled 2 mugs with water and set them on the kitchen counter. Do you want marshmallows on top? Sure, said Lyra, and leaned back into the chair thoughtfully. I wonder what the magical properties of chocolate are, and why it fends off demon energy. Perhaps marshmallows can destroy dementors. The water went from room temperature to the perfect degree of heat with a flick of Tonks' wand. She stuck her head into the cupboard, looking for those hot chocolate sachets she knew were lying around here somewhere. Kingsley said it was good for the soul, like the ultimate comfort food, said Tonks, her voice echoing slightly. Ah! I found it. You know, I think I believe him, she added as she pulled her head out. Probably because of his voice, said Lyra. Sometimes men do things to me. Oh yeah, she said, carefully twisting the sachet. Shaq's not interested in a relationship, just so you know. Maybe I should try Charlie, then. Tonks stopped and looked up at the ceiling. Why do you keep doing this to me for things that aren't even my fault? I honestly can't help it, said Lyra, rather contently. I think I took it too seriously when Mum told me to never show weakness, just deflect onto another. Tonks shook her head, refocusing on the task at hand. She opened the sachets and this time, none of the powder exploded and spilled all over the countertop. Did they actually try to teach you stuff like that? She said, pouring the powder into the 2 mugs and flicking her wand to stir it magically as she reached for the half-empty bag of marshmallows. They tried, said Lyra. Tonks dropped marshmallows into each mug and then took them both, bringing them to the living room. So are you actually staying over? I can leave if you want. Lyra shrugged. It's whatever. Tonks frowned. It's okay, you can stay. She held out a mug. Assuming your parents won't mind. And as long as you don't traumatize me in some way or another. Or flirt with me again. I'll stop when you hook me up with. Move over, said Tonks, putting the mug in her hands and sitting on the armrest of the chair. Lyra leaned away from her, holding her mug close to her as she said, Don't hover that over my head. Go sit on your stupid shitty couch. Tonks snorted and slid off and onto the couch, slowly so as to not drip anything onto the hardwood, and then took a sip. She felt the warmth and humanity that she'd sorely missed over the past few hours return to her, expelling the lingering cold. The warm air from the fireplace finally began to fill the whole room, bathing them in an air of contentment. So, your parents? She said. Do you ever actually let them know before wandering off? Wandering, murmured Lyra, taking a sip of her own. Good word. But a witch does not wander. Nor does she idle. She goes precisely where she means to. Are you quoting another one of your books? Movie. Hasn't come out yet. Tonks paused, then swallowed the hot chocolate. Are you telling me your stupid ramblings are supposed to make sense in the future? Some, said Lyra mysteriously, hiding her smile behind her mug. Chapter 17, Message from the Deep. Maybe James should have accepted Lyra's offer to come with. But it was fine. So what if this bathroom brought out some mildly nightmarish memories? And he really did want to get a proper look at what he was here for. Lyra had been rattled by this stuff, the symbols and the possible connection, the rest of Azkaban's horror, how that passageway in its first corridor had whispered something that they'd have preferred to never hear. She had been okay with leaving this all alone, with pretending none of this could have a link to why they were here in this world, as if the whisper had been from something that had merely read her thoughts and found out a name Lyra hadn't associated with herself for over a decade, all without Lyra detecting the presence in her mind. James knew better. She knew better too, even if she'd rather pretend otherwise. Whatever this was had the potential to be mind-shattering in its revelations. Something had brought them here 16 years ago, the same time those runes had apparently popped up in Azkaban. He half wished he had asked Tom Riddle if those Norse runes were anywhere in the Chamber of Secrets before 16 years ago. He didn't even know if they were in there now. All he had to go off of was some quick glance Lyra took while checking the chamber for danger. Open, he hissed in Parseltongue before the last door. It was a bit difficult to learn from Harry, given the language sounded largely like fucking nothing. As the wall cracked open and the two halves slid out of sight, James took a deep breath and closed his eyes. It'd be fine. The basilisk was dead and there was nothing left to hurt him down here but his own mind and perhaps evil runes. Maybe he wouldn't die down here but maybe his mind would just melt glimpsing the edge of infinity. If all that time Turner business proved anything, it was that humans really needed to stop messing with this shit. What chance did they stand against things beyond mere trivialities like, oh, time itself? Briefly, because his brain hated him, he imagined some incomprehensible horror leaping out of the dark to suck his brains out of his ears like that one poor bloke Nicholas Flamel had mentioned. Conjuring up a bravado that probably wasn't conducive to a long life, James shook his head and entered the Chamber of Secrets for the second time. Oh yes, it was quite dark here. Nightmarishly dark, he might say. Before the first time he'd been here, light hadn't touched the dust-covered chamber for half a century, before Riddle came along, who knew just how long it had gone unnoticed, lying quietly in wait. He held his wand high above his head and lit the whole chamber quite brightly, the strength of it fading even the shadows cast by the pillars. This was the first time he'd gotten a proper look. Now he thought about it. Up ahead, the basilisk lay dead and decaying. Behind it stood the tall statue of Salazar Slytherin, the face monkeyish, the stone robes coming down just short enough to show the enormous grey feet. At the back, pressing up against the wall, the stone heels came together to form a very narrow alcove of sorts. Lyra had said she had seen the runes there. In the movie there had been some kind of pond, but here there had only been a smooth stone floor, the pools of water off far to the side. Near the center of the chamber was a stain of old blood, his blood like a faded watercolor. His footsteps faded away into the shadow veiling the walls, the sounds silenced before they could echo. More unnerving than this, though, was the basilisk before him. Its scales half fallen off, it lay dead and decomposing, though only barely enough to convince him it was indeed finished. He wished he could tell his hammering heart that. With each thump, a glimpse of the memory flashed in his mind, the all-consuming dark of the chamber, the basilisk unfurling itself out of the shadows, what sounded like 1,000 rusty chains grinding against the floor as its scales brushed harshly against the stone beneath, the all-consuming terror of knowing the death hurtling toward him. And then he was back there again, unable to stop the memories from grasping tight every cog of control he had. Lumos Solaris, he shouted, and though he turned his head and shut his eyes, the might of his spell fueled a light so bright and reaching that the inside of his eyelids became a sharp orange. The basilisk thrashed around in agony, though he remained unsure if he had merely pained the basilisk or blinded it. If he had spent centuries in the darkness and then been confronted with that, permanent retinal damage was almost certain. But this was a basilisk, and such magical creatures were resistant to magic in ways logic really didn't follow. Even now, as the creature was dead and rotting, the darkest curses he knew would likely bounce off. He would know, he had a jacket made of scales that could reflect any spell, scales which came from the basilisk. He was flapping his raven wings wildly to fly to safety, settling on one of the many snake statues adorning the chamber nearly to the point of obsession. There he transformed back, and below him the basilisk still reeled. James raised his wand. The explosive curse he flung ricocheted off the scales like it was nothing, tearing apart a pillar instead, but the snake statue he stood upon did not deflect the serpent's great tail as it shattered the stone into pieces, sending him flying to the ground with force. Sometimes James thought he still felt that blow in his back, even after whatever Madame Pomfrey had done. And there near the far end of the room was his blood, dried now. It was there where he had assumed he was going to die, where death would snatch all the answers to his questions before he could ponder them himself. What a mess it was. And now here he was, a morbid curiosity simmering inside him. Then the basilisk struck again, sinking its sword-like fangs into his body, the venom tearing apart his blood and skin as if on the molecular level. In a display of mad genius as he was being thrown about like a rag doll, his legs landing in the basilisk's mouth, he transfigured both of his shoes into porcupines. And choking and reeling, the basilisk released him and he fell to the ground, where he lay trying not to scream. Poisoned, bleeding out, with little sensation of his legs and a great big snake hissing and spitting all over the place as it tried to dislodge the irritant in its gullet, another mad thought came to him as he searched desperately for ideas, the duel between Dumbledore and Voldemort. And with a strength he didn't know he possessed, he raised his wand. Great torrents of water came bursting from the pools around the chamber, crashing against the basilisk with the command of his wand. It filled the serpent's mouth, its nostrils, covering it all until it was nothing but a vague blur behind water. When it was fully encased, he froze the sphere and charmed the ice unbreakable. It turned out, for all their terror, basilisks still needed air to breathe. James glanced at the giant corpse. It was very dead. It reminded him of those photographs he occasionally came across, of hunters posing with lions or bears or loggers standing beside felled thousand-year-old redwoods, such majesty, such beauty in wilderness, extinguished for nobody to appreciate ever again. The whole fight had been very quick indeed, as fights in the magical world usually were. And whatever this had been, James thought looking at the snake, it had still seemed for nothing. What had it all been for? Did one deserve praise for destroying a threat that would have never been awoken? He looked up at Slytherin's face, as if it held answers. Its stone jaw hung low, allowing passage to within, but he didn't think he cared enough to explore whatever lay in that darkness. Sighing, he vanished the dust and grime before him and after some steps stood between Slytherin's stone feet. And into the very stone there, on Slytherin's ankles and the wall behind them, were carved various symbols, harsh and jagged and inexplicably unsettling. And in one spot, right above the narrow alcove where the stone heels met the wall, the Norse symbols, which he had dabbled in a good few times since that night at Azkaban, to refresh his memory. Ancient runes taught non-magical languages, and magical ones, symbols that only magical people could comprehend. But the alarm bells going off in his head were screaming that these may, if not themselves, lead to something which even magicals could not understand. Seek the elders. James ran a hand through his hair. It was difficult to explain the sheer surreality of becoming a part of a world meant to be fictional, and being maybe a step closer to finding out the who and why only strengthened the feeling. But he took that step closer anyway, carefully maneuvering himself into the alcove to better examine the letters. As he tried to twist himself into the tiny gap, though, he stumbled and landed hard on his palms. Ignoring the stinging sensation on his hands and muttering unkind things about various people and their mothers, he looked up, facing complete darkness. He waved his hand in front of him, expecting stone walls to support himself with, but his hand passed through nothing but darkness. James summoned his wand back into his hand and stood back up as well as he could, being hunched over, at least. He shined the light over the arched passageway, which cast long shadows on the walls. James brushed his fingers over the jagged symbols. It looked less like they had been chiseled into the stone and more like they had been gouged out, with the edges sharp and brittle, the depth of the symbols uneven. He recognized them, from Azkaban, from those 7 archways. He remembered those whispers from the deep, the voice that seemed to know names of people that didn't yet exist in this world, and might never exist. There were far more of the symbols, here, arranged in some sort of sentence structure. A message from someone, or something, whether it was directed at him and Lyra, he couldn't say. He stayed as still as he could, his heartbeat almost loud enough to echo in the complete silence of the chamber, wondering if he was hearing whispers in the dark or if it was merely his blood rushing through his ears. Nothing stirred. This place was dead, just like its sole prior occupant. James released a shaky sigh before turning back to the darkness. He crawled through the passage, his hand pressing against the ceiling, and soon the restrictive tunnel gave way. He looked up, pointing his wand light in the same direction and, with a sensation of nervous awe, he realized the ceiling must have been taller than the chamber proper. Lumos Maxima, he intoned again, lighting up this strange place in all of its glory. With a sinking feeling, however, he noted the old stone looked strikingly like the one that built Azkaban. At least there were no dementors here. Above him was a large, circular island, supported by 5 thin stone bridges that connected to the walls and held up by a single ornamented pillar from beneath. There were no stairs, nor any evidence of ropes and pulleys, and he sincerely doubted Slytherin could fly as Voldemort was able to do. James approached the pillar instead, brushing his hand over the stone. "Oh," he said. "Oh." A spiral groove had been cut into the stone, all the way from the floor to as high as James could see. If not for the not at all subtle snake motif, he might not have connected the dots. Slytherin must have been some sort of snake animagus, though James preferred to imagine it was actually a legless lizard, and the grooves were there for him to climb up the pillar which, in a time when no self-respecting witch or wizard would be caught riding a broom, would have denied anyone but a small selection of animagi entry. Unfortunately for Slytherin, James was one of those few animagi. He fluttered up to this floating stone island, morphing back into human form as he landed. There was a circular stone workbench at the center, surrounded by shelves. Some of them were packed with books, though only a few were well preserved. James pulled on his gold-lined dragonhide gloves before reaching out and picking a very impressive leather-bound tome from one of the shelves. The title was written in Latin. He hated Latin. The other shelves, though, were filled with far less pleasing things. Various potions ingredients, some of which he recognized from Snape's classroom, and others, well, he didn't feel inclined to have staring contests with the stuff inside the jars. Others were filled with harvested organs. It was only after he saw pickled genitals that he was sure some of them were human. Jesus Christ! James slowly turned to the book he was holding in his hand, and a dark corner of his mind wondered if it was bound in human skin. He put it back on the stone table, trying not to think too hard about it. In an attempt to look at anywhere but the cursed shelf, his eyes settled on a large wooden chest. He approached, his wand held wardingly in front of him, reaching out with gloved fingers. The surface was covered in rot. Kicking it with his foot, it didn't even slightly budge. The wood was thick, maybe inlaid with some metal. "Alohomora," he murmured, to no effect. Not that he was expecting it to work. He sighed out his nose and racked his brains for possible anti-unlocking charms that he might be able to use. The unlocking charm was one of the oldest spells since the development of wand magic. Despite its name, it didn't have to work on locks. After all, it could work on chains, door bars, and even barricades. It simply applied to concept of being unlocked, and any physical object that by purpose denied entry to a witch or wizard could be outmaneuvered with this single handy spell. The natural consequence of such a development were magical countermeasures. And the natural consequence to that was more unlocking charms, until it developed into a magical arms race that continued even to this day. Nowadays, some wizards and witches dedicated their lives to creating the most formidable enchanted locks, commissioning works for wizarding nobility. Banks like Gringotts, and places like Nurmengard might have hundreds such locks, if the rumors were correct. Unfortunately for any sod who'd commissioned themselves an expensive lock, James had the skeleton key. Namely, a dagger made of goblin wrought silver and imbued with basilisk venom, which could destroy just about everything. He unsheathed the dagger and, careful not to let it touch him in any way, aimed it at the keyhole and shoved it in. Iron parted like paper with a god-awful screech. James yanked the lock off, it crumbled in his hand, turning into a puddle of rust. James poked the chest itself, no fireballs, no bolts of lightning, no withering curses like Dumbledore. James hooked his gloved fingers under the lid and pulled. It groaned and shuddered as centuries of disuse came peeling off in the form of dust and flakes of rust. Waving the dust from his face, he peered inside. There was a painted wooden box, with runes written into them. Some sort of forerunner to Arabic. It would make sense, if Slytherin was indeed Moorish, as some suggested. It didn't look like anything they studied in ancient runes but, then again, Hogwarts placed the most emphasis on Germanic and Romance-derived magical languages since that was what was most commonly used in Northern Europe. James picked up the box, spinning it in his hands. A lot more solid than the chest it was in, and much cleaner too. Some sort of preservation magic at work, then. He carefully shimmied the dagger in the brass lock and popped it open, to find a bundle of cloth. Specifically, cloth of gold. He hesitated, before peeling back the cloth to take a peek. His eyes widened slightly as he took in the dagger. It was made of black stone, not particularly impressive in its appearance. The hilt had a carved grip in the shape of two intertwining serpents, and the blade itself looked quite dull. The problem was the runes, though. It reminded him of that damned statue he'd given to the unspeakables. The taste of decay and rot that seemed to invade his mouth, that reminded him of that statue in Azkaban. He tucked the box and the leather-bound book into his school bag before looking down from the edge of the platform. He spread his arms and dropped off the side, the wind whistling in his ears as he plummeted headlong into the darkness, his clothes fluttering around him and his school bag floating near his feet. At the last moment, his arms morphed into wings, his hairs into feathers, and the lethal jump turned into a controlled glide from which he landed easily back on the ground. As he left the chamber, he glanced again at the stone door, adorned with blind snakes, and then back through the chamber towards the statue, now shrouded in darkness once more, and towards the forgotten words carved into them. Perhaps they were some warning that hadn't been heeded? Or perhaps a desperate plea from the past. He might never know. Ignoring a simmering dread in his gut, he spread his wings and flew back up the pipes, and began making his way back to the room of requirement. He'd store the dagger there, for now if the diadem had survived in that room for so long without hurting anyone, then so could this. Stark? James froze in his tracks, as the rhythmical, if offbeat, thumping of Moody's fake leg came closer and closer. He slowly turned around with his hands in plain view, so as not to have the twitchy professor set him on fire. Moody must have noticed his caution, because he snorted, amused. You do have a reputation, Professor. You've got something in your bag. Moody's real eye did not break eye contact, but his fake eye swiveled to punctuate his point. Do you even know what's inside? James waffled, unsure if he should be revealing this to Moody, but in the end the man was highly valued by Dumbledore. Besides, despite his initial hostility, Moody had grown to become a not quite friendly but at the least a sympathetic ear. After all, he hadn't gotten all those scars either without being stupid sometimes, as Moody put it. I found a couple of things, he said. A book and a dagger. I wasn't going to stab anyone with it, of course. Moody snorted. For that you've got that sword you like to swing around. No, the fact that it's a dagger isn't the problem. It's the fact that it looks like a dagger-shaped void to my eye. Moody raised a gnarled hand to the left side of his head, pointing at his fake eye. I can see through anything, Stark. I can even see through enchantments, I can even see through gold. That thing? Just pure black. Why, said James. Have you seen anything like it before? Moody began walking away, James followed. A few things, and none of them good. I heard you found something similar, a snake statue, so they said. Where do you keep finding these bloody things, Stark? How do you know about that, said James. And you didn't tell Dumbledore, did you? Moody glared at him. Do I look like Dumbledore's sidekick to you, boy? James wisely decided to keep his trap shut. I have my ways, Moody said. I know people. I've worked with plenty of them. Moody's room and office were located at the end of a less traversed corridor somewhere on the second floor. It was the last two rooms before a dead end. However, if he remembered the Marauder's map correctly, one of the pillars would spin to reveal a hidden passage that led either directly to the headmaster's office or to Hogsmeade. Seemed just like Moody to have chosen this spot, despite being so out of the way. "Don't touch anything," Moody said gruffly, holding the door open for James with his staff. James nodded idly as he stepped inside. Moody's room was Spartan, with a bed in one corner, a single bookshelf, a dresser, and a chest at the foot of his bed, no windows, and no decorations on the walls. The one oddity was the potions workbench in the other corner, with the cauldron bubbling away on a flame. Moody pulled out some sort of device and began scanning the room. James stoically withstood Moody's assault as he and his bag were poked by the whining device, and then Moody limped around his room, checking under his bed and behind his shelf. After a minute, Moody grunted in not quite satisfaction, more like acceptance, "Really?" and put the device away. "Why am I here?" said James, looking around. "Not even a chair to sit on." Moody conjured a chair for both of them. Unlike Dumbledore's preferred furniture, Moody's chairs were simple, straight-backed wooden chairs. Moody crashed down onto his chair, stretching his leg with a groan of relief. James sat opposite him. Moody jabbed his wand at the doorway. A dozen different lights flashed across the surface of it, none of them spells that James recognized. "Show me," Moody ordered, and James frowned. He pulled on his dragonhide gloves on again. Moody nodded approvingly, before he carefully removed first the book, and then the box. Moody leaned forward slightly to read the cover, and snorted in disgust. "On the creation of anti-humans. Where did you find this?" "In the Chamber of Secrets." "Humph. As if we needed any more proof that Salazar Slytherin was up to no good." James glanced at the book. "What are anti-humans?" "Exactly what it sounds like. Some idiot studying immortality accidentally created a love child of a Dementor and an Inferius. Fucking alchemists." Moody looked at him. "And the other thing?" James placed the box on the table, and Moody scowled. He waved his wand over it for a good 3 minutes before he accepted the dragonhide gloves from James, pulling them on, and flexing his fingers briefly. He popped the box open and unfolded the gold covering. He stared. James grimaced at the sight. "You really do stumble upon the strangest things, don't you, boy?" Moody muttered. "I'll take it off your hands." "What are you going to do with it?" said James. "As I said. I know people. Unspeakables." Moody glanced at him. "I couldn't say." He snapped the box shut, and limped to his chest. Inside, James caught some glimpse of a strongbox that Moody put the dagger into. Unlike Dumbledore, Moody wouldn't budge, being as stubborn as he was, so instead James turned to examine the cauldron. A dark blue liquid was simmering within, not something he really recognized. "Ah, the elixir of infinity," Moody said, seating himself on his chair again. "I'd wager not even that potions master of yours knows about this one. You couldn't have chosen a less pretentious name, I'm sure." "I wasn't the one who named it. I can follow instructions well enough, but I'm not the creative sort. Unless it's fire whiskey. I can mix that with just about anything." James snorted. "So what's this do?" "Oh, curious, are you, boy?" Moody leaned forward with a gleam in his remaining eye, and James knew he'd fucked up. "There are a few mugs in that cupboard there. Go grab a pair, fill it halfway, and bring it back. You'll want to be sitting down for this one." "Sitting down?" James stared at Moody. "Are you inviting me to go on a trip?" Moody only gave a smirk in response, one that twisted his scarred face into an even more frightening visage than usual. James sighed. Every single defense professor he'd had so far was batshit insane in their own way. With his luck, next year might be Umbridge. He banished the dust off of 2 mugs. At least they were unlikely to have been used this entire year, given Moody never drank from anything but his flask. He held the empty mugs out to Moody for inspection, who nodded in approval. "Can never be too careful," Moody said. "Constant vigilance," James sighed. "Now you're getting it." James dipped the mugs into the liquid, and drew them back out. He shook off the excess drops before handing one to Moody. James sat in the opposite chair again, and they knocked their mugs together. Moody downed it in one go, and James tried to do the same. It tasted like rubber. Smacking his lips in distaste, James set the mug down on the floor, underneath his chair. "Tastes like arse," Moody said, and James grunted. Moody crossed his arms under his chest, still holding his wand in one hand, and closed his eye. Even as his fake eye continued to whiz about hysterically, James heard soft snores coming from him after a few minutes. Weirdly enough, this might have been the first time James ever saw Moody asleep. James stood up and stretched, before walking the length of the room. Strange, it seemed that the sun had gone down before he'd noticed it, dipping below the mountainous Scotland horizon. He walked over the window, only for the walls and floor to crumble around his feet with each step he took. The masonry turned to dust as they were sucked into a maelstrom of immense size beneath him, but somehow James continued to walk upon nothing without trouble. He peered out the window, and the glass had vanished at some point, giving a perfect glimpse of the edge of infinity. His eyes witnessed the full length of the electromagnetic spectrum, colors exploded all around him as stars came into the world in an orchestra of light. The universe spiraled into existence around him, clusters and superclusters forming like the winding roots of a tree, the galaxies glittering as stars exploded and died. He saw everything, and eternity felt like only a moment. Then, in the corner of the growing universe, a darkness erupted, or, perhaps it was more accurate to say, something consumed everything in that region. From the void crawled out a whirm of darkness, a complete absence of light and everything to ever exist, and the galaxies cried out in pain as it sunk its venomous fangs into the roots of the cosmic tree. The tree shifted, the branches swayed, and the limbs drooped as if held down by a great weight, and then a single eye, a black hole, looked at James. James attempted to reach out to the eye of Providence before all its stars were extinguished like dropping fireflies, but he was smitten down by a bolt of lightning. Pain racked his body, ripping into him, tearing him apart at the atomic level, turning him into cosmic dust. And still he reached, for some reason, towards that eye, with an inexplicable terror that if he didn't do something, the world would end and he with it. Then he opened his eyes. "Morning, lad," Moody said. "Here." James blinked, focusing his eyes, as he was given the same mug he'd drunk from before. Instead of some mysterious blue potion, though, there was an amber liquid whose pungent smell revealed it to be fire whiskey. James raised an eyebrow at Moody, who was sitting opposite him on a small table digging into a chunk of beef in a manner reminiscent of a nature documentary he'd watched involving a leopard and a particularly unlucky antelope. Moody was weird as fuck, but James couldn't think of any other professors who would serve him booze and fairly expensive booze at that, so whatever. He took a sip of the fire whiskey and met Moody's eye. "I lied, it's not morning," said Moody. "But you were out for some time. You just missed dinner." "Great," said James. "How come you didn't miss dinner?" Moody shrugged. "Everyone reacts differently the first time. I had the elves save you some." He gestured to James' plate with his knife, which was loaded with ham, potatoes, peas, parsnips, and Yorkshire pudding, as well as a couple of slices of carrot cake for dessert. James picked up his knife and fork and decided to tuck in. Moody was watching James. He was tilting his head to his right side as he chewed, since some Death Eater had reportedly blown a chunk out of the left side of his jaw 2 decades ago. "So," said Moody, after swallowing, "what did you dream of?" "I saw a basilisk," James said quietly, as he speared a piece of gravy-covered parsnip with his fork. "It was poisoning a tree. Or something." Moody grunted, before tossing fire whiskey down his throat and slamming the mug down on the table. "I'll confess something, lad. The folks that made that potion used it for divination." James swallowed his peas. "You mean I saw the future? Or the past? Or the present, but very far away? Or you just had an ordinary nightmare," said Moody. "There's a reason why that woman Trelawney doesn't teach NEWT students. Divination's a steaming pile of shite most times. There's no way to accurately assess anyone in that field." "You have something mean to say about every staff member, don't you?" James said, and Moody gave that smirk again. "In any case, seems to me like you were just having nightmares," said Moody. "Given your experiences with basilisks." "Shame. I was looking for something interesting." "Like what?" Moody grunted. "An old colleague dreamed about having dinner with her family, once, except her aunt wasn't in her usual spot. Next day, she learned her aunt got into a flu accident and never came back out." "What? How is that interesting?" "Suppose I'm curious about things my eye can't see," said Moody with a shrug. "It's useful, but it doesn't show me the future." "And what did you dream of?" said James. "I dreamed of eating a hearty slice of shepherd's pie," said Moody. Then he smirked, gesturing at his plate. "And what do you know? Shepherd's pie?" James rolled his eyes. Finishing off the carrot cake, he excused himself from Moody's quarters and returned to Ravenclaw Tower. Lyra was not present, as far as he could see, probably off in the room of requirement or in the library, doing whatever she did in her free time that wasn't drugs. James walked past the rows of bookshelves lining the Ravenclaw common room, the spaces in between lit by warm golden lamps. Between the shelves, students either studied or chatted, and Luna waved from the floor where she was swinging her feet in the air and drawing her interpretation of a crumplehorn snorkack. James waved back with fondness before he continued on. "James," said Mo, calling out from between a pair of ceiling-height bookshelves. "Where were you?" Mo was sitting in his usual spot, the same it had been for the past 5 years, in an almost impossibly soft red velvet armchair, his socked feet placed on an ottoman and a book lazily dangling from one hand. His countenance was very much that of a refined pure blood, with only his slightly darker shade of skin and musical lilt to his words betraying his foreign heritage. "I was with Moody," said James, sitting down opposite him. Mo looked at him. "I remember that time you tried to flirt with McGonagall, mate, but I think even you can do better than him." James recoiled. "I'm offended. You know me better than that." If you say so. Vicky was looking for you. For what? Dunno. Maybe prefect business, said Mo. I told you. I know, Mo said. You're not gay, are you? What? Look, it's a reasonable question, said Mo. You have the Ice Queen of Ravenclaw wrapped around your finger and you're just not doing anything about it. James looked at him with a frown. You're sounding like Roger Davies. Of all his roommates, James liked Mo the best. Though he was very much a spoiled brat during their first year full of the same kind of arrogance both Lyra and Draco were, he'd mellowed out into a more relaxed individual. Roger was nice enough, but he occasionally showed himself to be the paragon of toxic masculinity, which made James uncomfortable sometimes. And there was Oliver, but Oliver was a spaz. And what does it say about you that I find myself agreeing with him? No, you don't, said James, his lips twitching. You'd never agree with him. Oh, yet. I remember in first year when we first learned the color-changing charm you changed his robe colors every day for a month because you couldn't stand being in the same house as him, said James, and Mo cackled as he rocked back in his chair. Oh, and that time you pretended to be him and hand-wrote letters to every pretty bird in the school asking them on a date to Madame Pudafoots on the same date and time. Mo wheezed. Nobody believed it was him, but nobody forgave him anyway. And then you got depressed after seeing just how many girls showed up. Mo's face sobered instantly. Yet. Despite my best efforts, he actually has a fair few friends. More than you or me, probably. That's not an impressive achievement, James pointed out. I can count the number of close friends I have on my hands. For you, you could get 7 of your fingers chopped off and it would still be enough. What? Said Mo, holding up 3 fingers, Lyra, Larissa, and you. You should be grateful I put up with you. Mo sighed. I wish I were as popular as him. Just get on the Quidditch team. Hogwarts girls love their Quidditch boys. Quidditch is a fucking blood sport, Mo muttered. Don't you duel competitively? You told me last summer that you sent someone through the arena walls in the semifinals. Yeah, but that was an accident, said Mo. It wouldn't have happened if the idiot didn't try to use a shield charm variant too advanced for him. Serious injuries are rare. If you say so, James said skeptically, and Mo shrugged. Anyway. Dad tried to get me into this one Persian sport, you know lacrosse, yeah? Now imagine the balls are sentient like in Quidditch and you're not playing on flat ground, but hundreds of flying carpets each with their own will. That sounds fucking amazing. You'd think so, but everyone's so violent. I saw some kid my age, I was 13 back then, he got knocked off a carpet 30 feet high and broke his arm. Then some other kid got the ball hurled at his face and yet, it's small, but it's like solid iron. He broke his front teeth. Not knocked them out, snapped them. Mo shuddered. Bloody hell, man. I don't understand why anyone likes sports, muggle or magical. It's weird, said James. The wizarding world has sports, but none of them actually involve effort. Can you imagine if you were playing basketball and Jordans actually made you jump higher? Basketball. Not important. But seriously, exercise. Half the school doesn't even walk to class, they take their bloody brooms. Lyra, Mo supplied. Definitely Lyra. And Davies. How is this school not filled with beached whales? Mo sighed again. Lyra got lucky with her genes. Have you seen her mum? Of course I've seen her mum. She lets me call her Auntie Narcissa, you know. Mo groaned. Why do you get all the best things in life? You don't deserve them. I don't deserve them? That's rich, coming from a trust fund baby. Piss off. Ice Queen, Auntie Narcissa, and every time Snape gives you detention you go running off to Mummy Vector and she rips into him in the staff room like a she-bear until he just gives in. You live a privileged fucking life, I hope you understand that. Mo's tirade was interrupted by Victoria's arrival. She took a quick glance around, and spying James sitting in between one of the bookshelves with Mo, sat down next to him, an advanced copy of their 5th-year transfiguration material clutched in her arms. James, she said, her tense words tinged with a hint of relief. There you are. I looked for you all over but I couldn't find you, and you weren't in the mystery room either. I need some help with transfiguration work. She pursed her lips briefly. If you can, please. If not. I suppose I could go to my sister for help. She hid it well, but her distaste of that idea was plain to see. Across the table, Mo raised a single eyebrow very, very slowly. James ignored him and turned to Victoria. I don't see how I could help if McGonagall couldn't, he said, and Victoria stilled. I didn't ask her, she said. I thought she might be busy. And you thought my time was less valuable. She turned slightly pink. If you're busy. I'm kidding, said James quickly, as Mo raised his other eyebrow. What did you need help with? About Manton's laws of human transfiguration, Victoria trailed off as she opened the book, trailing her finger to where her bookmark was located. Laws 3 and 6. They seem contradictory, and I can't get my head around it. The third law, James read, states that magic of the self resists incomplete transformations. The sixth law states that transfiguration of the body is partial by preference, to retain the identity of the self upon the changes. Exactly, Victoria murmured. Oh, it's easy. Manton's intentionally being vague, and so is this textbook, is all. Victoria glared at him, so he hastened to explain. The third law is trying to state if you turn your arm into a flipper, it needs to either become a complete flipper or remain a normal arm, and you can't have half-arm half-flipper abominations. The sixth law says that you don't need all your limbs to become flippers. Victoria looked down at her textbook, and stared at the passages of text. I see, she said tiredly. That was simple. Thank you. No problem. James' lips twitched. Are you studying for the O.W.L.S? Of course, she said, almost offended at the implication that she might not be. Aren't you? Manton's laws aren't on the O.W.L.S, just saying. That's a NEWT topic. Victoria stared at him for a long moment, her blue eyes boring into his own. And how do you know that? Lyra took her O.W.L.S already. I beg your pardon. Victoria exclaimed, at the same time Mo stirred and said, what? She took them at the end of last year, said James. As did I, in fact. You didn't realize. Victoria took a deep breath. How did you get permission to take them? We arranged it with Flitwick, said James. He wasn't too sure about it because he thought we wouldn't take it seriously, but we convinced him in the end. She attended all of our classes, said Mo. As much as can be expected from her, Victoria muttered under her breath. The professors have been giving us alternate work anyway. Besides, she skipped quite a few of them, as you said. She's been skipping quite a few of your classes every year, Victoria said flatly. I don't know how you expected us to tell the difference. There's no need to be rude, said James, beaming at her in a way that he knew would infuriate her. Been keeping tabs on Lyra's whereabouts, have you? Shut up, James. At that moment, a ghost-like cat pounced into James' lap. James, the cat spoke with Lyra's voice, meet me at the room of requirement. I need you to see this thing. As the cat dissipated into shimmering mist that was blown away by an unseen wind, James stood up and stretched, grunting as he did so. Well, I suppose I'll see you both later. Victoria grabbed his wrist. James looked at her, and her gaze wavered a little. So you know what's on the O.W.L.S, yes? Victoria said. So you can help me prepare for it. I mean, sure, James said. But Lyra can go hang herself, Victoria said, turning a furious red as she did so. She's already finished with them. I need more help than she does, as much as I hate to admit it, so surely you'll stay with me. To correct this discrepancy. James looked to her and then to Mo. I guess. I just remembered I have something to do, Mo said, standing up, even as James was dragged back down into his chair. Have fun. You should be studying as well, Victoria said with mild disapproval, even as she cracked open her textbook once more. I've doubts you'll graduate at this rate. Ouch, Mo called, even as he disappeared. I'll see you later, Stark. Yeah, James called back, still feeling a little disoriented. He turned to Victoria. So. It's a good thing I found you today, Victoria said promptly, and pulled out a small notebook from inside her robes, and a ballpoint pen which she clicked with an air of professionalism. You can tell me which subjects I'll have to revise and which ones I don't need to pay much attention to. Yet. I should just let Lyra know. James slowly trailed away as Victoria met his gaze and rolled her eyes at him, slowly and deliberately. Are you Malfoy's friend or house elf, James? James felt his cheeks warm slightly as he looked down at the textbook and flipped to the table of contents, angling it towards him to make it easier to read. Anyway, he said, still staring at the parchment, feeling Victoria's attentive gaze on him, I think everything between chapter 1 and 13 will be on there. Maybe not 14. Victoria shuffled next to him, pressing against his side to better read the words. Stop there for a moment, she murmured, and the silence was punctuated by the sound of her pen scratching against cheap paper, her elbow knocking against James' arm. Okay. Continue. Right. Yeah, of course, James said, thankful that Lyra wasn't here or she'd say something stupid and cause another fight between her and Vicky while he watched helplessly wondering if he should just smother Lyra in her sleep already. Or maybe he'd just let Vicky have her way with the dumb bint. Goodness knew Vicky deserved that opportunity. Chapter 18, Have Your Secrets, and Eat Them Too. Chapter text. A little flame sprung from her thumb, hovering in the chill of the evening breeze, yet unaffected as it lit her cigarette. Andromeda knew these things were poison, the smoke always acrid in her lungs, yet it soothed and warmed her in a way, in mind and body, for a moment, at least. A sigh escaped her as she hung back her head. The London smog almost completely covered the sky, the stars hidden behind black clouds. Narcissa hadn't visited, though she supposed she understood why. The stain of her husband's former allegiance still colored the Order's perception of her. And while Andromeda believed that both Narcissa and Lucius would act in their daughter's best interests, the latter especially was far too ambitious and selfish to ever actually trust Dumbledore or sit down at the same table as him. For a short while she stood and smoked, staring at the stars in the sky above. Sirius should have just burned this stupid house down to the ground and salted the earth beneath, but the old enchantments placed around the property by black ancestors made this place rather ideal for a conspiracy's headquarters. After one last inhale of her cigarette, she dropped it and crushed it beneath her heel, snuffing out the flame. Then she stared at the pack of cigarettes in her hand, and after a long moment, she dropped that on the ground too, drew her wand, and vanished it. She'd undoubtedly come crawling back to satiate her addiction, but for now maybe this token effort at personal growth would make her feel a little better for longer than the cigarette did. The door opened and shut silently, aided by magic, and all sound of evening traffic and the whistling wind cut when she stepped back inside. Carefully maneuvering herself through the clutter of the back hall, she stopped in the doorway next to the kitchen. Whispers drifted just barely around the corner to her ears. "I checked," said Lyra's quiet voice, "all the world's official time turners are stored here in our Department of Mysteries. There's only a good couple, and only a few of those were made with government approval. The rest were made independently and then collected later by officials. But isn't keeping them all in one place like putting all your eggs in one basket," said James. "The Department of Mysteries isn't even guarded that well. Well, all that stuff we know isn't common knowledge. And it's usually heavily guarded by the unspeakables just being there. Yet but still, I'd think a few would have been stolen over time or used irresponsibly. And I'm sure it could have happened," said Lyra. "And I'm sure many of those don't exist anymore. Time is too great to meddle with in any way but meticulously. You've got to be subtle. Don't let time know there's a mistake. The type wanting to steal it usually try for a big reason. Anybody who understands the risk isn't going to steal a time turner in the first place. Except you," said James pointedly. Andromeda heard a small noise of disgust, and then Lyra hissed, "I'm not going to steal one, I'm just trying to study it under supervision to create a non-time manipulating device that may help me help people." Then James said flatly, "Sometimes I feel like you just come up with pseudo-clever ways to sugarcoat something actually pretty messed up." There was a moment of silence, then Lyra said, Do you not do that? Christ, the Malfoys messed you up." "Yeah, I know," said Lyra, and Andromeda could hear the grimace in her voice. Then there was a moment of silence, before Lyra called out, "Auntie Andy." Rolling her eyes, Andromeda came around the corner and leveled a look at Lyra. "I don't know how you do that, but what sounds more important is you wanting to." She looked around to make sure no one was close enough to hear. "Find love," said Lyra. "No," said Andromeda, to study what, again?" "How to not be a colossal bitch," said James. "You have to take baby steps before diving straight into the dating pool, you know," he said to Lyra. Andromeda sighed, said, "Lyra, just don't do anything stupid," and moved past the two of them into her seat as they began hurling insults at each other. In the great dining room, 13 sat. She chose the spot next to Sirius, who sat at the end of the table closest to the kitchen. The plates disappeared just as she sat down, replaced a moment later by steaming cups of coffee or tea. Andromeda inhaled the scent of the espresso that had appeared in front of her and felt a little warmth return to her bones. At the far end of the table, Dumbledore sat, stirring his teacup, stopping only to respond to whatever Nymphadora was asking. It only took a few seconds for Lyra and James to join them, sitting on Sirius' left side to make the table 16, next to Lyra sat Mei Chong, the older sister of some girl Cedric apparently knew, dark-haired and somewhat stocky, and next to her, Penelope Clearwater, the older sister of some girl James apparently knew, blonde and lithe. Down further that line were Cedric, Remus, and Moody, and on the other end from Dumbledore and Dora were Kingsley, and Grace Abbott, a ministry worker that Lyra had somehow sniffed out as trustworthy and likely willing to join the order. And beyond Grace, Molly, Arthur, Bill, and finally Andromeda, who couldn't help but catch the way Dora's eyes darted to Lyra with an emotion she couldn't describe, though it didn't seem positive. Dumbledore seemed to notice and he said something to Dora, whose eyes darted back to him and turned shuttered. Before Andromeda could observe more, however, Dumbledore gathered everyone's attention by lightly tapping his spoon against his teacup. The dull murmur of conversation faded away. "Thank you for the wonderful meal, Molly," said Albus, and Molly flushed a little, waving it off. "I would dearly love to hear the recipe you used for that soup in the future. But before we get started on dessert, I thought perhaps our new members would like this opportunity to say a few words." There was a brief silence, then, "I always hated that bullshit," said Lyra. But May shrugged and said, "I've just always wanted to be invited into a conspiracy. A few chuckles arose from those around the table. Right, said Mei, running her fingers through her hair, for those who don't know me, I'm Mei Yuchong. I graduated a few years back, and now I play for the Tornadoes. The Tornadoes? Bill muttered from beside Andromeda, his tone almost offended. Shooting a quick glare at him, Mei continued, I joined because I've always wanted to help people. I've never had much of a problem with blood discrimination myself, but my friends, even some of my family, they get bullied, refused entry to places, get overlooked when applying for certain jobs, not to mention, you know, the whole attempt at genocide thing. But I've never been much alone, so yet, when I found out there was a secret organization to fight back against the likes of you-know-who. It wasn't even a choice, really. Dumbledore beamed at her. She lowered her head to look at Penelope, who sat straight and cleared her throat. Though her clasped hands seemed to fidget a bit, her face only showed a calm, confident smile. I'm Penelope Clearwater, she said. You can call me Penny, if you'd like. I graduated Hogwarts last year as head girl, and I plan on a ministry career. Whatever I end up doing there, I'd like to make Wizarding Britain a better place for all of us. The Order shares the same goals I do, and is filled with wiser, more experienced individuals. I believe I can help more people and learn much more in the Order. Her smile turned a little softer as she looked around the table, finishing with Dumbledore. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Miss Clearwater, said Dumbledore warmly, and Penelope flushed a little as she sat back and relaxed. And our last newcomer. Andromeda had to turn a bit to see the woman stand from beside Kingsley, her hair straw-colored with the first streaks of grey running through them. There was nothing particularly dangerous looking with her frankly boring features. However, when those sharp blue eyes passed over Andromeda, it almost felt as if she were an insect being pinned to a board. My name is Grace Abbott, she said. I am currently the deputy head of the Department of Magical Transportation. One fact I generally keep to myself is that I am a Muggle-born. Seeing only polite stares reflected at her, she continued, I lived through the previous war. I survived, but not all those around me did. Even after the fall of He Who Must Not Be Named, I remained skeptical of the Ministry's, and Wizarding Britain's, commitment to the well-being of all its residents. I was pleased to see that there are those willing to upset the status quo. Although, she said, looking unflinchingly at Dumbledore, I was disappointed it took the threat of the Dark Lord returning for this organization to reform. Dumbledore bowed his head in respect and a few people shared looks as Grace sat down, smoothing out her skirt as she did. Thank you three, he said, and whatever lingering tension there was dispelled when slices of strawberry pie with generous scoops of cream and a fork on the side materialized in front of them. Whatever Sirius had opened his mouth to say to Andromeda was forgotten as he too grabbed a fork, his eyes alight with anticipation. Your daughter, is that Hannah? Cedric asked as sounds of silverware scraping against china filled the room. Yes, said Grace, her smile doing wonders to soften her features. Are you in Hufflepuff? Prefect, said Cedric with a nod. I hope she's not causing too much trouble, said Grace. She and her friends Susan and Casey, I think, can be rather terrible when left unsupervised. They're not that bad, said Cedric, then thumbed in Lyra and James' direction. I'm used to those two, so everything else feels tame by comparison. Hey, are you allowed to give out apparition licenses? Said James. Say, if one already knew how to apparate. Grace gave him a frown and said, please tell me you didn't practice on your own. I didn't, said James. Then he elbowed his friend. Lyra was with me. Grace sighed and muttered something under her breath that Andromeda didn't quite catch, but she agreed with the sentiment anyway. Sirius heard Andromeda's matching sigh and smiled into his goblet. I suppose if you can prove to me you can safely apparate, said Grace, and James gave the woman a damn near saintly smile. There's a reason why we insist on having ministry-approved instructors on the scene, you know. Oh, tell me about it, said James, glancing at Lyra, who rolled her eyes. There was a brief moment in which the people around her focused on their food, and Andromeda caught a snippet of conversation from the far end of the table. Getting more frequent, said Kingsley, mostly to Dumbledore. The warden's been stationed there for decades, if anyone knows what they're talking about, it's him. I doubt the ICW will do anything about it, if they even can do anything about it. But she could make out no more past all the other chatter. Did your mum make this, Bill? Said James, stabbing at his pie with his fork. Well, yeah, said Bill. Wasn't Dad, that's for sure. I'm going to marry her, he declared, and Bill looked at him with thinly veiled disgust. Don't mind James, said Lyra with half her mouth full. He lusts after everyone's mother. I would know. This didn't seem to reassure Bill at all. James scoffed. Like you're any better. Don't make me bring up some of the things you've said. Sirius and May both leaned forward and said, yeah. Yeah, said James, grinning. Shut up, James, said Lyra, her pale cheeks actually turning red. Seriously, I'll gut you like a pig if you squeal. James laughed. Damned bureaucrats! Moody cried out suddenly, cutting over everyone else. Constant interference. James laughed even harder. May leaned past Lyra and said to him, "Is it worse than what she did when I arrived?" "I didn't do anything," said Lyra, her pie left forgotten in her disbelief at being attacked from all sides. "Weird," said May, half on Lyra's lap still. "I suppose I could just feel your eyes on my," but she was cut off by Lyra's hand grabbing all of her face and pushing her back to her seat. "She probably fancies someone in this room," said Sirius without care. Andromeda couldn't help but smile at the look of wild indignation on Lyra's face, nor could she herself help adding, "Maybe it's Hestia. I hope that's not the only reason you're aiming for the Auror Core at your age." "Author of the anti-werewolf legislation," said Arthur to his wife. "Very unpleasant woman, very proud of herself, and considering how deep her hatred runs, I'm inclined to call her a fanatic." "It's probably just that French girl she rejected me over," said May, rolling her eyes. "You should have heard the poetry she waxed about her. What was her name, James?" Then Cedric cried out from down the table, "You rejected May." Lyra stuffed her face full of pie, so that her cheeks looked like tomatoes. "She's racist," said James, and May laughed. Then Lyra swallowed hard, and turned to James with a look of disbelief and said, "How can I have been friends with you for the last 5 years and have a problem with British Asians?" "Because you colonized me," said James. "I think and act like a white woman now. I don't even count as Asian anymore." Laughs sprung up around him and for the moment a pleasant lightness came over Andromeda, with the smiles and the smell of sugar and strawberries and all the talk filling the dining room. She glanced over at Dora, who caught her eye and gave a small smile, very small, though it seemed genuine at the least. "It's okay, though," May said, rubbing Lyra's shoulder. "It was only a passing curiosity anyway. Besides, you won't need to deal with my grandma's inevitable fit. Too pale, too barbaric." May laughed at her own impression. "Unfit for my blood." Sirius let out a low chuckle and said, "So who is it, really?" "It's not anyone," said Lyra, looking suddenly wild-eyed and full of disbelief that the subject kept returning back to this. "I make a few jokes about French villa and suddenly I'm madly in love with someone I've never even met." "Yet," said James with a deliberate air of mystery. "Villa," Sirius said, then turned to May and added, "No wonder you never stood a chance." May gave a one-shoulder shrug and half-smile. "Don't underestimate Lyra's love for muscle," said Bill, hiding his own half-smile behind his mug as he took a sip. "I saw the way you checked out Charlie sometimes. You weren't even trying to be subtle." Lyra looked at him in exasperation, sighing as her eyes trailed to Molly, who had, of course, caught that bit of the conversation. "Charlie," she said, looking at Lyra as if with new eyes. "But I thought—" No, Molly," said Lyra, almost soothingly, as though Molly was a hippogriff getting a little too excited. "I mean, he's definitely hot but I don't think I could ever settle with a boy." "There are sex-switching potions for that," said Sirius. "Better luck with that than some Vila you've never met. And might not ever meet." "She's not a Vila. So there is a specific she." "She'll definitely meet her," said James. "James," said Lyra. "How do you know that?" said May. "Maybe she's been taking divination," said Sirius, tilting his head and half squinting at Lyra. "Gotta look at her future and whatnot." Dora's eyes again darted at Lyra, some kind of confused bitterness flashing through them, and all of Andromeda's joy at Lyra's expense washed away with worry instead. "I haven't been taking divination," said Lyra, rolling her eyes. "Not like Trelawney can teach me anything anyway. If she saw herself getting drunk on cooking sherry every weekend just to deal with keeping teenagers in line during her stupid classes, you'd think she would have done something to avert that future." Now Dora's eyes weren't leaving Lyra, an intensity beginning to build in them, as if Lyra had some nerve joking around about this. Which was odd, as Andromeda remembered Dora making fun of Trelawney before as well. "You know," said Andromeda, wanting to take the conversation elsewhere, "I don't believe you've told me what N.E.W.T.S you took." "You took your exams, didn't you?" "Just 6, said Lyra, holding up fingers and counting as she said, defense, transfig, potions, charms, and herbology and care. She put her fingers down and shrugged. "I frequently fantasize about owning an island full of magical plants and creatures and villa." "Oh," said Sirius, eyebrows raised and a sly grin sneaking onto his lips. "Villa as in plural." "She's counting her future kids," said May, snorting. "Have you received your scores yet?" said Andromeda. "Nope," said Lyra as 2 order members let out loud laughs at something one of them said. The conversation had caught the attention of Bill too, who had been talking to Arthur, and Bill said, "Wait, you've taken your N.E.W.T.S already?" "Why? I want to get into Auror training," said Lyra, drawing a finger in lazy circles on the tabletop's wood. "Not much left to learn at Hogwarts, not that I care about anyway." Then she tilted her head and her eyes drifted down the table to Dora. And there are far prettier sights in the Aura offices. Andromeda grimaced, but Dora just put her fork down, and without another word stood up and swept out of the room. Lyra blinked and Andromeda, sighing, also got up and walked out, following Dora's path to the front door. That was rude, she said as Dora put on her shoes. Dora threw her a flat look and said, what was? Well, leaving without at least thanking Molly for the food, or saying goodbye to anyone, including your own mother and cousin. And there it was, with the mention of Lyra the uncaring facade Dora put up flickered for a second. Okay, what happened, Dora? What did she do? Who? Said Dora defensively, reaching for the doorknob. I thought you two were past this childish rivalry of yours, said Andromeda, feeling suddenly annoyed and done with Dora's attitude. But then Dora let out a flat, clearly forced laugh. Why don't you, Mum, go and just ask Lyra that, said Dora. And really pressure her. She'll give in to you if she gave in to me. Ask me what, said a voice from just behind Andromeda, and she sighed, for she knew Lyra wouldn't actually help whatever foul mood Dora was in. Oh, look, said Dora, giving Lyra a faux innocent look, it's the pretty little liar. As if Lyra knew exactly what she was talking about, the furrowed brow relaxed into understanding and the particular look of someone who didn't like what was coming next. Ah! Dora threw her a tight smile and said nothing. Can either of you tell me what's going on, said Andromeda, looking between the two girls. Dora continued to stare at Lyra, who shifted uncomfortably. If you don't tell her, I will, Dora said finally. Maybe you don't care about how I feel, but I trust my mum to act in your best interests. More than my own, sometimes. Andromeda's eyes flickered to her daughter, but she swallowed back the words she wished she could say. It wouldn't help any of them to hurl insults at each other. Andromeda took a deep breath before looking at Lyra expectantly. But Lyra looked to be going through some intense internal conflict. She looked for a moment as though she was ready to bolt, then plead, then defend herself stubbornly, a mix of emotions all flashing across her face until at last Dora let out a small breath of something like disappointment and disdain. Figuring out what other lies might work this time, she said, then she scoffed and opened the door and swept out. Lyra was dashing past after a moment of silence, snatching a sky-blue coat off a hanger and sliding out the door before it could close on her. And then Andromeda too, after pulling the door open for herself, was chasing after the both of them outside. Dora, called Lyra, wrapping her coat tightly around her as the chilly wind blew her hair about. What lies is she talking about, said Andromeda as she caught up. Lyra ran a hand through her hair, bringing it out of her face, then said quickly, as if to get it over with, when I was young, about a million different memories, visions, whatever you want to call them, all got thrown into little Lyra Malfoy's head, all at once. I've never told anyone that, except James, and as of not too long ago, Dora. And now you. Andromeda slowed as her mind fought to make sense of what she had just heard. What? I saw the future, said Lyra, and she sped up. You mean you're a seer, said Andromeda, her thoughts flying right away to what Narcissa had said once, of her suspicions that Lyra held some gift in divination. Lyra immediately let out a breath of contempt, though for what Andromeda didn't know. More like I just saw a different timeline of events. And before Andromeda could ask for elaboration, Lyra reached out as they caught up with Dora, her fingers gently pulling Dora's shoulder back. Dora. And then Dora was whipping around, her eyes a mess of emotions. Just how much did you see, she said, almost an air of desperation in her voice, though again, for what Andromeda didn't know. What, you mean everything, said Lyra, eyes wide. It's a lot. I just couldn't stop thinking about it, said Dora, then she lowered her voice. You asked me what I wanted from you, that night after Azkaban, and I said I just wanted you to not lie, and you remember what you said? I'm not lying, hissed Dora, and Lyra actually winced. And come to find out, it turned out you were lying there too, all along. Dumbledore doesn't know, does he? You never told him about all this. It certainly didn't seem like he did when I hinted at it. Unless he was also lying to me. Lyra's breath gave out immediately. No. He's not lying. And then I began thinking, continued Dora with a mirthless laugh, what other times might have Lyra lied or omitted things. And I couldn't help but wonder just how much you already knew about people before you met them, how much you knew about me before you and I ever saw each other, and then how much of it all was even real or just you saying and doing what you thought needs to be said or done for the hope of some better future. It wasn't like that, said Lyra swiftly, her eyes pleading. I've always cared about you, from the beginning. I'm not doubting you care about me, said Dora, but I can't stop wondering just how much you knew. She raised her eyebrows. So what did you know about me before you met me? I knew you'd want to become an Auror, knew you'd apprentice under Moody, said Lyra, her voice struggling to stay steady, and I knew who you'd marry, about your first child, and how you and just a few other things. I didn't know that much. And I never used you, I swear on my soul, Dora. That snapped Andromeda out of her daze, and out of instinct she said, don't swear on your soul, Lyra. Then the way Lyra stuttered caught up in her mind and she knew at once what was meant. Her own voice came out nearly lifeless, you were going to say how she died, weren't you? Lyra's eyes shot to hers, and she nodded. Then Dora snapped out of her own daze, and said, you saw my death. Shrugging, her eyes a bit deadened, Lyra said, yet. People's lives, deaths, loyalties, secrets they never told. Events from decades ago. Events decades from now. And when was my death? Dora, began Andromeda, not wanting to hear this at all. When did I die, Lyra? 4 years from now, said Lyra. Though there was plenty of wind, it felt as though there was suddenly no oxygen. Dora observed Lyra carefully. I was supposed to die in 4 years, she said. After being married and a mother. Stuffing her hands deeper into her coat's pockets, Lyra looked down and said, yet. Who else? Lyra gave Dora a look, but said, half the order, if not most. Moody. Dumbledore. Serious. Mostly in the same year, really. Voldemort really hit hard when he came back. There was another moment of silence from them three, only the wind and distant cars and people heard. Did he kill me? Said Dora, her eyes wide but apparently not without a morbid curiosity. But of course, she had known some of this before, had time to process it. Andromeda hadn't. Lyra looked as though she was wondering if she should answer or not. Seeing Dora's narrowed eyes, however, she said, no. It was our aunt, actually. The silence after rang in Andromeda's ears, the remaining air in her lungs seeming to vanish. Only Nymphadora noticed her tension, while Lyra seemed to be lost in her own mind. Andromeda slowly exhaled, calming herself, or trying to. Lyra, said Dora, and her cousin looked up. Bloody hell. I understand. Bloody hell, I do, but did you really think that I'd prefer to be kept in the dark about the fact that Bellatrix was meant to kill me? Or that I'd appreciate not knowing that while looking into her eyes? Every would-be murder victim would want to know who their killer is, said Lyra, looking wry. You know, Voldemort became obsessed with his destined killer too, and look what happened to him. Dora scoffed and opened her mouth to say something, but Andromeda spoke first. So when you first came to our house, she said, the depth and gravity of this confession suddenly hitting her. You knew already. Didn't you? You knew my sister would kill my daughter. Every second she waited for Lyra's answer felt like a hammer against her chest. Lyra closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, under different circumstances, yes. And you know for certain you've been able to change things, that the same outcomes don't just happen somehow anyway. I know, sighed Lyra. Andromeda looked at her niece, wondering if there was some subtext she had missed. Lyra's mind was clearly on something else bothering her, and for the life of her, Andromeda couldn't figure out what was more important than this discussion. This wasn't even remotely heard of, perhaps forms of divination, but not this. How much have you changed? Said Dora. Lyra shrugged weakly and gave a slightly exasperated expression. I don't know. One change can lead to several. Butterfly effect. Dora waited a moment before saying, so you don't know what the future looks like anymore? No, not except for some events that are going to happen anyway, said Lyra. But they're not related to Voldemort or Bellatrix. And I did take measures against the two of them. I still don't understand, said Dora. Why couldn't you tell me? Did I do something? Whatever I did in that other future, I'm not her. No, of course not. Then just tell me why, said Dora. Why did you lie about Dumbledore knowing? Lyra, what happened in Azkaban? What did you do to Bellatrix? What did you want to know about her vault? When she didn't get an answer, she hissed, I spent weeks lying in bed nearly every night trying to grasp the full magnitude of what you told me, feeling terrible for you. She let out a little laugh of disbelief. I kept thinking about how hard it must have been, to think you're all alone, just you versus the world because that's how you see it, isn't it? I wanted to help you, said Dora, tears in her eyes. I did. And I still do. But apparently I'm an idiot for thinking you would ever trust anyone but yourself. Nymphadora, said Andromeda. No, she's right, said Lyra, quietly, and then, how many secrets do you think a man like Dumbledore has? He's been nothing but kind the whole time I've known him, but how can I trust him unconditionally, given what I know? I trust him with my life, sure, but I don't trust him to not ultimately do what's necessary to accomplish what he thinks is right, even at the cost of me and my wants. And I trust you with my life, Dora, and so much more, but I didn't trust you not to go to Dumbledore, or someone else who'd go to Dumbledore, or someone else who'd go to someone who'd go to Dumbledore. Yeah, said Dora, tilting her head back to look at the sky, I get it. She trailed off, whatever left of her fire shrinking to embers, leaving only resignation and melancholy. I'm sorry, said Lyra softly. Dora sighed, running her fingers through her hair, its color having slowly faded through the conversation. It's just, all those years, all the little lies, all the little manipulations. I don't even know if I can trust whatever's going to come out of your mouth next. And you still want to be fully honest with me. Oh, come on, sighed Lyra, looking weary with it all. There weren't years of lies. You really weren't that important in those memories. Why would I manipulate any part of your life outside of this little thing? A metamorphomagus wouldn't ever be useful to you. Lyra threw her hands up in the air. And yet, despite how useful you could have been in the past, I have never asked you to use your abilities for me. Yet, said Dora impatiently. It doesn't even matter. I would do it. Or would have. I'm not trying to vilify you, but I feel like I'll never stop questioning how much I really know you. Dora, breathed Lyra, I'm not. How many times have I ever really done wrong by you before this? It's not about how many times you've done me wrong, cried Dora. Don't you get it? We practically grew up together, Lyra. Yeah, we fought, but we made up. And then you requested me for Azkaban, and I went. I could have declined. I could have told you, rightly, Lyra, this is too much. But I didn't. I went, and I still don't even know why. You dragged me through that hell, then. I didn't realize how bad it'd be. And then, said Dora, after you realized how bad it was, you still lied. She let out a breath of disbelief and sadness. Then I thought about it, and realized you've been some special seer this whole time, that every interaction between us has had this earth-shattering secret. And I still gave you the benefit of the doubt. I tried to put myself in your shoes, but whatever decisions you've made that I can understand, this whole Azkaban thing was cruel. I know, said Lyra, her voice breaking on the words. And whatever problem you have with Dumbledore, she continued, it doesn't make it any less stupid to try to take on the future alone. You could have convinced me to just not tell Dumbledore, you could have. To do that, I'd have to tell you why I don't fully trust Dumbledore, said Lyra, and for whatever problems I do have with him, I still respect him enough not to go telling you and whoever the worst of him. Dora pressed her lips together as her hair darkened, but eventually her shoulders slumped and she looked like she just wanted everything over with. Whatever, she said. Just, if you're going to become an Auror, please don't involve me in whatever you're doing anymore. Then she let out a quiet, ugly laugh. You know, for all your issues with Dumbledore, you're really not much different. Lyra swallowed, a grimace pulling across her face's side, and said only, I'm sorry. Dora met her gaze again, nodded, looked around, as if to check if anyone was looking, and dissipated without another word. Andromeda stared at the spot she had vanished from. She'll need some space, she said quietly, almost absently. She's always been a brooder. She won't appreciate either of us intruding on her right now. But she's not wrong to feel this way, Lyra. I'd rather not restart the argument, but this is. I don't even know what to think. There was a moment of silence as neither felt comfortable speaking. Instead, Andromeda opened her arms in invitation, and Lyra, after a moment of hesitation, stepped into them. I'll talk to Dora. I think I have some apologizing to do too. And to you. I would have done what I could to help, you know. But Lyra was shaking her head, a sad smile playing on her lips as she pulled back and gave Andromeda the most crestfallen look. Dora's right, she said, then coughed to clear the tightness in her throat. And if I'm going to lie or omit things, then I shouldn't. I don't know, I don't think it's right to hug you like there's still not things I haven't told you which you probably should know. Lyra gave a tight smile that didn't reach her eyes, which held some combination of pity, regret, and an inexplicable fear. I'm gonna go, she said weakly. Love you, Auntie. Okay. And then Lyra too disappeared into thin air, and though the city was full of life, Andromeda felt alone in London. Chapter 19, Evil's Soft First Touches. Chapter Text. Oh ho. Narcissa smacked Lyra's hand away from the table. Those are for me, dear. You have your own jewelry for this occasion. But these are just so much cuter, said Lyra, reaching for the emerald teardrops again. And they would ruin your color coordination, said Narcissa, swiping them up before she could grab them. Lyra let out a scandalous noise and proceeded to carefully thread the wires through her earlobes. Oh, quit being dramatic. Narcissa put in the other earring, and tucked loose strands of blonde hair behind her ears, checking her face from different angles in the mirror. Humming appreciatively, she stood from the chair and gently guided Lyra into it by her shoulders. Mother knows best, dear. Now let me see. She'd done up Lyra's hair in a masterpiece of a braided bun, revealing her ears and the silver earrings they had already put in and leaving her shoulders bare. The pale blue dress she wore was maybe a little more revealing than Narcissa would have liked once upon a time, allowing a slit for most of Lyra's leg to slip through and nothing on the arms, but Lyra had grown. She'd be 17 soon. Are you looking to impress someone tonight, dear? Said Narcissa. Maybe, said Lyra. Well, said Narcissa, tucking a loose strand of hair back into Lyra's braid, you will truly be the crowning jewel at the gala. She could tell Lyra fought a smile at that, too. Narcissa reached out for her wand, her fingers wrapping around the wood nimbly, and cast a spell on each of their hairstyles to keep it all in place, even through fierce fire and water and wind. As she placed her hands on her daughter's shoulders, and marveling at just how tall she was now, it hit her suddenly, how much her daughter had grown. She was an adult now, more or less, she had seemed like one for an exceptionally long time, true, but soon enough she would leave this home. Narcissa felt her throat constrict. Placing her hands on Lyra's cheeks, she leaned down and pressed her lips to the crown of her skull. My daughter, she whispered. Mum, said Lyra with some concern. It's nothing important, darling, said Narcissa. I am just reminded of how much you have grown. You will graduate in mere weeks and soon you will depart from me. I had never truly taken the time to think about that day. Lyra's eyes turned so sad that Narcissa half wished she had kept that unspoken. Yet. Oh, my daughter, said Narcissa quietly. I wish I could demand you never leave. Don't say stuff like that, Mum, Lyra said, equally softly. You'll ruin my makeup. Narcissa swallowed heavily and looked at the ceiling, before nodding. Indeed. We wouldn't have time to redo both of our cosmetics. She straightened. Are you ready then? But Lyra was standing up and holding Narcissa by her shoulders. Mum, she said sadly. I'll still come and visit often. Every week if I can. Of course, said Narcissa, but it won't be the same knowing you're not sleeping here. Lyra smiled through her tears and said, laughing, then I'll sleep here sometimes. Narcissa couldn't stop the wide smile pulling at her cheeks. Goodness, Lyra, you'll make my heart burst one day. No, it's okay, don't, you'll ruin your makeup. Lyra laughed again as a tear streamed down her face. Oh Mum, you're worth a whole lot more than some makeup. Narcissa couldn't help but laugh a little herself as she fixed Lyra's makeup and then held out her hand. Feeling Lyra's fingers slip into her own, she guided her daughter out of the room, stepping slowly down the stairs, their dresses flowing behind them like they were featuring in some fairy tale. As they descended to the foot of the stairs, Narcissa saw Lucius' face light up in awe, and she smiled. Took you long enough, Draco said. And it shows, said Lucius, leaning in to brush his lips against Narcissa's knuckles. You look beautiful, darling. And you, Lyra, you'll be the star of the gala. As I said, Narcissa said with a twitch of her lips. Lyra gave the smuggest smirk she could and said, quite. My ego will reach new heights tonight. You look splendid yourself, dear, said Narcissa, ignoring Lyra and running her fingers down Lucius's dark green dress robes, which seemed to shimmer violet with a peculiar angle of light. Draco wore black at his insistence. He was having that phase where any sort of color was embarrassing, the silly boy. Then again, Narcissa herself had a phase in which she wore black lipstick, and she shan't even get started on Bellatrix. Are we all ready? Said Lucius, and Narcissa nodded. Very well. Shall we? The Malfoys stepped up to the fireplace, and one by one, they disappeared into the emerald flames, emerging out of the ministry fireplace into a wall of noise and a sight of splendor. The atrium was draped in black and bronze banners, with a large Union Jack and golden harp being the central pieces. The dozens of tables were arranged in a rough horseshoe shape with the fountain of magical brethren located at the open end, spouting wine instead of water. Silver and gold platters of finger foods were scattered about, while waiters human-sized, animal-headed puppets dressed in matching outfits walked around carrying trays of drinks in crystal goblets. Guests were mingling both inside and outside the horseshoe shape. They weaved through the velvet ropes and passed by a plain-clothed aura who nodded in recognition. Lucius, as Narcissa had expected him to do, made straight for the center of the room where the people were perhaps a little better dressed, and a little more aggressive in their networking. My, they have outdone themselves this year, said Lucius idly, as Draco turned his head this way and that, looking a little overwhelmed by the number of attending guests. It is the 49th anniversary, said Narcissa. 7 by 7 years, an auspicious omen, for those that cared about such things. It would hurt their prestige if they did not. Not to mention Cornelius' ego would find it unacceptable, Lucius muttered under his breath, and Narcissa hummed, amused. Is that Dumbledore? Narcissa turned to follow Lucius' gaze and found, as her husband said, Albus Dumbledore, dressed in plum robes. So it seems. A surprise. Why? Asked Draco. He doesn't care for these events, said Lucius. He never comes. Oh, and James, too, said Lyra, balancing on her toes to peer over the crowd. Ooh, isn't he popular tonight? All right, I'm off. And she stepped away, and would have gone off without a word had Narcissa not grabbed her wrist. What? Please don't go do anything stupid tonight, said Narcissa. If you're serious about trying to gain political power, then I'll kill anyone who stands in my way, said Lyra without care. Narcissa threw a hopeless look at Lucius, who shrugged. Perhaps you should go with her, he said. You'll keep her from getting into too much trouble, I hope. Please, drawled Lyra. If anything, she'll join me. Oh, yes, I'm sure, said Lucius, shooing them away, playfully, as some old wizard in a typical pureblood dress robe came up to Lucius to introduce himself. And before Lucius could pull Draco by his side, Draco noticed the Zobanus and went off toward them. Lyra grabbed Narcissa's hand and began to tug at it in a most childlike manner. It sent a pang of nostalgic melancholy into her heart. How many more opportunities would she get to act silly with her daughter? Weaving through the crowds, Narcissa eventually came face to face with James Stark, who looked rather like Andromeda did when she was forced to attend events like these, and Cedric Diggory. Despite the questionable taste of their formal wear, both were certainly dashing regardless, and Narcissa could very much see them becoming heartbreakers within magical Britain in a few more years. Sup, said Lyra, planting one hand on her hip and cocking her head at them. James blinked at her. Hey, Lyra, said Cedric with a brilliant smile. You look very nice. Lyra gave him a smug tilt of her head and said, I know. Shame the same can't be said for you too. Did Dumbledore pick those outfits for you? Their silence spoke volumes. Lyra laughed out loud while Narcissa hid her smile beneath her hand. Ah, said a voice from behind them. If it isn't two more of my pupils, said Dumbledore, approaching with a pleased smile. Professor, said Lyra with genuine fondness. Headmaster, said Narcissa cordially. It's a surprise to see you here. I am rather surprised to see myself here, said Dumbledore, stroking his beard. Pardon me for saying, but these sorts of celebrations have always placed an uncomfortable amount of attention on me. You should never ask for a pardon for being awesome, said Lyra, but you should beg for one for picking these outfits out for these two seriously. What's wrong with you? She waved wildly in James and Cedric's direction. Dumbledore laughed and beamed. Indeed. James is wearing what I wore to the Carnival of Venice in 1904, and Cedric is wearing the robes I wore to the coronation of Queen Victoria of Poland in 1906. Lyra blinked and said, oh. Well, they're rather eye-catching, Headmaster, Narcissa said, secretly enjoying the growing discomfort on the boys. Actually, I changed my mind, said Lyra, looking the two up and down. That's kind of cool. Forgive me for prying, but how did you two receive your invitations? Narcissa asked curiously. The guest list is rather selective, after all, and I don't wish to sound rude. Ah, Cedric here is my +1, said Dumbledore, coming around to plant a hand on said boy's shoulder. And James, he continued, placing his other hand on James' shoulder, is a recipient of an Order of Merlin, 2nd class, and was thus invited on his own merit. Oh my, said Narcissa. For the basilisk, I presume? Yes, I could see that. Narcissa smiled at James. Congratulations, dear. I'm very proud of you. I have one too, Lyra said, tugging on Narcissa's sleeve. You don't praise me for that. Frowning, Narcissa thought back on the million moments she had praised her daughter, and said, rolling her eyes, darling, don't lie. She wrapped her arms around Lyra's shoulders and rubbed a hand over her hair. I praise you so much that sometimes I wonder how your head hasn't exploded from all the hot air. Lyra gave all of them a grin full of teeth, and said insincerely, oh yet. James scoffed. In a conspiring tone, Cedric said to Dumbledore, she needs reminding of her own worth every 5 minutes. You mean she needs inflating of her own worth, said James. Please. I'm the greatest witch in this room, said Lyra. I could beat anyone here in a duel. She gave Dumbledore a blatant look of disrespect. Indeed, said Dumbledore. You should be wary of making such statements when your former Professor Lockhart is in the room. All the lightness in Lyra's face disappeared as she said, what? Her narrowed eyes darted all around the room. Oh, yes, said Dumbledore, his beard twitching. Did you miss him advertising his autobiography near the drinks table? Lyra's eyes finally caught Lockhart, her lips thinning as she said, excuse me. What was that about? Said Cedric as she strolled right up to Lockhart. Narcissa herself was quite curious. From a distance, all she could see was the glee on Lockhart's face vanish as Lyra confronted him on whatever issue there seemed to be. What is that about? Asked Narcissa, but it was more a demand from Dumbledore. Dumbledore sighed and said, Gilderoy is not an entirely honest character, and Lyra has taken it upon herself to deliver her rather unique brand of justice. I have decided not to intervene for now. But when his usefulness comes to an end, we will ensure his victims are properly compensated. Only she and Cedric seemed confused. James wasn't surprised by any of this, which for a moment, again, brought up a hint of unfair resentment and bitterness toward him. Why did her daughter tell him so much? Victims. Narcissa said instead. None of the students, Dumbledore assured her. If it had been, well, he spread his hands. Narcissa glanced at Lockhart again, whose fixed grin or grimace looked like someone had spelled it on him. What is it we're looking at? Said another voice coming up to them, an excitable old man. Is that? Dear, oh dear, is that Lyra Malfoy chewing out Gilderoy Lockhart? Goodness, what did he do? Though given what I overheard him say to young Eleanor Belby only a few minutes ago, I think I suspect. Then he seemed to see Narcissa for the first time and said, ah. Then that is your daughter, is it not? He held out a hand to her and smiled. Newt Scamander. I've already had the pleasure of meeting your daughter and this fine gentleman here too, he added, beaming at James. A pleasure, Mr. Scamander, Narcissa said, hiding her surprise. Might I ask how you're acquainted with my daughter? When Albus sent me a letter saying they'd found a prime specimen of an endangered species, I simply couldn't resist, he said, his eyes glittering with unbridled enthusiasm. A shock to learn it was dead. Although admittedly, it would have been much safer than a live basilisk, very temperamental creatures. And since I only know how to insult one's mother in Parseltongue, I'm afraid I wouldn't have helped much either. But even a corpse provides valuable new information, especially one of that size, and now James and I even have matching coats. James looked a bit uncomfortable as Scamander began to ramble about the various findings he'd made with the unmatched energy of a man who truly loved his work. Narcissa almost wanted to ruffle James' hair and be proud of him. Goodness, what was becoming of her? She turned her head to see where Lyra was, and saw her chatting with Eli Greengrass, a glass of what was probably whiskey in her hand. Ah, if it isn't Horace, said Dumbledore, and Narcissa stifled a sigh as memories of her own schooldays rose unbidden. Professor Slughorn was by no means unpleasant company, but he could get rather overbearing. I shall corner him, I think. He's been avoiding me. You may stay or come, Cedric, it is up to you. I'll come, said Cedric, and the two of them disappeared into the throng. Excuse me, she said politely, unsure she could feign interest in Scamander's ramblings much longer, and she left James there with him. Narcissa plucked a glass of champagne off a waiter's tray as she maneuvered through the growing crowd, coming up to Lyra's side just in time to hear her ask, and how are your daughters doing? Better than I ever imagined them doing, said Eli Greengrass, acknowledging Narcissa with a smile and a nod. Daphne as of late has finally started revealing her potential. We always knew she was a smart girl, but now she's coming out of her shell, and well. I can see why she preferred books to people, because the breadth of her knowledge is truly astounding. And Astoria seems to have opened up some more as well, thanks to her sister's influence. Hey! Said Lyra. Truly, said Narcissa. That's wonderful to hear. It had been years since Narcissa had properly met Daphne and Astoria, but her first impressions of both of them had been that they were socially stunted. Daphne was, if she dared to be unkind, absent-minded. Astoria, a sickly girl, was often unable to participate in the more physical play that children engaged in, even when she wasn't bedridden. Indeed, said Eli, a proud smile stretching his cheeks. I hear Daphne even made some new friends towards the end of the past school year. Perhaps your son has mentioned something. Oh, Draco is far too embarrassed to be writing long letters to his mother, Narcissa said lightly, and Eli smiled. Daphne was like that, he said. Now she writes often, about her time at Hogwarts, the ongoings of the wizarding world. She actually seems to be interested in politics, believe it or not. She's asked of your family as well, said a voice behind her. Narcissa turned her head only slightly, allowing her eyes to do most of the work of tracking Clementine Greengrass as she circled around her and Lyra to stand by Eli. Narcissa was the only one who caught the easygoing smile on Lyra falter for just a split second. Oh, said Lyra. Yes, said Clementine, something a little sharp in her gaze as she took in Lyra. The Malfoys have undertaken quite. Her smile turned sharp to the transformation over the last few years. From the Dark Lord's champions to the worst blood traitors is something to behold. Tina, said Eli. I am not calling them blood traitors, said Clementine, glancing at him but still holding an uncomfortable something in her gaze as it returned to Lyra. Narcissa wanted to slap it off her. I am merely repeating the words of others. I am not so crude. Lyra's eyebrows shifted upward minusculely. To say it. Sweetheart, said Narcissa, lightly putting her fingers on Lyra's arm. She thinks it too. Her definition of blood traitor is just a little different, said Lyra without a care in the world. I'm not going to stand around in a circle and pretend the Lady Greengrass hasn't always been more sympathetic to. She waved a hand, not bothering to finish the sentence. What I am sympathetic to is merely what's kept wizardkind safe and free, said Clementine, her smile remaining but her eyes losing any faux warmth. I do not favor the Dark Lord's methods, or even wish to remove Muggleborns anymore, but let us not pretend they haven't brought prejudice into our world, or that the Muggle governments wouldn't wish to enslave us all for their own purposes. We're pretending anything of the sort, said Lyra. I'm well aware of the state of their world, far more than you, I suspect. Clementine's smile tightened, but they all knew Lyra did in fact know far more than them. Then you're no doubt aware what most of them would think do in regards to your preferences. Clementine, said Narcissa coldly. Enough. Oh, was that a false rumor? Tina, Eli repeated, taking his wife's arm. Let us not start this discussion here. It is meant to be a night of celebration, not. It's a night for remembrance, precisely about these issues, said Clementine, a bit snappishly. And I am looking for intellectual discussion, not argument. Whatever happened to polite disagreements? An attempted genocide or two, maybe, said Lyra. The actions of others do not dictate my own liberties, said Clementine. Yet actions like yours keep leading to that sort of thing, said Lyra dryly. It's been the same thing for 1,000 years. I get it, she quickly added with a raise of her hand as Clementine opened her mouth, but I very much doubt whatever rumors you've heard about me will be at all connected to the downfall of wizard kind or whatever. However, the things I've heard from you. Lyra let out a chuckle. Didn't you quote Grindelwald word for word the first time we spoke? You know, the guy who nearly tore apart wizard kind. Taking wisdom from folly is not the contradiction you think it is, said Clementine, the patronizing tone obvious even through her veil of civility. Short-term outrage aside, policy can dictate the future of many more generations to come, especially in our world. It would be best if you thought more on the topics you are so passionate about, lest they give way to disaster for our children. Lyra, appearing bored of this conversation, gave the weakest of polite smiles and said, Thank you for your advice, then, Tina. I only hope this sentiment doesn't rub off on your daughters when they were just starting to make some friends. Clementine's eyes flashed with genuine anger for a brief moment and Narcissa repressed the urge to laugh at Lyra's jab. It was interesting to meet you, I suppose. Narcissa, she said, with a slight nod barely bordering on polite, and her gaze shifted in a way that suggested she had found far more agreeable entertainment. Eli Greengrass hesitated, and shot them an apologetic look before he followed his wife into the crowd. Opinions, scoffed Lyra a second later. I hate when they pretend their beliefs are mere opinions, like she didn't vote in favor of the anti-Muggle marriage law and that ridiculous separation of nature bill, like they aren't trying to actively inflict suffering on others. She took an angry sip of her drink. They just do it in a way that keeps their pretty hands clean. Narcissa said, thinking about Lucius. She welcomed a distraction in the form of James, who appeared a moment later, looking haggard already, a martini glass in his hand half filled with some mysterious pink liquid which had dark red smoke rolling off the surface. Why is she so mad? He said, following Lyra's gaze to the green grasses, before she disappeared. Lyra is being Lyra, Narcissa said. Right, said James. Well, at least you're not bullying kids now. I wasn't bullying her, said Lyra, annoyed. She's a disingenuous bitch. Wants wizards safe, but would lick the boots of Grindelwald if she could. She's a Grindelwald supporter, said James, his eyebrows shooting up. Partly, said Narcissa. I don't believe she would lick his boots, as Lyra lovingly put it, but yes, she holds some of his views. Narcissa frowned at Lyra. As do you, Lyra. About some minor things, grumbled Lyra. Really? Said James. There are genuine concerns, said Narcissa. As a whole, Muggles would wish to harness our abilities. It does not have to be through force, either say, would you be willing to turn down £1 million consultancy fee for every act of magic you performed for the Muggles? Not all wizarding families are as well off as ours, and most would be happy to take such an offer. It would bind wizards and witches to these Muggles until eventually the Muggles have enough connections to leverage a significant amount of pressure upon the wizarding world. I suppose Clementine was feeling frustrated that nobody else was willing to say it aloud, however. James had a funny expression on his face, and said, You and Lyra are so alike sometimes it's unnerving. Narcissa hummed softly as Lyra's attention turned to a small display set up on the side of the atrium. Slowly, they made their way over, and Lyra, as Narcissa expected, went straight to the broom that was on display in a glass case. Heather Jones Comet 190, Lyra Reed. The most decorated British ace to date and the flight commander of the 6th Multinational Squadron Berlin Express, Heather Jones led Poles, Danes, and Britons on numerous successful nighttime broom raids in the Low Countries and Germany from 1943 to 1945. Her heavily modified Comet 190, despite bearing the scars of these many tours, remains flight-worthy to this day and comparable in performance against even the most competitive brooms of the late 20th century. I believe I met her, once, Narcissa mused. When I was still at Hogwarts. One of her nieces was a friendly acquaintance of mine. You knew Gweenock Jones? Lyra said. Not well, Narcissa demurred. She was a few years younger than I. I did tutor her in some subjects. Does she do, like, private Quidditch tutoring? You know, since you tutored her, like a I'll scratch your back and you scratch mine kind of deal. I recall you saying you were the greatest Quidditch player to ever exist and that nobody can compare. I say shit like that all the time without meaning it. James coughed. Lyra glanced at him, then dismissed him. So, can I have that broom instead? Lyra, dear, Narcissa sighed, and Lyra tried to give her puppy dog eyes. As effective as it was, she was a bit too old for that now, especially dressed up. Early Christmas present, Lyra tried. And birthday, too. No. Yet, wouldn't it be much more impressive if you beat Harry with your own skill instead of relying on a broom, said James, and Lyra looked at him like he was some scum that had plastered itself to the bottom of her shoe. In any case, modified brooms are forbidden according to Quidditch regulations, said Narcissa. You did know that, didn't you? Lyra said nothing. James rolled his neck and gave a languid grin. Didn't you enchant your nimbus to warn you of incoming bloodjares? No, Lyra said immediately. Hey, that looks cool. She stepped past James and leaned down to examine a strange, silvery contraption that hummed. It was about waist high, and contained in a polished silver and glass case. Inside, she could see gears and levers, gently humming as they spun. To Narcissa, it looked somewhat like the grandfather clock in Malfoy Manor, supposedly commissioned by one of Lucius' distant ancestors, though this device was much smaller and somehow even more fiendishly complex. The Manuel cipher is an encryption device developed by French toymaker Manuel Severit by Grindelwald's forces. A savant by all accounts, Severit created a highly complex arithmetic cipher that scrambled letters every 30 minutes based on date, the positions of the sun and moon, the weather over Marseille, and other unknown factors. Only 11 machines were built in total and kept in strict secrecy among Grindelwald's most senior officers. After the defection of a mid-level officer, the capture of both the machine and Severit himself became one of the highest priorities for Allied forces, but it resulted in failure as Grindelwald ordered Severit killed then have his secrets released. The cipher remains unsolved to this day, but presents a challenge for arithmancy enthusiasts around the world. I've seen one of these in Dumbledore's office, James said. Didn't think it was that important, though. Hope it doesn't get blown up in a couple of years. He has one? Well, I guess it's not surprising, said Lyra. Yet, he's using it as a bedside table. Lyra snorted, then her lips twisted into a scowl. You're kidding. I'm not. Not that, Lyra said, then pointed. That. James followed her finger. Luncheon with Lockhart? Nice, it alliterates. Fucking Lockhart, Lyra muttered. You won't do anything to him, will you? Narcissa asked, amused. He is raising money for charity, after all. Not today, no, said Lyra. But I told him I wouldn't out him in front of everyone here so long as he spent half the night telling everyone that he looks up to me. Narcissa laughed out loud, and then said, Lyra, dear, as wonderful as you are, perhaps subtlety is not your strongest suit. Lyra's lips twitched as she took a sip of whiskey. People like honesty. Which you always are, of course, said a familiar voice next to them. It was Nymphadora Tonks, present for Auror duty. Though the color scheme was the same, instead of her dragon hide coat, she was wearing a high-collared velvet dress robe. Golden epaulets were placed upon her shoulders, and her sleeves puffed out slightly before tapering down along the elbows to fit snugly under black forearm gloves. By contrast, the front of the robes were closed tight over the chest with 7 golden buttons and a black and gold belt across her midsection, before splitting and flowing out to either side of her, revealing sharp red slacks and polished boots with brass buckles. The look was completed with a wide-brimmed maroon beret over her pink hair, long enough for this occasion to be made up into a bun. No, said Lyra, but they think I am. Dora gave her a dry look. I don't think anyone who knows you thinks that. And just how many people do you think truly know me? Giving her an unimpressed glance, Dora said, not much, it seems. So, said James, clapping his hands together, not so much cutting through the tension rather than shattering it with a sledgehammer. See anything you fancy, Dora? Not really, said Nymphadora. Then, genuinely curious, do you really think I can afford any of this with my salary? Well, no. James gave her an innocent smile. But I do have a weakness for girls in uniform. Nymphadora's lips twitched. Nice try, but not tonight. I'll have to get back to my rounds, or I'll get yelled at. Business before pleasure, after all. Her fingers brushed Narcissa's hand, and she playfully elbowed James on the way out. James, Lyra said. He didn't turn his eyes off Nymphadora's retreating back. Yet. I'll kill you. James rolled his eyes. Whatever. Look, the bid for luncheon with Lockhart is starting. How much should I throw in? You'd have to pay me to spend that much time with him, Lyra scoffed, drawing a few angry looks. Ultimately, an anonymous bidder paid 15 galleons for an opportunity to have lunch with Gilderoy Lockhart. Narcissa sniffed disdainfully, as the various Lockhart supporters in the crowd seated at the lost chance. And now, allow me to introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, the dragon's orb of 4 stars. Seemingly indestructible and apparently an artifact of great power, its purpose has nonetheless been lost in time. Perhaps you will be the one to rediscover it, ladies and gentlemen. Bidding begins. It is that, James trailed off, and shook his head. Let's go find some food. Never far from your mind, is it? Narcissa said. It's not like I wanted to be here. As they approached the edge of the atrium, the crowds thinned, with people preferring to stay within their respective circles than walk and mingle. James sat heavily on one of the benches, sighing. Welcome, welcome. Narcissa turned to the podium, which had been erected in front of the fountain. Cornelius Fudge beamed at the audience, drinking in their attention. Narcissa took a moment to pluck a handful of grapes from a table and chewed on them as she paid half her attention to the minister. I am very glad to see such attendance for our 49th Victory Day celebration, said Fudge. On this day, 49 years ago, Gellert Grindelwald, the terror of Europe, was defeated, and his generals rounded up and arrested. A great crime against humanity had been corrected. And we stand here today as a testament to the unfading resilience of justice and goodness. Narcissa drained the rest of her champagne in one mouthful. Grindelwald's war had barely reached Britain, and nor had the country had any real involvement in Grindelwald's destruction save for Dumbledore and a handful of other volunteers making their journey into mainland Europe. I recall being a child when the fateful day came, said Fudge, my father receiving his copy of The Prophet by Owl, as he always did, and then he rushed into the room, shouting Grindelwald has fallen, and what a joyous occasion it was. We all knew of his terror, of his cruelty, and it had finally come to an end. After many long years, after many courageous lives lost, we had won. And so we dedicate this day to them. To the victorious. Fudge raised his goblet, and the crowd mirrored his words and actions. Narcissa swirled the now empty champagne glass in one hand. She refused to believe for a second that Fudge knew the true nature of Grindelwald's terror and his cruelty. His war had depopulated magical Europe in a manner not seen since the plague. Of course, the only source of news in Britain was the Prophet, which was working perfectly as intended for its role, so she couldn't even be upset that the majority of magical Britain were mindless sheep. If they had any level of critical thinking, Dumbledore would have been canonized and his face would be printed on galleons. But if they were mindless sheep, Narcissa thought, what did that say about her family, who had chosen to support Grindelwald and Voldemort? But you've plenty enough words from me, said Fudge. You'll hear plenty more from me in the upcoming campaigns, ha ha. I shall let someone else take the stage. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart. Narcissa almost groaned as enthusiastic clapping filled the atrium. Lockhart waved to the crowd as he strutted onto the stage doing a remarkable impression of Lucius Peacock's, and if they ate her flowers again, she was going to get herself a new coat. Lucius protests be damned. Lyra was stumbling around on her tiptoes to try and get a look, while James was now preoccupied with catching snitches made of honey macadamia ice cream and coated in caramel. When he finally caught one with an expression of triumph, Narcissa gently pried it out of his fingers and popped it into her mouth. James' crestfallen expression was just as delicious as the treat itself. Aha! Lockhart planted his fists on his hips. It's good to see such esteemed ladies and gentlemen today. I admit I wasn't even born when Grindelwald's war ended, but it has been a great influence as to the man I have become. I have toured Europe on many occasions, as I'm sure you all well know from my books, and I have seen the after effects personally. Narcissa tuned out the fop. Having heard what Lyra had discovered about him, she was frankly surprised that someone like him was capable of such deception. But she'd not fall for it now, and she had always thought his smile was overrated anyway. Excellent show, good chap, said Fudge, returning to the microphone. Lockhart lingered for a good 10 seconds more, waving at the crowd, before he stepped back down. Now, I'd like to share the stage with a guest who doesn't usually come to this gala. Please welcome Mr. Albus Dumbledore. Mr. Narcissa snorted to herself. As if he weren't supreme mugwump, or the headmaster of the most prestigious institution in Britain, or the one who defeated the very man they were supposed to be celebrating the defeat of. Dumbledore paused in front of the microphone, and smiled genially at everyone present. Good evening to you all. I confess this is my first time attending the Ministry's Victory Day Charity Gala. I am, as I am sure many of you know, not entirely fond of celebrations such as these. It has been some time since I was able to pull off dress robes like many of the gentlemen here, after all. As the audience chuckled politely, Narcissa gave a slight smile and shook her head at the headmaster's robe which, she supposed, was still subdued compared to what he usually wore. This time, though, I have decided to attend. As for why, I have been thinking. Dumbledore's eyes glazed as he looked off far in the distance. My thoughts have been rather hectic recently, to say the least. Old memories rise to the surface of my mind unbidden. Old words from old friends. Old emotions from old regrets. His voice trailed off towards the end, and he lapsed into a long silence, The audience glanced at each other somewhat uncomfortably before Dumbledore shook himself back into the present. "It humbles me to realize that many among you were not yet born before that fateful day," he said. "Fewer still witnessed the conflicts that ravaged the world. Britain was mercifully spared from the brunt of Grindelwald's atrocities. To hold a celebration on this day, in any other country, would be unthinkable. So, if you would humor an old man and his memories, let me tell you a story. It was a bitterly cold day, even after the snows began melting. Myself and 3 others were making our way east from the Dutch-German border towards Berlin. The last of Grindelwald's allies had been defeated, and Grindelwald's fall was imminent. All that meant, however, was that Grindelwald would try his very hardest to drag as many of his enemies down with him. Though I had been in the European theatre for about 2 months, I had yet to see any true combat. And I preferred it that way. I was, and still am, a teacher, not an orator. You see, by the time I joined the war effort in earnest, Grindelwald's forces were all but spent. Hundreds, if not thousands of wizards and witches gave their lives to Grindelwald for one great lie. Only a few dozen, Grindelwald's officers, remained in hiding somewhere in United Germany. And even United Germany would not be safe for long. The resistance, which now outnumbered them, had formed an emergency government in Aachen, and it was a matter of time until they were hunted down. Instead, our work revolved around deactivating traps. I had thought I was used to death, but the horrors I saw. I once stumbled upon 2 teenagers, Muggle lovers who had accidentally entered one of Grindelwald's safe houses in search of medicines. In doing so, they found themselves trapped in a time loop. A girl was leaning over a young man, holding his hands in her bloody grip, begging him to remain lucid. The young man would die in her arms, and the girl would scream herself hoarse with the anguish you only witness in one who has lost everything, only for the entire building to flicker and the 2 young lovers to reset to their original positions. They would do this, over and over again, reliving their worst nightmares for what must have been years. When we finally broke the trap, they crumbled into dust, the age they'd spent in the trap catching up with them. Dumbledore paused for a moment, but Narcissa thought she caught a calculating glint in those eyes this time. "Ah, but I am getting off track. It was a bitterly cold day, yes. We were making our way deeper into Germany. This day was special, as we were ambushed. It began with a group of orphans begging for food. Even as I reached into my pack to share my own measly rations, my comrades had drawn their wands and stunned and bound them. Before I could raise any protest, my commanding officer, Charles Potter, had bound me with rope and yanked me quite violently behind a rock. Good thing, too, because it immediately crumbled under a killing curse. Nobody dared speak as Dumbledore lapsed into silence. The audience's attention focused solely on him and the words that were coming next. The world was full of sounds and lights. Spells that I had seen hundreds, if not thousands of times before, now seemed alien to me. I watched one of Grindelwald's men fall, and I realized, in the very back of my mind, that he would never get back up again. I was faced with one of Grindelwald's blackguards, that is what Grindelwald's inner circle called themselves. I dueled him, and it was obvious that I was more skilled, more powerful. And yet, he had me on the back foot, because he had killing intent, and I did not. I had dueled countless times, both before the war and in preparation for it, and I only then realized that the spells I used were not tools, but weapons. Each and every spell I had ever cast in my life, with the correct application, might kill a man. The man in front of me had already accepted this truth, and was doing his best to kill me. So I killed him. I cannot recall what spell ended his life, but he fell with a look of profound shock in his face, as if he could not believe he were finally dead. I felt sickened with myself. I knew that he had not risen to the rank of blackguard without being among the lowest of the low, and yet, he was somebody's son. Perhaps a husband, or even a father. Before he was swayed by Grindelwald's madness, he could have been an ordinary civilian, just like us, just like me. Charles was a shopkeeper. Reginald was a clockmaker. I was a teacher, and this conflict had turned us all into monsters. Into something we would never dream of becoming outside of it. When the war ended, I hoped that this would be enough. That I would never have to experience such horror again, that I would be free to leave these memories hidden deep in my mind. Dumbledore gave a bitter smile, a side of him that few ever saw, full of self-loathing and regret. And yet, I wonder if my contributions were for nothing. I had, rather naively in hindsight, hoped that cutting of the head of the snake, so to speak, would cripple the sentiments that had led to this war in the first place. It took me a very long time indeed, until the rise of Voldemort the room collectively shuddered at the use of the title, to realize that I had misplaced my faith. He spread his hands. I am old and weary. I am somewhat ashamed to admit to feeling apathy in recent years. And so, even after Voldemort's downfall, I maintained my silence. It was only with speaking to a few of the brightest youngsters at my dear school that my perspectives have changed. So proud, so reckless, to the point I might call them arrogant, and yet within their hearts they hold dear an intense desire to change the world for the better. If they had had an opportunity to speak to my old friends, my dead friends, then I suspect they would have gotten along quite well. Dumbledore placed his hands on the podium and leaned forward, softening his voice. His eyes glittered like 2 chips of ice and his usual joviality was gone. 2 wars I have fought. Both were caused by a single charismatic young man who thought they were better than everyone else. Both were defeated, but their ideas remain. The unfounded claims of superiority by blood, the discrimination faced by non-human races, the enslavement of house elves. Do you truly think we will have peace, so long as these ideas prevail? Of course not. Soon, there will be a 3rd warlord, shaped by our prejudices, ready to learn from the mistakes of the previous 2. The first time, it was Muggles, the second, it was Muggleborns. A day will come when you become the hunted. Will you care, then, when nobody is left to care for you? Dumbledore stepped back from the podium, softening the expression on his face into a pleasant smile that contrasted sharply with his prior words. Narcissa's eyes flickered to her husband, whose jaw was set and his fingers curled into fists. A hesitant clapping from somewhere in the atrium led to a round of applause. Narcissa slowly clapped, while taking in the reactions from those around them. Lucius straightened suddenly, and scanned the room over their heads. "Excuse me," he said to Narcissa, and disappeared into the mass of people. Lyra and Draco both shot Narcissa a look, and she frowned as she tried to see what was going on. Lucius was uncannily good at reading the room and the changes in mood what he had sensed, even she wasn't quite sure. "Well," she said, "if only to pass the time, what did you think?" Draco was silent for a moment before he answered. "I don't think I've ever heard him be that straightforward." Lyra laughed. "He certainly hadn't shared that story with the public before," said Narcissa. Then, Lucius emerged from the crowd once more, hard lines set into his features. He and Narcissa exchanged a look, and she looked to her children. "Come," she said. "Let's beat the crowd, shall we?" "Just one more," said Lyra, reaching for some champagne, only to be caught by the wrist by her father. "Lyra," Lucius snapped, dragging their daughter back towards them. "Behave. Draco, come here." Narcissa's heart hammered in her chest as Lucius ushered them towards the flues, which was suddenly flanked by an auror. Lyra made to complain, but Lucius cut her short with a sharp glare that he rarely, if ever, used on his children. Draco's eyes flitted about nervously as the crowd began to murmur. Narcissa's fingers inched to her thigh, where her wand was concealed within the folds of her dress. "Ladies and gentlemen," said Rufus Scrimgeour, his amplified voice cutting over the excitement, "please form an orderly queue by the punch tables next to the flue. Please follow the instructions of the aurors and remain calm. Thank you." Thanks to Lucius' advanced warning, the Malfoys reached the flue quickly enough. Lucius maneuvered Lyra to the front of the line, then Draco, then Narcissa, and finally himself. Lyra remained tense as she pinched some powder between her fingers, threw it in the fire, and stepped inside, calling out Malfoy manner. "What's happening?" Draco asked, even as Lucius just about shoved Draco forward. "We can discuss it at home," Lucius said tersely. "Go." Draco nodded hesitantly, before obeying his father's orders. Narcissa quickly followed, stepping out of fireplace into the familiar guest room. She turned around and watched the flames flare emerald again as Lucius stepped out. He unbuttoned his robe and threw it over the back of an armchair before running his hand over one cheek. "Draco," said Lucius, just as their son opened his mouth, "would you make us some tea, please? And Lyra, could you go to my office and fetch my ink, quill, and some parchment?" "Thank you, both." Draco and Lyra left the room. Lucius twirled his wand, and the chandelier came to life, illuminating the room in its warm, orange light, yet Narcissa felt the shadows were longer and deeper, somehow. As the sound of kitchen implements clanking against each other came from the kitchen, Narcissa turned to her husband. "What is it?" "What's going on?" said Narcissa, placing a hand on Lucius's shoulder. And he turned to her, a blankness scattering over the fear he could not hide, and he said, "Someone's just broken into Azkaban." Chapter 20, The Devil Her Do. Chapter text. Bellatrix opened her eyes. The colors were all cold and cruel, but not to the degree they usually were. A visit? It couldn't be. Not officially, for there were sounds coming from above, footsteps and words, and they would have passed by her cell to get up there if it was a watchman. She strained her ears. Again, words, too quiet to hear, maybe feminine. But then, a responding voice she recognized well, "I shall never." It said, raspy but loud. It was her husband's voice. And then before she could think more on it, a green light flashed in the giant room beyond her bars. Bellatrix's heart skipped a beat. This time Bellatrix could hear what the unknown woman was asking, "Do you regret anything, Dolohov? Now's the time to say it, if you do." Bellatrix's heart felt like it had been twisted dry and hung out in the cold. She knew that voice. She knew that voice. Another green light flashed, this time brighter, and now she was next to be killed by that fucking cunt of a blood traitor whore. How? How did she break into this place? Then, at long last, the killer came down to her cell, stepping out of the shadows with the air of someone taking a pleasantly slow walk to observe the flowers. The wand in Lyra's hand was pale like her master's, and it hung just as loosely in her hand as his. For one wild moment Bellatrix thought it was her master, come to free her, perhaps unsatisfied with the answers the others had given. Her silver hair and cold eyes were barely illuminated by a faint glow coming from underneath her cloak, where 2 chains hung, one gold and the other silver. "Anything you'd like to pass on to your sisters?" said Lyra. "They're the only people left who still care for you, after all you've done. Are you going to kill me?" Bellatrix whispered, unable to entirely hide the shock in her voice. Lyra cocked her head. "Of course I am. Why would I spare you?" "Lyra." Bellatrix licked her lips. She hated to debase herself, but... "I am kin. I am of your blood, and you would kill me." Lyra only raised her eyebrows, so she continued, "Do you not have any love for family? I know you do, of your mother, despite her faults. Would you not extend to me that same opportunity?" The edges of Lyra's lips curled upward, and the cold amusement made Bellatrix snarl. "I asked you last time if you regretted anything," said Lyra. "Did you already forget what you said?" Bellatrix remembered well enough, but she hadn't been under the impression that she'd be murdered for those words. A rising fear began to turn into panic. She couldn't die here. She still had her mission, her unfulfilled tasks, and she couldn't die without a wand in her fingers, certainly not at the hand of her own niece. A cold fear gripped her heart, distinct from the cold she was so familiar with in this place. Everything was becoming cold, so cold, colder than Azkaban had ever been. She had never truly believed that she might die here. "I remember little," Bellatrix said quickly. "Yesterday, the day before, 10 years ago, all of it is the same in the company of darkness and misery. Please, Lyra. Do you remember, when you were still so small? I held you in my arms, and Narcissa made me change your nappies. It's one of the few things I am still able to hold dear." Bellatrix gave a weak effort at a chuckle. "You were a terror then." "Oh, I remember. Forgive me. I was not the best with children." Bellatrix tried her hardest to lift the muscles in her cheeks to give any impression of a smile. "I could not have my own, you see, for the Dark Lord was cruel to those who failed him. Were I not trapped here, I would have treasured you, my beautiful niece." "You're lying," said Lyra with the sure tone that the Dark Lord always used when someone lied to him. Lyra sighed. "Before I came here, Bella, I went over what you did. Names, places, dates, methods used. You are evil beyond comprehension. The only mercy I'm giving you is a quick death, and even that's still only a consideration." "Please, Lyra." Bellatrix gasped, feeling her heart constrict in her chest as Lyra raised her wand. "I will change. I will do as you wish. I shall be your slave, your pet, anything, but please, please just don't kill me, I beg you. I do not wish to die." Lyra's cheeks pulled, her nostrils flaring slightly in a grimace. "You're pathetic." Bellatrix was forced to agree. She hated the tears that were running down her cheeks, she hated the way her hands shook with something other than the cold, and she hated that she felt awe and terror towards anything that was not the Dark Lord. Had she fallen so far, during her imprisonment? She had so often fantasized about the Dark Lord's return, him reaching his hand out to her to join him at his side once more, praising her for how loyal she had been, but now, she couldn't help but wonder if her lord would even want her back. Lyra took one last deep breath, and said, "Say goodbye to your hornies, Bella." "You." Bellatrix curled her hands into fists, feeling her unkempt nails biting into the skin of her palms. A brief flicker of rage sparked in her heart, but was quickly snuffed out by the all-consuming fear of death. Was there a paradise, or was there a hell? If there was, it was clear enough which she would be destined for, and if there was neither, she would be destined for the cold emptiness of the void, where she would simply cease to exist, all her relationships, her memories, her fears and triumphs. Bellatrix snarled, peeling her lips back to reveal her teeth. "Do it, then, Lyra." "You," she said, her voice shaking. "Kill me." The tip of Lyra's wand lit scarlet. "I should have killed you," Bellatrix thought, "I should have smothered you in your crib, I should have killed your mother, I should have." Chapter 21, Prison Break. Chapter text. She'd vowed to never come here again, yet here she was. Tonks shivered as she stood on the craggy rock. She'd had the foresight this time to wear her hooded coat, and a pair of gloves as well. Her jackrabbit fluttered about her, sniffing at her hair and occasionally brushing against her cheek with a soft, breeze-like sensation. Beside her, Sturgis Podmore stood seemingly relaxed, though she could see him fidgeting. "Fudge doesn't seem to like the new warden," he commented. "I doubt he's had many people flat out tell him no since he became minister," Tonks said. The warden she'd met last time, Artorius, she'd learned his name was had apparently resigned from his post. His replacement was a soft-spoken, willowy, seemingly young woman. Her voice was almost melodic in its cadence, yet something about her put Tonks on edge. Alongside the warden, 3 other watchmen blocked the ferry from the increasingly agitated ministry contingent. "Bugger the ICW," Fudge shouted. "Azkaban lies only 12 miles off the coast of England. If something goes bloody wrong on that island, it's my responsibility to ensure the people of magical Britain are safe. Traditionally trained law enforcement will not be able to navigate the prison safely," the warden said, her eyes flickering to the auras that flanked Fudge. "I do not say this to offend. It is merely the truth. These are the best auras the ministry has to offer," Madame Bones said coolly. "With your watchmen as guides, I am certain they can be of use." "Apologies," said the warden, her voice almost drowned out by the wind. "I cannot allow your auras to enter. I will invite them to cooperate with the watchmen in the guard towers to ensure Dementors and high-security prisoners remain on the island, however." "Now see here," Fudge said, turning a little red. "Why didn't Fudge bring the unspeakables?" Tonks said. "The unspeakables don't listen to him and everyone knows it," said Sturgis. "So? They'd still be more useful than us." "Nymphy," Sturgis chuckled, and Tonks scowled at the new nickname. "Bloody Lyra. What Minister Fudge has brought is a cameraman. What did you think this was all about?" Tonks warily glanced at the man setting up a tripod. "So Fudge dragged me out to this hellhole again so he can look better on the polls." Sturgis shrugged, and Tonks sighed. "I hate this place," Tonks muttered, and Sturgis shrugged again. "I do too," he said. "Somehow I always seem to draw the short straw when some ministry bigwig needs an escort. Karma for your terrible jokes." "My jokes are comedy gold," said Sturgis. "I keep morale high in the Auror Corps. The real joke is that the Auror Corps wants to keep you around. I'll have you know that the only reason the Corps functioned after the Roti Hut takeaway allowance got taken away was my sense of humor and dashing good looks. We had a Roti Hut takeaway allowance. Bones and her accountant likes to pretend we never did, but yes." "Damn," Tonks said, shoving her hands deeper into her pockets. "I really picked the wrong time to join. You got Indian while I get Azkaban." "Cheer up, it could be worse," said Sturgis. "Could be like those poor buggers that have to actually explore the place." "Yeah," Tonks said softly. "The whole deal was a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. Gale might have said there was little he could do to stop you-know-who from entering, but what would you-know-who have to gain from murdering all his best underlings? And most people were decidedly not on his caliber. The only person Tonks could think of that held animosity against the Death Eaters and was on you-know-whose level was Dumbledore, and she doubted Dumbledore would have broken and entered one of the most heavily defended facilities in the world for something so out of character." Tonks felt her lips harden into a thin line. Her stomach churned, remembering the way she had acted toward her cousin. She couldn't imagine the stress the poor girl must be under, now with her nightmare come true. Bellatrix might be dead, and no Death Eaters were unaccounted for, but the fact someone or perhaps something had managed to find its way in was troubling. Tonks' mind was already busy conjuring nightmares of Dementors and, other things, emerging through whatever hole created by the break-in, following her back to her home. "Hello, Gale," Tonks said idly. The tall watchman stopped beside her, and turned to face the same direction she was looking in, towards the island prison. "Auror Tonks. A pleasure to meet you again." "Sturgis Podmore," said Sturgis, holding out his hand. It was strange for Tonks to realize that Sturgis, the tallest person she thought she knew, was still an inch or two shorter than Gale. The watchman really was a freak of nature, in more than one way. "Call me Gale. Better circumstances, and all that," said Sturgis. "Anything you can tell us about this whole incident?" "Nothing I can tell you officially," said Gale. "But I've heard rumors the ICW is collectively shitting itself." Sturgis laughed, while Tonks only shuddered. How was he able to remain so chipper, so close to this hellish place? "Structural damage. Physically?" "None," said Gale. "Magically?" "That's a different story." "The defenses?" Tonks said, her eyes widening. "They're not broken." Gale hummed. "But they're stretched. Azkaban is agitated." "Agitated?" Sturgis said. "It's trying to stop us from going in," said Gale, grimacing. "We've had to evacuate the minor offenders, and a few of the maximum security prisoners have gone missing." "Escaped in the chaos?" "No. Their entire cells are gone. Azkaban's rearranging itself on a scale we've never seen before." Tonks let out a shuddering breath. "Fuck. Indeed. I hope this doesn't affect the World Cup. I'll be attending with my children. It'd be a shame if it were delayed, or cancelled." "You're worried about that?" Tonks said incredulously, and Gale shrugged. "I arranged for my leave before this all happened," he said. "What happens here for the next month won't be my problem. Wish Scrimgeour respected the sanctity of leave as much as your boss does," Sturgis said easily. It's in the best interest of the ICW to keep us happily employed, Gale said, his lips twitching so briefly that Tonks wondered if she'd imagined it. Oh, bloody hell, yet. You couldn't keep me here even if I got paid twice as much as I do now. Sturgis peered into Gale's hood. How much do you get paid, anyway? My children won't want for anything, Gale said. That's all I need. He turned to Tonks, then, and Tonks fought not to flinch. Did you find anything new about what we spoke about? Sturgis glanced at her curiously, but didn't interrupt. Tonks cleared her throat. Right. That. I think. Lyra's friend went down there again. He found Slytherin's workshop. The Wunderkinder strike again, Sturgis muttered. I didn't get all the details, but I heard James spoke to Mad Eye, and Mad Eye spoke with the Unspeakables about what he found. Gale hummed thoughtfully. Alastair Moody. That's the one, said Tonks. You know him, said Sturgis. He's well connected, Gale said. I don't know him personally, but word gets around. Tonks and Sturgis glanced at each other. Mad Eye had gotten up to a lot of shit over his life, that much was certain, but he was well connected with Unspeakables and Watchmen. Oi! Sturgis nudged Tonks. Our illustrious minister, ladies and gentlemen. Tonks turned her head. The cameraman was directing Fudge into a striking pose, 1 foot up on a black rock, his hands shoved into his pockets and his coat flaring out behind him, staring out into sea towards Azkaban, the storm clouds swirling above the monolith. Light flashed and the camera snapped, and Fudge stepped off the rock to approach the cameraman. He's a man of action, he is, Sturgis said, and Tonks snorted. Watchman, said a soft voice, and Tonks' humor immediately bled away, replaced by a cold dread. I trust you are not slacking in your duties. No, ma'am, said Gale dryly. I am supervising the Aurors. I propose we should cut the sugar from our refreshments, or we'll never get them settled for nap time. Tonks rolled her eyes as Sturgis laughed, and the new warden gave a slight smile. I'll take your proposals under advisement, she said, and turned to the 2 Aurors. Hello. I am called Maria. I apologize that there is nothing to be done here. We are only waiting on further reports from other watchmen who volunteered to explore the island. It's fine, Sturgis said, though Tonks internally disagreed. It's not like you dragged us here. That was our minister. Sturgis Podmore. Pleasure. The pleasure is mine, said Warden Maria, delicately taking his hand. And yourself, Madame Auror. Nymphadora Tonks, said Tonks. Just Tonks is fine. Of course, Auror Tonks, she said. She gave a small smile, and though her eyes were still invisible, it felt genuine, and Tonks felt herself relax somewhat. So I hear you're the new warden, said Sturgis. Do you feel any way about that? Maria shrugged. Everything she did felt dainty, and Tonks was almost jealous at her casual elegance. Not particularly. My duties remain more or less the same, but I have more authority and paperwork now. She turned to Tonks, then. It's a shame I missed you on your last trip to Azkaban. Whatever easiness Tonks felt earlier seemed to shrivel up and die. I guess so. Tonks looked to the watchtower, from where a small army of Unspeakables had emerged, clad in their brown, hooded robes. They did not so much as greet the minister, to the man's chagrin and Sturgis' amusement. However, the people that followed, Tonks didn't recognize. They looked in part like Muggle soldiers. She could see about half of them carrying what were very clearly guns, though she could hardly guess as to what kind they were. Slim shards of dark steel, all angular and sharp. Their body armor was almost entirely black, which to Tonks' eyes looked like a strange mixture of metallic and crystal qualities. A dozen thin rods of the same strange metal surrounded their limbs, connected with hinges to the chest plate. The chest plate extended upwards into a gorget, made with what looked like overlapping steel cables, flexing and extending like muscle fibers, and these in turn connected to an enclosed helm, the soldiers' faces invisible behind what looked like dark, fogged-up glass. Were they squibs, like the all-squib partisan group from Grindelwald's War, Die Krampy? But some of them were carrying wands. One of them approached their group, and Tonks tensed. The soldier, for what else could they be? Did not even break their stride, dismissing Tonks as a threat entirely. Warden, they called, their voice turned into a sinister hiss by whatever mechanism they wore on their heads. Agent, said Maria, unconcerned. I understand you already have individuals inside the building. Indeed. Maria gestured to the other watchman between them. Watchman Gale will debrief you. Gale easily stepped forward, showing no sign of surprise. Sturgis' eyes shifted to Tonks, but Warden Maria stepped close and looped her arm through Tonks. Not particularly subtle, Tonks thought, as Sturgis watched them go with a furrowed brow. Then again, from both what she'd been told and from what she'd seen firsthand, the watchman didn't seem to the type to play around with politics. There were bigger things at stake, in their collective mind. Tonks idly noted that the warden was indeed as willowy as she seemed under her thick robes, and slightly shorter than she. She was also surprisingly warm, and Tonks found herself leaning into the female watchman. "Who are they?" said Tonks. "An extra-governmental entity," said Maria. "They are helpful. Usually." Tonks snorted a bit at the last addition. "I'm sorry you had to come out today, Tonks." "It's my job," said Tonks. "I get paid for it." "Still. To come all the way out here for a photo op," Maria sighed softly. "This is not a forgiving place. I'm sure you well know." Tonks nodded slowly. "Lyra Malfoy, to visit the late Bellatrix Lestrange." The woman's grip on Tonks' arm was gentle, but firm. "The reports left behind by our former warden paint an interesting picture. Of all the people that visited, none save her have ever recommended placing more security upon the prison. I thought she was mad, back then," Tonks said. "Until now, I would have thought the same." Maria lapsed in silence as they continued to walk around the bleak rock, ignoring the occasional questioning looks they received from the other aurors. Then this happened. It's not good." Tonks felt that queer sensation of simultaneous curiosity and dread, even as a stone settled in her stomach and her palms became cold, her heartbeat quickened and her body seemed to be filled with energy. She licked her lips. It was too cold here, and spoke. "What happened, exactly?" "There's much I can't tell you," said Maria, and Tonks saw her bite her tongue. "I'm not sure if I should even be telling you this. But you were the last visitor, you and your cousin, and I cannot help but wonder if there is something I am missing." Maria thinned her lips. None of the usual magic would have damaged Azkaban the way it did. Something else was at play, something extraordinary. "What do you mean?" "Azkaban is ancient and powerful, Tonks. Its defenses did not unravel after wardens past have placed new enchantments upon them. If whatever we planned affects it too greatly, Azkaban pushes back, and makes its displeasure known. This is not like that. Something happened, something powerful enough to fracture the enchantments woven into this place." Maria's grip tightened momentarily. "I read Watchman Gale's report, but I'd rather hear it from you. Did anything unusual occur during your last visit?" "There was an earthquake." "Uncommon, but not unexpected," said Maria. "It happens once or twice a day." "What about the runes?" "The runes? Ah, you mean on the arches. I'm not certain what they are, but they have been present for many years with nothing happening. Even the newest ones have been there for at least half my life." "And the whispers?" Maria froze mid-step. "What whispers?" Tonks stared at the woman. "From the tunnel. From the one that goes down and down." Warden Maria slowly turned to meet her eyes. Her expression of fear, though shadowed and in dim light, was clear to Tonks. Maria's pale eyes glittered in the dark, promising nothing but ruin, and Tonks wondered if her life would ever return to normalcy again. "I see," said Maria, and she continued to walk as if nothing happened. But Tonks could feel her grip on her arm, no longer as gentle as it had been, the stiffness of her gait. Tonks turned to the east, where a yet unseen sun cast a watercolor of dark gold and violets across the horizon. Though it dispelled the darkness of the island, it could not dispel the dark thoughts in her mind. The fire was roaring. Embers spitting, soot bellowing, the fireplace was more akin to a kill, the chimney howling with flame. James had to pull the tattered rug back as the ashes kept setting it alight. After that flight back to the British mainland, so cold that frost had gathered along his feathers and tried to drag him into the cold, dark sea, the warmth should have been a relief. He didn't feel relieved. He had been sitting here for a good 30 minutes, now, but the cold didn't go away, settled in his body like it belonged there. Beside him, Lyra was similarly wrapped in blankets, as she leaned against him and he against her. Her skin burned, simultaneously hot and cold, and it hurt to touch. James suspected that he felt the same way to her. A pale, shimmering raven perched upon a windowsill while a similarly ethereal cat slid between them, its tail curling around their arms and legs. James shivered, flexing his frozen fingers, then stood. He peered out the door. Some 25 miles from Azkaban, the prison likely still visible were the skies clearer, but in the dark of night, James could only hope they were safe, that nothing followed their scents like a bloodhound on a trail. This lonely shack, perhaps someone's old summer home until they died, had been selected as their hideout a few months ago already. Enough time that they'd fixed up the windows and replaced the rotting boards and gave it a homey touch, but whatever little additions they made did not bring the warmth back into their bones. From the direction of the island prison a wave of dread washed over him, and he shuddered, almost falling to his knees. Azkaban had not been kind to him, even less so to Lyra. More than once he'd tangibly felt raw hatred like this as he flew, threatening to sweep his raven form out of the air, threatening to drown him in the cold waters of the North Sea. He stumbled back into the cabin, and knelt beside Lyra. She stared lifelessly into the fires, her lips moving in silent prayer. "Lyra," he said. Lyra didn't respond. "Lyra," he tried again, more urgently, and Lyra slowly turned to look at him. James, she said, her voice a whisper, seemingly without the energy to speak any louder. James swallowed heavily. How do you feel? He said, feeling like a fool even as he asked. Does anything hurt? Cold, Lyra said. James braced against the back of the couch and pushed her towards the fire, as close as she dared. The heat of the inferno washed over them, and James' raven fluttered close and landed silently on the backrest of the seat. Lyra shivered a little. With her a little closer to the light, James noticed something off about her. He reached down and took Lyra's hand, prying her fingers open. James stared at her broken skin stained deep red. How long had Lyra kept her injury quiet? Her palm had been sliced open in places by mangled metal, thin bands of gold that had shattered into hard edges, and splinters of glass, almost too small to be seen by eye, embedded in a dozen different places. James lowered himself to his knees beside her, and with the light of the fireplace and Petromuses combined, attempted to remove the glass. With both him and Lyra shivering violently, it took a while. Scour jiffy, James said. Episky. The dried blood was scoured away, and what cuts hadn't already scabbed over closed entirely. James picked up the twisted remains of the time turner, gathering up the gold chain into his palm, and dropped it into his pocket. So many months of effort, painstakingly recreating Hermione's time turner, gone, vanished after a single use. What happened? He said. Lyra continued to stare unblinking at the fire, but eventually she spoke. I killed them, she said, her voice almost inaudible over the roaring fire. Saved Bellatrix for last. She begged me not to kill her. Lyra's eyes sharpened for a moment, regaining their luster, a fleeting victory. Then I turned around to find you again. I climbed back up the stairs, and I kept passing by the same cells. I kept seeing Bellatrix, no matter how many steps I climbed. I know because the step in front of her cell was covered in her blood. Lyra curled into herself. I couldn't find you. I knew you were there, somewhere, but I couldn't reach you. I don't know how long I was in there for. The place kept shifting so that I wasn't moving anywhere, the Patroness pendant ran out which it isn't supposed to do and the Dementors could have kissed me, but they didn't. They just followed me, forced me to keep moving. James clenched his fists. James, Lyra whispered, it wouldn't let me out. Chapter 22, Clean Up at the World Cup. Chapter text. It was truly baffling to think that a small city's worth of people had gathered here. Magic or not, 100,000 people had formed a massive tent city in the English countryside, remarkably well contained in a neat grid pattern. If one included the unofficial visitors as well, there was no way to prevent people from sneaking in, not when the Aurors and hired security had so many people to deal with, and there were probably 5 to 10,000 more than that. Are we sure we don't need to get going? Said Cedric. James stretched his legs. The perfectly muggle, purple camping chair he'd brought along was surprisingly comfortable and it had a drink holder in the armrest, too. We probably should, but the thing is gonna be delayed no matter what. Exactly, said Mo, from the orange chair beside James. There are too many people, it'll definitely get delayed. People will try to go in through designated exits and whatnot. Cedric shrugged somewhat uncomfortably in his pink chair. He was still a bit anal about punctuality and such, but he'd learned to stop worrying and love the madness eventually. The twins must be making a mint, said James. Given Harry and Ron had gone with Sirius instead of the Weasleys, although they coordinated to ensure Sirius, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Diggory all had tents beside each other, James and Mo had been invited by the twins to join the Weasley contingent. Naturally, that meant they also got conscripted into smuggling their Tuntung toffees on their persons upon their departure from the burrow. Judging by the line of overly enthusiastic kids, they were making an absolute killing. I never thought so many people would want joke products like those, Cedric said. I mean, it just makes your tongue longer. Are kids really just that stupid? Never underestimate the stupidity of kids, said James, nodding sagely. You say that like you've never been one, Ginny snarked. James lazily turned to the immensely bored teenage girl. I have been fully cognizant of myself since the day I first entered this world. Do you think it's a coincidence that I am more intelligent and wise than any of my so-called peers? All right, don't break your neck with that massive head of yours, said Ginny, rolling her eyes. Why are you here, though, said James. Did you chase off all your friends with your winsome personality? Oh, shut up. Dad's busy and Ron's annoying as usual, and I don't want to get dragged into playing shopkeeper for the twins. Are you sure it's not because the idea of being in the same room as Harry Potter still intimidates you? Ginny's ears turned pink. No. Cedric laughed. You wouldn't be scared of being in the same room as your celebrity crush, James. He's not my celebrity crush. Why would I be? I'm hot, young, and virile, said James, and Mo made a noise of disgust. What? Question, said Ginny, her face still red, did Lyra Malfoy corrupt you, or did you turn the scion of the ancient house of Malfoy into a whore? We corrupt each other, like true friends, said James, interlocking his fingers in demonstration. Ginny muttered something uncharitable under her breath, but she too was smiling. James wondered if Ginny was always this sassy. A lot had changed for her already the moment James stole that diary. Ginny had more or less lost all her narrative importance. He frowned to himself. He wouldn't wish that diary on anyone, certainly not Ginny, who had a good heart under that teenage rebellion. But there was someone out there, most likely a child, at that, who was instead being corrupted by Riddle. More than a year had passed since the disappearance of the diary, and he was no closer to finding the new owner than he had been at the beginning of last year. Fred and George returned then, matching grins on their faces. Fred held up a jingling sack packed with coins, while George held a completely empty display case in his hands. Ginny shot them a suspicious look, looking remarkably like Mrs. Weasley as she did so, while Mo whistled in appreciation. "We are officially in business, lads," said Fred. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes was a complete success. 6 galleons, 2 sickles, and a nut, said George. "Pretty good for 30 minutes work, I'd say." 6 galleons. Ginny said. 6 galleons, dear sister, Fred said smugly. "We made twice as much in half an hour as Mr. Weatherby makes in a whole day polishing Crouch's wand." "You reckon we should get him keeper knee pads this Christmas?" said George. "Why, brother, you are the most thoughtful man I've ever met." "So where's our cut?" said James. The twins raised their eyebrows in fluid, matching motions. "You wouldn't have made a nut if you didn't have us smuggle it out for you." "That is true," said George, scratching at his stubble. "But it didn't take much effort on your part, did it?" "We made it, we sold it, we even came up with the slogans," said Fred. Mo made a thoughtful noise. "What about something a little extra for your friends the next time Fletcher brings you one of your care packages?" "Done," said Fred. "Hello, kids," said Mr. Weasley, appearing at just the right moment to make all 3 Weasleys jump with fright. Fred hid the purse behind his back. "Doing something you shouldn't be." "No," the twins said. "Well, if you say so, it must be true, Mr. Weasley grinned. "Come on, let's get ready." James, Mo, and Cedric folded up their chairs and threw them down James' expanded trunk, pulling on jackets in anticipation of the evening chill. They emerged once more. Cedric joined his father and bade them goodbye, for now they hadn't gotten top box tickets, but they were good sports about it, while Sirius and Harry replaced them instead, with Ron and Hermione following. "Everyone ready? Nobody forgot their wands? Good, let's go." The top box was, contrary to popular belief, not at the very top. That was instead reserved for the pores who chose to expose themselves to the elements. The top box was 1 level below, just above the tallest goalpost, for an excellent view of the whole 3-dimensional stadium. Soon enough, the bigwigs of the ministry began to pour in. James idly wondered if he would be able to pull off a one-man coup right here if he moved fast enough. The Malfoys passed through as well, fashionably late as ever, pointedly not looking at the Weasley contingent. It appeared Narcissa hadn't come this time. Instead, by Lucius and Draco's side, came Lyra. Her hair was a bit messy than usual, and her hands were stuffed into the pockets of her long white overcoat. And her eyes still hadn't regained their old liveliness, even now months after the Azkaban break-in. "Lo, Lyra," said Mo pleasantly. "You look lovely today, you know." Lyra only raised her eyebrows in response. It only further highlighted how little sleep she seemed to be getting. James suspected she'd lost some weight since they'd last seen each other. Then she looked around without greeting either of them, nor anyone else, seemingly lost in thought already. James' eyes flickered to the house elf sitting in the front row, an empty seat beside her. They had spoken a few times about this, but they still weren't entirely certain how they were supposed to pull this off. Given the security dedicated to the rich nonces in this room, it was likely they'd be stunned a dozen times over before they could get more than a spell off. They'd have to wait until after the game ended, and follow Winky as best they could. He glanced back at Lyra, then, and asked, "You okay?" Her eyebrows rose a little again, then she shrugged and said, "Sort of." "Hey, do you think we could pull off a 2-man coup right now? Like," she added when he stared at her, "if we went ballistic straight out of the gate." James sunk himself deeper into his occlumency, watching Lyra's face for any change, but he couldn't find any. "What brought that on?" he said. She frowned, glanced at him, then looked away and said, "I don't know. I guess I've just been thinking lately of the inevitability of death and the insignificance of life." "So no different than usual, then," said Mo. Lyra leveled a flat look at him and then walked off to rejoin her family. An inexplicable anxiety settled in James' gut like a stone at the bottom of a still pond. He turned back to the pitch, where Bagman had just announced the Bulgarian mascots, and James found himself straightening to get a better view. He wasn't the only one, either, as Fred and George half climbed out of their own seats. The dance was mesmerizing, in a rather primal sort of way. The stadium was hushed as they watched the villa spin, their moonlit skin and golden hair flickering like embers from a flame, like flashing fireflies in the dark of night, their inhuman beauty hinting at something more, a lonely lamp dangling luringly in the pitch black of the deep ocean. James forced himself back into his seat, sighing shakily. Considering his past experience with mind control, he was glad that he was able to keep to himself. Beside him, Mo remained as impassive as a stone statue, and not for the first time he wondered where his friend had learned such ironclad occlumency. Carefully, he looked back at the villa. They were still beautiful, but whatever they were doing to his mind had mostly stopped. "That's better," said Mo, obviously having felt the same discomfort James had, until the leprechauns emerged and broke the illusions the villa had been so delicately weaving. A gold coin smacked James' cheek, and more fell into their laps. "Wait, they conjure gold." "It's temporary," James said, rubbing his face. "Sorry." "Seriously." Mo tossed a fake galleon over the balcony in disgust. "Wait. Damn. You are serious about it only being temporary, right? Because I just threw it away." "Yes, I'm serious," James said dryly. "Otherwise I wouldn't be so upset that I got hit in the face with 50 quid. The match that followed was, at least to James, somewhat interesting. The twins were going wild, and even Lyra looked at least somewhat amused by the spectacle that was the wizarding world. James never felt particularly interested in Quidditch with its nonsensical rules, but he could appreciate the excellent flying the teams were demonstrating. Lyra loved flying because it was liberating and no doubt electrifying for her in particular with her reckless speeds, but ironically, to someone who could fly on their own strength, using a broom felt too limiting. Still, even James' second-hand Comet 260 was faster than he on his own power would ever be, so he could admit there was a certain charm to broom racing. Though he briefly lamented his decision not to purchase omnioculars for this occasion, he took comfort in the fact that he'd escorted Fred and George to a broker, a legitimate one, this time, as far as brokers could be called legitimate, and made the same bet they did. Otherwise, he kept his eye on the house elf. Poor creature. He could relate to having a fear of heights at least until he'd turned into a bird, but he was more interested in the empty spot beside it. "Bored?" said Mo. "No, it's interesting enough," said James. His eyes flickered to Lyra. "But there's something I need to do after the game. While I'm still here, I mean." "Right." Mo drew out the word, staring at James. "One of those things you two get up to, huh? You planning to ever tell me about it?" James tilted his head. "Maybe," he said finally. He'd known Mo almost as long as he'd known Lyra Malfoy in this life, at least, and he didn't think Mo would pull a wormtail in the future. Not now, though. Too many people around. "Fair enough," said Mo, turning back to the game. "It's not like I've told you everything about myself either. Not that I don't trust you, mind. I just don't like thinking about it. Is there anything I can help with?" James said. "Ha. No, it's fine. It's not like it's bad, it's just that the family drama could come straight out of some soap opera." Mo rolled his eyes. "Idiots, the lot of them. I thought you liked some of them." "I like my younger sister," said Mo. "She's the only unspoiled one. Mostly because I raised her, I think. And because she goes to Beau's Batons." "Really?" "Yeah, she just finished her second year. Getting top grades, she is, just like her big brother. The only difference, I assume, is that you cheat to get there." "Cheat?" Mo scoffed. "You don't get to lecture me on cheating. Remind me again why you get top marks for the usual tests, but I did better on the O.W.L.S. Ireland wins." Whatever he was about to say next got drowned out by the primal roar that echoed around the stadium. The banners hanging around the grounds showed an enlarged image of Crumb, his nose bloodied, holding the snitch above his head. James and Mo glanced at each other, then at the fanatics all around them. "Hey, it ended," said James. "What do you bloody mean, hey, it ended?" Fred shouted, clasping James' face in his hands. "Did you not see that chase?" "Must have missed it," James said breezily, and Fred screamed incoherently. "So, he caught the snitch? Is that some kind of flu?" Mo said. Mr. Weasley laughed as all his children turned to glare at him. "What an excellent show. You two really picked the worst moment to get distracted, didn't you?" said Mr. Weasley. "Up you get, boys and girls." "Just going to go walk about, Mr. Weasley," James called, and only waiting to receive a nod of confirmation, James turned back to Winky the house elf and her invisible +1. As they made their way downstairs, being in the top box apparently had more benefits, like being able to take advantage of the very important people's bodyguards to cut through the crowd. James drew his wand and painted his hair a lighter brown, and put on a pair of Trelawney-style glasses that distracted anyone looking from any of his other features. As he continued to walk after the elf, he was joined by a black-haired woman who looked vaguely like Lyra. House elves weren't all that smart. He didn't want to be mean, especially since very few of them were afforded the opportunity for an education, but it was the truth. They were sensitive to magic in ways that humans weren't, but they lacked critical thinking. Probably part of why they hadn't risen up in bloody revolution even once. For example, Winky didn't bother making detours through quieter routes, instead becoming increasingly flustered as she guided Crouch Jr. through the busiest main roads and hurried away from confused pedestrians wondering if they had bumped into something, nor did she bother to consider why she couldn't apparate despite her unique brand of magic. "Stop that," said maybe Lyra. "Stop what?" "The Mission Impossible theme song," said the spoilsport. Winky stopped at the back of the line of people waiting to apparate away. Though the majority seemed to be planning to stay for another night of festivities, there were a decent number of people waiting to leave already. "Too many eyes," said James. Lyra shrugged and said, "It'll be fine." And without another word she strode forward, all the way up to Winky, where she clasped her hands together and said, "Hello, dear. Are you lost?" "And no," Winky said immediately. "Winky is just waiting in line." "Ah. Well, you do know there is an apparition point for elves, don't you?" "Right over there," added Lyra, pointing a finger briefly past a line of empty food carts. "Much shorter line." "Oh," said Winky, looking nervously in the direction. "Must Winky go there?" "That would be preferable." "Would you like me to take you?" Lyra said using the same voice she used on Lost First Years. Winky nodded slowly, and Lyra led the way past the food carts and behind an outcropping of the forest. Winky glanced around in the darkness. James silently drew his wand from his pocket. "The apparition point is right over there," said Lyra. "You see that small sign over there?" Then the clearing lit up in scarlet as James took down Winky in a split-second stunning spell, while Lyra's spell splashed against something invisible. 2 thumps. Then nothing but the wind, insects, and distant crowds of people. James approached the single visible foot. He yanked the invisibility cloak off the unconscious Crouch Jr., revealing an almost anorexic young man. "Dobby," she called. Dobby appeared with a muted pop. He was still wearing that bellboy outfit. "Dobby is here to help, Miss Lyra." She kicked Crouch none too gently. "Can you take this asshole to Dumbledore?" "Winky, too," said James. "Yes, miss, Dobby will be back soon," Dobby said, and disappeared with the unconscious elf and Death Eater. "Where did he take them?" "Aberforth's pub," said Lyra, her yawn stretching out the last word. "Fuck. That went well," said James. "Cool. Yeah." She sent him a sly side eye. "Feels good, doesn't it?" "I guess it does," said James. "I still feel bad about Winky." "Yeah," said Lyra. "Hogwarts will take care of her better than Crouch Sr. ever would, but she's still going to be miserable." "Hey, how'd you know exactly where Crouch was?" "I was about to throw like 50 stunners like we said." "Legilimency," said Lyra. "You learn to sense minds, eventually." "I wasn't sure I'd be able to find him under an invisibility cloak, but," she shrugged. "Come on, let's go." They walked back in silence, though it was a comfortable one, this time. Lyra seemed to stand a little straighter, a little more aware. It wasn't even that exciting, but that tiny bit of extra blood in her head pumped a little bit of life back into her. And, perhaps, him too. Even the thought of Crouch breaking out from his mind control to turn the tables on them didn't particularly bother him. For as long as he had his friend by his side, he would be invincible. With that pleasant thought, James bade her good night, and peeled off into the Weasley tent. While the younger kids had been sent to bed, Mr. Weasley, Sirius, Mo, and the older Weasleys were still present. As he had more or less expected, making a fire the Muggle way was not working out well for the Weasley clan. Mainly because Mr. Weasley didn't seem to consider that Muggles had better fire-making tools these days. "Are you using fire sticks?" James said incredulously. "Indeed," Mr. Weasley said, red-faced and panting. "We've been taking turns, but we just can't get it to light." "That's because you're not even drilling it, you're just rubbing it together." James shook his head. Just use magic, or you're never going to have a fire at this rate." Mr. Weasley was crestfallen but accepted this, and soon enough they had a roaring fire going. At Mr. Weasley's insistence, James was made to demonstrate the correct method of using fire sticks. James found that whoever had found these had decided to pick the greenest timber they could find, so it was never going to light, but it wasn't like anyone here could see the difference in the dark, and the urge to show off one, so James wandlessly lit the bottom of the small hole he'd drilled into the wood. The look on Mo's face as he successfully created a spark was simply delicious. "Wicked," Bill said, as James blew on the ember. "Thank you," said James, sitting up straight and dusting his hands. "Where did you learn to do that?" Sirius said, and James shrugged. "YouTube wouldn't mean anything for at least another 10 years. "Well done, James," said Mr. Weasley, holding out a mug. James took it, and sipped. Butterby or Mrs. Weasley's own. So, Fred, George. How much did you boys make today? 130 galleons, or thereabouts, George said easily. Mr. Weasley clearly wasn't expecting that, his jaw slack as he stared at the twins. Sirius gave a low whistle. Percy looked like he'd been kicked in the crotch. Ah well, good job, I suppose, Mr. Weasley said. What are you going to do with it? Bill asked. Open up our own shop, of course, said Fred. With more of those products, said Sirius, sounding amused. I could see it. Zonkos hasn't innovated in decades, but look how popular that place is. Products, said Charlie. You haven't seen them yet. Bill plucked out something from his pocket, and it suddenly enlarged to the size of his fist. He tossed it to Charlie, who caught it easily. It's impressive work. Charlie held up the object to eye level. What's this? James leaned in slightly as well, trying to get a better look in the firelight. It was a black icosahedron, with images drawn on each face. He glanced at George, who winked at him. Hey, that's a prototype, Fred said. Be careful with it. It took us forever to make, George agreed. Charlie grunted, then turned to the twins. Well. Oh. Right. We call it the Doom D20, said Fred. Don't ask me, James came up with the name. It's a fortune-telling object, really, said George. The premise is that you roll it, and whatever it lands on, the D20 curses you to that fate. But really, it just predicts your immediate future and pretends it made that future happen. That's, Sirius trailed off. It's an incredible piece of arithmetic engineering, that's what, said Bill. It's more complex than a good few of the cursed objects I've had to work with. It's not that impressive, Fred mumbled. Can I see it, said James, and Charlie handed it to him without looking. James held the dice in his hands. It felt like it was made of stone, black and cold and unpolished. That association already made his stomach churn, but he tried to ignore that and looked at the magic behind it. Faint lines appeared in the edges of his vision, a spider web stretching across way too many dimensions for him to truly be able to comprehend, and the magic of the object rang out in 100 distinct notes, all singing out in a choir that he slowly tried to filter through. James was talking about some book character and dice tumbling in his head, so we got the idea from there, George was saying. And then he joked about some D20 of doom, so we made it a reality. Fred takes divination and I take arithmancy, it wasn't that hard. Not that hard, he says, Bill teased. No offense, but I genuinely didn't think you two were capable of making something that impressive, Mo said. Why do you always act like such idiots? James laughed as Fred and George, for once, didn't have a repartee ready and floundered to say something, eventually settling on not saying anything at all. Mr. Weasley appeared to be genuinely shocked into silence as well. James rolled the oversized die between his hands. Can I roll it? He said, breaking the quiet. Yeah. Sure, said George. James glanced at the die once more, and lightly tossed it towards the middle of their group, avoiding the flames. It tumbled once, twice, and came to a stop. Percy leaned in and adjusted his spectacles. It's a picture of an eye, Percy said, looking to the twins. Right, that one is, Fred patted his pockets, then withdrew a pamphlet. The Watcher. A spectre follows. They watch from the shadows, where they are invisible. Only by shining light upon the darkness will the Watcher be revealed. James glanced around despite himself. Mo snorted, and a few others laughed. It's not literal, you idiot, George said. It just means someone's interested in you. Mo raised his hand. I think I know who this prophecy's talking about. Is she cute? Sirius said. You're far too interested in the love lives of people way younger than you, James complained. Definitely cute, Mo said. James keeps playing hard to get, said George. And it's working, said Fred. Sirius gave James a somber look. I'm proud of you, kid. Fuck off, Sirius. Here, said Mo, making grabbing motions. Give. Percy picked up the die, and it was passed along to Mo. He spared a moment to examine the carved images, before he tossed it. The spider, said George. A single spider's thread hangs from the heavens, and to climb it would be to reach salvation. But you are not the only one who seeks entrance. It is up to you if you will climb the fragile thread or if your struggles will cause it to snap, sending all tumbling back down into the abyss. Mo pursed his lips for a moment, then looked up. Damn. Hits hard, doesn't it? George said with a grin. Fred tried it out the other day and he got the star. Diamonds burning in the night, ignite the way with a guiding light, bring sparks of hope to the weary mind. But it shall always remain beyond your reach, high above all worldly things. Oh, come on, Fred protested. She was laughing with him. Angelina was not very impressed, George said. Maybe you need some pointers from Percy, Bill said, and everyone's attention turned to the bespectacled Weasley. Percy turned slightly red. Percy. Mr. Weasley turned to him. Well, why haven't I heard about this before? Percy spluttered. Did we not mention it? Fred said. He was dating this brunette. Hate to say it, but she's definitely gorgeous. I wouldn't mind serving detention with her, George added with a smirk. Vast tracts of land, Fred said. Childbearing hips, said James. Back in my country, she'd be worth 6 goats and a cow, said Mo. Let's not disrespect the lady, Mr. Weasley said, giving Mo a funny look, as if he weren't quite sure if Mo were joking or not. But it's lovely to hear. Just be careful you don't start popping out kids. I'm not prepared to have deal with your children before all my own move out. He wagged a finger. That applies to the rest of you, too. Don't worry, Mr. Weasley, Mo drawled. As far as we can tell, only Percy inherited your charm and good looks. Oi, Bill said, grinning. I don't know, Mo, Mr. Weasley said with a smile. If Charlie put on a bit more muscle, he'd almost look like me when I started seeing Molly. Charlie snorted. James liked to think he was fit, in this lifetime, but this man was built like a Greek god, and James wondered if he genuinely wrestled dragons into submission. The Weasley in question only met his eyes, almost challengingly. Bro, do you lift, said James, and confusion flickered across Charlie's face. You work out. Charlie grunted. Perks of the job. Surely that can't be it, said James. They feed you magical dragon protein or something. Charlie stared at him. No, he said finally. If you show up smelling like dragon and believe me, dragon meat smells, then suddenly you're not just a minor nuisance, but competition. Oh, said James. They'll kill you. He grinned, but it felt more like a baring of teeth. See this? He rolled over his arm, making the shiny patch easier to see. A bitch called Norberta imprinted on me, and I made the mistake of feeding her first during mating season. She rubbed up all over me, so when I went to feed Regina, the biggest, meanest iron-tail you'll ever see, she went fucking mental. The countryside burned for 3 days. If Skatha didn't pick that moment to make a leadership bid, I'd be dead. Just like Skatha. Are you sure you're qualified to be a dragonologist, brother mine? Fred said. I'd imagine the profession has a high enough turnover that they'll take anyone by this point, Bill said with a smirk, then winced when Charlie punched him in the shoulder. Either the game had ended later than James had expected, or time passed really quickly. Soon enough, as if everyone had come out of a haze, they realized it was time for bed. Bidding everyone good night, Mo and James returned to their designated bedroom. Ugh, Mo groaned, falling onto his bed. I'm knackered. James hummed his agreement, slipping into his own covers. Soon enough, Mo's shuffling turned into steady breathing, barely audible if not for the rustling of his sheets with each exhale. Meanwhile, James merely lay there, his eyes closed but unable to shut down his mind. His thoughts drifted to Lyra. Ever since that excursion to Azkaban, she had been different. More reserved. She barely slept, and when she did she had nightmares so vivid she'd wake up gasping, yet unable to put into words whatever she saw. But the whispers, the unbearable cold, the broken time turner. That black monolith had made itself at home in James' mind now, so firmly that sometimes he wondered if the whispers were still there. And it had downright burrowed its way into Lyra's mind. He curled himself deeper into his sheets. Azkaban had been a stupid idea. They should have never gone. Feeling simultaneously cold and burning hot, James threw off the covers and slipped out of his bedroom. He cast a muffling charm on himself to stop Mo from waking up and went downstairs. The tent was truly an impressive structure, he had to get himself one of these. The fact that it shrunk down to the size of a bedroll for easy carrying was just insane. It was the little things, like these, that always reignited his awe of the wizarding world, just when he thought he had seen everything. There was a small light at the bottom of the stairs, and James hesitated. He had thought for sure that nobody would be awake even still. After a good minute of silent contemplation, he pushed on. The chill of the wood paneling seeped through his socks as he reached the bottom. The light was coming from some candles near the corner of the sitting room, behind an armchair occupied by Mr. Weasley. He looked up over the hardcover book he was reading, removing his spectacles as he did so. Still up, James, said Mr. Weasley. Yeah, James said, before reaching for the sink for a glass of water. The water was chilled almost ice cold, despite it being the middle of summer. It had been a while since he learned of magic, but it was still weird to think there were no pipes behind that tap. Couldn't sleep. James took a moment to swallow some water. Yeah, he repeated. James sat opposite Mr. Weasley on the quilt-covered sofa and peered at the cover of the book he was reading, but it was too dark to tell what it was in the dim light. Mr. Weasley idly cleaned his spectacles on the hem of his shirt, before putting it to the side. How are you, James? James startled a bit. Fine? I think. Mr. Weasley grinned a little at that. I hear you stopped Fred and George from betting with Ludo Bagman. Did you know he was going to pay out with leprechaun gold? I read some unflattering things about him, said James. I only told them to talk to a proper broker instead of some has-been. Mr. Weasley chuckled. I saw him getting chased into the forest by some vengeful goblins. I hadn't laughed so hard in a long time. James' lips twitched. You should have woken me for something like that. Ah, I will keep that in mind for next time. Knowing Ludo, I'm sure there will be plenty more opportunities. Mr. Weasley gave an enigmatic smile. You'll be seeing more of him at school, too. What, the Triwizard Tournament, said James, and Mr. Weasley sputtered. Well, yes, he said, and James grinned at him. I won't even bother asking how you found out about that. Ludo will be commentating, I think. Mr. Weasley rubbed his chin. If you already know about it, then I'm guessing you're considering entering. Maybe, said James uncertainly. I don't know. I wouldn't want to deprive someone else of the opportunity, you know? I've already had my fair share of adventures, and, James sighed. They did not go well. Mr. Weasley was silent for a good moment, and James took the time to examine the tent around him. It was crafted by a lifelong coach builder. Apparently, magical coach builders usually worked on expanded trunks and tents like these, due to the similarity in the techniques involved. Mr. Weasley had only rented this tent for the cup, but if one were to buy it, it would cost more than a house of about the same size. Are you afraid of another perceived failure? Mr. Weasley asked, and James looked at him. What do you mean? I know you still blame yourself for that basilisk incident, said Mr. Weasley, and James stayed quiet. Disregarding the fact that children could have very possibly been killed had the diary infected anyone else, you still feel guilt for what you perceive as your failure. I suspect you feel about the tournament the same way you would want to enter, but you're afraid of failing. You're afraid of disappointing the people you care about, and disappointing yourself. James stared at him. Yeah, he said finally. I guess. I have 6 sons, James, did you think I don't notice these things? Mr. Weasley stood up and moved to the sofa, sitting beside him to plant a hand on James' shoulder. Besides, I was young once, too. It's a natural thing to feel at your age well, usually a bit older, most boys your age still think they're invincible, but you've always been a bit more mature than most. I suppose that near-death experience contributed to it as well. You realized just how out of depth you are, and you have no idea what you are going to do or what you are supposed to do, and all you can think about is how badly you're going to cock up. James nodded slowly. Bill and Percy were both that way during their N.E.W.T.S., I remember. Charlie's always known exactly what he wanted in life, so he didn't get affected as much. Mr. Weasley chuckled, and James smiled despite himself. The twins. I'm sure deep down they do feel that uncertainty, that insecurity. Maybe even more than Bill or Percy, because they chose to go off the beaten path, unlike their brothers. They devote so much of their free time into their products, you know? Making sure that each and every one is perfect, because they think that anything less than perfect means that their business isn't going to succeed. But nothing is perfect, least of all people. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Not really, said James, and Mr. Weasley grinned. Ah, I must be getting old, he said. Then let me paraphrase a bit, everyone cocks up once in a while, James. But that's no reason to stop trying, stop experimenting, stop failing. Don't be afraid to fail, or you'll miss out on some valuable lessons to be a better man in the future. Keep trying, keep failing, and keep learning, and when it gets too much, you can always ask for help. I bet your friends and your professors will be there for you, and Molly and I will always have your back. Yet. When James said nothing, Mr. Weasley prompted, Yet. Yet, James said quietly. Good lad. Arthur leaned over to give James a one-armed hug. You're a good person from all accounts, James. Even if you're not quite sure how you want to become the man you want to be, I think you have the moral compass to keep you on the right track. You'll get there eventually, wherever you want to be. He smiled. My boys look up to you, you know? Fred and George. They'd never admit it, of course, but you learn to read between the lines when you're a dad. The only outstanding that either of them got on their O.W.L.S. was George for arithmancy, and if he were left to his own devices, I don't think he'd have been motivated enough to even try. Mr. Weasley squeezed James' shoulder and met his eyes. You're a good person already, son. You don't have to feel the need to slay a basilisk or win a tournament to make us proud. But if you decide to enter anyway, then know that we'll be cheering you on no matter what. James wished he had something to say, but he didn't, and so he just sat there feeling like an idiot. Mr. Weasley didn't seem to mind, though, and patted his shoulder before releasing him. Thanks, James tried to say, but the rest of his sentiments got cut off by a crack like thunder. Bloody hell, Mr. Weasley swore, and poked his head out of the tent briefly. Whatever lethargy James felt disappeared in a moment as he jumped to his feet and drew his wand. James. What's going on? Said James, and looked outside. He saw the dull glow of a distant fire, and rising clouds of smoke in various directions. No idea, I'll have to talk to someone who does, and a massive roar cut him off as a fireball blew into the sky, charred remains of tents carried along with the wind it generated. Mr. Weasley exploded with a litany of curses that, had Mrs. Weasley heard, would undoubtedly send him to sleep on the couch for the next 3 months. Stay here, James. I'll be back. He rushed off before James could get another word in, and James stood there awkwardly, rolling his wand between his fingers. Charlie Weasley burst out of the tent, and stood next to James. Even in the dark, his hard scowl and clenched jaw was hard to miss. He folded his arms, wand in one hand, and glared in the direction of the flames as Bill emerged. Of course something like this happens, Bill muttered. I'm supposed to be on holiday, for Merlin's sake. Bastards, Charlie growled, his fists clenching. I'll wake up the girls, said Bill, turning back to the tent for a moment. Percy can take them and the other kids somewhere safe. A short scream cut off their conversation, and they both turned towards the source. Though distant, they could both see a crowd of black-cloaked wizards and witches on the rampage, and above them, spinning lazily in the air, was the Muggle groundskeeper and his family. Charlie snarled as a chorus of jeers and cheering met the terrified Mrs. Roberts. Sirius ducked out from his own tent, with a bleary-looking Harry and Ron in tow. From the tent past that, looking marginally more awake, was Cedric and Mr. Diggory. As Percy began ushering the younger kids out, Mr. Weasley returned, his face faintly pink from exertion. Any news? Said James. Bloody rioters, Mr. Weasley muttered. We can't even tell who's who in this darkness, but if you see anyone wearing a mask, Merlin's balls. James' eyes widened and he felt heat wash over his face. He saw dulled flashes of spell fire, and heard screams of wizards and witches alike. Mr. Diggory cursed under his breath, and Mr. Weasley turned back to their group. We should go help the ministry, Mr. Weasley said. People could be getting hurt at any moment. The rest of you need to hide out somewhere safe. Mo stepped up beside James. We can help, Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley hesitated. You're both young. Mad-Eye Moody thinks James is good enough to take on Aurors, said Mo. And I'm the junior champion of the Baghdad dueling circuit. 2 years in a row. Mr. Weasley only tilted his head, but Sirius spoke. That's one of the most competitive dueling leagues in the world, he said. Just who are you, kid? Mo shrugged. People are getting hurt. Are we going to help them or not? All right, you two come with us, said Mr. Weasley. Fred, George. Wait, said James, and Mr. Weasley looked at him with frustration. Bring the twins. And Cedric, too. You can all fly, right? Along with Charlie we need to rescue the Roberts, but we have to make sure they don't fall. Good thinking, Sirius said with approval. They'll get shot out of the air, Mr. Diggory said. That's why the rest of us on the ground are going to distract them, said James. We'll keep the flyers disillusioned, in any case, and most of those tossers are drunk. And where are we going to find the brooms? We're at a bloody Quidditch tournament, for Christ's sake. James said, and Mr. Diggory scowled. I had 12 different salesmen ask me if I wanted to buy one broom or another. It's not a bad plan, said Mr. Weasley. Come on, then. Fine, Mr. Diggory grumbled. You keep yourself safe, said, you hear. I could say the same to you, Cedric replied, and some of Mr. Diggory's scowl went away. All right, you lot, get into the woods, and stick together, Mr. Weasley said. Keep hidden. We'll come fetch you once this is over. With that, they began running. Oxio, Bill shouted, and about a dozen brooms all came flying at them. Charlie contemptuously smacked aside a clean sweep, instead snagging a nimbus for himself. Fred and George grabbed matching comets, and Cedric found himself holding a firebolt. They halted behind a pair of tattered tents, the crowd close enough that James could smell the blood and sweat. Whoa, said Fred, and both he and his twin looked at Cedric's broom with undisguised hunger. Unlucky, Cedric said with a smirk, elegantly vaulting onto the firebolt. I can cast the disillusionment charm, said Bill. Charlie, come here. James gathered the spell in the tip of his wand, and smacked Cedric over the head, perhaps a little harder than he needed to. Cedric cursed at him, and he swiped back, but he couldn't see where his own hand was and missed James entirely. Mo laughed and the twins' matching smirks were briefly visible before Bill cast the spell over them too. I'll take the father, said Charlie's voice. The rest of you, make bloody well sure you know who you're after. Though James could barely see Charlie in the darkness and the enchantment, he could see his violent takeoff with the gust of wind it generated, briefly flattening the grass around him. The others also took off after him, and those that remained quickly looked at each other. James, Mo, you two can come with me, said Sirius. You know how to duel in teams. I'm good enough, said Mo. And James, well, if Mad Eye trained you, then I'll trust you to do what's necessary. Sirius turned towards the crowd, and began to move away from Mr. Weasley's group, towards the opposite side of the crowd. James quickly followed, briefly surprised at Sirius' agility. Perhaps it was something similar to James' senses becoming sharper, and his fear of heights disappearing, after he learning to transform. In the back of his mind, he knew that he could die. The individual competence and discipline of the rioters aside, they greatly outnumbered the ministry unless reinforcements were called in, and drunk people didn't hold back. All it took was a stray spell from where he wasn't looking, or even just getting tripped up and hitting his head on an unfortunately placed rock. His old self would never have tried charging headlong into a crowd of assholes, he mused idly. Mr. Roberts' older kid screamed as she suddenly dropped 10 feet, before she bounced in midair like she'd hit the end of a bungee cord. James heard Mo snort in disgust from beside him, and he clenched his own fists. Cover your eyes, said James, and both Mo and Sirius did so without questioning him. James stood straight, and took a deep breath. A few members of the crowd noticed him, but it wasn't enough. Hey, dickheads! James shouted. That did the trick. Lumos Solaris. He barely managed to shut his eyes closed in time, even then, his world became a bright white. Cheers and chanting briefly faltered, replaced by pained curses. James took aim and launched a disarming charm, hitting center mass of one of the rioters. The wand tore itself from their grip, spinning high into the air, and James cast a banishing charm on it just to make sure they were truly out of the fight. Sirius and Mo let loose a pair of stunners that unceremoniously sent 2 rioters dropping to the ground. James glanced up again, he felt his heart constrict as the older child fell with a scream, only for her to get snatched away by some invisible figure. Moments later, the 3 others were also picked out of the air, the flyers barely decelerating enough not to injure the Muggle family as they took off once more. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a sickly yellow spell streaked his way. Without James' input, a golden half-dome appeared in front of him, sending the spell skittering off its angled surface. Focus! Sirius shouted. James suppressed a flash of indignation as turned back to the crowd. A twist of his wand created a pack of conjured rats at his feet. With a mental command, they scurried off through the undergrowth, and several heartbeats later, some of the curses and jeers turned into screams of panic and pain. Mo hurled a golden orb, almost too bright to look at, which bounced into the midst of the group and exploded outwards in a wave of concussive force. The world erupted in fire, then, all 3 of them briefly ducked, before they raised their heads warily. James noticed the iconic red coats of the Auror Corps, and leading them was the old lion, cutting a path through the crowd with almost contemptuous ease. James heard Auror screaming red-faced at the rioters to lay down their wands and surrender. Some did, but more simply ran in whichever direction they thought led to safety. Sirius stunned one that ran past, not even seeing the 3 of them in their haze of terror. They retreated slowly, their wands at the ready and their legs tense to leap one way or another at the first sign of danger. After a few minutes, Sirius stood up straight again, more relaxed in his posture. James sighed, tucking his wand back into his sleeve. He crossed his arms, suddenly feeling cold. I got 9, by the way, said Mo. Sirius and James both looked at him. Was I supposed to be keeping count? James said. See, that's the difference between you and me. I keep track of the things that matter. 7, said Sirius, then huffed. I'd have won if I'd had my coffee. Just admit it, you're getting old, said Mo. James turned back to the sky. We should probably go check on the Roberts. So little faith in your friends, Mo drawled. They'll be fine. Physically, maybe. But they'll be scarred for life. The Obliviators will get rid of that, Sirius said reassuringly. Don't worry. James stared at him. Obliviated? Are you for real? Sirius stared back, and Mo glanced between them. Why wouldn't he be? Mo finally said. James shook his head, then eyed the Aurors approaching. Are we done here? I think I might go for a walk. Now, said Sirius. I don't need to get in shit with them because I decided to help out before graduating, said James, jutting his chin in the direction of the Aurors. You'll take care of it, won't you? Yeah, that's fine. Sirius waved him off. Enjoy your walk, but be on guard. James nodded. Before Mo could follow him, James shoved his hands into his pockets and disappeared behind the lines of tents. Most of the rioters had dispersed, though quite a few were lying unconscious on the ground. He moved away from the battlefield, past the medical tent with a line of at least 100 people, and towards the Roberts homestead. He kept an eye out for stragglers, as Sirius told him to, but his mind was on something else. Would James ever notice if a memory was missing? It was a question he'd yet to find an answer to, ever since the diary slipped from his grasp. If his memories were truly modified, though, would he even question whether it was gone or not? He didn't know, and he didn't want to find out. He approached the Muggle house, where an obliviator was speaking to Mr. Roberts. His eyes were glazed and a line of drool fell from the corner of his mouth. "Thank you for hosting our Ren Fair, Mr. Roberts," the obliviator was saying. "Now there's a bit of a mess, but we'll be sure to have it cleaned up by tomorrow afternoon. We'll let you know once it's done, all right?" "Yes, of course," Mr. Roberts mumbled. His wife smiled vacantly beside them. The obliviator tipped his hat and turned around. He noticed James standing there, and upon spotting his borrowed Ireland scarf, he smiled. "No worries, lad," he said, patting James' shoulder as he passed. "They won't remember a thing." James said nothing. People reacted to trauma in different ways. People changed in different ways. Nightmares. Fear of strangers. Anxiety. A brutal existential dread about what else existed that they never knew about. Would never know about. He couldn't imagine how terrifying, how humiliating it must have been to be paraded about like circus freaks by men dressed like a color-swapped Ku Klux Klan, utterly helpless. And it could have easily gotten worse. If James himself had lost his memories of the diary and the basilisk, he might go back to how he was before. Bold, brash, and brimming with the arrogance of youth. Not this broken self that was left behind. Wouldn't he prefer to be fearless again? But he wouldn't be himself anymore. The statute would remain secure, and the Roberts would not live the rest of their lives like damaged goods. Everyone won, in theory. Another part of him sneered. Hypocrite. But this was a matter bigger than his own feelings. Life was cruel, and there was nothing more he could do in this moment. He accepted as much. He just wished he didn't feel like shit.